Gazing at the 5 glaring characters inscribed on the testing magic stone, the young boy's expression remained stoic, a hint of self-mockery curling at the corners of his lips. His tightly clenched fists bore the marks of his anguish, sharp nails digging deep into his palms, delivering waves of piercing pain. As the middle-aged man's words escaped his lips, they ignited a wave of derisive murmurs in the bustling square, filled with onlookers. "Oh, this waste truly has brought shame upon the family. If it weren't for the fact that the patriarch is his father, this useless one would have been expelled from the clan long ago, left to fend for himself, with no chance of enjoying the family's resources. Sigh, how did that once celebrated prodigy of Wutan City end up in such a deplorable state? Who knows? Perhaps he committed some grave misdeed that has invoked the wrath of the gods." The disdainful laughter and sighs of pity that surrounded him pierced the boy's heart like arrows, causing his breath to quicken slightly. Slowly, he raised his head, revealing a youthful visage, his dark eyes blankly scanning the faces of his mocking peers. The self-mockery at his lips turned increasingly bitter. Next, Xiaomei. At the call of the tester, a girl swiftly emerged from the crowd. The chatter surrounding her quieted considerably as eager eyes fixated on her rosy cheeks. The girl, merely 14, though not breathtakingly beautiful, possessed a youthful face that radiated a subtle allure, a harmonious blend of innocence and charm, making her the center of attention. She approached confidently, her small hand deftly touching the dark magic stone, then slowly closed her eyes. After a brief moment of stillness, the stone once again illuminated with brilliance. Yay! With the tester's announcement of her score, a triumphant smile blossomed on the girl's face. Truly worthy of being a seed character within the family. As waves of envy rippled through the crowd, her smile widened, fed by the allure of vanity, an irresistible temptation for many girls. Amidst the laughter and chatter with her close friends, Xiaomai's gaze suddenly pierced through the throng, landing on the solitary figure outside the crowd. After a moment of contemplation, she dismissed the thought of approaching him. The two were no longer in the same realm. Given Xiaoyan's recent performances, he would likely only serve as a lower-tier member of the family upon reaching adulthood, whereas her promising talent would ensure her cultivation as a powerful figure, her future seemingly limitless. That once confident boy, filled with immeasurable potential, had stirred the hearts of many young girls, including Xiaomei herself. Yet, the path of genius often twists unexpectedly. 3 years prior, this once-renowned prodigy faced a sudden, devastating blow, as the painstakingly cultivated Dou Qi spiral dissipated overnight, and the Dou Qi within him became increasingly elusive with the passage of time. The disappearance of his Dou Qi directly resulted in a regression of his strength. From the pedestal of genius, he plummeted to a state inferior to that of an ordinary person, a blow that rendered him lost and despondent, his once illustrious title supplanted by scorn and ridicule. The higher one ascends, the harder one falls. This descent may offer no chance of recovery. Next, Xiao Suner. Amidst the clamor, the tester's voice resonated once more. As the melodic name echoed, the crowd fell silent, all eyes converging in one direction. In the midst of their gaze stood a girl clad in a flowing purple dress, exuding an elegant calmness, her youthful face unaltered by the scrutiny of the multitude. Her cool and serene demeanor was akin to a freshly bloomed lotus, possessing an ethereal quality at such a tender age, leaving one to ponder how breathtakingly beautiful she would become as she matured. This girl in purple surpassed Xiaomei in both beauty and grace, which explained the collective reaction of the crowd. With a delicate step, Xiao Suner approached the magic stone. Her small hand extended, the black gold embroidered sleeves sliding down to reveal a delicate, snow-white wrist as she gently touched the stone. A moment of tranquility ensued, and the stone blazed with dazzling light once more. As the characters on the stone emerged, a hush fell over the gathering. Amidst the crowd, Xiaomei furrowed her brows, fixating on the girl in purple with a flicker of jealousy crossing her features. The middle-aged tester, usually impassive, displayed an unusual smile as he addressed the girl respectfully. "Miss Suner, in 6 months, you should be able to condense your Dou Qi. If successful, you will become a true fighter at the tender age of 14, the second person in the Xiao family in a century. Indeed, the second, with the first being Xiaoyan, who had lost his genius status. Brother Xiaoyan." As she passed by the boy, she paused, offering him a respectful bow, a graceful smile gracing her beautiful face, one that evoked envy from the surrounding girls. "Do I still have the right to be called that?" Xiaoyan replied bitterly, gazing at the luminous figure before him, who had blossomed into the family's brightest jewel, the one among the rare few who still regarded him with respect after his fall. Brother Xiaoyan, you once told Sooner that only by letting go can one truly grasp. To freely release and take hold is to be at ease. Sooner said gently, her slightly childish voice warm and soothing. At ease. I can only speak of it. Do I look at ease in my current state? Besides, this world was never meant for me. Xiaoyan chuckled bitterly, his interest waning. As she stood watching the boy, who seemed to exist in a realm apart, Sooner hesitated for a moment before, amidst the envious howls of those behind her, she hurriedly caught up to him, walking side by side. Chapter 2. The continent of Qi. The moon hung like a silver disk in the sky, surrounded by a myriad of twinkling stars. Atop a mountain cliff, Xiaoyan reclined on the grass, a blade of grass clutched between his teeth, gently chewing as the faint bitterness spread across his palate. He raised his slightly pale hand to shield his eyes, gazing through the gaps between his fingers at the enormous silver moon above. 15 years have passed. He murmured softly, his voice trailing off into the vastness. With the passage of time, Xiaoyan had developed a vague understanding of this continent. It was known as the continent of Qi, a land devoid of the diverse magical systems often depicted in novels. Here, Qi was the sole essence that governed existence. On this continent, the cultivation of Qi had reached its zenith through the relentless efforts of countless generations. Moreover, as Qi proliferated, it seeped into the fabric of everyday life, rendering its significance irreplaceable. The extreme proliferation of Qi also led to the emergence of numerous methods of cultivation, each varying in strength and efficacy. Through careful categorization, the techniques of Qi cultivation were divided into 4 tiers, each with 3 sublevels: celestial, earthly, mysterious, and yellow. The rank of one's cultivation technique played a crucial role in determining future accomplishments. For instance, a practitioner of an intermediate mysterious technique would naturally surpass one utilizing a superior yellow technique of the same rank. In the continent of Qi, discernment of strength and weakness hinges on 3 primary factors. Firstly, the most critical aspect is one's innate strength. If an individual possesses only the prowess of a 1-star Qi practitioner, even the rarest celestial technique would be futile against a practitioner of a yellow technique. Secondly, there is the technique itself. When 2 practitioners are of equal rank, the one wielding a superior technique will have a distinct advantage during contests. Finally, there exists the concept of Qi skills, specialized abilities that allow for the expression of Qi, which are also categorized into the 4 levels of celestial, earthly, mysterious, and yellow. Countless Qi skills circulate within the continent of Qi, yet most commonly shared skills are merely of the yellow level. To obtain more advanced skills, one must join sects or Qi academies on the continent. Naturally, some individuals may stumble upon ancient techniques or develop complementary skills through serendipitous encounters, resulting in a more potent combination. Only by considering these 3 conditions can one accurately assess strength and weakness. In summary, possessing a technique of higher rank promises undeniable benefits in the future. However, access to advanced cultivation techniques is exceedingly rare for the common folk, with most available methods being of the yellow tier. More powerful families or mid-tier sects may possess mysterious techniques, such as the one in Xiaoyan's family. Known as the Fierce Lion's Rage, a wind attribute, intermediate mysterious Qi technique reserved solely for the clan leader. Beyond the mysterious tier lies the earthly tier. But such profound techniques are likely exclusive to transcendent powers and grand empires. As for the celestial tier, it has not seen the light of day for hundreds of years. Theoretically, it is nearly impossible for an ordinary person to acquire advanced techniques. Yet, the continent of Qi is vast and teeming with diverse races. To the north resides the mighty barbarian tribes, known for their strength and ability to merge with beast souls. While to the south, intelligent and formidable magical beast clans thrive, alongside the notoriously cunning dark races. Due to the continent's expansiveness, many unknown hermits, having reached the twilight of their lives, may choose to conceal their lifelong crafted techniques, awaiting a fated individual to discover them. It is said on the continent of Qi, if one day you fall from a cliff and into a cave, do not panic, take a few steps forward, for you may become a powerful being. This saying is not unfounded, as history over the past millennium is replete with tales of ordinary individuals attaining greatness through fortuitous encounters. The consequence of such tales has spawned a multitude of dreamers who linger at the edges of cliffs, yearning to leap into the abyss in pursuit of extraordinary techniques. Though most return with broken limbs. In essence, this is a land brimming with miracles and the potential to create them. Spitting out the grass, Xiaoyan suddenly sprang to his feet, his face contorted in rage as he bellowed at the night sky. Am I merely a pawn to be toyed with? In his previous life, Xiaoyan was an utterly mundane individual, existing in a world where wealth and beauty were forever out of reach. However, upon arriving in the continent of Qi, he discovered to his astonishment that his soul was far more resilient than the average person, a gift bestowed by his experiences across 2 lifetimes. It is well known that on the continent of Qi, the soul is innate, while it may strengthen slightly with age. No technique exists to cultivate the soul independently, not even the celestial techniques. This is common knowledge among the inhabitants. The fortification of his soul endowed Xiaoyan with exceptional aptitude for cultivation, earning him the reputation of a prodigy. When an ordinary individual realizes they possess the potential to be the center of attention, maintaining composure becomes a challenge. Clearly, the once ordinary Xiaoyan lacked the extraordinary poise required, leading him to pursue the path of a renowned genius rather than gradually develop in tranquility. Had no unforeseen circumstances arisen, Xiaoyan might have truly flourished under the guise of genius. Alas, at the age of 11, his title was abruptly stripped away, and he became the subject of ridicule, a mere waste in the eyes of others. Sighing in bitterness, Xiaoyan felt a twinge of grievance. He remained oblivious to the true nature of the affliction plaguing his body. Regular examinations had revealed nothing amiss. His soul, with each passing year, grew stronger, and he absorbed qi more swiftly than in his previous peak state. Yet, the qi that entered his body inexplicably vanished without a trace, an enigma that left him despondent. With a heavy heart, he raised his hand, revealing a black ring upon his finger. The ring, ancient and composed of unknown materials, bore indistinct patterns. It was the sole gift from his mother before her passing, a treasured keepsake he had worn since the age of 4, fostering a deep attachment. Gently caressing the ring, Xiaoyan smiled wryly, reflecting, "These years, I have truly let my mother down." "Ah, Yinner, why are you still out here at this hour?" A warm, concerned voice broke the silence from the woods. As branches swayed, a middle-aged man emerged, his face adorned with a smile as he gazed at his son bathed in moonlight. Clad in splendid gray robes, he carried himself with a certain regal bearing, his thick brows adding to his imposing presence. He was Xiaoyan's father, the current clan leader of the Xiao family, a 5-star qi master, Xiaozhan. "Father, you have yet to rest as well?" Gazing at the middle-aged man, Xiaoyan's smile deepened. Despite possessing memories from a past life, the man before him had showered him with unwavering affection since birth. Even in his times of misfortune, this love had only intensified, prompting Xiaoyan to willingly address him as father. "Yinner, are you still pondering the afternoon's assessment?" Xiaozhan inquired, striding forward with a smile. What is there to contemplate? It is merely as expected, Xiaoyan replied, shaking his head with a hint of forced mirth. Sighing, Xiaozhan observed his son's still youthful and delicate features. After a brief silence, he suddenly remarked, "Yinner, you are 15 now, correct?" "Yes, father," Xiaoyan confirmed. "In just a year. It seems the time for the coming-of-age ceremony will soon arrive," Xiaozhan said with a wry smile. "After all, if one does not become a fighter by the age of 25, they will not be recognized by the family." "Distinguished guest? Who is it?" Xiaoyan asked with curiosity. "You shall find out tomorrow," Xiaozhan replied, winking at Xiaoyan before departing with a hearty laugh, leaving Xiaoyan feeling somewhat helpless. "Rest assured, father, I will do my utmost," Xiaoyan murmured, stroking the ancient ring on his finger. At that moment, as he lifted his gaze, the black ancient ring in his hand suddenly emitted a faint, enigmatic glimmer, which vanished in an instant, unnoticed by anyone around him. Chapter 3. The Guest Upon the Bed. The youth sat in meditative repose, eyes closed, hands forming an intricate mudra. His chest rose and fell in a gentle rhythm, each breath a perfect cycle. With each respiration, faint wisps of alabaster energy flowed into his body, nourishing his bones and flesh. As the youth meditated, the archaic black ring on his finger glowed with an eerie luminescence before fading back into obscurity. The youth exhaled a breath of stale air, his eyes snapping open. A fleeting glimmer of white, the residue of unrefined do qi, flashed within their dark depths. The do qi I painstakingly cultivated is vanishing. Blast it! A surge of frustration contorted the youth's features as he sensed the state of his inner energies. His voice, tinged with anger, rang out. After a brief exercise within the chamber, a venerable voice echoed from beyond the door. "Young master, the clan leader requests your presence in the main hall." Understood. He donned a fresh set of robes and emerged from his chamber, greeting the elder clad in azure with a courteous smile. "Let us depart, Elder Mo." The elder nodded benignly at the youth's youthful visage. As he turned, a subtle hint of regret flickered within his aged eyes. Alas, with the third young master's former gifts, he would surely have become a formidable dome master by now. A pity. Following the elder through the rear courtyard, they arrived at the solemn reception hall. After a respectful knock, the elder gently pushed the doors open. The hall was spacious, filled with a considerable number of people. Seated at the head were Xiaozhan and 3 elders, their expressions impassive. These elders wielded authority nearly equal to that of the clan leader. To their left sat influential elders and promising members of the younger generation. Across from them were 3 unfamiliar figures. Presumably the esteemed guests Xiaozhan had mentioned the previous evening. The youth's gaze swept over the strangers. One, an elder garbed in a moon-white robe, possessed a jovial countenance and sparkling eyes. As the youth's gaze descended, it halted at the elder's chest, his heart jolting. Embroidered upon the robe was a crescent moon of silver, encircled by 7 shimmering golden stars. A 7-star Great Dome Master. This elder is actually a 7-star Great Dome Master? Appearances can be deceiving. The youth was astonished. The elder's strength surpassed even that of his father by 2 stars. To attain the rank of Great Dome Master was to become a renowned figure, their power coveted by all factions. The sudden appearance of such a formidable individual was indeed a cause for surprise. Beside the elder sat a young man and woman, adorned in similar moon-white robes. The man, about 20 years of age, possessed an attractive mien and a commanding physique. Most notably, 5 golden stars adorned his chest, signifying his status as a 5-star doja. To become a 5-star doja at such a young age spoke volumes of his exceptional talent. His charm and power had captivated many of the naive young women within the clan, even Xiao Mei casting admiring glances his way. However, the youth seemed oblivious to these overtures, his attention solely focused on the beautiful maiden beside him. The maiden, of similar age to the youth, was surprisingly more comely than Xiao Mei. Within the clan, only the ethereal Xiao Suner could compare. No wonder the young man disregarded the other beauties of the clan. Adorning the maiden's delicate earlobes were jade pendants, which chimed softly with each movement, hinting at a noble lineage. Furthermore, 3 golden stars were embroidered upon her chest. A 3-star doja. If her power is not artificially enhanced, then this girl is a prodigy. The youth inhaled sharply, his gaze lingering briefly on the maiden's serene countenance before drifting away. Despite his youthful appearance, he possessed a mature soul. While the maiden was indeed beautiful, he had no inclination to act like a gawking buffoon. His actions seemed to pique the maiden's curiosity, while she was not one to believe the world revolved around her. She was well aware of her beauty and grace. The youth's nonchalance was indeed unexpected, yet it remained a fleeting thought. Father, honored elders. The youth hastened forward, offering a respectful bow to Xiaozhan and the 3 elders. Ah, Yenner, you have arrived. Be seated. Xiaozhan acknowledged the youth's arrival, ceasing his conversation with the guests and gesturing for him to sit. Alas, my standing within the clan continues to diminish. It was tolerable in the past, but now they humiliate me before guests. These 3 old geezers. The youth shook his head ruefully, observing the youth's hesitation. The younger members of the clan could not resist their snickers, relishing his embarrassment. At that moment, Xiaozhan noticed the youth's awkwardness. A flicker of anger crossed his face as he frowned at the elder beside him. Second elder you. Ah, my apologies. I had forgotten about the 3rd young master. I shall have someone prepare a seat at once. The elder chuckled, feigning remorse as he patted his forehead. However, the mockery in his eyes remained undisguised. Xiaoyan, sit here. A gentle voice echoed through the hall. The elders paused, their gazes shifting towards Xiao Suner, who sat quietly in the corner. They hesitated, none daring to speak. In the corner of the hall, Xiao Suner closed her book with a smile. Her demeanor composed and elegant. She winked playfully at the youth. Observing her smiling face, the youth hesitated before nodding and approaching her, settling down beside her amidst the envious glances of the other youths. You have rescued me once more. The youth chuckled softly, inhaling the maiden's delicate fragrance. Xiao Suner smiled faintly, revealing adorable dimples. Her slender fingers reopened the ancient tome, a hint of sophistication gracing her youthful features. Her long lashes fluttered as she scanned the pages before her. Suddenly, she spoke softly. Brother Xiaoyan has not sat alone with Suner for 3 years, has he? Well, Suner is now a prodigy within the clan. Surely, acquiring friends is not difficult? The youth chuckled dryly, noticing the hint of melancholy on her fair face. From the age of 4 to 6, someone would sneak into my chamber each night, using clumsy techniques and meager doqi to nourish my bones and meridians. After each session, they would be drenched in sweat before departing wearily. Brother Xiaoyan, who do you believe that could have been? Suner paused, turning her head to offer the youth a radiant smile, her unique charm captivating the surrounding youths. Cough. How would I know? We were crawling on the ground back then. How could I possibly know? The youth's heart skipped a beat as he chuckled awkwardly, averting his gaze towards the hall. With a soft giggle, Xiao Suner cast a gentle smile at Xiao Yan's reaction. Her gaze shifted to the book before her, and she murmured softly, almost to herself. Although I understand his intentions are well-meaning, I am still a girl, after all. Is there any justification for secretly touching a girl's body? If I were to uncover the identity of that person, Xiao Yan felt a pang of guilt as a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. He averted his gaze, focusing on his own thoughts, remaining silent and contemplative. Chapter 4. Yunlan Sect. After listening for a while, Xiao Yan shook his head in mild boredom. Xiao Yan, do you know who they are? As he pondered a nap, Suner beside him turned the ancient pages with delicate fingers, smiling without averting her gaze. You know? Curious, Xiao Yan turned to her in astonishment. Did you notice the cloud-shaped silver sword at the cuffs of their robes? With a faint smile, Suner replied. Oh. A flicker of realization struck Xiao Yan as he shifted his gaze to the 3 individual sleeves, where indeed, he discovered the silver sword shaped like a cloud. They belong to the Yunlan Sect? Xiao Yan whispered in surprise. Although he had not ventured out for training, he had encountered information about this sect in various books. The city where the Xiao family resided was called Wutan City, which belonged to the Jimar Empire. Despite Wutan City being classified as a major city within the empire due to its proximity to the Beast Mountain Range, it was merely at the bottom tier. The Xiao family held considerable influence in Wutan City, yet they were not the only powerful family. There were 2 other families of comparable strength, and for decades. The 3 factions had engaged in both overt and covert struggles without a decisive victor. If the Xiao family was the dominant force in Wutan City, then the Yunlan sect that Xiao Yan mentioned could be regarded as a paramount power within the entire Jimar Empire. The chasm between their strengths was vast, and it was no wonder that even his usually stern father spoke of them with great reverence. What brings them to our family? Xiao Yan inquired, his voice laced with confusion. Suner paused momentarily, her slender fingers halting, before she responded. Perhaps it is related to you, Xiao Yan. Me? I have had no dealings with them, Xiao Yan replied, taken aback and shaking his head in denial. Do you know the name of that girl? Suner glanced at the delicate young lady across from them. What? Furrowing his brow, Xiao Yan pressed further. Nalan Yinran. A peculiar expression crossed Suner's face as she slyly glanced at the now stiffened Xiao Yan. Nalan Yinran? The granddaughter of Nalan Jia. The Lionheart Marshal of the Jimar Empire? The one. My betrothed? Xiao Yan's expression turned rigid. Hee, your grandfather was a close friend of Nalan Jia. At the time you and Nalan Yinran were born, the 2 old men arranged the marriage. Unfortunately, your grandfather passed away due to injuries sustained in battle 3 years after your birth. As time went by, the relationship between the Xiao and Nalan families gradually faded. Suner remarked, pausing to observe Xiao Yan's widened eyes. Before continuing, Nalan Jia is not only proud but also highly values promises. The marriage was a commitment he made himself. So even though your reputation has suffered in recent years, he has not sent anyone to annul the engagement. That old man is indeed adorably obstinate. Xiao Yan couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. Nalan Jia held absolute authority within his family. His words were seldom challenged. Although he doted on his granddaughter Nalan Yinran, persuading him to dissolve the engagement would be quite a challenge. Suner's beautiful eyes curved playfully as she teased. However, 5 years ago, Nalan Yinran was personally taken as a disciple by Yun Yun, the leader of the Yunlan sect. Over the past 5 years, Nalan Yinran has showcased extraordinary talent in her cultivation, earning Yun Yun's utmost favor. When one possesses the power to alter their destiny, they will seek every means to eliminate that which they dislike. Regrettably, the engagement with you, Xiao Yan, is among her greatest grievances. Are you suggesting that she is here to annul the engagement? Xiao Yan's expression shifted dramatically, a surge of anger swelling within him. This ire was not born from any disdain Nalan Yinran might hold towards him. To be frank, while the young lady was indeed beautiful, Xiao Yan was not a lecherous man swayed by lust. Even if their union was unattainable, he would merely feel a customary disappointment. However, if she were to publicly request the annulment from his father, the humiliation would be unbearable for the patriarch of the family. Nalan Yinran was not only stunning and of high status, but also possessed remarkable talent. Should the matter arise, everyone would perceive Xiao Yan as a toad yearning for a swan, only to be trampled underfoot. If such a scenario were to unfold, not only Xiao Yan, but even his father would become the subject of ridicule, losing all dignity. Taking a deep breath of the chilling air, Xiaoyan's hand, hidden within his sleeve, clenched tightly. If he were a dome master now, who would dare to trample upon him? Indeed, if Xiaoyan possessed the strength of a dome master at this moment, even with the backing of Yulan's sect, Nalan Yan and would not dare to act so brazenly. At merely 15 years of age, a dome master was an exceedingly rare occurrence in the annals of the Doqi continent, and those few had already ascended to the pinnacle of the cultivation world. A delicate hand quietly slipped through her sleeves, gently resting on Xiaoyan's clenched fist. Xiaoyan, if she were to act thus, it would only be her loss. I believe she will regret her short-sightedness in the future. Regret? Xiaoyan scoffed, a self-deprecating smile gracing his features. What qualification do I have now? Sooner, you seem to know quite a bit about them. Some of what you've mentioned might even be unknown to my father. How did you come by this knowledge? Xiaoyan suddenly shifted the topic, raising an eyebrow. Suner was taken aback but remained silent, smiling. Observing Suner's evasive demeanor, Xiaoyan could only helplessly shake his head. Although Suner shared the Xiao surname, there was no blood relation between them, and he had never met her parents. Whenever he inquired about her lineage, his father would immediately fall silent. A smile wiped from his face, clearly harboring some wariness, even fear, regarding Suner's parents. In Xiaoyan's mind, Suner's identity was shrouded in mystery. However, no matter how he probed, this clever girl would deftly respond with silence, leaving Xiaoyan with no recourse. Sighing, he decided to let it go. If you choose not to disclose, then so be it. He shook his head, his expression darkening suddenly, for the elder across from him, under Nalan Yinran's persistent gestures, finally stood up. Chapter 5. Gathering Qi and dispelling at the elderly man in the white robe lightly coughed. Rising to his feet to clasp his hands and salute towards Xiao Zhan, smiling as he said, Clan Leader Xiao, I have come to your esteemed family today, primarily to seek your assistance. Ah, Mr. Guyi, please do share your request, if it is within our capabilities. The Xiao family would not refuse, Xiao Zhan replied courteously, standing up promptly. However, he was cautious not to overcommit, as he was unaware of the specifics of the request. Clan Leader Xiao, do you recognize her? Guyi inquired with a slight smile, gesturing towards the young girl beside him. I beg your pardon for my lack of discernment, but this young lady. Xiao Zhan was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the girl before him, and awkwardly shook his head. Years ago, when Nalan Yinran was taken as a disciple by Yun Yun, she was merely 10 years old, having trained for 5 years in the Yunlan sect. With the passage of time and her transformation into a young woman, Xiao Zhan, of course, did not recognize that the girl standing before him was, in fact, his nominal daughter-in-law. Cough. Her name is Nalan Yanran, Guyi continued. Nalan Yanran? The granddaughter of Lord Nalan? Xiao Zhan was initially stunned, but then his face lit up with joy as he recalled the events of the past. He quickly turned to the girl, displaying a warm smile. So it is my niece Nalan. It has been many years since Uncle Xiao has seen you. Please do not hold it against me for my inability to recognize you. The sudden revelation caused the onlookers to be momentarily taken aback. The three elders exchanged glances, their brows furrowing slightly. Uncle Xiao, it has been my oversight for not coming to pay my respects. I do not dare to blame Uncle for being unable to recognize me, Nalan Yinran replied sweetly. Ah, niece Nalan, I have heard of your apprenticeship under Lord Yun Yun. At first, I thought it was mere rumor, but it turns out to be true. You possess incredible talent. Xiao Zhan complimented, smiling. It is merely good fortune. Nalan Yanran said with a faint smile, somewhat overwhelmed by Xiao Zhan's enthusiasm. She subtly tugged at Guye's sleeve beneath the table. Clan Leader Xiao, the matter I wish to discuss today concerns Yanran, and it is directly from the Lord Sect Master, Guyi said, his tone growing serious as he mentioned the Sect Master. Xiao Zhan's expression shifted slightly as he restrained his smile. The Sect Master of the Yulan sect, Yun Yun, was a significant figure in the Gamma Empire, and he, as a mere clan leader, could not afford to offend her. What could she possibly require from the Xiao family? Guye's mention of Nalan Yanran made him ponder the implications. As a certain possibility crossed his mind, Xiao Zhan's lips twitched involuntarily, and his large hand trembled slightly. Fortunately, the sleeves concealed his agitation. Suppressing the anger rising within him, he spoke with a quivering voice, Mr. Guyi, please continue. Cough. Clan Leader Xiao. The Yunlan sect is known for its strict regulations, and the sect master holds high expectations for Yinran. She is essentially being groomed as the next sect master. Due to certain special rules, the sect master's successor cannot engage with any males before officially assuming the role. After consulting with Yinran, The sect master learned of her engagement to the Shao family, and thus, she wishes to request that you, clan leader Shao, be willing to annul this engagement. With a loud crack, the jade cup in Xiao Zhan's hand shattered into dust. The atmosphere in the hall turned tense and quiet, and the three elders were taken aback by Gu Ye's words. After a moment, they regarded Xiao Zhan with expressions of derision and mockery. Huh. To have someone come to forcefully annul an engagement. Let's see how this clan leader manages the family from now on. Some of the younger generation, unaware of the engagement between Xiao Yin and Nailan Yanran, inquired with their parents, and their expressions promptly shifted to one of incredulity. Casting scornful glances towards Xiao Yin in the corner. Seeing Xiao Zhan's extremely grim countenance, Nailan Yin dared not raise her head, burying it instead, her fingers nervously fidgeting together. Clan leader Xiao, I realize this request may be quite unreasonable, but I implore you, for the sake of the sect master, to annul the engagement. Gu Yi sighed, speaking with a tone of resignation. Xiao Zhan's fists clenched tightly, a faint azure aura gradually enveloping his body, eventually coalescing into a phantom lion's head near his face. Xiao family supreme technique, furious lioness rage. Level, intermediate Shin stage. Noticing Xiao Zhan's reaction, Gu Ye's expression grew solemn, positioning himself protectively in front of Nailan Yanran, his hands curling sharply like eagle claws, azure energy gathering within, emanating a sharp and piercing sword intent. Yulan Sect's profound technique, Qingmu sword art. Level, low-level Shin stage. As the two men's auras erupted, the weaker youths in the hall turned pale, feeling a sudden heaviness in their chests. Just as Xiao Zhan's breathing grew increasingly rapid, the three elders' authoritative voices thundered through the hall like a clap of thunder. Xiao Zhan, cease at once. Do not forget, you are the clan leader of the Shao family. Xiao Zhan's body stiffened, and the aura surrounding him gradually receded, eventually vanishing entirely. Nailan Yanran trembled slightly, murmuring, Uncle Xiao. Please, call me clan leader Xiao. I cannot bear the title of uncle. You are destined to be the future sect master of Yunlan and a figure of renown in the Duqi continent. My son, Yin, is merely of mediocre talent and indeed unworthy of you. Xiao Zhan said coldly, waving his hand dismissively. Thank you for your understanding. Clan leader Xiao. Hearing this, Gu Ye's spirits lifted, and he smiled at Xiao Zhan, stating, the sect master is aware that this request may come off as rather impolite. So he specifically instructed me to bring a token as an apology. As he spoke, Gu Yi waved his hand, revealing a greenish ancient jade box that appeared out of thin air. Carefully opening the box, a fragrant aroma immediately filled the hall, invigorating all who inhaled it. The three elders leaned in with curiosity, their bodies jolting in surprise as they exclaimed, gathering chi powder? Chapter 6. The alchemist within the ancient box rested a verdant pill, akin to the size of a longan, exuding an enticing and peculiar fragrance. This remarkable essence has left countless aspiring warriors yearning for it, consumed by thoughts of its allure, yet unable to obtain it. When discussing the chi-gathering elixir, one must inevitably mention its creator, the alchemist. In the realm of fighting spirit, there exists a vocation that surpasses that of mere warriors. These individuals are revered as alchemists. As the name suggests, alchemists possess the extraordinary ability to concoct various miraculous pills that enhance one's strength. Every alchemist is sought after by various factions, who spare no expense in their attempts to cultivate their favor, thus elevating their status to an exalted echelon. The esteemed position of an alchemist is undeniably tied to their rarity and practicality, for the path to becoming an alchemist is fraught with stringent requirements. Firstly, one must possess a fire attribute. Secondly, one must also harbor a trace of wood essence within their fiery constitution to catalyze the alchemical process. It is crucial to understand that in this realm, a person's attributes are dictated by their soul, which can only embody a single attribute. Any variance is unfathomable. Thus, it is nearly impossible for a single body to possess two disparate attributes of differing strengths. Of course, exceptions exist among the billions. There will always be a few souls with mutations, and those fortunate enough to possess such anomalous souls hold the potential to become alchemists. However, merely having a fire and wood attribute does not suffice to earn the title of a true alchemist. Another indispensable condition is the soul's perceptive ability, also known as soul molding power. The three essential conditions for refining pills are materials, fire source, and soul perception. The materials, naturally, consist of various rare herbs and treasures. Alchemists are not deities. Without superior materials, they are akin to skilled cooks unable to prepare a meal without ingredients. Thus, quality materials are paramount. The fire source is the flame required during the alchemical process. Ordinary fire will not suffice. Instead, one must utilize a flame catalyzed by fire attribute fighting spirit. Of course, the world is replete with otherworldly flames, and some exceptionally powerful alchemists may choose to employ these exotic fires for their concoctions, significantly increasing their success rates and enhancing the potency of the resulting pills compared to those created with ordinary fighting spirit flames. Given that alchemy is an exhaustive endeavor, requiring prolonged periods of refinement, every distinguished alchemist is also a formidable fire warrior. The final condition is the soul's perceptive ability. During alchemical processes, the precision of the heat is of utmost importance. A slight miscalculation in temperature can reduce an entire batch of pills to ashes, rendering previous efforts futile. Thus, mastering the control of heat is imperative for any alchemist, and to achieve such mastery, one must possess an exceptional level of soul perception. Without it, even the most adept materials and fire source would yield naught but failure. Under such stringent conditions, those eligible to become alchemists are indeed few and far between. Consequently, the scarcity of alchemists leads to a corresponding rarity of miraculous pills. Thus, their value skyrockets due to their rarity, further elevating the alchemist's status to one that is almost grotesquely esteemed. In the grand hall, as the three elders gasped in astonishment, the youth before them widened their eyes in disbelief, their fervent gazes fixated on the jade box held by Guyi. Beside her father, Xiaomei delicately licked her rosy lips, her eyes glued to the jade box without a blink. Hee, this elixir was personally refined by our esteemed elder, Lord Guyi. Surely, you have all heard of his illustrious name? Guyi remarked, a hint of pride swelling within her as she observed the elder's incredulous expressions. This pill is actually the work of the Pill King, Guyi? The three elders exclaimed, their astonishment palpable. Pill King Guyi wields tremendous influence within the Jaimar Empire. His alchemical prowess both miraculous and unfathomable. Countless powerful figures seek to curry favor with him, yet find themselves at an impasse. Not only is Guyi a master of alchemy, but he has also ascended to the rank of a fighting king, ranking among the top 10 strongest individuals in the Jaimar Empire. Thus, the chi-gathering elixir that emerges from his hands is sure to be valued severfold. The three elders beamed at the sight of the chi-gathering elixir within the jade box, contemplating how its possession might enable their family to cultivate another young warrior. Just as they pondered how to secure the elixir for their grandchildren, a subdued voice, tinged with suppressed fury, unexpectedly rang out within the hall. The hall fell into a profound silence, all gazes shifting toward the corner where Xiaoyan's handsome visage emerged. Xiaoyan, this is not a forum for your words. Silence yourself. One elder admonished, his face darkening. Xiaoyan, step back. I understand your feelings, but we will handle matters here. Another elder, older in years, added calmly. Esteemed elders, if today's cancellation of the engagement involved your sons or grandsons, would you still speak in this manner? Xiaoyan rose slowly, a mocking smile playing upon his lips as he posed the question, fully aware of the disdain directed at him by the elders, thus feeling no need to feign humility. You. The elders were momentarily taken aback, the irascible third elder's eyes widening as his fighting spirit began to manifest. Esteemed elders, my brother Xiaoyan speaks the truth. He is the party involved, so perhaps it would be prudent to refrain from interfering, a gentle voice chimed in, breaking the tension in the hall. Upon hearing the girl's soft tone, the elders' anger dissipated, and they exchanged resigned glances before nodding in agreement. Suppressing their doubts, Xiaoyan strode forward, first offering a respectful salute to Xiao Zhan, then turning to face Nalan Yinran. He exhaled deeply and calmly inquired, Miss Nalan, may I ask if the cancellation of the engagement has received your grandfather's approval? Having perceived Xiaoyan's sudden intervention, Nalan Yinran felt a twinge of irritation. Now, hearing his inquiry, her brows knitted slightly. Initially, he had seemed quite agreeable, but now he appeared to be an obstinate nuisance. Did he not comprehend the disparity between them? While she chastised Xiaoyan in her heart, she had yet to consider the embarrassment and fury that her public cancellation of the engagement had inflicted upon him and his father. Rising to her feet, she regarded the youth who was meant to be her husband. Nalan Yinran's tone remained calm and gentle. My grandfather has not given his consent, but this matter is my own, and it does not concern him. Since the elder has not spoken, I must ask for your understanding. My father will not acquiesce to your demands either. The initial engagement was established by our two families' elders. As they have not voiced a dissolution, it remains intact. To act otherwise would be to disrespect our ancestors. I trust that no one in our clan would dare commit such an act of rebellion. Xiaoyan slightly tilted his head, a cold sneer directed at the three elders. Faced with such an accusation, the elders fell silent, for within their stern family hierarchy, such a crime would suffice to strip them of their esteemed positions. You. Nailin Yanran was momentarily flabbergasted by Xiaoyan's retort, unable to find a rebuttal. Her face flushed with indignation as she stamped her foot in frustration, drawing upon the temper cultivated by her privileged upbringing. Her agitation grew, and she bluntly articulated her thoughts. What must I do for you to agree to the annulment? Is the compensation insufficient? Very well. I can procure 3 more chi-gathering elixirs from my teacher. Additionally, if you wish, I can arrange for you to study profound fighting techniques at the Yunlan Sect. Would this suffice? Listening to the enticing conditions that spilled forth from the young girl's lips, the 3 elders felt their breaths quicken. The youths in the hall gulped audibly. To cultivate within the Yunlan Sect? Good heavens, that was the aspiration of countless souls. Chapter 7 with a tone that diverged from what Nailin Yanran had anticipated. The moment her words escaped her lips, the youth before her began to tremble violently, slowly lifting his head. The once delicate and youthful visage now twisted into a ghastly expression. Despite enduring ridicule for 3 long years, Xiaoyan harbored an unyielding pride within, a final vestige of dignity that Nailin Yanran's lofty demeanor, akin to an act of condescension, trampled upon mercilessly. Startled by the boy's fearsome countenance, the girl instinctively took a step back, while a handsome young man beside her unsheathed his sword, his gaze icy and fixed upon Xiaoyan. I truly wish to slay you, he declared through gritted teeth, revealing a chilling intent. Clenching his fists tightly, Xiaoyan's obsidian eyes blazed with fury. Yenner, do not act recklessly. Xiao Zhan, the patriarch, was equally taken aback by Xiaoyan's outburst and admonished him hastily. The Xiao family could not afford to offend the Yunlan Sect. With fists tightly balled, Xiaoyan lowered his gaze momentarily, only to lift it again. Though the earlier terror had transformed into a calm resolve, over the course of 3 years, though subjected to discrimination and mockery, he had forged an extraordinary resilience. Nailin Yanran, a favored disciple of the Yunlan Sect, stood before him. If he were to act against her now, it would undoubtedly bring endless trouble to his father. Thus, he must endure. As they observed the boy, who had suddenly reined in his emotions, Guyi and Nailin Yanran felt a chill run through them. This lad, should he remain a weakling, would be of little concern. However, if he were to attain power, he would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary. Guyi pondered gravely. Xiaoyan, though I am uncertain why my actions have incited such anger in you, I implore you to annul our engagement, Nailin Yanran said. Taking a calming breath to steady herself after her initial fright, her expression turning somber. Remember, my visit to the Xiao family has the full endorsement of my teacher, the sect leader of Yunlan. Pouting slightly, she added, you may consider this coercion, but you must also recognize the harsh reality. Nothing is ever completely fair. Though I do not wish to convey any message, you are well aware of the chasm that exists between us. Our prospects are virtually hopeless. Listening to the girl's ethereal pronouncement felt akin to a divine judgment, and a cold smile crept upon Xiaoyan's lips. Miss Nailin, you should be aware that in the Duki continent, a woman annulling an engagement causes considerable embarrassment to the other party. While I may have a thick skin, my father is the clan leader. If he were to acquiesce to your demands today, how could he maintain his authority over the Xiao family in the future? How would he continue to establish himself in Wutan City? What agreement? Xiaoyan inquired, furrowing his brow. I can postpone my request for 3 years. After that period, you may come to Yunlan Sect to challenge me. Should you lose, I will publicly annul our engagement. By then, you will have undergone your family's coming-of-age ceremony. Thus, even in defeat, it will not bring undue shame to Uncle Xiao. Do you dare accept? Nailin Yanran spoke coolly. Should I lose then? It would indeed spare my father's reputation, yet I may bear the disgrace of being a perennial failure. Xiaoyan mused bitterly, his expression rife with scorn. Miss Nailin, you are aware of Yenu's situation. What does he possess to challenge you with? Is it truly entertaining to subject him to such humiliation? Xiao Zhan slammed his palm upon the table, rising in anger. Uncle Xiao, annulments require someone to bear the responsibility. Were it not for preserving your dignity, I would have forcibly terminated the engagement and made it public. Nailin Yanran retorted, her patience wearing thin. Turning to the silent Xiaoyan, she coldly demanded, if you refuse to allow Uncle Xiao to lose face, then accept the agreement. 3 years hence, will you choose the former or the latter? Miss Nailin, out of respect for old Master Nailin, I advise you, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Do not underestimate the youth. Xiao Yan's resolute words made Nalan Yinran shudder. Well said, do not underestimate the youth. My son, Xiao Yan, is extraordinary, Xiao Zhan exclaimed, his eyes alight with pride as he struck the table, splashing tea everywhere. Glaring at the smirking youth before her, Nalan Yinran, accustomed to being pampered, felt her head spin with indignation. Her voice, tinged with youthful sharpness, asked, what gives you the right to admonish me? Even if your prior talent was unparalleled, you are a mere waste now. Very well, I, Nalan Yinran, shall await the day you surpass me. Today, I shall no longer press the matter of the annulment. However, 3 years hence, I shall be waiting for you at Yulan's Sect. If you possess the ability, then show me how far you can rise. Should you defeat me, I, Nalan Yinran, will serve you for life, subject to your every command. Yet, should you remain a waste, you must hand over the annulment contract. Gazing at the girl whose face had turned pale with rage, Xiao Yan replied with a mocking smile, there is no need to wait 3 years. I have no interest in you whatsoever. After speaking, he disregarded Nalan Yinran's icy demeanor, turned abruptly, and strode to the table, writing fervently. As the ink fell, he abruptly drew a dagger from the table and, with a swift motion, drew a line of crimson across his palm, leaving a shocking blood mark on the white paper. Lifting the contract, Xiao Yan chuckled coldly. As he passed Nalan Yinran, he slammed the document onto the table. Do not presume that I, Xiao Yan, care for this so-called talented fiancé of mine. This contract is not an annulment. It is a certificate of your expulsion from the Xiao family. From this moment forth, you, Nalan Yinran, shall have no further ties with the Xiao family. You dare to cast me aside? Staring at the blood-stained contract on the table, Nalan Yinran's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. How could someone from a humble family dare to dismiss her, endowed as she was with beauty, talent, and a powerful lineage? This sudden turn of events felt surreal. Coldly observing Nalan Yinran's astonishment, Xiao Yan suddenly turned, knelt before Xiao Zhan, and bowed deeply, biting his lip in stubborn silence. Though it was nominally he who had expelled Nalan Yinran from the family, once word spread, others would not perceive it that way. They would only assume that Nalan Yinran, with her formidable background, had coerced the Xiao family into the annulment. After all, with her talent, beauty, and lineage, she was far more than a match for a family of wastrels. No one would believe that Xiao Yan possessed the audacity to reject a future leader of the Yulan sect. As such, Xiao Zhan would undoubtedly face countless taunts. Looking at the kneeling Xiao Yan, understanding the guilt that weighed heavily on his heart, Xiao Zhan smiled gently and said, I believe my son will not remain a waste forever. Such trivial gossip will inevitably falter before reality in due time. Father, 3 years hence, Yan shall go to Yulan Sect to redeem the day as humiliation. With tears brimming in his eyes, Xiao Yan bowed deeply once more, then rose and strode decisively toward the hall's exit. As he passed Nalan Yinran, Xiao Yan halted, his youthful voice coldly declaring, 3 years from now, I shall seek you out. The silhouette of the youth stretched long under the sunlight, appearing solitary and desolate. Nalan Yinran's delicate lips parted slightly, her gaze lost as she stared at the gradually vanishing figure. The contract in her hand suddenly felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Uncle Xiao, I apologize for today's events. If you have time in the future, please visit the Nalan family. She bowed respectfully to the indifferent Xiao Zhan and, not wishing to linger, rose to leave the hall. Behind her, Gu Yi and the handsome youth hurriedly followed. Let the gathered energy disperse. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Zhan coldly sent the jade box on the table flying. Gu Yi reached back, skillfully catching the box, offering a wry smile as he stored it within his ring. Miss of the Nalan family, I hope you will not regret the actions of today's young lady in the future. Furthermore, do not assume that the support of the Yunlan sect grants you the freedom to act with impunity. The Duki continent is vast, and there are many who surpass Yun in strength. At the moment when Nalan Yinran and her companions were about to exit, a light and indifferent voice suddenly resonated through the air. The three halted abruptly, their gazes shifting to the corner where the girl in the purple dress was delicately turning the pages of a book. Sunlight streamed through the cracks of the door and windows, enveloping her in a radiant glow, making her appear as a purple lotus blooming in the mundane world, pure, graceful, and untainted by dust. As if sensing their gaze, the girl lifted her exquisite face from the ancient pages, and her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, suddenly flickered with a faint golden flame. Observing the tiny golden flame within the girl's gaze, Guye's body trembled violently, a look of terror instantaneously overshadowing his aged features. His withered hand clutched the bewildered Nalan Yinran and the young man, and he fled the hall as if escaping for his life. Witnessing Gu Yi's reaction, the majority of those in the hall, save for a few, were left in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 8. The mysterious elder with an impassive expression, the old man departed from the hall, while Xiao Yan, somewhat distracted, ascended the family's back mountain as per his usual habit. Perched upon the mountain face, he gazed serenely at the perilous peaks shrouded in mist across the way, the famed Beast Mountain range of the Jaimar Empire. Power in this world, without strength. One is worth less than excrement. At least, no one dares to tread upon dung. The youth's self-mocking laughter, tinged with bitterness, resonated softly at the mountain summit. With fingers entwined in his dark hair, Xiao Yan bit his lip tightly, allowing a trickle of blood to stain the corner of his mouth. Although he had maintained a composed demeanor in the hall, the words of Nalan Yanran had struck him like a knife to the heart, leaving him trembling all over. I shall not endure such humiliation again. He opened his left hand, marked by a crimson streak, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Well, little one, it seems you are in need of assistance? Just as Xiao Yan vowed silently to himself, an eerie, aged laughter suddenly echoed in his ears. Startled, he spun around, his hawk-like gaze sweeping the area behind him, yet he found no trace of anyone. No need to search, it's right on your finger. As he pondered whether this was merely an illusion, the strange laughter rang out once more, reverberating without bounds. His pupils dilated as he fixated on the ancient black ring adorning his right hand. Are you the one speaking? Xiao Yan forced himself to suppress the surge of terror within, striving to maintain a calm tone. Impressive composure for such a young lad. You haven't jumped off the edge in fright. The mocking laughter emanated from the ring. Who are you? Why are you in my ring? What do you want? After a brief silence, Xiao Yan clearly articulated the crucial questions. Who I am is of little concern to you. I assure you, I mean you no harm. After all these years, I've finally encountered a soul of sufficient strength. How fortunate. But I must first express my gratitude for your offerings over the past 3 years. Otherwise, I might still be in slumber. Offerings? With a puzzled blink. Xiao Yan's expression darkened abruptly, and through gritted teeth, he spat out the chilling words. The douqi that inexplicably vanished from within me, was it your doing? I was left with no choice, little one. Do not hold it against me. Curse you. The normally composed Xiao Yan erupted like a tempest, his face contorted with rage. He disregarded the fact that the ring was a relic from his mother and, without a moment's thought, wrenched it from his finger, hurling it over the precipice below. As soon as the ring slipped from his grasp, a sudden clarity washed over Xiao Yan, and he instinctively reached out to retrieve it. But the ring had already plummeted into the abyss. Staring blankly at the ring disappearing into the mist, he stood in shock for a moment, then slowly calmed, slapping his forehead in frustration. Fool. Too rash, far too rash. Realizing that the source of his humiliation over the past 3 years was none other than the ring he had worn, it was no wonder Xiao Yan had lost control. After sitting at the cliff's edge for a while, he resignedly shook his head, stood up, and turned around. His eyes widening as he pointed tremblingly at an object before him. Before Xiao Yan floated an ancient, jet-black ring. And what astonished him even more was the translucent figure of an elderly man hovering above it. Little one, no need for such fury. It was merely a matter of absorbing your douqi over the years. The transparent elder grinned at the bewildered Xiao Yan, with a twitch of his lips. Xiao Yan suppressed his anger. Old man, since you've been hiding in the ring, surely you are aware of the mockery I've endured due to your absorption of my douqi? Yet through these 3 years of ridicule, you have grown. Have you not? Do you believe that before these 3 years, you possessed the same resilience and wisdom as you do now? The elder chuckled lightly in response. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Yan felt his emotions gradually settle. After the storm of anger subsided, a wave of joy washed over him. Now that he had unraveled the mystery of the missing douqi, his innate talent must surely have returned. The mere thought of shedding the title of waste filled him with a sense of rebirth, and the loathsome old man before him seemed less detestable. Some things, one only realizes their value upon losing them. To regain what was lost fosters a deeper appreciation. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan exhaled slowly and looked up. Though I know not who you are, I must inquire, do you intend to continue residing in the ring, siphoning my douqi? If so, I advise you to seek another host. I cannot afford to sustain you. No one else possesses your formidable soul perception. The elder stroked his beard with a smile. Since I have chosen to reveal myself, I shall henceforth refrain from absorbing your douqi without your permission. Xiao Yan rolled his eyes, offering a cold smirk. He had resolved that no matter how sweetly the old man spoke, he would not allow him to linger by his side. Little one, do you wish to grow stronger? To earn the respect of others? Despite having mentally categorized the elder as someone to avoid, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily quickened at those words. Now that I understand the reason for my Douqi's disappearance, do I still require your assistance to grow stronger? Taking a slow breath, he replied coolly, aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Accepting aid from a mysterious figure was hardly a wise choice. Had you not absorbed my Douqi, would I have suffered such humiliation? Xiao Yan's face darkened again, his teeth gritting in anger. Sighing in frustration, he cast a sidelong glance at the seemingly enigmatic elder, a thought striking him. You must have a solution, right? Perhaps. The elder replied cryptically with a strange chuckle. Little one, you are quite shrewd. If you cannot assist me, why would I burden myself with a dead weight? Xiao Yan sneered, having discerned that the transparent elder could not casually absorb others' Douqi. You hardly seem like a 15-year-old. It appears you have indeed matured considerably over these 3 years. Can this be considered my just desserts? The elder regarded Xiao Yan with a mixture of amusement and bewilderment. Xiao Yan shrugged and replied nonchalantly, if you wish for me to continue providing for you, you must demonstrate some sincerity. What a sharp-tongued little brat. Very well. Who would have thought this old man would need your assistance? The elder nodded helplessly, his form descending to the ground, casting a scrutinizing gaze over Xiao Yan. A glint of cunning flashed across his face before fading, and after a moment's hesitation, he reluctantly inquired, do you wish to become an alchemist? Chapter 9, Elder Yao. A pharmacist? At the mention of this, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, his brows furrowing in deep thought. In the Douqi continent, everyone aspires to become a pharmacist. Yet the path to such a title is not easily accessible. The stringent requirements. His voice trailed off suddenly as realization struck him. He looked up with wide eyes, exclaiming, have I truly reached that level? Elder Yao, observing the mixture of shock, hope, and elation on Xiao Yan's face, stroked his beard thoughtfully before gazing at him with a scrutinizing eye. After a moment, he sighed, seemingly reluctant. Though you barely qualify, I owe you a favor. Very well. Consider this my way of repaying that debt. Sensing the elder's reluctant demeanor, Xiao Yan could not shake the feeling that the old man's assertion of merely qualifying felt somewhat dubious. However, caught up in his joy, he hesitated to press further. Even if I meet the requirements, a pharmacist typically requires a mentor's guidance. Are you too a pharmacist? Elder Yao chuckled, his chest puffing up with pride. Indeed. I am a pharmacist. Instantly, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. A pharmacist was indeed a rare breed. May I inquire, what rank were you in your prime? He asked, a hint of politeness in his youthful voice. In the Douqi continent, although pharmacists were scarce, their esteemed status necessitated a clear hierarchy, ranging from 1 to 9 ranks. The owner of the gathering pill in the hall earlier, the renowned pill king Gu He, was a 6th-rank pharmacist, the foremost authority in the pharmacological realm of the Jiama Empire. What rank? I can't recall. Are you actually interested in learning? Elder Yao suddenly asked, a hint of impatience in his tone. Yes, absolutely. Xiao Yan responded eagerly, nodding fervently. A pharmacist, even one from a colossal force like the Yunlan Sect, was regarded as a person of great value. Very well, if you are willing, then you must become my disciple. Elder Yao settled himself cross-legged on a stone, a sly grin spreading across his face. Must I really become your disciple? Xiao Yan questioned, incredulous. Of course. Do you think I would impart my knowledge freely without a formal relationship? Dream on. Elder Yao rolled his eyes, clearly holding a strong regard for the master-disciple bond. With a resigned sigh, Xiao Yan understood that to attain the revered status of a pharmacist, he had no choice but to bow respectfully to the elder. Once the formalities were observed, Elder Yao nodded contentedly, his tone warming slightly. My name is Yao Lao. As for my background, I shall withhold it for now to prevent distractions. You only need to know that those who boast of being pill kings, like Gu He, are really, well, they are quite overrated. Xiao Yan's expression twitched as he regarded Elder Yao's nonchalant demeanor. He nearly voiced his thoughts but swallowed the words. Was this elder truly dismissing Gu He as insignificant? Such a claim would surely earn him mockery throughout the Jiama Empire. Although your Douqi has stagnated over the past 3 years, it has fortuitously solidified your foundation more than others. In time, you shall come to realize the advantages this setback has afforded you. Elder Yao's smile faded, and his expression turned serious. Xiao Yan was taken aback. He had never considered how his decline in strength could possibly be beneficial. When will you teach me the art of alchemy? He inquired, his focus shifting to the most crucial aspect. To become a pharmacist, you must first harness the power of flame Dookie. Thus, before you learn the art of alchemy, you must become a fighter and cultivate a fire attribute Dookie technique. A fire attribute technique? Master, as your disciple, might I request a heavenly level fire attribute technique to learn? Xiaoyan extended his hand, grinning hopefully. Ridiculous. Do you think heavenly level techniques grow on trees? How audacious of you. Elder Yao's face twitched in amusement and disbelief. Master, since I am now your disciple, surely you cannot expect me to seek out techniques from my clan? The best fire attribute technique in my family barely qualifies as high yellow grade. That is hardly impressive. Xiaoyan's face expressed his frustration. Youngster, it is master, not old man. Elder Yao snapped, exasperated by Xiaoyan's casual address. Humph. Since you are my disciple, rest assured, you shall not be left wanting. While I do not possess any heavenly level techniques, I do have a rather peculiar technique that surpasses them in strangeness. Are you interested? Elder Yao's eyes glimmered with mischief. More peculiar than a heavenly level technique. Xiaoyan's heart raced. What rank is it? Low yellow grade. Elder Yao replied with a smile, leaving Xiaoyan's face frozen in disbelief. Master, are you jesting with me? Moments later, the mountaintop reverberated with the sound of the boy's furious roar. Elder Yao, observing the boy's contorted face, chuckled with satisfaction. It brought him great joy to see the usually composed Xiaoyan so riled up. What is so peculiar about this technique? Xiaoyan asked, fixing his gaze on Elder Yao's teasing expression, brow furrowed in curiosity. It has the ability to evolve. Elder Yao replied with a smile, allowing the words to sink in. Xiaoyan's pupils dilated, his gaze locked on Elder Yao, before he shook his head in disbelief. That is impossible. I have never heard of any technique with evolutionary capabilities. You know nothing, young one. The Dookie continent is vast and teeming with wonders. What seems impossible to you, who has never ventured beyond the Jiama Empire, is commonplace to many. Elder Yao retorted dismissively. Xiaoyan paused, then defiantly asked, have you heard of any other techniques that can evolve? Elder Yao's smile faltered momentarily before he chuckled awkwardly. It is precisely because there are none that my technique is so unique. Can it truly evolve? Xiaoyan asked again, unable to quell his curiosity. Absolutely. Elder Yao affirmed with unwavering confidence. Have you ever cultivated it? Xiaoyan pressed on. No. Elder Yao admitted with an awkward chuckle. Has anyone else ever cultivated it? No. Veins pulsed on Xiaoyan's forehead as he clenched his fists, struggling to suppress his urge to lash out. If no one has ever cultivated it, how can you be so certain it can evolve? The technique itself claims such. Elder Yao replied sheepishly. Does such a technique truly exist? Xiaoyan's brow furrowed as he pondered the implications, finally asking, may I see it? While I appreciate your eagerness, it would be of little use to you at this moment. It is best to wait until you become a fighter. Then I shall impart it to you, Elder Yao said, a mischievous glint in his eye. Xiaoyan's outstretched hand froze, and after a long moment of silence, he finally managed to utter two words through gritted teeth. You are ruthless. What can you do? Xiaoyan forced himself to suppress his curiosity about the mysterious technique and asked through clenched jaws. He understood that during his 3 years of being deemed useless, his father had repeatedly attempted to force Dookie into his body out of impatience, but each time, he had refrained at the last moment, making Xiaoyan acutely aware of the delicate balance involved. The old alchemist cast a glance at the calm visage of Xiaoyan, nodding with satisfaction as he smiled. Indeed, this holds true for others, but you are different. The foundation within you has been solid and reliable since 3 years ago. Moreover, your determination has remained steadfast over the years, never faltering in your training for a single day. Thus, I can confidently assert that your foundation is exceptional. Are you suggesting that I elevate my strength through external means? For instance, by consuming elixirs? Xiaoyan's eyes flickered with curiosity. That is somewhat accurate. Yet, given the current resilience of your meridians, you cannot withstand the energy impact of any elixir. Even the most rudimentary qi gathering powder would be unsuitable. The old alchemist replied with a faint smile. The most rudimentary qi gathering powder. Xiaoyan's fingers trembled slightly, and he felt an urge to roll his eyes. The miraculous herb that commanded exorbitant prices in the Gamma Empire was, in the mouth of his enigmatic teacher, reduced to a mere basic item. The disparity between the two was indeed bewildering for Xiaoyan. 3 complete purple leaf orchid herbs, 2 bone-washing flowers, a level 1 wood element magic core. Old man, are you mistaken? Do you take me for a prince of some royal family? The combined worth of these items must exceed 1,000 gold coins. After years of frugality, I have managed to save only 400 gold coins. barely enough to purchase a single level 1 magic core. Xiaoyan exclaimed, clutching his ring and glaring in indignation. That is your concern. Heh, the nurturing spirit liquid I concoct is not something that mere wealth can procure. Others would pay dearly for it. Yet you complain over a mere material cost. How pitiful. The old man's teasing laughter echoed in Xiaoyan's heart. Damn it. It seems that the concoctions of alchemists are truly a luxury only the affluent can afford. Xiaoyan chuckled wryly. Though he received a monthly allowance of 20 gold coins from the Xiao family, a sum ample enough to sustain a common family for a year, it paled in comparison to the cost of the materials the old alchemist had mentioned. This was the essence of disparity. Chapter 10. Borrowing money with a gentle tap of her toes against the mountain rocks, Xiao Suner resembled a violet butterfly, her graceful figure tracing an alluring arc as she lightly leaped onto the summit. Tilting her head slightly, her gaze swept towards the young man at the cliff's edge. Observing the youth, Suner was momentarily taken aback. Despite being separated for only half a day, she perceived that Xiao Yin now possessed something more. As their eyes met amidst the swaying mountain breeze, Suner finally discerned what had been added to the young man's demeanor. Confidence. After 3 years, the most radiant aura of the former youth seemed to have finally returned, somewhat captivated by the faint smile playing on the boy's lips. Xiao Suner's exquisitely fair face revealed adorable dimples as she softly chuckled. Judging by Xiao Yan's current appearance, it seems Suner's consolation is unnecessary. After experiencing setbacks, one is bound to mature, wouldn't you agree? Xiaoyan shrugged, smiling. She will undoubtedly regret it. Suner pursed her lips, giggling softly, her confident demeanor akin to that of a judge. Xiaoyan offered a faint smile, casually straightening his attire as he approached the maiden. Drawing closer, he gazed upon Xiao Suner, who was now nearly as tall as himself. His eyes then swept across her delicate and beautiful face, causing a momentary daze within Xiaoyan's heart. The little one who used to trail behind him, with a runny nose and bare bottom, had now blossomed into such a captivating and graceful young lady. With a gentle smile, the youth's gaze was warm. His hand unceremoniously pinched the delicate face of the astonished girl. Chuckling, Suner has indeed grown up, but fortunately, she hasn't forgotten the embarrassing sight of Xiao Yan's bruised and battered self when he climbed trees to pick fruits for her. Stunned by Xiao Yan's intimate gesture for quite some time, the bright and lively eyes stared at the pair of pure, dark pupils. Suner smiled softly in her heart. In their childhood, he enjoyed pinching her chubby cheeks, but since the incident 3 years ago, he seemed to have erected a wall in his heart, blocking everyone out. No matter how hard she tried to get close, she would be stung by his lukewarm attitude and leave in disappointment. Suner smiled sweetly. The grievances she had endured over the past 3 years vanished in the youth's awkward apology. Ahem, Suner, how much money do you have on hand? Releasing the delicate face in his hand, Xiaoyan suddenly asked with an embarrassed smile. Within the clan, aside from his father, Suner was the only one with whom he had a close relationship. Having caused his father such a loss of face today, he was too ashamed to ask him for money. Thus, he could only set his sights on Suner. Money? Suner blinked her bright eyes, puzzled. Does Xiaoyan need money? Ahem. I need to buy something, and I'm a little short. Xiaoyan's face flushed slightly. In both his past and present lives, this was the first time he had ever borrowed money from a girl. Seeing the usually composed Xiaoyan reveal such an embarrassed expression for the first time, Suner was immediately enlightened. Covering her mouth, she giggled charmingly. I have over 1,000 gold coins. Is that enough? If it's not enough. As she spoke, Suner discreetly flicked her slender fingers behind her back, and a purplish gold card abruptly appeared between her delicate fingers, shimmering with 5 different colored ripples. The 5-striped amethyst gold card, on the Duki continent, required at least the strength of a Do Ling to qualify for this status symbol. Of course, some transcendent forces were also eligible. Enough, enough. Xiao Yin nodded with delight, unable to resist the urge to pinch Suner's pretty face again, but managed to stop himself just in time. Rest assured, I will return the money to you in full in the future, Xiao Yin promised, patting his chest. Who cares if you return it? Suner pouted her small mouth, quickly retracting the amethyst gold card behind her. Let's go. It's getting late. Tomorrow, I'll take you to stroll around Wutan City. Xiao Yin waved at the maiden, taking the lead as he leaped excitedly down the mountain. The morning sunlight streamed in through the windows, illuminating the youth who was cross-legged in cultivation upon the bed, bathing him in warmth. Who? After sitting quietly for a long time, Xiao Yin took a long breath, and a stream of faint white air visible to the naked eye flowed into his body through his mouth and nose, nourishing his bones. He slowly climbed out of bed, stretched his muscles, and changed his clothes. From outside the door came Sunur's melodious, clear voice. Xiaoyan, are you not up yet? This girl, she's here so early. Shaking his head helplessly, Xiaoyan turned and rummaged through the cabinet for a while, finally taking out a small box. He carefully opened it, and a golden light burst out, causing Xiaoyan to squint slightly. This is all my savings. Holding up the small box, Xiaoyan shook his head with a wry smile. Pushing open the door and gazing at the youthful maiden at the entrance, Xiaoyan couldn't help but whistle softly. Today, Sunur had changed into a well-fitting light green outfit. The light color made the girl even more pure. A pair of tight-fitting trousers wrapped her slender and shapely legs, accentuating her curves. Long legs, pert buttocks, and a slightly developed chest. The current Sunur undoubtedly resembled a young woman on earth, full of vitality and alluring youthful charm. Of course, it must be said that the unique, elegant temperament was something Xiaoyan had never seen in other girls. Here, this is what you need. Seeing Xiaoyan come out, Sunur handed over a black card with a smile. This was an ordinary gold storage card, with a maximum value of no more than 5,000 gold coins. Casually taking the black card, Xiaoyan teased, "What are you trying to do, dressing up so beautifully? Do you have a date with someone else?" Yes. This is the first time Xiaoyan has invited me out in 3 years. Sunur is very flattered, of course. I have to dress up a bit. Xiaoyan's affectionate teasing made Sunur's eyes curve into shallow crescents as she playfully giggled. The current Sunur, whether in beauty or talent, was the most dazzling pearl of the younger generation in the clan. Usually in the clan, although she seemed gentle and amiable, beneath that faint smile lay a hidden indifference. It was easy to greet her, but difficult to have a deep conversation. Ignoring the expressions of these clansmen, Xiaoyan led Sunur directly out of the clan, then slowed down and strolled leisurely along the bustling streets. Wutan City deserved to be one of the largest cities in the Gamma Empire, with an extremely prosperous atmosphere. Although it was now the scorching heat of the sun, the streets were still crowded with people, and one could even occasionally see some exotic races. Perhaps due to Xiaoyan's company, Sunur became much more lively after leaving the clan, pulling the helpless Xiaoyan and constantly darting in front of various stalls. The maiden's clear laughter made the streets under the scorching sun feel a bit cooler. After Sunur grew tired of playing, Xiaoyan then took her to a nearby medicinal herb store. He spent more than 900 gold coins to buy 3 20-year-old purple leaf orchids and 2 5-year-old bone-washing flowers. These were all low-level materials that could be bought in medicinal herb stores with money. Of course, if one wanted more advanced materials, they could only find them themselves, or go to the market or auctions. Looking at the rapidly dwindling property in his hand, Xiaoyan shook his head with a wry smile. Now, he finally understood how important money was on the Duqi continent. With the medicinal herbs in hand, the only thing missing was a level 1 wood-type magic core. Chapter 11. The Marketplace in the Realm of Doqi, the magic core, also known as magic crystal and the precursor to spiritual elixirs, is an energy nucleus found within magical beasts. This core is teeming with the ferocious energies of heaven and earth. Even a Do Wong would hesitate to absorb such volatile power, fearing the peril of self-destruction. However, while the magic core cannot be directly consumed, it is an indispensable primary material for alchemists. When refined through secret methods by skilled practitioners, the fierce attributes of the magic core can be neutralized by extraordinary herbs, transforming it into highly coveted elixirs that significantly enhance one's abilities, thereby skyrocketing its value. Furthermore, magic cores can be embedded in weapons, augmenting their destructive capacity and bestowing enticing effects that amplify Doqi, making them highly sought after by the martial practitioners of the Doqi continent. In addition to weapons, magic cores can also be affixed to armor and other items, providing formidable defensive capabilities and offering greater assurance of survival in perilous situations. With such a plethora of beneficial effects, it is no wonder that magic cores have become the most sought-after material in the Doqi continent. Not only martial artists but even esteemed alchemists often scour the world in search of high-grade magic cores to concoct superior elixirs. As a result of this trend, the magic core is perpetually in short supply on the continent. Whenever high-grade cores appear at an auction or elsewhere, they are swiftly snatched up at exorbitant prices. The high cost of magic cores has given rise to numerous mercenary groups dedicated to hunting magical beasts. However, acquiring these cores is no simple task. Firstly, magical beasts are not only formidable, but also exceedingly cunning. Due to their ferocious nature and unique attack methods, they often possess an edge over human fighters of the same level. Therefore, Hunting a magical beast alone without extraordinary strength can easily lead to disastrous outcomes. Moreover, not all magical beasts contain magic cores. This appears to be a matter of chance. Occasionally, a mercenary group may suffer significant casualties in defeating a magical beast, only to find themselves empty-handed in the end. Such occurrences are common within the Dochi continent and are not regarded as unusual. Thus, the value of magic cores continues to soar, remaining exceedingly high in demand. With Sun'er in tow, Xiaoyan navigated the bustling streets, eventually slipping into a medium-sized marketplace located in the southern part of the city. There are several such marketplaces in Wutan City, each controlled by one of the three prominent families. The marketplace Xiaoyan entered is under the jurisdiction of the Xiao family, while the family maintains order and security. Merchants and mercenaries who set up stalls must pay a commission to the family, a long-standing custom in the Dochi continent that seldom sees any disorderly conduct. Upon entering the marketplace, Xiaoyan noticed two guards from the Xiao family at the entrance. Recognizing the pair, they momentarily paused in surprise before offering a slight bow. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiaoyan stepped inside, gazing at the throng of people flowing through the marketplace. He could not help but click his tongue, pondering the substantial profits that such bustling activity must generate. Third young master, Miss Sun'er, what brings you to the marketplace today? A respectful voice called out from behind them, breaking Xiaoyan's reverie. Turning to see a burly man smiling warmly, he introduced himself. Third young master, I am Pei En, appointed by the patriarch as the captain of the guard, responsible for ensuring the safety of the marketplace. I had the pleasure of meeting you last year during your birthday celebration. Oh, you are Uncle Pei En, Xiaoyan replied, blinking in surprise. Although he had no distinct memory of the man, the introduction brought a smile to his face, for it indicated Pei En's loyalty as a direct subordinate of his father. While the Xiao family may not be an overwhelmingly powerful force, it is still divided into several factions. If Pei En belonged to one of the other elder factions, Xiaoyan would not have bothered with him. I merely wish to take a stroll to alleviate my boredom. You may continue with your duties, Uncle Pei En. If I require anything, I shall call for you, Xiaoyan said, his youthful voice warm and polite, lacking any trace of arrogance. The respectful address of Uncle brought an even broader smile to Pei En's face, prompting him to nod enthusiastically. Then, third young master, please feel free to stroll about. Our people are all around in the marketplace. Just call out if you need assistance. With a polite nod, Xiaoyan took Sun'er by the hand and ventured into the crowd, quickly disappearing from view. Yes, Captain, one of the burly men replied, leading two others into the throng of people. Ah, third young master is always so warm and courteous. It truly brings comfort to the heart, Pei En mused, watching the trio meld into the crowd. He then sighed wistfully, such a fine young man. What a pity. Shaking his head in regret, he resumed his patrol with his subordinates. Trailing behind the leisurely Xiaoyan, Sun'er discreetly glanced back at the crowd, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Brother Xiaoyan, that Pei En seems quite amiable. Mimicking Xiaoyan's demeanor, she adorably shrugged her shoulders and employed her ultimate weapon, a smile, accompanied by silence. Observing the girl's quiet demeanor, Xiaoyan's lips curled into a warm smile. He gently patted her head and whispered, just loud enough for her to hear. Though I do not know your true identity or background, I do know this. You are my sister, Sun'er. No matter what the future holds, remember that I will shield you from the storms of life. With a light smile, Xiaoyan patted her head once more, quickening his pace as they moved forward. Amidst the bustling marketplace, the young girl stood there, her laughter light and elegant, her presence akin to a serene lotus in a worldly pond. Sister? Sun'er mused, her head tilting slightly, whispering to herself, but I am quite the greedy girl. With a delicate pout, she smiled faintly and gracefully quickened her steps to follow the leisurely youth ahead. As they wandered deeper into the marketplace, they found themselves amidst more precious wares than those offered outside. Customers who ventured here were, by Wutan City standards, quite influential. While Xiaoyan was engrossed in searching for magic crystals, Sun'er, feeling a touch of boredom, approached a tidy stall. She paused and delicately picked up a light green bracelet, made of ordinary materials but enhanced with a hint of ice silver, giving it a cool touch, perfect for summer wear. Though simple, it exuded a unique elegance. Just as she was about to purchase it, she recalled that she had lent all her money to Xiaoyan. With a slight shake of her head, she turned a glance at the engrossed young man and, with an apologetic smile to the elderly vendor, set the bracelet down and continued her leisurely stroll. Sun'er, with her graceful disposition, rarely asked others to buy her anything, even Xiaoyan. Isn't that Miss Sun'er? A voice broke through her thoughts. What a pleasant surprise to encounter you here. It must be fate. Furrowing her delicate brow slightly, Sinner turned to the sound and saw a throng of people converging upon a young man dressed in luxurious attire, surrounded like planets orbiting a star. The young man, appearing around 20, was quite handsome, though his complexion was somewhat pale. His eyes, filled with fervor, were fixed upon the elegant figure of the youthful girl standing not far away, his gaze betraying an unmasked admiration. Chapter 12. Keep your distance. Observing the handsome youth with a beaming expression, Sunner slightly furrowed her delicate brows, and, disregarding his calls, turned to depart. Miss Sunner. Upon seeing her turning away, the pallid-faced youth grew anxious, hastening his steps to block her path. Stopped in her tracks, Sunner paused, her slender, autumn-like eyes narrowed lazily as she regarded him in silence. Miss Sunner, captivated by the enchanting gaze of the young maiden, the youth, accustomed to the company of beauties, felt his breath quicken, the usual eloquence escaping him in this moment. Young Master Galio, if you have nothing pressing, kindly step aside. I have matters to attend to. Observing the youth's flushed complexion, Sunner finally spoke, her voice soft and tender, causing a faint, almost sickly flush to spread across his pale visage. Ah, Miss Sunner, are you perhaps intending to purchase something at the market? I happen to be free. Why not explore together? Taking a deep breath, Galio's smile radiated warmth and charm, a demeanor that had often helped him win the hearts of many. Young Master Galio, I have already stated that I am busy. Might I request you to step aside? Sunner pressed her lips together slightly, her tone devoid of any inflection. Seeing Galio's persistence, Sunner felt a twinge of frustration toward this tenacious suitor. Noticing a flicker of interest in her demeanor, Galio's heart soared, and he eagerly presented the wooden spirit chain, exclaiming, Miss Sunner, there's no need for formality. The Galio family and the Xiao family are among the 3 prominent families of Wutan City. Exchanging small tokens is quite customary. Once I acquire the bracelet, I shall give it to Brother Xiaoyan, and then I'll discreetly dispose of it when he's not looking. A playful thought crossed her mind, and Sunner, no longer hesitating, reached out, only to have her hand swiftly grasped by Galio. Startled by the sudden grip, Sunner felt her fighting spirit surge, but a soft hum from the youth made her reluctantly cease her struggle. As her gaze shifted, she caught sight of Xiaoyan, who had unexpectedly approached from behind, his expression somewhat displeased. Observing the disrupted atmosphere, a flicker of anger crossed Galio's eyes, yet, in the presence of the fair maiden, he forced a smile, saying, Young Master Xiaoyan, I merely noticed that Miss Sunner was not adorned with any jewelry and wished to offer a token of goodwill. Surely, you would not deny her the enhancement of beauty that even the smallest trinket could provide. With a resigned sigh, Xiaoyan cast a sidelong glance at the wooden spirit chain in Galio's hand, then reached into his own pocket to produce a pale green bracelet. With a hint of annoyance, he remarked, Do you have a particular fondness for bracelets? Here, take this. Don't go accepting gifts from others without reason. I've told you before. Flattery without cause is either deceitful or foolish. You might as well be sold off without realizing it. Xiaoyan's veiled admonition drew a chill to Galio's face, yet he couldn't suppress a bemused chuckle upon seeing the bracelet in Xiaoyan's hand. The bracelet was unmistakably a trinket worth no more than 5 gold coins, while his own wooden spirit chain had cost over 1,000 gold coins. The disparity in quality, style, and utility was glaring, leading Galio to mockingly retort, Young Master Xiaoyan, while I was aware of your lesser status within your family, there is no need to present such a meager offering to Miss Sunner. Ignoring Galio's jibes, Xiaoyan raised the bracelet towards the dazed young woman, his patience wearing thin. Will you accept it or not? If not, toss it aside. It was hardly a significant purchase. A derisive laugh erupted from Galio and his entourage, but their amusement was abruptly stifled, their expressions shifting to one of incredulity. A faint blush graced Sunner's delicate features, yet she was no ordinary girl. After a brief moment of shyness, she gracefully adorned her smooth wrist with the bracelet, lifting her gaze to Xiaoyan with an elegant smile. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyan. Galio, his expression tinged with envy as he watched Sunner exhibit a normal youthful demeanor in front of Xiaoyan, forced a laugh. I must admit, Miss Sunner, your tastes are rather unique. I seem to have underestimated you. Noting that Galio had no intention of leaving, Xiaoyan shrugged, his tone unyielding despite Galio's stature. The Xiao family had never enjoyed a favorable relationship with the Galio family, and there was no reason for him to adopt a subservient attitude. Young Master Galio, your reputation as a notorious flirt is well known throughout Wutan City. However, Miss Sunner is still young and has no interest in your romantic games. Henceforth, I would advise you to pursue your whims elsewhere. Keep your distance. With that, Xiao Yin disregarded Galio's displeasure and turned to impart a faux serious admonition to Sun Er, who merely blinked her bright eyes and nodded nonchalantly. To her, Galio was but a stranger with whom she had exchanged pleasantries, while Xiao Yin was irreplaceable. Since he urged her to maintain distance, she would heed his counsel. Such a decision posed no difficulty for Sun Er. Chapter 13. The Black Iron Piece. Observing Sun Er nodding in agreement to Xiao Yan's words, Galio's lips twitched, his fists clenched tightly, producing a creaking sound, as his gaze turned into a piercing glare fixed on the calm-faced youth before him. Behind Galio, a group of his subordinates, noticing their master's grim expression, instinctively stepped forward. Subtly encircling the two, their eyes filled with malice. Deep within the marketplace, throngs of people gathered, drawn by the commotion, casting curious glances at the scene. Xiao Yin and Galio had garnered a modest reputation in Wutan City. Xiao Yin was known for his notoriety as a waste, while Galio was infamous for his wayward and indulgent lifestyle. Although their renown was far from flattering, they could still be regarded as notable figures. As Xiao Yin observed the actions of Galio and his entourage, he raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement gracing his youthful face. Tilting his head slightly, he let out a sharp whistle directed at a corner of the marketplace. Upon witnessing Xiao Yan's gesture, onlookers turned their heads in curiosity, only to see the city guards, led by Captain Payne, charging in with great fervor. With a large contingent of guards hastily approaching, Captain Payne waved his hand, and his men promptly surrounded Galio's group with fierce intent, creating a tense standoff between the two parties. "Third young master, has something occurred?" Payne inquired, first casting a glance at Galio and his companions before addressing Xiao Yin with a respectful smile. Xiao Yin offered a slight smile, turning his gaze to the visibly displeased Galio, and casually remarked, "Young Master Galio, this marketplace is the territory of the Xiao family. Do you intend to make a move here?" Galio cast a wary glance at Payne, then turned back to Xiao Yin with a cold smirk, saying, "Is it that you can only rely on your family's influence? Are you suggesting that if you were a man, you would engage me in a fair duel?" Suddenly interrupting Galio, Xiao Yin waved his hand with a chuckle. Galio scoffed, his tone laced with provocation. "Indeed, do you dare?" Gazing at the defiant Galio, Xiao Yin sighed with an air of resignation, running his hand across his forehead. After a moment, he lifted his head, shrugged his shoulders innocently, and asked, "Young Master Galio, may I inquire your age this year?" Galio's lips curled in disdain, remaining silent. "Brother, you are 21 this year, and I am merely 15. You expect me, a child yet to undergo the coming-of-age ceremony, to duel with you? Do you not find your request rather embarrassing?" Xiao Yin lamented, his expression of helplessness eliciting a stifled laugh from Sun Er beside him. Hearing the boy's innocent words, some merchants and mercenaries in the depths of the marketplace burst into laughter. Indeed, considering Xiao Yan's age, he could only be regarded as an inexperienced youth, while Galio was already an adult. Such a challenge was hard not to be scorned. Gritting his teeth in anger, Galio surveyed the Xiao family guards glaring at him from behind Xiao Yan, realizing he had no opportunity to teach the boy a lesson today. He could only shake his head begrudgingly, saying ominously, "In a year, you shall be undergoing your coming-of-age ceremony, right? Heh, I fear you, this waste will be sent to some remote village after that, never to set foot in Wutan City again. Truly pitiful." Xiao Yin smiled faintly, non-committally shrugging his shoulders. Galio's eyelids twitched. For some reason, every time he beheld the calm demeanor of the young man, it ignited a blaze of fury within him. "How dare a waste like you feign an air of profundity?" Suppressing his rage, Galio snorted coldly and waved his hand, pushing through the crowd. "Oh, by the way." Suddenly halting, Galio appeared to recall something, turning back to mock, "Young Master Xiao Yan, I have heard that your family has been forced to break off the engagement with Nalan Yanran from the Nalan family? Heh, it matters little, with your cultivation talent. You are indeed unworthy of Miss Nalan, haha." With that, Galio laughed heartily as he departed. "How outrageous. Should we let him go just like that?" Sun Er furrowed her delicate brows, indignation evident in her tone. "He will have his chance." Xiao Yan squinted, a smile gracing his lips, the coldness at the corners of his mouth sending a chill down Payne's spine. A lion that bites is not frightening. What is truly terrifying is a lion that knows how to endure. "Uncle Payne, I apologize for the trouble." Xiao Yin turned to Payne and his companions, offering a warm smile, the earlier sinister aura dissipating into youthful vitality and sincerity. Payne, reflecting on Xiao Yan's emotional mastery, felt a deeper sense of respect emerge in his smile. Regardless of Xiao Yan's cultivation talent, The boy's mental acuity suggested a promising future. Haha. Third young master is jesting. This is indeed the Xiao family's territory, and we cannot allow the Galio family to act recklessly here. Pain chuckled, observing Xiaoyan's inquisitive demeanor before bidding farewell and departing with his men. As he watched Pain and the others leave, Xiaoyan turned around, ruffling Sun's hair in mild irritation, saying, "You foolish girl, did a first-grade magic crystal really sway you? Do you not know what kind of scoundrel he is? By accepting his gift, you merely encouraged his arrogance." Pouting slightly, Sun adjusted her disheveled hair and shrugged. "If something is offered, why not take it?" Xiaoyan rolled his eyes, bemused. "That trinket is hardly valuable. Must you act so? You are the Xiao family's talented young lady." Sun playfully wrinkled her adorable nose, raising her wrist adorned with a bracelet, teasingly saying, "So, brother Xiaoyan has been paying attention to Sun all along." With a sidelong glance at Sun, Xiaoyan took her hand, leading her deeper into the marketplace, passing several stalls before finally stopping. He bent down to inspect a green crystal stained with traces of blood, sighing in relief as he remarked, "Finally found it." As he reached for the magic crystal, his hand suddenly froze, a strange sensation flooding his mind. Licking his lips, Xiaoyan resolutely grasped the magic crystal, his gaze casually sweeping across the stall. Moments later, his eyes landed on a black iron piece adjacent to the magic crystal. The black iron piece appeared ancient, covered in rust and remnants of yellow mud, as if it had just been unearthed moments before. "Hey, Xiaoyan, purchase that black iron piece. It's a remarkable find." Just as Xiaoyan pondered the oddity of his perception, the voice of the medicine elder resounded in his mind. Chapter 14. Absorbing palm. Listening to the voice resonating within his heart, Xiaoyan's eyes blinked slightly, and he discreetly nodded. He did not immediately pick up the black iron piece. Instead, he lightly tossed the blood-stained green magic crystal in his hand and smiled at a rather shifty-eyed mercenary standing behind the stall. "What kind of magical beast does this crystal come from?" "Hee, young master has a keen eye." "This is a crystal from a first-tier magical beast, the swallowing wood fox. Among first-tier crystals, this is considered top-notch. To obtain this crystal, our Sharp Fong mercenary group guarded for 3 days and killed 5 swallowing wood foxes to finally acquire it." The mercenary, noticing Xiaoyan's distinguished attire, hurriedly introduced. "If the young master is interested, it can be yours for just 500 gold coins. Hee. Several of my brothers sustained quite a few injuries in the hunt for the swallowing wood fox." Xiaoyan wiped the blood from the crystal with his finger and noticed that it had not fully coagulated. He nodded slightly and glanced at the 2 gold stars on the mercenary's chest. "It's too expensive." The typical price for a first-tier magic crystal ranges from 400 to 450. While the swallowing wood fox is indeed a magical beast, its attack power is not particularly high. Your team members must not even be at the fighter level, right? The mercenary's lips twitched, clearly taken aback by the youth's knowledge of market prices and magical beasts. He awkwardly chuckled, "For 170, that's the lowest I can offer. After all, my brothers need to make a living too." Sighing under the mercenary's anxious gaze, Xiaoyan bent down and rummaged through the stall. By chance, he found that peculiar iron piece among the items. He raised a handful of goods and said casually, "For 170 for everything." The mercenary's eyes scrutinized the items in Xiaoyan's hands, and he discreetly breathed a sigh of relief, glad that they were all inexpensive items. "Deal," he exclaimed. Without a second thought, Xiaoyan tossed a small pouch of coins and, without further ado, picked up the items and turned to leave. "Hey, Xiaoyan, not bad. You're being so cautious while buying something." At that moment, the old pharmacist chuckled slyly in his heart. Turning around, Xiaoyan saw the old pharmacist, and he quickly pulled out the purchased medicine and magic crystal. "I've got everything. What should I do next?" he asked eagerly. The old pharmacist chuckled and casually scanned the materials on the table before suddenly saying, "Aren't you going to take a look at that black iron piece?" "Huh?" Xiaoyan was taken aback and hurriedly pulled out the black iron piece, examining it closely. "What is this for?" The old pharmacist took the iron piece and smiled. "It seems to contain a combat technique. However, the person who crafted this piece might also have been an alchemist, which is why only those with exceptional soul perception can sense it." "A combat technique?" Xiaoyan's eyes brightened, and he quickly inquired, "What level is it?" "In the Doqi continent, combat techniques are held in high regard, rivaling that of Doqi methods. A profound combat technique can allow one to unleash power far beyond their own capabilities during battle. Like Doqi methods, combat techniques are also categorized into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. The techniques circulated among the public are, at most, advanced yellow rank. Higher-level techniques are typically only obtainable from academies or sections. Of course, the Dochi continent is vast, and some ancient techniques have been lost to time, only to be discovered by fortunate individuals. The black iron piece Xiao Yan obtained may well be a remnant from a bygone era. After flipping the iron piece, the old pharmacist smiled after a moment. Absorbing palm, low-level profound technique. Low-level profound technique. Xiao Yan's face lit up with joy. He had not expected this seemingly worthless item to conceal a profound-level combat technique. It was worth noting that the most advanced combat technique in his family was only of mid-level profound rank, and only the clan leader and a few elders were qualified to learn it. Absorbing palm. When perfected, it can absorb a 1,000-pound boulder. If faced with an enemy, its fierce suction can forcibly extract blood from the human body. Extract blood from the body? Xiao Yan's face was astonished, and he swallowed hard. Isn't that too incredible? Without blood, who could survive? This technique can only be effective against opponents of equal or lesser rank. If you encounter someone stronger, they could easily close in on you, and you would be the one in trouble. The old pharmacist casually tossed the iron piece back, indicating his lack of high regard for this technique. The old pharmacist is a significant figure, naturally possessing a broader perspective. However, to Xiao Yan, this was an advanced combat technique. Ecstatic, he picked up the black iron piece and exclaimed, "Regardless, this absorbing palm is far superior to the ordinary techniques in my family. I will learn it." Rolling his eyes, the old pharmacist had no intention of indulging this peculiar youth, who was now grinning with the iron piece in hand. "Look at you, so enchanted by a low-level profound technique. It's quite embarrassing." The old pharmacist shook his head helplessly, grabbing a magic crystal from the table and instructing Xiao Yan, "Go fetch a large basin of water." Noticing that the old pharmacist was about to commence a process, Xiao Yan hurriedly stowed away the black iron piece and scampered off to prepare. In the quiet room, the old pharmacist held a purple leaf orchid in his left hand, his eyes narrowing slightly. After a moment, he exhaled gently, and a pale flame suddenly erupted from his palm. As the flame appeared, the temperature in the room rose significantly. Xiao Yan stared at the white flame, somewhat shaken. Although he was unfamiliar with the alchemical process, he knew that such external manifestation of Dochi was something even his father could not achieve. With a calm demeanor, the old pharmacist allowed the white flame to flicker slightly, engulfing the purple leaf orchid. Within moments, the plant was reduced to a small mass of green liquid. He grabbed another purple leaf orchid and tossed it directly into the white flame. After adding all 3 orchids, the green liquid noticeably swelled in size. The liquid writhed within the flames, being incessantly heated to eliminate impurities. As the flames continued to burn, the green liquid gradually shrank until only a thumb-sized portion remained. Next, the old pharmacist introduced 2 bone-washing flowers into the flames, merging them into the green liquid after incinerating them. Then came the refining of the magic crystal. The entire process lasted about an hour, yet the old pharmacist's demeanor remained spirited, showing no signs of fatigue. After an hour, the once hard magic crystal had been transformed into a pale green liquid, the violent energy contained within it meticulously washed away by the old pharmacist's remarkable alchemical skills. As the white flame in the old pharmacist's hand gradually subsided, it eventually vanished completely. Gazing at the droplet of liquid, which resembled jade in color, floating in the old pharmacist's palm, Xiao Yan rubbed his hands together, keenly sensing the abundant energy contained within it. "Teacher, do I just consume it like this?" Xiao Yan blinked, eager to proceed. "Do that, and your meridians would become utterly useless." The old pharmacist shot him a glare. With a flick of his finger, the jade-like liquid splashed into the basin of clear water, instantly turning the water a vibrant green. Filled with joy, Xiao Yan nodded eagerly. "Oh, I almost forgot. This potion only lasts for 2 months, meaning you'll need to purchase these items again every 2 months, the old pharmacist said with a smile. Xiao Yan's face stiffened, and he nodded with a hint of despair. "Damn it, it seems this potion is only for those with deep pockets." Chapter 15. Cultivation. The sun's rays, filtered through the window's aperture, dappled the immaculate room with a mosaic of light. Within this chamber, a youth sat in a wooden tub, his torso bare. He was cross-legged, his hands forming an arcane mudra before him. Eyes closed, his breathing was measured and deep. The tub was filled with an azure liquid, which, as it gently swayed, refracted glimmers of otherworldly light, a spectacle of enchantment. As chi permeated his form, the boy's youthful countenance seemed to emit a lustrous radiance akin to polished jade. Sensing the burgeoning Dochi within, a subtle smile of contentment graced his lips. Having tasted the rewards, the youth persisted, his eyes remaining closed, his fingers steadfast in their madra. With unwavering focus, he continued to absorb the gentle energies from the cerulean liquid. The azure fluid caressed his skin, seeping through the pores, nurturing his bones and purifying his meridians. Driven by the youth's insatiable thirst, an increasing amount of qi emanated from the tub, subtly obscuring his naked form. The cultivation transpired amidst a state of oblivion to worldly concerns. The sunlight streaming through the window gradually waned, and the day's heat slowly abated. Within the tub, the youth, his eyes still shut, drew the final tendril of qi into his body. His eyelashes fluttered, and moments later, his dark eyes snapped open. A flash of white still flickered within his pupils, now tinged with a faint azure hue. Since completing his preparations, Xiaoyan had sequestered himself in his chamber for over half a month, emerging only for the necessities of life. Though the days of cultivation were monotonous to Xiaoyan, hardened by 3 years of scorn, it was but a trifle. The derision he had endured had instilled in him a profound understanding of the paramount importance of strength in this world. Despite the austerity of his existence, the fruits of his cultivation filled him with elation. Even Yao Lao was astounded by Xiaoyan's remarkable efficiency. While his prior experience played a role, the sheer velocity of his progress was astonishing. The disparity between his past and present cultivation was striking, making Xiaoyan's recent performance truly remarkable. After drying himself, Xiaoyan donned a clean robe and ascended to his bed. From beneath his pillow, he retrieved a piece of ebon metal. The rust had been meticulously removed, revealing a surface that shimmered with an eerie luminescence, hinting at its hidden mysteries. Aside from his relentless cultivation, Xiaoyan had dedicated his thoughts to deciphering the secrets of the Xian low-level skill within this iron shard. Under Yao Lao's tutelage, Xiaoyan had gradually grasped the rudiments of the skill. However, due to the paucity of dou qi within him, he had yet to witness any tangible results. Much to his chagrin, clasping the iron shard between his palms, Xiaoyan closed his eyes. His spiritual awareness flowed through his arms, delving into the depths of the metal. As his breathing settled, tranquility descended upon the room once more. Bang! A celadone vase on a nearby table trembled, then toppled, shattering into fragments with a sharp report. I suppose I'll peruse the clan's skill repository for a suitable low-level technique. This skill is of little use for now. Since I can cultivate dou qi, I can't continue to waste time. With a sigh, Xiaoyan rose from his bed, glancing at the inert black ring on his finger. He then strode to the door and exited. Shielding his eyes from the intense sunlight, Xiaoyan carefully closed the door and ambled along the gravel path toward the backyard. The path was flanked by verdant willows, their lush foliage invigorating his spirit. Rounding a bend, he heard the laughter of maidens from a nearby path. Annoyed by the intrusion, Xiaoyan frowned and turned his gaze toward the source of the sound, spotting a group of giggling girls approaching, surrounded by several comely maidens. A bewitching young woman was smiling demurely, her coquettish charm eclipsing the more naive girls around her. This was Xiaomei, who had captivated attention at the ceremony. As she reached the end of the path, Xiaomei's alluring laughter subsided as she noticed the youth in the distance. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the boy, who was reclining with his hands behind his head, his face serene. Her captivating eyes fixed upon the approaching youth. Noticing the subtle smile that could be interpreted as either mockery or amusement, Xiaomei felt a strange sense of disorientation. 3 years prior, the boy often wore that same enigmatic smile that had once captivated her. Chapter 16. As Xiao Ning gazed at the approaching youth, Xiaomei and her companions came to a halt, their laughter gradually fading into silence. The delicate young ladies by Xiaomei's side opened their eyes wide, staring at the boy once regarded as the family's pride, their expressions a blend of unspoken regret and other emotions. Pausing in place, Xiaomei felt a pang of internal conflict. Deep down, she longed to converse with this boy who had once captured her admiration. Yet, reality insisted on highlighting the widening chasm between them, and to invest her thoughts in someone deemed a failure seemed rather unwise. With a slight furrow of her elegant brows, she quickly relaxed them and thought to herself, perhaps a greeting is in order. After all, he is my cousin. Unaware of Xiaomei's thoughts, Xiaoyan sauntered over, his arms casually resting behind his head, exuding a languid demeanor. Just as Xiaomei was about to smile at him, his actions froze that smile in place, rendering her expression somewhat comical. With his arms still behind his head and seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, Xiaoyan walked straight past the group of girls without a hint of lingering sentiment, staring at his retreating figure with slightly parted lips. Xiaomei felt a surge of disbelief. When had she ever been treated in such a manner? A wave of inexplicable indignation rose within her, prompting her to call out, "Cousin Xiaoyan." He paused slightly but did not turn around, responding in a tone as detached as that of strangers. Is there something you need? The flatness of his voice caught Xiaomei off guard, and she shook her head in a daze, murmuring, nothing. With a slight lift of his brow, Xiaoyan dismissed her with a casual shake of his head and continued on his way, watching him disappear at the end of the path. Xiaomei stomped her foot in frustration before following the same route. Turning a corner, Xiaoyan lifted his gaze to the spacious room ahead, where the plaque bore the flamboyant crimson characters Combat Hall. Hearing the cheers emanating from within, he was somewhat taken aback. It was rare for this place to be so lively. Shrugging off his surprise, Xiaoyan casually dismissed it from his mind and stepped into the combat hall. Upon entering, he was greeted by the resounding cheers of the youth, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The hall was divided into two sections. The eastern part served as a repository for the family's combat techniques, while the western part was a sizable training ground, where a crowd was eagerly gathered to watch two individuals sparring. Go, Sunner! As the excited shouts rang out from the crowd, Xiaoyan halted, scanning the training ground until his gaze settled with interest on a beautiful girl clad in a light purple dress. What has she found so entertaining today? He mused. Halting at the eastern side of the hall, he casually picked up a black scroll from a nearby rack, unfurling it to reveal several golden characters on the back. Yellow rank low, shattering stone palm. Leaning against the bookshelf, Xiaoyan read the training methods for the shattering stone palm while occasionally glancing at the intense sparring unfolding in the training ground. The spacious hall felt as if split into two worlds, one side bustling with excitement, while the other remained tranquil and serene. Sunner's opponent was a young man, likely around 17 or 18, possessing a handsome visage reminiscent of Galio. Xiaoyan had little impression of this cousin. Their encounters were infrequent and marked by a polite exchange before parting ways. Perhaps it stemmed from the somewhat discordant relationship between their grandfathers and fathers. But Xiaoyan sensed that this cousin harbored a certain dissatisfaction towards him. It could also be attributed to the years of his own apparent despondency, as this cousin had never sought him out for trouble during the past 3 years. On the training ground, Sunner moved with the grace of a delicate purple butterfly, skillfully evading Xiaoning's swift strikes, her exquisite face maintaining an expression of serene composure. Bored with fending off another of Xiaoning's advances, Sunner casually scanned the hall, only to suddenly freeze in her tracks. Spotting the youth engrossed in his scroll at the eastern side of the hall, a gentle smile graced her delicate features. In that fleeting moment of elegance, the nearby onlookers found themselves momentarily spellbound. Sunner, be careful! A voice suddenly pierced through the crowd, breaking the spell as Xiaoning launched a surprise attack. Sensing the fierce energy approaching from behind, Sunner raised an elegant brow. Yet her gaze returned to the boy by the bookshelf. Simultaneously, Xiaoyan lifted his head, his brow furrowing with concern as he observed Sunner caught off guard. Noticing the blend of reproach and worry in Xiaoyan's expression, Sunner playfully blinked her beautiful eyes and swiftly sidestepped to the left, evading Xiaoning's attack with an uncanny precision. As she moved, her delicate hand shimmered with a faint golden glow, slipping past Xiaoning's defenses and landing lightly on his chest. With a gentle tap on the stone floor, Sunner executed a graceful spin, dissipating the force of the counterattack and gazing calmly at Xiaoning, who had been forced back 10 paces, ultimately stepping out of the training ground. As Sunner stood victorious, a hush fell over the crowd before erupting into thunderous applause. Indeed, Sunner is truly the finest of the younger generation. Her strength continues to grow, despite being bested. Xiaoning approached with a warm smile, softly saying, "You are too modest, Sunner." Fixated on the enchanting girl before him, Xiaoning's admiration was nearly palpable. Though they were cousins by name, he understood that most of their family did not share genuine blood ties, and Sunner was no exception. Seemingly oblivious to Xiaoning's fervent gaze, Sunner politely shook her head and replied, "Cousin Xiaoning, you flatter me." Without waiting for further pleasantries, she made her way toward the boy lost in his scroll at the eastern side of the hall. As the center of attention, Sunner's actions naturally drew the eyes of all present, their gazes following her path until they rested on the boy beneath the bookshelf. Undeterred by the sea of intense stares, he remained immersed in his own world. Chapter 17. Conflict. Before Xiaoyan stood a charming young girl, her delicate, fair hand resting behind her back. She leaned slightly forward, her beautiful, watery eyes crescent-shaped with a radiant smile, complemented by the faint dimples adorning her lovely face, making her irresistibly adorable. As his gaze shifted away from the scroll, Xiaoyan smiled at the girl before him. He then glanced around the hall, observing the fiery stares directed at him, and with a hint of helplessness, remarked, "Little girl, I am well aware of your allure, but must you really thrust me forward as a human shield?" Upon hearing Xiaoyan's acknowledgement, the girl's smile deepened. And with a light laugh, she responded, I suppose it has something to do with the rigorous training you've undergone these past 2 weeks, hasn't it? How dull. Mimicking Xiaoyan's earlier gesture, she shrugged her shoulders playfully, her gaze subtly tinged with melancholy. Ever since that last encounter, you haven't sought me out for half a month. Are you afraid I might demand repayment? Xiaoyan stiffened, feeling a touch of embarrassment as he replied with a wry smile. The adult ceremony is approaching next year. I must hasten my training. He raised his head to meet her gaze, noting her slightly wrinkled nose, and affectionately patted her head, softly assuring her, I shall certainly make time for you in the future. Listening to Xiaoyan's promise, the girl relaxed slightly, her laughter a gentle whisper in his ear. Her affectionate demeanor inciting envy among the young men in the hall, their eyes turning red with jealousy. From a distance, Xiaoning observed the two conversing with cheerful intimacy. His expression twisting in discomfort, his fists clenching and unclenching in frustration. As the grandson of the family's elder, Xiaoning had always held a sense of superiority, and he had firmly resolved in his heart to claim the unique girl as his betrothed, despite it being merely his own wishful thinking. Seeing his intended partner so jovially engaged with another, particularly with the family's most inconsequential youth, ignited a burning jealousy within Xiaoning. After a moment, he exhaled slowly, forcing a smile back onto his face, straightening his slightly disheveled attire, and strode purposefully toward the two under the watchful eyes of the assembly. In the hall, onlookers snickered at Xiaoning's approach, their laughter clearly directed not at him, but rather at the seemingly oblivious Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's eyes scanned the intricate patterns of the human meridians depicted on the scroll, committing the positions and pathways to memory. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly furrowed his brow, his keen awareness allowing him to perceive the actions of everyone in the hall, including the advancing Xiaoning. Oh, this girl is quite the troublemaker, he sighed softly, tucking away the scroll. Haha, cousin Xiaoyan, have you come to learn martial arts? Would you like me to procure some higher-level techniques for you? Some things may be beyond your current access. Xiaoning said with a beaming smile as he approached Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan rolled up the scroll and gently placed it back on the shelf, shaking his head slightly. Replying coolly, thank you for your concern, but I do not require assistance at this time. He sighed inwardly, realizing he had unwittingly invited trouble upon himself. A sardonic smirk crept onto his lips as he remarked, I know you're merely trying to attract Sun's attention, but I must say, you are rather juvenile. With this unreservedly pointed retort, Xiaoning's smile faded, caught off guard by Xiaoyan's sudden boldness. His expression darkened as he coldly retorted, It seems cousin Xiaoyan harbors some resentment towards me. Perhaps we should have a sparring match, so I can gauge how much you've improved over the years. Do you truly wish for me to compete with you? Sun interjected, setting down her scroll, her lovely eyes flashing with a hint of coldness. Xiaoning's jealousy flared even more at her defense of Xiaoyan, and he shot a disdainful glare at him, scoffing, Is hiding behind a woman your only strategy? Why didn't you speak to me like this 3 years ago? Xiaoyan, rising onto his toes to retrieve another bundle of scrolls, dusted them off and replied in a nonchalant tone, I must say, your calm demeanor is quite frustrating to those who have ill feelings toward you. With his teeth clenched tightly, Xiaoning simmered in rage, yet refrained from confronting Xiaoyan directly, for despite Xiaoyan's supposed lack of talent, he was still the son of the clan leader. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoning cast a cold glance at Xiaoyan and leaned closer, whispering menacingly, Xiaoyan, you are no longer the prodigy you were 3 years ago. You are merely a waste now. Sun is beyond your reach. It would be wise to distance yourself from her. Otherwise, although I cannot act against you now, you will face a clan member's challenge at the adult ceremony next year. If you do not wish to become a cripple, I advise you to leave and hide away in obscurity for the rest of your days. Hearing this threat, Xiaoyan smirked, tilting his head slightly to regard Xiaoning with an oddly amused expression before rolling his eyes and turning to leave with the scroll in hand. Xiaoning, misinterpreting this as a sign of submission, was about to revel in his triumph when Xiaoyan's casual remark halted him in his tracks. Very well. I look forward to you turning me into a cripple 1 year from now. Chapter 18. Advanced Mystical Combat Technique. 8 extremities collapsed, disregarding the sinister gaze lurking behind him. Xiaoyan registered the scroll with the administrator of the combat technique hall before he and Sun exchanged soft laughter and leisurely exited the hall. You little rascal. Just wait. Once you are allocated to a family, I will have plenty of time to deal with you. Without the protection of the clan leader, you are nothing. As he watched the gradually receding figure, Xiaoning felt a surge of hatred that made his teeth grind, and he slammed his palm against a nearby bookshelf, leaving a faint imprint. Upon returning to his room and shutting the door, Xiaoyan's shoulders sagged, and he placed the scroll on the table. Lifting a teacup, he downed its contents in one go and bitterly chuckled. This girl really knows how to make an exit. That little girl seems to have quite an extraordinary background. A hoarse voice suddenly echoed in the room. Lifting his weary gaze to the ghostly figure of the medicine elder who had appeared, Xiaoyan lazily asked, "Do you know her background, master?" "Hee, I might know a thing or two." The medicine elder squinted slightly, a sly smile creeping across his face as he caught the glimmer of curiosity in Xiaoyan's eyes. Yet, he abruptly fell silent, adding, "But you should refrain from inquiring further, knowing this won't benefit you, so it's best not to dig into it. All I can say is, that little girl has a formidable background." Rolling his eyes, Xiaoyan disdainfully flicked his middle finger at the medicine elder. "What do you need these worthless items for? Are you overflowing with energy?" The medicine elder casually remarked as he rifled through the bundle of scrolls, astonished. "Worthless items?" Xiaoyan grimaced helplessly. "Currently, apart from that suction technique, I don't know any combat skills. I have only been absorbed in cultivating fighting energy and have never learned any techniques. The family only allows us to study these low-level skills. If I don't learn these, how can I compete during the coming-of-age ceremony? TCH, you just want to swindle techniques from me." The astute medicine elder directly exposed Xiaoyan's intentions. Unfazed by the revelation, Xiaoyan shrugged, his eyes eagerly fixed on the medicine elder. "What is so impressive about combat techniques? Once you master alchemy, higher-level techniques will be delivered to you on a silver platter." The medicine elder remarked nonchalantly, ignoring Xiaoyan's sullen expression. "But I need advanced techniques right now, master," Xiaoyan lamented, seeing Xiaoyan's dejected demeanor. The medicine elder chuckled twice, shaking his head before teasingly saying, "Fine, who could resist taking on such a pitiful disciple, to prevent you from being turned into a cripple? I shall teach you." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan felt invigorated. He was curious about the level of techniques this enigmatic teacher could impart. What level of mystical technique is it? As the term mystical technique caught his attention, Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled, and he eagerly asked, "It should be an advanced mystical technique. I recall someone once begging me tearfully to accept it. However, I wasn't particularly interested in it, had I not been pestered. I wouldn't have agreed to help him refine pills," the medicine elder casually stated, his tone dismissive as though discussing mere refuse. "Advanced mystical technique? Begging you to accept it?" A few dark lines appeared on Xiaoyan's forehead, feeling somewhat disheartened. The highest combat technique revered in his family was merely an intermediate mystical technique, while the medicine elder casually mentioned an advanced one. The stark contrast left Xiaoyan feeling both amused and exasperated. "Close your eyes and focus. I will transmit it to you." With a casual command, the medicine elder pointed a finger, gently touching Xiaoyan's forehead. A slight pain surged through his head as an influx of information flooded into his mind, leaving him momentarily dizzy. 8 extremities collapse, an advanced mystical combat technique, renowned for its close-range assault capabilities. Once mastered, it embodies 8 layers of energy, each compounding to yield a power comparable to low-level earth techniques. As his mind gradually cleared, Xiaoyan carefully savored the information. After a moment, he inhaled sharply, realizing the extraordinary attack power that could rival low-level earth techniques. In the realm of fighting energy, the disparity between mystical and earth techniques is as vast as heaven and earth. They are incomparable. Yet, this advanced mystical technique, 8 extremities collapse, was claimed to possess attack power akin to that of earth techniques. Such a revelation was nothing short of astonishing to Xiaoyan. Do not be overly astonished. Although 8 extremities collapse does not demand much from fighting energy, it requires significant physical strength. This is a close combat technique, and looking at your slender limbs, if you forcefully employ it, it may very well be your muscles that break first, not your opponents. The medicine elder's calm words doused Xiaoyan's excitement like a bucket of cold water. "How can I enhance my physical strength?" After a brief silence, Xiaoyan eagerly inquired. "Fighting energy is the finest essence for physical training. As your fighting energy strengthens, your physique will likewise improve. Of course, if you wish to expedite the process, external stimuli will be necessary." The medicine elder's eyes gleamed with a hint of mischief. What external stimuli? As he gazed at the medicine elder's gleeful expression, Xiaoyan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Getting beaten. The heavier, the better. The medicine elder cackled ominously, leaving Xiaoyan's face frozen in shock. Chapter 19. Rigorous training as dawn broke. A diaphanous mist clung tenaciously to the summit of the rear mountain, lingering in the air. A gentle breeze stirred carrying with it the muffled thuds of physical impact. Deep within a secluded grove atop the mountain, Xiao Yin stood firm, his feet rooted in the earth like ancient trees. Toes clenched to the ground. His jaw was set, and rivulets of perspiration streamed down his brow. His bare torso, clad only in shorts, was a canvas of livid bruises. Behind him, perched atop a colossal boulder in his spiritual form, Yao Lao observed Xiao Yan's unwavering resolve with a solemn countenance. With a subtle gesture, he manipulated the surrounding air, causing it to ripple momentarily. A streak of faint crimson doqi erupted from his palm, lashing out like a whip and striking Xiao Yan squarely on the shoulder, leaving a prominent, purplish welt. Xiao Yan's lips trembled violently as he inhaled sharply through gritted teeth. An acute numbness spread across his shoulder, followed by a searing pain that pierced his very core. The intensity of the sensation nearly buckled his knees, threatening to send him crashing to the ground. In the wake of the excruciating pain, a surge of nascent qi coursed through his veins, stimulated by the agony. It seemed to possess an unusual vigor, flowing eagerly through the meridians and acupoints of his shoulder. A soothing coolness gradually permeated his bones and muscles, subtly fortifying them. Again, as the pain in his shoulder began to subside, an expression of unwavering determination hardened Xiao Yan's youthful features. A gratified smile etched itself onto Yao Lao's wizened face as he watched Xiao Yan endure the relentless assault. With a nod, he unleashed another surge of crimson doqi. Thud, thud, thud. The small grove echoed with a series of unnerving impacts, punctuated by the low, guttural moans of pain. Yao Lao's strikes were meticulously measured, each attack calibrated to push Xiao Yan to the very brink of his current physical capacity. This ensured that Xiao Yan experienced genuine pain without sustaining debilitating injuries. The agonizing sensation of doqi slamming into his body contorted Xiao Yan's face into a mask of torment. As Yao Lao continued his assault, the number of bruises on his body multiplied. Thud. Another lash of doqi struck, and Xiao Yan, who had stood as unyielding as a wooden stake, finally reached his breaking point. His legs buckled, and he collapsed, utterly spent. After a period of heavy panting, Xiao Yan wiped the sweat from his brow, looked up, and forced a weary grin. How was that, teacher? Excellent. You endured 84 strikes today, a significant improvement from the 9 you managed a month and a half ago. Yao Lao replied, his face creased with a pleased smile. A hint of astonishment flickered in his ancient eyes. Xiao Yan's tenacity over the past month and a half had exceeded his expectations. He had initially believed that 70 strikes would be Xiao Yan's limit, but the boy had stubbornly persevered, enduring 84. Yao Lao couldn't help but marvel at the young man's fortitude. As Xiao Yan dressed, the cool fabric brushing against his bruises elicited a grimace of pain. Understandingly, Xiao Yan nodded, donned his clothes, and slowly made his way down the mountain. Upon returning to his hut, Xiao Yan, unable to bear the pain any longer, hastily locked the doors and windows. He then stripped off his clothes and plunged into a wooden tub filled with a verdant liquid. The cool, emerald water enveloped his bruised skin, and Xiao Yan inhaled deeply, savoring the sensation. A wave of ethereal bliss washed over him, and he languidly closed his eyes, reclining motionless in the tub. Xiao Yan leaned against the edge of the tub, his rapid breathing gradually returning to normal. Eventually, soft snores emanated from his nostrils. After enduring a grueling ordeal, he had succumbed to the combined exhaustion of body and mind, sinking into a deep slumber. As Xiao Yan slept, the green liquid gently swayed, releasing a stream of subtle, soothing energy. It seeped into his body through his slightly dilated pores, cleansing the angry bruises and replenishing his depleted vitality, fortifying his body beyond its limits. His slumber continued, and the enhancement proceeded imperceptibly. While Xiao Yan's body underwent repair and reinforcement, the verdant liquid in the tub gradually faded, its potency nearing depletion. Xiao Yan had no idea how long he had slept. He only remembered awakening to find the room ablaze with the intense heat of the midday sun. He stretched languidly, his bones cracking and popping in response. Lifting his head, he reveled in the newfound vigor and fullness that permeated his being. Wonderful, he exclaimed involuntarily. As he rose from the tub, Xiao Yan paused, noticing that the once green liquid had transformed into clear, transparent water. The medicinal properties have been completely absorbed? He rubbed his nose and shook his head ruefully. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he closed his eyes and carefully examined the state of his doqi. Chapter 20. The auction. At this moment, what Xiao Yan primarily needed was to procure materials once again to concoct the foundation establishment elixir. Although this task seemed deceptively simple, Xiao Yan found himself entangled in a significant dilemma. He was nearly out of money. Sitting on his bed, his face wore a bitter smile. as he never anticipated that financial constraints would bring him to such a state. He extended his finger, calculating meticulously. The remaining funds from his last purchase amounted to just over 900 gold coins, which was evidently insufficient to acquire materials of the same caliber as before. After contemplating for a moment with his chin resting on his hand, Xiaoyan's eyes flickered, and he suddenly inquired, "Master, is it possible to use lower-grade purple leaf orchid or bone-washing flower?" "Indeed, it is possible," came the voice of the medicinal elder from within the ring. "However, this would weaken the efficacy of the elixir. The foundation establishment elixir I have prepared for you was meticulously crafted with the most suitable combinations." With a playful blink, Xiaoyan chuckled softly. "No matter, let us proceed with the inferior materials this time. Short on funds? Why not seek that little girl? Given her background, acquiring a few thousand gold coins would be a mere trifle for her. If that fails, ask your father. Why compromise the potency of the elixir and delay your cultivation?" Listening to the elder's suggestion, Xiaoyan shook his head helplessly. "Consider it my trivial pride at work. How could I repeatedly borrow money from a girl? As for my father, I have been avoiding him for 2 months. Moreover, if I were to ask him for money, he might pry into the matter, inadvertently revealing your existence. Master, can others concoct this foundation establishment elixir?" Suddenly, recalling something, Xiaoyan frowned and asked, "Ah, little one, on the Doqi continent, there exists an abundance of medicinal herbs. To create elixirs with varying effects, one must meticulously select materials capable of neutralizing the chaotic energies within the magic crystals required for concoction. Only then can one successfully refine the desired elixir. If one were to haphazardly mix ingredients, the furnace may be ruined and the elixir lost, which would be a mere trifle compared to the potential backlash." At this point, the medicinal elder chuckled darkly before continuing. "This foundation establishment elixir is a formula I have painstakingly refined over several years. Of course, it is possible for someone else to stumble upon a similar formula by chance, but the odds are exceedingly slim. Furthermore, during the refining process, the degree of integration and proportions of the 3 materials, as well as the intensity of the flames, require countless experiments and exceptional spiritual perception to master. Otherwise, do you think every alchemist can manage without a mentor guiding them? To become a formidable alchemist without the guidance of a master is virtually impossible. Otherwise, simply studying those experimental formulas could consume a lifetime. Thus, while I cannot confidently assert this across the entire Doqi continent, I can guarantee that no one within the Gamma Empire can concoct a foundation establishment elixir identical to mine." The elder's words were laced with an unmistakable pride. Somewhat astonished by the complexity of the foundation establishment elixir, Xiaoyan instinctively licked his lips. Initially, when he observed the elder's refining process, it appeared rather straightforward. Now, he realized that the art of alchemy encompassed far more than what was superficially visible. The realm of alchemists was indeed vast and unfathomable, which explained why it was regarded as one of the most esteemed professions on the Doqi continent. After the initial shock, Xiaoyan felt a surge of excitement. With a smile, he said, "Master, I do not intend to use the inferior foundation establishment elixir for my cultivation. I plan to auction it off. Currently, my finances are limited, but once I secure the funds, we can purchase better materials. After all, concocting the foundation establishment elixir is merely a trivial endeavor for you. What do you think? Is that so? Do as you wish. It is not uncommon for an alchemist to auction their own elixirs. And this foundation establishment elixir is merely a low-grade cultivation potion. Selling it poses no issue." After a brief silence, the medicinal elder replied nonchalantly. Hearing the elder's agreement, Xiaoyan chuckled with delight, tidied up his belongings, and hurriedly dashed out of the room. Since this time did not require particularly high-quality materials, Xiaoyan casually selected the lowest-grade purple leaf orchid and bone-washing flower from the herbal shop, and after some searching, procured the cheapest green wood-rat magic crystal for the wood attribute. Having acquired the necessary materials, Xiaoyan sought a tavern where he could discreetly have the medicinal elder concoct the foundation establishment elixir. This time, the elixir was not only significantly less potent than the previous one, but even its color had transformed from a translucent emerald to a mottled green hue. After carefully storing the elixir, which was about the size of half a fist, in the white jade vial he had purchased earlier, Xiaoyan finally let out a sigh of relief. With the vial securely tucked away, he exited the tavern and briskly made his way towards the largest auction house in Wutan City. Chapter 21. The second-rank alchemist Gu Ni, the Middle Auction House. The largest auction venue in Wutan City is owned by the Middle family the wealthiest clan within the Gamma Empire. Among the affluent families in the Gamma Empire, the middle family stands unparalleled. With a rich history spanning several centuries, their intricate connections within the empire are both deep and complex. According to whispers in the shadows, this opulent family appears to have tenuous ties to the imperial royal family. Within the empire, the middle family, alongside the Nalan and Intel families, forms the triumvirate of Gamma's elite. These three families have their tendrils woven into various sectors such as commerce and the military, wielding considerable power. Thus, with the formidable backing of the middle family, no one dares to covet their profits, no matter how enticing the auction's earnings may be. As Xiao Yan gazed at the grand venue at the end of the street, he veered into a secluded alley and swiftly donned the black cloak he had previously purchased. The voluminous cloak obscured not only his visage but also his slender figure, rendering him almost unrecognizable even to Sunner, should she stand before him. Having concealed himself adequately, Xiao Yan exhaled a sigh of relief. His caution was not unwarranted. The foundational spirit liquid held immense allure for many powerful families. After all, the ability to mass-produce such a liquid would rapidly elevate the strength of a family's younger generation, acting as the finest catalyst for their growth. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Xiao Yan had no choice but to proceed with stealth. His hand brushed against the cool surface of the white jade vial nestled within his robe as he stepped out of the alley and made his way toward the auction house. Under the vigilant gaze of several armed guards at the entrance, he strode directly inside without hesitation. Upon entering the auction house, a wave of coolness enveloped him, as if the oppressive heat had been stripped away. The refreshing sensation offered an almost surreal contrast. Scanning the resplendent hall, Xiao Yan approached a room marked with the glimmering words appraisal room. He pushed the door open to find the space rather empty, save for a middle-aged man idly seated at a table. Hearing the door creak, the man glanced up at the cloaked figure, his brow furrowing momentarily before a professional smile quickly adorned his face. "Sir, are you here for an appraisal?" "Yes," came a dry, aged voice from beneath the cloak. It was the voice of Yao Lao. Xiao Yan took 2 steps forward and casually placed the white jade vial on the table. "What is this?" The middle-aged man blinked in confusion as he cautiously picked up the vial, sniffing its opening. After a moment, his expression shifted slightly, and he regarded Xiao Yan with newfound respect. "Are you an alchemist?" "Yes." "May I inquire what this vial contains and its purpose?" the man asked with renewed deference. "It is a foundational spirit liquid that accelerates the cultivation speed of fighting energy, but it is only effective for those below the dojo level. My spirit liquid has no adverse effects and is remarkably gentle in its potency, so you need not worry," the aged voice explained, sensing the man's apprehension. "Please, do so expeditiously." Waving his hand dismissively, Xiao Yan took a seat and closed his eyes to rest. The middle-aged man nodded hurriedly before exiting the room in haste. Sitting in silence, Xiao Yan refrained from conversing with Yao Lao, mindful that this was someone else's domain. Caution was prudent. Who could guarantee there weren't eavesdropping devices in place? After a while, the middle-aged man returned, this time accompanied by an elderly man clad in green, his hair slightly graying. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the elder, ultimately resting on his chest, where no golden star was emblazoned, but rather a symbol resembling a medicinal furnace, adorned with 2 shimmering silver ripples that exuded an air of nobility. "Sir, this is Master Gu and I, our auction house's esteemed master. He is a 3-star doshur and a 2nd-rank alchemist," the middle-aged man introduced respectfully. At the mention of the elder's credentials, Xiao Yan's brow instinctively arched beneath his hood. This was his first encounter with an alchemist other than Yao Lao. He couldn't help but scrutinize the elder closely. The elder's face glowed with vitality, and though his green robe appeared ordinary, it subtly shimmered, indicating it had been imbued with protective magical crystals. Despite his seemingly unremarkable features, a hint of pride was unmistakable, a trait inherent to every alchemist. While Xiao Yan appraised him, Gu and I discreetly observed Xiao Yan in return. Alchemists are not mere fighters. Their rarity makes them coveted by all factions, prompting Gu and I to ponder Xiao Yan's true identity. The middle-aged man carefully lifted the jade vial from the table and presented it to Gu and I. Taking the vial, Gu and I inhaled its fragrant aroma, his eyes narrowing slightly as he tilted the vial. A small droplet of azure liquid gradually emerged, hovering delicately in his palm. Fixated on the azure liquid, Gu and I deftly produced a silver needle, its tip shimmering with energy, and gently stirred the liquid. As he did so, Gu and I's expression shifted from calm to serious. Moments later, he returned the azure liquid to the vial and, When his gaze met Xiaoyan's, his haughty demeanor was tinged with a measure of respect. He turned to the middle-aged man and spoke in a low voice. The spirit liquid has reached the level of a second-rank elixir. What this gentleman claimed is indeed true. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief and warmly addressed Xiaoyan. Sir, do you intend to auction this spirit liquid? Yes. Can you arrange for the earliest auction time? Of course, this is no problem at all. Please take this to auction room number 1, where an auction is currently underway. Your spirit liquid will be auctioned shortly. The middle-aged man cheerfully handed Xiaoyan a black iron token. Xiaoyan accepted the token without hesitation and, under their watchful eyes, exited the room. Master Gu and I, is he truly an alchemist? The middle-aged man inquired quietly once Xiaoyan had vanished. Indeed, he is an alchemist. That keen sense of spiritual perception is unmistakable, Gu and I affirmed with a nod, though his brow furrowed in contemplation. But which faction does he belong to? I have not heard of any alchemist in Wutan City capable of refining second-rank elixirs. Should we investigate his background? The middle-aged man suggested softly. Gu and I's eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered. Then he shook his head. Not for now. Alchemists often possess peculiar temperaments. If our investigation draws his attention, it may create an unfavorable impression of our auction house. Offending a mysterious alchemist of unknown rank is not a wise course of action. Turning to the middle-aged man, Gu and I added coolly, you should know how to cultivate goodwill with him. Understood. Remember, even if we cannot befriend him, we must not offend him. Otherwise, Gu and I's final words were laced with an icy tone as he departed. Chapter 22, The Wind Whirl Technique under the guidance of a female attendant. Xiaoyan entered the ongoing auction. Upon entering, the bright surroundings dimmed, and the cacophony of voices flooded his ears, causing him to frown in discomfort. The auction hall was vast, capable of accommodating hundreds of people. At this moment, under the spotlight in the center of the venue, a beautiful woman clad in a red gown was captivating the audience with her enchanting voice, explaining the functions of the item she held. Finding a secluded spot, Xiaoyan quietly took a seat, his gaze sweeping over the stunning woman. With his discerning eye, he could easily tell that most attendees had come solely for her. The chief auctioneer of the Mitre auction house, Yafei, was renowned in Wutan City, her mature and alluring charm causing many men to fall under her spell. As he sat in silence, Xiaoyan's brow suddenly furrowed as he turned his head slightly to observe a man concealed in the shadows nearby. The man was gazing ardently at Yafei on stage, his hands moving slightly as he watched her. Goodness, Xiaoyan muttered under his breath, rolling his eyes in disbelief at the audacity of this individual. Annoyed, he shifted his position, shaking his head in exasperation, and murmured to himself, what a seductress. Suddenly, his eyes halted as he spotted a middle-aged man seated in the front row. Shocked and puzzled, he thought, could it be that my father is also interested in this woman? However, this strange notion was quickly dismissed when Xiaoyan noticed that his father's gaze was not fixed on Yafei, but rather appeared calm and expectant, as if he were waiting for something. What brings my father here? Xiaoyan wondered, scanning the room, and was taken aback to see the leaders of the other two prominent families, the Jiaye and the Aoba families, also present. Clearly, something of great significance was about to be auctioned, drawing the attention of the three family heads. It must be said that the woman known as Yafei was a master of stirring the atmosphere. Her every smile and frown sent the prices soaring. And during these moments, she would bestow enchanting smiles upon the bidders, invigorating those who had initially hesitated to raise their bids. With a charming smile, Yafei announced, ladies and gentlemen, we have just received a new item for auction that I believe will pique your interest. After completing the auction of the previous item, she waved her jade hand, and an attendant hurriedly brought forth a jade plate containing a small white jade vial. This is a second-grade medicinal pill. Yafei delicately picked up the vial, her alluring voice rendering the auction hall momentarily silent. Moments later, a clamor erupted, for within the realm of fighters, the most coveted items were the various medicinal pills crafted by alchemists. This item is known as the Foundation Establishment Elixir. It is effective only for those below the rank of fighter. Soaking in this elixir will significantly accelerate the cultivation speed of those beneath that rank. If you wish for your descendants to become prodigies, do not let this opportunity slip away. Her enticing words sent shivers down the spines of the attendees. This elixir has been personally appraised by Master Gunny of our auction house, and it is confirmed to be of second-grade quality. You can bid with confidence. Yafei added with a smile. Upon hearing that it was authenticated by Master Gunny, the chatter in the hall quieted considerably, for everyone knew that Master Gunny was a second-grade alchemist. Even the heads of the three families would not dare to show any disrespect in his presence. Leaning back comfortably in his seat, Xiao Yin observed the lively atmosphere within the hall, feeling a sense of relief. It appeared that the Foundation Establishment elixir would yield considerable benefits for him. Casually glancing at his father, he noticed a sudden surge of excitement on the elder's face. Momentarily taken aback, Xiao Yin felt a wave of emotion wash over him, as if recalling something significant. The opening bid for the elixir is set at 8,000 gold coins. Please begin the bidding, Yafei announced with a smile, her gaze sweeping across the audience before settling on the leaders of the three families, knowing that they were the primary competitors. 8,005. A voice immediately called out as soon as Yafei finished speaking. 9,000. Came the quick response. The bidding escalated rapidly, and within moments, the price had soared to 13,000. Although Xiao Yan's father appeared somewhat exhilarated, he did not immediately raise his bid, instead closing his eyes, waiting for the lesser bidders to quiet down. After a brief lull, an elder sitting beside Xiao Yan's father spoke calmly. 20,000. Huh, Jai Libi, isn't your son already a fighter? Why are you still vying for this Foundation Establishment elixir? A middle-aged man remarked with a forced smile. Aoba Pa, am I not allowed to buy it for my future grandson? Jai Libi retorted, clearly displeased with the middle-aged man's insinuation. That may be true, but you should consider the possibility that your son may one day be rendered incapable. Muttering a curse under his breath, Aoba Pa interjected, 23,000. 25,000. In less than 10 minutes, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the two men continued to raise the price like ravenous dogs fighting over a bone, pushing it to 31,000. 40,000. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's father, who had been silent, spoke up. The hall fell into a stunned silence. All eyes turning to Xiao Yan's father, including those of Aoba Pa and Jai Libi, who were momentarily taken aback by the unexpected high bid. Huh. It seems the Xiao family head is determined to acquire this Foundation Establishment elixir, Jai Libi remarked with a grin. Xiao Yan's father shot him a glance and replied coolly. If you desire it, then bid for it. I will not contest further. Jai Libi's expression twitched as he pondered the truth behind Xiao Yan's father's words. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head, realizing that his goal was to acquire a different item, not this elixir. Spending recklessly now would be unwise. Has anyone else to raise the bid for the Foundation Establishment elixir offered by the Xiao family head for 40,000 gold coins? Yafei inquired with a smile, surveying the calm hall. Since no one is bidding, the Foundation Establishment elixir shall be awarded to the Xiao family head. With no further responses, Yafei seized the moment, lightly striking her small hammer on the table, thus confirming the buyer. In a corner of the hall, Xiao Yin couldn't help but chuckle at the unexpected turn of events. It seemed his father had been swindled. Next, we shall unveil the piece d'assistance of this auction. With the jade vial in hand, Yafei waved her hand, causing the lights on the stage to dim. She slightly bent down to retrieve a silver platter, upon which lay an ancient blue scroll. The scroll emitted a faint azure glow, appearing quite mysterious against the backdrop of the silver platter. Advanced Profound Technique. The Windworld Technique. Chapter 23. The Struggle for the Profound Grade Advanced Cultivation Method. As the words of the Profound Grade Advanced Cultivation Method echoed through the auction hall, an abrupt silence enveloped the venue. Compared to the earlier buzz generated by the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid, the commotion stirred by the Doqi cultivation method was undeniably more profound and awe-inspiring. Although elixirs are precious, they serve but a fleeting purpose. Whereas cultivation methods can be utilized throughout one's lifetime and even passed down to future generations. From a certain perspective, high-level Doqi cultivation methods incite greater fervor than elixirs. After all, possessing a high-level cultivation method means that, even without the support of spiritual herbs, one can eventually become a formidable force. Conversely, lacking a cultivation method while merely possessing elixirs is akin to consuming pills like beans, rendering it nearly impossible to attain true strength. Seated in the back, Xiao Yan exhaled softly. A profound grade advanced cultivation method? No wonder this caliber of technique surpasses the Xiao clan's most esteemed Angry Lion Frenzy, which is one tier lower. It is no surprise that the leaders of the three great families of Wutan City have gathered here today. They are all keenly interested in this treasure. A profound grade advanced cultivation method. His gaze lingered over the azure scroll, and Xiao Yan instinctively licked his lips. Whoever possesses this scroll holds a ticket to greatness. Decades from now, Wutan City will witness the emergence of a force that stands shoulder to shoulder with the three great families. It's merely a profound grade advanced cultivation method. What is there to be so amazed about? Just as Xiao Yin was lost in contemplation, the voice of Yao Lao resonated within his mind. Merely rolling his eyes, Xiao Yin found it futile to communicate with this elder whose perspective had soared to unfathomable heights. He could only pout in silence. Little one, focus on your cultivation. When you become a doja, I shall reveal to you what truly qualifies as a high-level cultivation method. After imparting this wisdom, Yao Lao fell silent. Pressing his lips together, Xiao Yin muttered, "Let us hope so." Esteemed guests, this profound grade cultivation method was fortuitously acquired by a hunter in the mountains and is believed to be a legacy from the ancients. Its origins are legitimate, and it will not bring any troubles, so please feel free to bid with confidence, Yafei said, delicately cradling the azure scroll with her graceful hands and beaming with delight. Miss Yafei, please announce the starting bid. Someone from the crowd eagerly shouted. Maintaining her alluring smile, Yafei replied, wind-rolling decision, starting bid, 200,000 gold coins. The moment this astronomical figure was proclaimed, a hush fell over the auction hall, as it became evident that many attendees lacked the means to contend for such a prize. In a remote corner, Xiao Yin couldn't help but shake his head. This woman was truly merciless. 200,000 gold coins was equivalent to over 2 years of the Xiao clan's profits. Seated in the front row, Xiao Zhan and his companions felt a twitch of their faces at this exorbitant price, yet they were powerless to act. It was a classic case of one willing to pay and another willing to suffer. If they refrained from bidding, others would undoubtedly step in. Under the weight of the 200,000 gold coin bid, the atmosphere grew tense. However, Yafei remained unfazed, her enchanting smile unwavering. She understood the allure of the profound grade cultivation method all too well. Some individuals would likely risk everything to secure it. As she anticipated, the silence did not persist for long. A balding middle-aged man trembled as he called out, 210,000. Xiao Yin turned his gaze towards the source of the voice and recognized the balding man as a weapon tycoon who virtually monopolized weapon sales in Wutan City. Although his influence paled in comparison to the three great families, he was still a significant figure within the city. 230,000. Following the middle-aged man, a yellow-robed elder chimed in. This elder was a prominent herbalist in Wutan City, owning several apothecaries and possessing considerable wealth. Casting a fierce glare at the elder, the balding man shouted again, 240,000. Within the hall, sporadic calls for bids began to emerge. As the high price of 200,000 deterred many potential bidders. 300,000. Finally, as the two previous bidders began to falter, the cold voice of Jailebi from the front row rang out. 330,000. In Wutan City, the only families that could compete with the Jailebi clan were the Shao clan and the Uba clan. The current bidder was none other than the patriarch of the Uba clan, Obapa. With a chilling glare at Obapa, Jailebi coldly declared, 350,000. With a twitch of his eye, Obapa retorted, 370,000. 380,000. 400,000. As Obapa relentlessly raised the stakes, Jailebi showed no hesitation in matching him, exuding an air of determination. However, when the price reached 430,000, Obapa was compelled to withdraw from this fierce competition, as this amount was enough to plunge the Oba clan into financial turmoil. 450,000. Seeing Obapa flinch, Jailebi barely had time to revel in his triumph before Xiao Zhan's indifferent voice darkened his expression. Casting a venomous glare at Xiao Zhan, Jailebi was seething with anger. Among the three great families, both the Shao and Oba clans possessed intermediate-level profound-grade dochi cultivation methods, while his own Jailebi clan was relegated to a low-level method. Thus, Jailebi was resolutely determined to secure this acquisition. Amidst Obapa's gloating gaze, Jailebi gritted his teeth and announced, 460,000. 500,000. The expressionless Xiao Zhan called out a jaw-dropping price that sent ripples of astonishment throughout the hall. Observing the intense bidding war between the two, Yafei's captivating smile grew even more alluring. 550,000. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jailebi, with a hint of desperation, shouted his final bid. You win. To everyone's astonishment, upon hearing Jailebi's bid, Xiao Zhan merely smiled and mockingly addressed him. Xiao Zhan, you are ruthless. Remember this. Jailebi glared at Xiao Zhan with resentment, then turned his gaze towards the somewhat bewildered Yafei, his anger surging. However, he was not a mere street thug. Suppressing his fury, he grimly stated, Miss Yafei, it is time to declare the auction concluded. Unfazed by Jailebi's hostile glare, Yafei maintained her composed smile, a glimmer of mockery dancing in her lowered eyes. With the small hammer in her hand, under Jailebi's watchful gaze, She struck down decisively. The wind-rolling decision has been successfully purchased by clan leader Jai Libi. Watching the conclusion unfold, Xiaoyan could not help but chuckle softly. Rising from his seat, he exited the auction hall with a sense of purpose. Sigh, once I acquire the funds, it will be time to devote myself to cultivation. A year from now, I must present my father with a surprise. Xiaoyan murmured with a low chuckle as he stepped outside. Chapter 24. To be continued after a brief interlude. A hurried cadence of footsteps echoed from beyond the threshold, and two figures swept into the room. Ah, might this be the esteemed purveyor of the Foundation elixir? I dare say. Sir, this is your maiden voyage to Urton City? A fragrant zephyr wafted through the air as a mellifluous, almost intoxicating chuckle resonated near Xiaoyan's ear, sending a delicate shiver down his spine. Silently cursing the enchantress, Xiaoyan burrowed deeper into his cowl, his gaze subtly shifting towards the crimson-clad woman at his side. His cheeks flushed with a subtle heat, yet gratefully hidden by the concealing cowl. Xiaoyan suppressed the nascent stirrings within and offered a curt nod. Simultaneously, Yao Lao's voice, parched and raspy, echoed. The auction concluded successfully, I presume? Deliver the remuneration, for I have pressing matters to attend to. With a hint of surprise at the veiled figure's apparent age, Yafei gently giggled, her hand demurely veiling her vermilion lips. The twin peaks of her bosom traced a breathtaking arc. After a moment, she responded with a winsome smile, Pray, venerable sir, grant us a moment more. Certain formalities are still being processed. Xiaoyan offered a subtle nod and maintained his silence, his gaze averted from the captivating woman. Observing the figure shrouded in a dark cloak, Yafei's delicate brows furrowed slightly. It seemed her vaunted beauty had failed to elicit the desired effect upon this enigmatic individual. With a resigned pout, her eyes discreetly scanned the mysterious figure, seeking to discern his identity from subtle cues. Pray tell, fair maiden, must one declare their pedigree to grace this establishment? Yao Lao's voice, laced with subtle derision, emanated from beneath the cowl. Heavens! Yafei merely indulged in a modicum of curiosity, venerable sir. If you deem it imprudent to divulge, Yafei would never dare to press the matter. Yafei responded with a melodious laugh. Observing the slender, alabaster feet encased within the tight crimson dress, Xiaoyan felt a sense of helplessness. Yafei, as the chief auctioneer of the middle auction house, was certainly no guileless ingenue. Though Urton City teemed with those coveting her beauty, none had truly succeeded in their pursuit. While the middle auction house undoubtedly served as a formidable shield, none dared to dismiss the woman as merely a decorative facade. In the company of such a shrewd woman, Xiaoyan felt as though he were treading on eggshells, fearing her perspicacity might unearth his secrets. Fortunately, Yao Lao's intercession provided a bulwark. The wily old fox would not succumb to the enchantress's allure. Venerable sir, allow me to present the middle auction house's esteemed VIP card. By possessing this card, you shall receive preferential treatment at any middle family auction house. Furthermore, the tax rate on auctions shall be reduced from 5% to a mere 2%. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan's eyebrows arched slightly. He favored this tangible benefit over the preceding pleasantries. After a moment's contemplation, he extended his hand to accept the crystal card. Observing the slender, ivory hand emerging from the black cloak, Yafei's eyes flickered with surprise. Despite the aged timbre of his voice, his hands possessed a youthful and pristine quality. What, indeed, was this man's true identity? At that moment, a maidservant hastened into the room, respectfully presenting a verdant card to Yafei. Venerable sir, the Foundation elixir garnered a sum of 40,000 gold coins, deducting the 2% tax. The remainder is contained herein. Yafei presented the verdant card with a gracious smile. Accepting the card, Xiaoyan finally sighed in relief. His future cultivation hinged upon this capital, sufficient to sustain his progress to the dojo level. With the funds secured, Xiaoyan was eager to depart. He waved dismissively at Yafei, his aged voice uttering, May I take my leave? But of course, venerable sir. Should you require auctioning any future elixirs? Pray consider the middle auction house. Yafei responded with a captivating smile. As Xiaoyan's figure receded from view, the smile slowly faded from Yafei's exquisite face. Her delicate brows furrowed as she languidly leaned against the table, her form accentuated. Uncle Gu and I, is he truly an alchemist? After a moment of contemplation, Yafei inquired softly. Indeed. Moreover, his alchemic prowess likely surpasses my own. At the very least, I am incapable of concocting a Tier 2 Foundation elixir. Gu and I responded respectfully. With a sigh, not even with the formula? Yafei's eyes narrowed, her vermilion lips subtly pursed, as if making a casual inquiry. Upon hearing this, Guni's expression turned grave. He hastily cautioned, a formula is an alchemist's lifeblood, young mistress. Pray, do not entertain such notions. Rashly provoking an alchemist of unknown caliber is a risk the middle family can ill afford. Decades ago, the renowned Cheek family of the Gamma Empire sought to seize the formula of alchemist King Gu He, only to have him enlist 4 Do Wang powerhouses to utterly obliterate their clan. Even the Gamma Empire's royal family dared not intervene. While our family's influence now far eclipses that of the Cheek family, it remains imprudent to antagonize enigmatic alchemists. Remember, alchemists are akin to venomous hornets. Provoke one, and this shall summon countless allies. Moreover, numerous powerhouses willingly incur in alchemist's debt. Observing Guni's apprehension, Yifei wearily rubbed her brow, forcing a wry smile. Heavens! Uncle Gu and I, what are you implying? Would I truly act so imprudently? Do you believe my years of experience have been for naught? I merely offer a word of caution. Hearing Yifei's words, Gu and I breathed a sigh of relief, relieved that she would not commit such a folly. With a pout, Yifei rested her cheek upon her hand and sighed softly. Alchemists, indeed, were a formidable breed. Why, alas, did she lack such a gift? Chapter 25. The money is on me. Stealthily slipping into his room, Xiaoyan swiftly closed the door behind him and darted to the corner, where he carefully retrieved a plethora of herbs and several magic crystals from his bosom. He meticulously arranged them in the cabinet, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the medicinal materials, letting out a sigh of relief with a chuckle. In order to devote himself to rigorous training, Xiaoyan had purchased enough herbs to last 8 months. Judging by his demeanor, it seemed he planned to spend the remainder of the year immersed in arduous cultivation. Affectionately patting the cabinet, a smile crept across Xiaoyan's face as he lazily made his way to the bedside, collapsing onto it. The day's exertions had truly left him weary. Yenner, are you there? A sudden knock at the door interrupted his drowsiness. Blinking away his sleepiness, Xiaoyan quickly leaped from the bed and opened the door, revealing his father, Xiaozhan, standing outside. He tilted his head slightly and awkwardly asked, Father, is there something you need? Can't I come to find you without a reason? You've been avoiding me for 2 months, you little rascal, Xiaozhan chuckled, affectionately ruffling Xiaoyan's hair. Gazing at the warm smile of his father, Xiaoyan felt a swell of emotion, his nose tinged with a hint of sadness as he struggled to find words. Still feeling guilty about that matter? Haha. Her disdain for my son is her loss. Why be so sorrowful? A man should not assume such a delicate demeanor. I know my son, Xiaoyan, is no waste, Xiaozhan declared with grandiosity. Hee, father, in 3 years, Yenner will personally visit the Yunlan sect, Xiaoyan replied softly with a smile. Xiaozhan's smile dimmed slightly as he focused intently on Xiaoyan, hesitatingly saying, Father has no objections, but are you truly planning to go? Father mentioned you might not compare to Nalan Yanran, yet the strength of the Yunlan sect. Xiaoyan smiled faintly, nodding his head. His thin lips pressed into a stubborn line. Father, some things cannot be avoided. As a man, one must bear the burden. Xiaoyan nodded, chuckling softly. Here. Take this as a sponsorship from your father. Xiaozhan produced a white jade vial, one that Xiaoyan was exceedingly familiar with, and handed it over. This is a foundation-building spirit liquid, which can accelerate the cultivation of fighting energy. I acquired it today, Xiaozhan grinned. That must have cost a pretty penny, right? Taking the vial, Xiaoyan felt a warm current flow through him. 40,000 gold coins, but if it proves useful to you, it's worth every bit. Xiaozhan replied nonchalantly. You spent 40,000 gold coins on this foundation-building spirit liquid. The elders are likely to use it as an excuse to stir trouble. Xiaoyan said with a wry smile. I am the head of this clan. They can only grumble, Xiaozhan huffed. Father, thank you. At the coming adulthood ceremony in a year, I will ensure they silence their noisy mouths, Xiaoyan said with a slight smile. Good. I await the moment my son transforms once again. Although unsure where Xiaoyan's confidence stemmed from, Xiaozhan was delighted by his son's resolute demeanor, bursting into laughter. All right. I shan't disturb your rest any longer. If you need anything, come find me. We're family, there's no shame in that. Waving his hand, Xiaozhan strode confidently toward the front courtyard. Damn it, I still have to deal with those old fogies. It's just 40,000 gold coins. Yet they act as if I've robbed their coffers, Xiaozhan's muttering grumbled softly into the darkness, watching his father disappear into the shadows. Xiaoyan touched his nose and whispered with a smile, rest assured, Father, I will silence those fellows with reality. 3 years ago, I made them look up to me. And in 3 years, I shall do so again. After lingering at the door for a moment, Xiaoyan tucked the white jade vial away and glanced at the corner, teasingly saying, Little girl, eavesdropping is quite amusing, isn't it? Brother Xiaoyan, you seem very perceptive. A girl in a purple dress flitted out from the corner, tilting her head with a charming smile adorning her lovely face. Looking at the playful girl, Xiaoyan shook his head helplessly. Where did you go this afternoon? Brother Xiaoyan? Sooner inquired, stepping closer with a gentle smile. Just took a stroll, he replied casually. Really? Your scent seems to carry the fragrance of a woman. Sooner remarked, suddenly stepping forward, slightly bending down, her delicate nose wrinkling adorably. Ahem, don't be silly. There's no scent of a woman, Xiaoyan said. His youthful face flushing slightly, grateful for the darkness that obscured the girl's view. Hee, it seems you find your predicament quite amusing, Sooner giggled like a silver bell. Before her laughter faded into a brief silence. I also heard what Uncle Xiao said earlier. I believe in you, Brother Xiaoyan. If you truly intend to visit the Yunlan sect, I can assist you. At her words, Xiaoyan blinked and fixed his gaze intently on her charming visage. Under his unabashed scrutiny, Sooner's elegant face gradually flushed a delicate shade of crimson, and she softly chided, Brother Xiaoyan, what are you staring at? Hee. It's rare to see Sooner blush, Xiaoyan joked after a moment. Sooner shot him a glare, inwardly murmuring to herself, only you would stare at someone like that. All right, let us have a bit of faith in Brother Xiaoyan. Although the Yunlan sect is formidable, I am still young and have plenty of time. If Yun can raise a woman like Nalan Yanran, surely she can't be that impressive, Xiaoyan said, affectionately ruffling the girl's hair. Observing Xiaoyan wave goodbye. Sooner shook her head in resignation, nodded, and gradually stepped into the darkness under his watchful gaze. Turning a corner, the sounds of a heated argument between Xiaozhan and several elders suddenly echoed from within a room. The subject of their dispute being the allocation of the 40,000 gold coins. Pausing momentarily, Sooner's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she sighed softly, her slender fingers pinching a purple gold card that appeared between her fingers. With a gentle flick of her fingertip, the gold card transformed into a beam of light and darted into the bickering room. Casting a casual glance at the now silent room, Sooner stated calmly, the funds for the foundation building spirit liquid will be covered by me. There are 100,000 gold coins on this card, so the elders need not trouble Uncle Xiao. Within the room, silence reigned for a moment before three elders responded with bitter smiles. Chapter 26. Rigorous Training. 8 Extremes Collapse. Amidst the serene grove atop the mountain, a sharp voice suddenly pierced the air. A nimble figure darted through the trees, effortlessly navigating the dense thorns that surrounded him. In an instant, the figure halted abruptly before a stout tree, its trunk nearly half a meter thick. With a deft twist of his feet and a slight lean of his body, he unleashed a powerful elbow strike against the tree. Bang! The resounding thud echoed as what splintered and spiderweb-like cracks radiated from the point of impact. The tree, having been hollowed out by the force of the blow, creaked ominously before ultimately succumbing and crashing to the ground. As the tree fell, the agile figure, reminiscent of a sprightly monkey, nimbly retreated and landed lightly atop a massive green stone. Having executed the 8 extremes collapse, Xiaoyan felt as though he had been drained of all vitality, akin to a sponge that had been squeezed dry. A prickling sensation of pain coursed through his nerves, and the veins in his arms twitched faintly, a testament to his overexertion. Licking his lips, Xiaoyan struggled to turn his head slightly to inspect his right elbow, which had turned a deep crimson. He winced, taking a sharp breath as he bitterly muttered, no wonder such grueling training is necessary, otherwise this strike would have shattered not just the tree, but my own arm. The 8 extremes collapse truly tests the resilience of one's flesh. Exhausted, he reclined on the cool stone, his breath gradually steadying, yet the lingering soreness rendered him disinclined to move even a finger. Gazing upward, he squinted lazily at the clouds drifting across the azure sky, a gentle breeze tousling his dark hair against his forehead. Deep within him, the foundational elixir he had absorbed over the past few months began to seep through his body, silently mending his weary muscles and cells, restoring his strength at an astonishing pace. A gentle gust swept by, and Yao Lao's translucent form materialized beside the stone. Upon hearing his presence, a faint smile graced Xiao Yan's lips. He was curious to see the expressions of those who had ridiculed him over the past 3 years when they witnessed his burgeoning prowess. The words he had spoken to Nalan Yan and in the hall echoed in his mind, a challenge to them as well. 3 years ago, I, Xiaoyan, could create miracles. 3 years hence, I still can. His gaze flickered as he recalled the solitary figure of the boy from half a year prior, standing amidst scornful glances in the hall. Steadfast and resolute, Nalan Yan ran, I am steadily advancing towards you. Await my arrival, for 3 years hence, we shall meet again at the Yunlan sect. A defiant grin suddenly broke across his face as he sprang to his feet, throwing his head back to bellow at the boundless sky. Observing the exuberant youth, Yao Lao smiled faintly, recognizing the necessity of pressure for growth. Xiaoyan possessed the talent. What he needed now was the impetus of challenge. Nailin Yanran's presence served as the perfect catalyst for his development. Consider her your trial stone. The path of the strong lies ahead, and there remains a considerable distance to traverse. After a few triumphant shouts, the joy on Xiao Yan's face blossomed further. He leapt down from the stone, waved at Yao Lao, and with a hearty laugh, dashed towards the foot of the mountain. Chapter 27. Ascending to the seventh stage, time, like a river, invariably slips through one's fingers unnoticed. The sweltering summer had yielded to the crisp embrace of autumn, and the verdant foliage of the trees was now interspersed with tinges of auburn. Within the same immaculate cottage, sunlight streamed in, dappling the floor with incandescent motes. Inside, a youth sat with eyes closed and hands forming a mudra, his breathing as natural as the cosmos itself. Half a year of arduous cultivation had etched a resolute determination onto the youth's delicate features. His lips were pressed into a firm line, betraying a hint of tenacity. His fair skin, once reminiscent of a maiden's, had acquired a sun-kissed hue from months of rigorous training. His seemingly frail frame belied a fierce, panther-like explosiveness. From any perspective, the youth was undergoing a profound metamorphosis at an astonishing rate, a transformation that would undoubtedly leave a lasting impression on any observer. With each measured breath, wisps of cyan-tinged chi emanated from the wooden basin, flowing into the youth's body in harmonious synchronicity. During his cultivation, a surge of unwavering conviction welled up within Xiaoyan's heart. This feeling, though seemingly unprompted, manifested as naturally as water finding its course, establishing itself within his consciousness. Perhaps it was the final drop added to a brimming vessel, but the long-awaited epiphany had finally arrived. The sudden revelation caused Xiaoyan's hand seal to falter, threatening to disrupt his meditative state. However, with remarkable composure, he suppressed his excitement, stilled his mind, and regained his inner equilibrium. Within the wooden basin, the cyan liquid shimmered and undulated, emitting a gentle stream of energy that eagerly surged into Xiaoyan's body. The flow of cyan chi intensified, soon enveloping Xiaoyan's form and obscuring the basin itself, creating an otherworldly spectacle. As Xiaoyan relentlessly absorbed the energy, the cyan liquid in the basin gradually faded, its vibrancy diminishing with each passing moment. The influx of energy caused a flush to creep across Xiaoyan's face, and a faint cyan glow emanated from his skin. With the ceaseless outpouring of cyan chi, the liquid in the basin continued to pale until it was nothing more than a basin of pristine, transparent water. Deprived of the elixir's potent energy, the cyan glow on Xiaoyan's face gradually subsided. He was now forced to draw upon the meager ambient chi in the air to sustain his breakthrough. Time was of the essence. In the instant the elixir's potency waned, the black ring on Xiaoyan's finger shimmered, and a drop of emerald-hued, high-grade foundation establishment elixir materialized in the basin, instantly transforming the clear water into a deep cyan hue. Bolstered by the fresh elixir, Xiaoyan's spirits soared. He offered a silent gratitude to Yao Lao before resuming his cultivation, maintaining his hand seals and drawing upon the surging energy with unwavering focus. After a relentless absorption that persisted for half an hour, the pace gradually slowed, and the deep cyan liquid once again began to fade. As the last tendril of gentle energy flowed into his body, Xiaoyan's body stilled, then convulsed violently. His abdomen contracted, and his eyes snapped open, a fleeting dance of cyan and white light flickering within his dark pupils. With a slight parting of his lips, he exhaled a breath of stale air. With the expulsion of the impure qi, Xiaoyan's countenance brightened considerably. After a moment of stunned silence, Xiaoyan stretched his neck, eliciting a series of crisp cracks. Clenching his fist, a surge of invigorating power coursed through him, prompting a joyful smile to grace his lips. Closing his eyes, he focused on the abundant qi within his body, whispering to himself with delight. Chapter 28. Strengthening the absorption palm after sitting quietly in the wooden basin for a while. Allowing his joyful emotions to gradually settle, Xiaoyan slowly rose to his feet. His bare skin, adorned with light azure droplets, shimmered under the sun's reflection, displaying a dazzling spectacle. He languidly stretched, his bones crackling as if reborn, producing a symphony of crisp pops. Casually tilting his head, Xiaoyan summoned his clothes with a swift gesture of his right hand, pulling them into his palm with a burst of force. Indeed, his dou qi had significantly increased. With the suction he could now create, he could likely lift a person's weight. Dressing himself, Xiaoyan furrowed his brow and murmured, "Unfortunately, This absorption palm seems to lack substantial offensive power. The so-called forceful extraction of an opponent's blood can only be effective against those of a much lower level. Against opponents of the same or a higher rank, it falls short. With this thought, Xiao Yan sighed with a hint of regret, acknowledging that this was his first combat technique. After a moment of contemplation, just as he was about to step out of the basin, a sudden impulse surged within him. His pupils glinted with an inexplicable light as he curled his right palm, intently focusing on it. After a brief pause, he aimed his hand at a nearby vase from half a foot away, licking his lips. Xiaoyan unleashed his dou qi directly from his palm without following any specific meridian. Releasing dou qi externally required at least the level of a great dome master. So his current action resulted in nothing more than a light breeze. The gentle gust emanating from his palm caused the vase to wobble precariously, nearly toppling off the table. However, instead of feeling disappointment, Xiaoyan's face lit up with joy, excitedly rubbing his hands together. He quickly retreated a few meters and aimed his right palm at the vase once more. "Absorption palm," he exclaimed softly, and a powerful suction force swiftly drew the vase towards him. Just as the vase was about to reach 3 feet in front of Xiaoyan, he suddenly retracted the suction, allowing all his internal dou qi to burst forth from his palm, generating a fierce wind pressure that collided with the swiftly approaching vase. Bang! The two opposing forces met in midair, and the vase, at the center of this encounter, shattered with a resounding crash, scattering into tiny fragments. Observing the outcome of his palm's action, Xiaoyan's face was filled with astonishment. The destructive power resulting from the clash of suction and counterforce exceeded his expectations. Although his internal dou qi had been nearly exhausted in generating that counterforce, Xiaoyan was immensely thrilled. He had merely employed the most rudimentary method to unleash it. This approach was not only energy-consuming, but also yielded meager results. If he could acquire a technique akin to the absorption palm that specifically harnessed counterforce, he was confident that their combination would yield formidable results. Well done, little fellow. To think you could enhance the absorption palm with this idea. A faint glimmer flickered from the ring on his finger as Yao Lao emerged, gazing at the scattered fragments in the room with a slight nod of approval. Xiaoyan chuckled, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he looked at Yao Lao, eager to please. If there were a technique dedicated to harnessing counterforce, and if refined to perfection, your low-level absorption palm could rival mid or even high-level techniques in terms of offensive power. Yao Lao continued, seemingly oblivious to Xiaoyan's eager expression. Master, you know such auxiliary techniques are rare. I was fortunate to obtain the absorption palm. Where am I supposed to find a complementary technique now? Xiaoyan replied, expressing a hint of exasperation. Stop feigning innocence. You merely wish to extract ideas from me. Yao Lao retorted, rolling his eyes. This notion isn't new. Many have thought of it before, yet both techniques are akin to auxiliary skills that are hard to come by, making it rare for anyone to possess both. Not even you, master? Xiaoyan's face fell, disheartened. The absence of a dedicated counterforce technique meant relying solely on his dou qi would be a futile endeavor. Amused by Xiaoyan's dejection, Yao Lao shook his head, rubbing his forehead in contemplation. There was someone who once sought my alchemy skills. I believe I received such a technique from them. If I hadn't happened to have a spare elixir at the time, I wouldn't have traded with that person. It's been so long. Had you not reminded me today, I might have completely forgotten about it. All right, I found it. Removing his fingers from his forehead, Yao Lao lightly tapped Xiaoyan's head, causing a rush of information to flood in. Fire-blowing palm, low-level Xian rank, capable of generating powerful wind pressure. The simple explanation and lackluster name made the term low-level Xian rank feel rather unimpressive. The technique was created by a blacksmith who, after a lifetime of forging, inadvertently developed this fire-blowing skill due to the demands of the furnace. Observing Xiaoyan's somewhat stiff expression, Yao Lao chuckled. Rolling his eyes, Xiaoyan admired the blacksmith's ingenuity. Creating a combat technique was no simple task. The fire-blowing palm was not difficult to learn, and under Yao Lao's guidance, Xiaoyan grasped its fundamentals within 2 hours. Standing in the room, excitement coursing through him as he gazed at the only vase present, Xiaoyan took a deep breath, curled his palm, and unleashed a powerful suction. Absorption palm. With the forceful suction, the vase flew directly towards Xiaoyan, fixing his gaze on the approaching vase. He quickly retracted the absorption palm and directed his dou qi along the pathway of the fire-blowing palm. Fire-blowing palm. Just as the vase was about to crash into his head, a tremendous wind pressure surged forth from Xiaoyan's palm, instantly filling the room with dust. Bang! Another crisp sound echoed as this vase was obliterated into a cloud of fine particles by the opposing forces. Excellent. emerging from the dust cloud. Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. As long as he could master the seamless transition between these two techniques, he would undoubtedly catch any unprepared adversary off guard. Brushing off the white powder coating his body, Xiao Yan realized he had added another training task to his agenda for the next 3 months. After 3 months, his coming-of-age ceremony awaited. Perhaps many are anticipating my next blunder, he chuckled softly amidst the disarray of the room. Chapter 29. A pivotal day. The month of March had fleeted by, and the day of Xiao Yan's coming-of-age ceremony was a mere month away. Straightening his slightly stiffened posture, Xiao Yan surprisingly refrained from further qi cultivation. Instead, he retrieved a set of well-fitting black attire from his wardrobe. As he finished changing, a gentle knock echoed from the doorway. "Xiao Yan, are you there?" Upon hearing the girl's crisp voice, Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow. He fastened his clothes, grabbed the wooden basin, concealed it in a secluded corner, and then ambled leisurely toward the door, flinging it open. The door swung inward, and warm sunlight streamed in, illuminating the youth in black, rendering him particularly vibrant. Outside stood a graceful young maiden, her lithe form accentuated by refreshing, light green garments. The attire subtly highlighted her budding figure, while a purple sash casually encircled her petite waist. A gentle breeze caused the sash to flutter in the air. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's playful compliment, Sun Er blinked her limpid eyes, modestly suppressing a smile. However, the subtle crescent shape of her eyebrows betrayed the joy in her heart. With gleeful eyes, Sun Er tilted her delicate chin, scrutinizing the young man who had emerged. Nearly a year of arduous training had shed some of Xiao Yan's childishness, adding an inexplicable charm to his handsome face. Prolonged physical conditioning had rendered his frame sturdy and robust. Adorned in black attire, he could be considered a dashing young man. Stepping out of the room and closing the door behind him, Xiao Yan, noticing Sun Er's unwavering gaze, examined himself with bewilderment, inquiring, "Is there something amiss?" Her fair cheeks flushing slightly, Sun Er hastily averted her gaze, replying with a gentle smile, "Let's go, Xiao Yan. Today is the day of the assessment. Are you prepared?" Narrowing his eyes, Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulders, a hint of unyielding spirit playing on his lips. He slowly clenched his outstretched palm into a fist, declaring in a soft voice, "The label of good for nothing shall be returned to those who bestowed it upon me, starting today." Observing Xiao Yan's unwavering confidence, Sun Er tilted her head, chuckling softly, "I believe in you, Xiao Yan." "Of course, you do. You probably already discern my strength, haven't you?" Xiao Yan retorted, rolling his eyes with resignation. "Let's go." Lass. Xiao Yan playfully tapped Sun Er's head, then waved his hand, striding purposefully toward the training grounds behind the clan. The expansive bluestone training grounds teemed with over 100 young clansmen, their voices rising in a cacophony. In the midst of the grounds stood a massive black testing monolith, a luxury afforded only to clans of considerable means. Beside the monolith stood the same impassive evaluator from the previous year. On the elevated platform to the left of the training grounds sat several internal members of the clan, while in the center were the clan leader, Xiao Zhan, and the 3 elders. Within the grounds, the young clansmen awaiting their judgment stood anxiously. Those who had consistently performed well appeared relatively composed, while those with average or subpar talents wore expressions of apprehension. Xiao Zhan, his face grave as he surveyed the diverse expressions of his clansmen, sighed inwardly, "My boy, can you overcome this trial?" "Clan leader, the time is almost upon us. Why hasn't Xiao Yan arrived yet?" the second elder inquired, his brow furrowed. Xiao Zhan cast a sidelong glance at him, retorting calmly, "The time has not yet arrived. What's the rush? Can't you even maintain a modicum of composure?" His gaze shifted, and in the distance, along the path at the far end of the plaza, 2 figures emerged, their unhurried pace betraying no sense of urgency despite the significance of the day. Narrowing his eyes at the faint smile on the face of the youth in black, Xiao Zhan felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over him. Chapter 30. The humiliated shall always be humiliated. As Xiao Yan walked side by side with Sun Er, the youthful faces in the crowd betrayed a palpable jealousy. In the Xiao family, the only individual who could walk so closely with Sun Er was undoubtedly this infamous wastrel. On the edge of the square, surrounded by a throng of peers, Xiao Ning glared at Xiao Yan with intense anger simmering in his eyes. "You little rascal. Let us see what face you have left to show Sun Er after today," he muttered, a malicious grin forming on his lips. Ignoring the envious and furious gazes directed at him, Xiao Yan led Sun Er to the back of the line, where they engaged in quiet, light-hearted conversation. Observing Xiao Yan's relaxed demeanor, the senior members on the platform exchanged bewildered glances. Did he not realize that today's test would determine his future path? He must be planning to throw caution to the wind, the second elder scoffed derisively. initially expecting a furious outburst from Xiaozhan beside him. The second elder was taken aback when he noticed the man's silence. "Second elder, let us reserve our judgments until the end, lest we end up slapping our own faces," Xiaozhan remarked, casting a contemplative glance at the youth with his head bowed and eyes closed. With a slight twitch of his lips, the second elder replied, "Let us hope so. I too look forward to being pleasantly surprised." "All right, enough dilly-dallying. The time has come." The Grand Elder interrupted their banter with a firm voice. "Since everyone is clear, let the examination commence." With Xiaozhan as commanding shout, the young men and women in the training ground tensed with anticipation. Stepping forward beside the black stone tablet, the indifferent examiner retrieved a list, their cold voice sending shivers down the spines of those called upon. Sitting cross-legged on the pristine, green stone floor, Xiaoyan observed his peers who were reduced to tears for failing to harness their fighting spirit. He merely shrugged disdainfully. He felt no sympathy for those who found pleasure in ridiculing others beneath them, while they sought gratification in belittling their less fortunate kin. They perhaps did not realize that their day of reckoning would inevitably arrive. Those who humiliate others are destined to be humiliated themselves. Next to Xiaoyan, Suner wore an elegant expression, her demeanor as serene as an untouched lotus. She toyed with a strand of her hair, occasionally glancing at the despondent youth beside her. Like Xiaoyan, she paid little heed to the sorrowful young men and women around them. "Xiaomei." The examiner's frigid voice snapped Xiaoyan's attention, and he lazily lifted his drooping eyelids, intrigued. Watching him, Suner frowned slightly at his nonchalant attitude. "Hee. She used to cling to my brother Xiaoyan quite tightly," she mused, narrowing her eyes at the poised girl in red approaching the examiner. Xiaoyan chuckled softly. "I wonder what attitude she will adopt towards my brother after today." Xiaoyan shrugged lightly, remarking, "Some things, once shattered, remain irreparably cracked, regardless of how one attempts to mend them. There are few in this family whom I can truly respect. Am I among them?" Suner playfully inquired, her lips curling into a mischievous smile. Xiaoyan's expression softened as he reached out, gently sliding his fingers along a strand of her hair. "Of course," with sparkling eyes that resembled crescent moons. Suner felt warmth envelop her heart, as vivid memories of a boy who had once sneakily ventured into her room at night resurfaced. He had clumsily nurtured his seemingly frail body, persisting for 2 years, despite knowing the effort might yield little result. A charming dimple appeared on her delicate face as she tilted her head, her heart whispering, "In this family, there is but one person whom I can genuinely acknowledge." In the distance, witnessing Xiaoyan's affectionate gestures towards Suner, Xiao Ning's expression twitched. The flames of jealousy flared within him, inciting a desperate urge to trample that pitiful face beneath his feet. As radiant light erupted from the black stone tablet, bold characters floated upon its surface. The examiner's voice stirred excitement in the training ground, casting envious glances toward Xiaomei. Suner idly toyed with her hair, her gaze glancing at the girl who was surrounded like a princess. "Xiao Suner." The examiner's cold voice carried a hint of emotion as it resonated through the air. All eyes turned in unison toward the unblemished beauty. "Brother Xiaoyan, do not be surprised later," Suner said playfully, standing upright. Raising an eyebrow, Xiaoyan murmured, "Could it be that she has ascended to the ranks of a fighter?" Chapter 31. A one-star doujue hush fell over the training grounds as the verdant-clad maiden gracefully approached. Countless pairs of ardent eyes remained fixed upon her, unblinking. Upon the dais, the familial elders ceased their hushed discourse, their gazes converging upon the most radiant jewel of the Xiao clan. Xiaozhan and the 3 venerable elders harbored a mixture of solemnity and curiosity, eager to ascertain the extent of the progress made by the foremost of the younger generation after a year of cultivation. Under the scrutiny of all present, the maiden advanced towards the obsidian monolith with measured steps. She extended a delicate hand, her sleeve cascading to reveal a stretch of alabaster wrist. Her jade hand gently caressed the cool surface of the black steel, and Suner slowly closed her eyes as her do-chi surged within her. As her do-chi was channeled into the steel, it remained quiescent for a fleeting moment before erupting in a burst of intense radiance. Doja 1 star. Upon the black monolith, 4 resplendent golden characters materialized, casting a momentary silence over the training grounds, which was swiftly followed by a collective gasp of astonishment that reverberated through the air. Every countenance present was frozen in that instant. Miss Suner, a 1-star doja. Overwhelmed by the sight of the gilded characters, the proctor shook his head in awe and proclaimed in a resounding voice, "Indeed, a doja 15. Truly deserving of." Upon hearing the proctor's pronouncement, Xiaozhan inhaled sharply, his words trailing off into a murmur. The 3 elders nodded subtly. their faces mirroring the same astonishment. While it fell short of Xiao Yan's prodigious achievement at the age of 12, such rapid cultivation was undoubtedly extraordinary. Amidst the throng, Xiao Mei, surrounded by admirers, was momentarily blinded by the effulgent characters on the stele. Her gaze drifted downwards, settling upon the elegant maiden standing before the monolith. And a sense of defeat washed over her. To become a one-star doja at 15 was an unparalleled feat that she could never hope to surpass. At the rear of the crowd, Xiao Yan clicked his tongue in amazement. He had not anticipated that this girl would not only advance to the doja level within a year, but also ascend a star. Such cultivation speed was comparable to his own, aided by the Foundation Establishment spiritual liquid. Don't be so smug, Xiao Yan quipped, shrugging his shoulders. With your inherent talent, this accomplishment is hardly surprising. I would have been astonished if you hadn't reached the doja level within a year. Sunner's face fell, and she cast a reproachful glance at him. Taking Sunner's hand, Xiao Yan resumed his seat on the ground, idly observing the clan members who continued to step forward for testing. As more and more individuals failed to meet the standard, a somber atmosphere gradually enveloped the training grounds. Those who had not passed wore crestfallen expressions, yet a hint of schadenfreude flickered across their faces whenever another newcomer met the same fate. The number of those yet to be called dwindled until only a handful remained, including Xiao Yan. Everyone knew that these last dozen or so were the least promising members of the clan. Had it not been for the sake of fairness, these individuals would likely have been excluded from the testing altogether. Xiao Yan. Beneath the black stele, the proctor announced the final name with a complex expression. Xiao Yan. It's your turn. The maiden's delicate hand gently covered Xiao Yan's. Xiao Yan raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the training grounds. The gloating eyes that met his caused him to chuckle softly. He rose languidly and stretched his neck, casting a glance at Xiao Zhan on the dais and offering a faint smile. Xiao Zhan returned his son's smile with a nod of encouragement. Lifting a teacup and leaning back in his chair, Xiao Yan inhaled deeply and strode towards the black stele. A sudden surge of spiritedness in his eyes silenced the clan members who had been about to jeer. Under the scrutiny of the complex gazes of the crowd, Xiao Yan arrived at the base of the black stele. The proctor sighed inwardly as he regarded the black-clad youth before him. He had been the first to witness Xiao Yan's miraculous feat years ago, and he had also witnessed the prodigy's gradual decline. Today, if no miracle occurred, this would likely be the young man's final test within the clan. Amidst the intense scrutiny of the crowd, Xiao Yan's chest rose and fell slowly. He extended his palm and gently pressed it against the cool surface of the black stele. All eyes were now riveted on the stele, unblinking. They were all aware that this test might be the last for the once astonishing genius of Uten City. The stele remained calm for a moment, then erupted in a burst of intense light. Upon the stele, enormous golden characters appeared, causing the hearts of all present to skip a beat. Chapter 32. The challenge of profound silence enveloped the arena, an almost deathly hush. All eyes were fixed in astonishment upon the 5 grand characters inscribed upon the stone tablet, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Moments later, breaths quickened, echoing like the whir of a windmill throughout the training ground. Crack. On the high platform, Xiao Zhan's teacup was crushed to dust with a single, forceful grip, the tea mingling with the remnants cascading down his palm in rhythmic drops. Gulp. Haha, the foundational spirit liquid purchased by the clan leader, truly remarkable. Haha. The second elder swallowed hard, his earlier derision now entwined with astonishment, producing a forced chuckle as he spoke awkwardly. Xiao Zhan's excitement was unabashed, not a hint of concealment in his demeanor. He cast a sidelong glance at the second elder and replied lightly, "Do you truly believe that a mere second-tier foundational spirit liquid could yield such extraordinary effects?" Beside the black stone tablet, the examiner stood in a daze, the earlier indifference on his face replaced by sheer shock. Exhaling deeply, as if to expel the astonishment within, his voice trembled slightly despite his efforts to maintain composure. As the examiner announced the results, the already silent training ground became even more hushed. A sudden gulp echoed through the arena, breaking the stillness. In the center of the crowd, Xiao Mei covered her rosy lips with a small hand, her face a portrait of shock. Such speed was something even the most exceptional Xiao Yan of 3 years ago could not achieve. Yet, this heart-stopping reality unfolded before everyone's eyes. At the edge of the training ground, Xiao Ning, who had been anticipating Xiao Yan's embarrassment, stood frozen, staring at the characters on the stone tablet, muttering in disbelief, "How is this possible?" Casting a lingering gaze at the stone tablet that had determined his fate multiple times, Xiao Yan smiled gently, his demeanor calm and unruffled, a stark contrast to the boastful youth he had been after his last test 3 years prior. With a soft exhale, Xiaoyan gradually made his way to the back of the crowd under the scrutiny of countless eyes. He exchanged a brief glance with Sooner, her smile radiant, before settling beside her in a cross-legged position. As Xiaoyan retreated, the arena remained steeped in silence for an extended period. Cough. On the high platform, Xiao Zhan, brimming with satisfaction, rose to his feet and cleared his throat, drawing the attention of the crowd. The examination has concluded. Now, let us proceed to the next phase. Those who have not qualified may challenge a qualifying peer, but remember, this opportunity is singular, Xiao Zhan declared with a hearty laugh. Upon hearing this, a slight commotion stirred in the training ground, as those who fell just short of qualifying directed their eager gazes toward their successful counterparts. The atmosphere grew tense, with fiery glances sweeping across the qualified individuals, each secretly evaluating whom they deemed the easiest opponent. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow in surprise, bemused to find that a significant number of those gazes were directed toward him. Do I resemble a soft target? Amused yet bewildered, Xiaoyan shrugged helplessly, brushing the dust from his attire, and remarked, "Is it self-deception born from unwillingness to believe?" Sooner offered a gentle smile and nodded slightly. At that moment, after a brief lull, someone finally could no longer contain themselves and stepped forward. A robust young man strode confidently before Xiaoyan, bending slightly as he proclaimed loudly, "Cousin Xiaoyan, I challenge you." Chapter 33. Confirmation as they gazed at the robust youth who had boldly stepped forward to challenge. The other unqualified clansmen let out a regretful sigh, their expressions tinged with envy for this pioneer. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the young man before him. Although he was not fully acquainted with all the members of his clan, this particular boy left a lingering impression. If memory served him correctly, the youth was named Xiao Ku, a member of the Grand Elder's faction, who often trailed behind Xiao Ning like a devoted lapdog and had never been kind to him during his times of misfortune. Casting a sidelong glance at the amused Sooner, Xiaoyan smiled slightly and, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, nodded and said softly, "Very well, I accept." Upon hearing Xiaoyan's prompt agreement, Xiao Ku's eyes twitched slightly, an inexplicable sense of unease creeping into his heart. He swallowed hard, suddenly regretting his impulsiveness. Yet, despite his regret, the die was cast, and there was no turning back now. Xiaoyan, maintaining his calm demeanor, rose and walked into the training ground, gesturing invitingly toward Xiao Ku. Observing Xiaoyan's composed visage intensified Xiao Ku's unease. With a forced smile, he took a few stiff steps forward into the arena. All eyes were swiftly drawn to the two figures in the field. On the high platform, Xiao Zhan took the cloth handed to him by a subordinate, wiping his damp hands while his gaze remained fixed on the arena below, a hint of subtle tension flickering in his eyes. Given the remarkable achievements previously attained, disbelief lingered in the hearts of all present. However, whether they believed it or not, once Xiaoyan engaged in combat, his true strength would inevitably be unveiled, allowing everyone to discern his actual capabilities. Beside Xiao Zhan, the breaths of the three elders grew increasingly rapid, their dry hands leaving deep imprints on the armrests of their chairs as their murky gazes focused intently on the contest unfolding below. In the stone training arena, all eyes remained steadfastly fixed on the two combatants. The truth of Xiaoyan's previously exhibited terrifying prowess would soon be revealed through their confrontation. "Absolutely false," murmured Xiao Ning, licking her parched lips in disbelief. "It must be false, right?" In the crowd, Xiao Mei bit her rosy lip, bewildered by the notion that this boy, who had been silent for 3 long years, could suddenly achieve such astounding results. With his palms slightly raised, a faint aura of combat energy enveloped Xiao Ku as he exhaled deeply. With a firm step, he lunged directly at Xiaoyan. The low-tier battle lacked any dazzling flair. It was merely a straightforward clash. Mountain-splitting palm. Closing in swiftly beside Xiaoyan, Xiao Ku concentrated his combat energy in his right palm, swinging it forcefully towards Xiaoyan's chest in a diagonal slash. A gentle breeze ruffled the hair on Xiaoyan's forehead, revealing his pitch-black eyes. He blinked slowly, his narrowed gaze calmly fixed on the approaching hand. As the palm neared his shoulder, Xiaoyan leisurely shifted to the left, his year of physical training having honed his reflexes remarkably. The step was neither too much nor too little, perfectly evading Xiao Ku's strike. Slightly turning his body, Xiaoyan's palm effortlessly brushed past Xiao Ku's arm, landing casually on his shoulder, shattering stone palm. With a resounding thud, Xiao Ku's previously rosy complexion drained of color as he staggered back, letting out a muffled groan. His footing faltered, and ultimately, he collapsed onto the ground, sprawled on all fours. Silence enveloped the arena. Xiao Ke's defeat served as a clear affirmation of certain truths. Having effortlessly vanquished his opponent, Xiaoyan shook his head in mild boredom. This adversary posed no challenge whatsoever. He had not even needed to reveal half of his true strength. Thus, it seemed the previously displayed terrifying results by Xiaoyan were indeed genuine. On the high platform, Xiaozhan exhaled heavily, finally easing the burden that had weighed on his heart. Watching the defeated Xiao Ke, Xiaomei slowly covered her mouth with her small hand, stunned into a murmured daze. Chapter 34. Turning the tables, gazing at the black-clad youth standing with his hands behind his back in the arena, a slight silence enveloped the scene. On the high platform, Xiaozhan's smile gradually broadened until he could no longer contain his laughter. Rising from his seat in exuberance, he clapped his hands and cheerfully announced, "Xiao Ke, my nephew, has been defeated in his challenge. I hope you will strive to cultivate harder in the future." In the arena, Xiao Ke, pale-faced, felt his heart sink at this pronouncement, his complex gaze falling upon the black-clad youth before him. The very person who had been derided as a waste a year ago now towered above everyone in the clan. This drastic transformation evoked memories of the boy's icy words from that day in the hall. In 30 years, the river will flow east, and in 30 years, it will flow west. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. With a bitter smile, Xiao Ke shook his head and struggled to rise, offering a slight bow to Xiaoyan. The disdain he once harbored had vanished entirely from his voice. "Cousin Xiaoyan, you have won. Congratulations on your recovery." Nodding slightly, Xiaoyan surveyed the arena, his dark eyes causing those who met his gaze to flinch in trepidation. His gaze casually swept over Xiaomei, who had been staring at him intently, before he turned to the group of unsuccessful clan members and asked with a faint smile, "Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge?" Upon meeting Xiaoyan's gaze, the previously astonished youths quickly closed their mouths, adopting contemplative expressions as they averted their eyes, none daring to be the second to take the plunge. Observing their juvenile antics, Xiaoyan shrugged slightly and turned to walk away. As Xiaoyan took a seat beside her, Sanair smiled brightly, her gaze sweeping across the arena. She delicately twirled a strand of hair into a spiral, her lips curving into a gentle arc as she whispered, "Brother Xiaoyan, 3 years ago, they looked at you this way. 3 years ago, I would have felt thrilled by their awe. Now, it hardly stirs any emotion," Xiaoyan replied, scratching his nose with a calm smile. "That's because Brother Xiaoyan has matured," Sun Er teased, playfully blinking her large, sparkling eyes. "Where is the maturation? Sometimes I wonder if beneath this youthful exterior lies an ancient monster." Xiaoyan chuckled at the innocent remark from the little girl, affectionately ruffling Sun Er's hair. In response, Sun Er shot him a charming glare, her delicate face displaying a hint of reproach. Regardless of how open-minded a young lady might be, she would not wish to be referred to as an old monster. The youthful pouting was utterly captivating. Sun Er's unintentional display of girlhood charm caused the group of boys in the distance to stare in wide-eyed astonishment. And even some girls could not help but show expressions of envy. "This little brat is too arrogant." Similarly entranced by Sun Er's adorable demeanor and her closeness to Xiaoyan, Xiao Ning felt a surge of jealousy, nearly overwhelming his reason. In this family, he prided himself on being the only one worthy of Sun Er, yet no matter how he tried to please her, he could never elicit a smile. In stark contrast, Xiaoyan, once considered a waste, consistently brought joy and laughter to the girl he admired. This glaring disparity gnawed at Xiao Ning, making his teeth grind in frustration. "Little brat, revel in your arrogance while you can. On the day of the coming-of-age ceremony, I shall make you crawl on the ground before Sun Er." Clenching his fists tightly, Xiao Ning shot a ferocious glare at the seated Xiao Yan in the distance. Though Xiao Ning was astonished by Xiao Yan's rapid progress over the past year, his ingrained habit of looking down on others made it difficult for him to shed the label of waste. Moreover, as one of the younger generation only second to Sun Er in the family, Xiao Yan's meteoric rise had instilled a subtle sense of crisis within him. He thought to strike hard while Xiao Yan had yet to fully develop, aiming to crush him to the point of despair. Engaged in light-hearted conversation with Sun Er, Xiao Yan's eyes casually flickered towards the edge of the training ground, catching sight of a sinister smile creeping onto Xiao Ning's lips. Momentarily taken aback, he then smiled faintly. How significant could a person be if they could not even conceal their own emotions? After Xiao Ke's defeat against Xiao Yan, no one dared to challenge further. The group of unqualified clan members had to seek other targets, and after several rounds of contests, only 2 managed to prevail over their opponents through skill and a touch of luck, successfully entering the ranks of the qualified. Watching the training ground gradually calm down, Xiaozhan finally rose, announcing the conclusion of the test and outlining some details to be noted for the coming-of-age ceremony a month later. Slowly standing, Xiao Yin exchanged a smile with the triumphant Xiaozhan on the platform, who generously gave a thumbs up to his son, who had shone so brightly today. As he brushed the dust off his clothes, a fragrant breeze wafted towards him. Raising his head, Xiao Yin noticed Xiao Mei standing before him. Her smile tinged with an air of formality. "Is there something you need?" Seeing the faint chill in Xiao Yan's handsome face, Xiao Mei hesitated, forcing a smile as she softly said, "Cousin Xiao Yan, congratulations to you." "Thank you." Nodding slightly, Xiao Yan's gaze shifted towards Sun Er. "Cousin Xiao Yan, tomorrow at the combat hall, my father will teach advanced yellow-level combat techniques. Would you like to join me?" Xiao Mei inquired with a smile, her face a captivating blend of allure and innocence. At her words, Xiao Yan's brow subtly raised. Surprised, he turned to see a face adorned with a radiant smile. "I sincerely apologize, Cousin Xiao Mei. Sun Er has already invited brother Xiao Yin to accompany me on a visit to Wutan City tomorrow, so he may not be able to attend the combat hall with you." Amidst the bewildered gazes surrounding them, Sun Er affectionately linked her arm with Xiao Yan's, her exquisite face carrying a hint of regret. Chapter 35, Guilt. Upon hearing Sun Er's words, Xiao Mei was momentarily taken aback, soon feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Were it another girl from the family speaking thus, she could rely on her beauty and talent to hold her ground, but facing Sun Er, she felt only a profound sense of defeat. Casting a glance at Xiao Yin's indifferent expression, Xiao Mei could not help but let out a self-deprecating smile before awkwardly departing. The crowd in the training grounds observed Xiao Yin, who was affectionately linked to Sun Er, with a tinge of jealousy. Being the most dazzling gem of the family, they had never witnessed Sun Er bestow such treatment upon a man. As they watched Xiao Mei retreat in embarrassment, Xiao Yin was startled, feeling the delicate touch on his arm. Turning his head, he met Sun Er's smiling face and could not help but tease, "What are you up to, girl?" Sun Er continued to hold onto Xiao Yan's arm, her eyes gliding over the dazed crowd surrounding them, and innocently retorted, "Isn't brother Xiao Yin trying to reject her?" Sun Er simply disliked the speed with which Xiao Mei's demeanor shifted. The invitation to join her in practicing combat techniques at the dojo was unprecedented. As she strolled slowly out of the training grounds, she disregarded the curious gazes around her and softly expressed her disdain for Xiao Mei's inconsistent attitude. With a slight shrug, Xiao Yin empathized and nodded, letting out a bitter laugh. 3 years prior, his relationship with Xiao Mei had not been unfavorable, but ever since he was labeled as a waste, he had seen through the woman's true nature. Watching the intimate figures of Xiao Yin and Sun Er leave the training grounds, Xiao Ning's face twitched, his fist clenched, emitting a creaking sound. Jealousy welled up within him, causing his eyes to redden. "You little brat, in a month, I want to see you picking up your teeth." Xiao Ning gritted his teeth, growling, before storming away from the training grounds in a fit of rage. After a moment of silence, Xiaozhan sighed softly, shook his head, and gradually departed. As the young girl linked arms with him, they turned onto a narrow path. Suddenly, Sun Er's face flushed crimson as she released Xiao Yan's arm, pouting and casting a playful glare at him. Feeling an unexpected void as she withdrew, Xiao Yan sighed, a sense of loss washing over him, his gaze unconsciously drifting toward the girl beside him. Upon sensing the slight heat in Xiao Yan's eyes, Sun Er's delicate face turned scarlet, and her small hand instinctively rose, playfully scolding, "Brother Xiao Yan, you." Coughing awkwardly, Xiao Yin was jolted from his thoughts. His face tinged with red as he managed a sheepish smile, internally lamenting, "What a wicked creature, harboring feelings for my own sister." Although Sun Er and Xiao Yin were not blood relatives, they had lived together for over a decade, their bond akin to that of siblings. Now, Xiao Yin found himself grappling with feelings towards his nominal sister, which naturally filled him with a sense of guilt. The sudden interruption had altered the atmosphere between them, creating a moment of silence laced with a hint of intimacy. Sun Er, her face flushed, lowered her gaze, the previous elegance she exuded having vanished completely. Her glances flickered occasionally, meeting Xiao Yan's steadfast gaze. In this peculiar ambience, the seemingly short path stretched on interminably. Yet, even the longest journey must reach an end. Upon arriving at a fork in the road, Xiao Yan awkwardly greeted her before attempting to make a hasty exit. "Brother Xiao Yan," Sun Er called out, slightly taken aback by his sudden retreat, before bursting into a soft giggle as she gently beckoned him. The girl, clad in pale green, appeared even more exquisite against the backdrop of lush willow trees. A gentle breeze tousled her cascading hair and the purple ribbon around her slender waist, accentuating her graceful form. Tomorrow. Will you accompany Sooner? Beneath the willow tree, Sooner's delicate face was slightly flushed, her pearly teeth grazing her enticingly red lips. Her beautiful autumn-like eyes shimmering with anticipation and a hint of enigmatic charm as she gazed at Xiao Yin in the distance. Chapter 36. The comical breakthrough. It is challenging to imagine that the naturally graceful and composed Sooner could exhibit such a charmingly shy demeanor. Her pure and alluring appearance evoking a unique enchantment in Xiao Yin. After silently acknowledging her as a little enchantress in his heart, Xiao Yin vaguely responded, only to succumb to an ungraceful retreat under Sooner's amused gaze. Watching Xiao Yin leave in a flurry, Sooner covered her mouth and chuckled softly, surveying herself before casting her gaze towards the small pond beside the path. There, the young girl stood elegantly, with bright eyes and radiant teeth. Her gaze, filled with allure and an almost imperceptible charm, captivated the surroundings. Truly, she was quite beautiful. With a gentle twirl, Sooner's rosy lips curled into a proud smile. Nearby, a few young men from the family, who had just approached, suddenly froze in their tracks, mouths agape, gazing in awe at the stunning girl admiring herself beneath the willow tree. Seated at the table, Xiao Yin took a sip of tea, his mind lingering on Sooner's enchanting figure. With each flutter of her autumn-like eyes, he felt his heart race. Shaking his head vigorously, Xiao Yin inwardly scolded himself for his foolishness before gradually calming the tumultuous thoughts. After shaking his slightly numb arms, Xiao Yin made his way to the corner of the room, lifting the large wooden basin filled with foundational elixir, quickly shedding his clothes before leaping into the refreshing liquid. The cool water enveloped his skin, washing away the weariness that permeated his bones. As he lazily leaned against the rim of the basin, his breath gradually steadied. Recalling the shock he had caused on the training grounds that day, Xiao Yin smiled faintly. Indeed, strength was the most vital currency in this world. Rubbing his forehead, an image of a proud and beautiful face suddenly flashed in his mind. It was Na Lan Yinran. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Xiao Yin murmured, "Just 2 more years, right? You must wait for me. I will come find you." His gentle whisper, laced with an icy undertone, might have been mistaken for sweet nothings exchanged between young lovers. However, the memory of Na Lan Yin's condescending words and commanding demeanor in the hall tightened his fist. The humiliation almost unbearable. He chuckled softly. Cultivation must not cease. That woman, though proud, was undoubtedly talented, having been accepted as a disciple by the sect leader of Yunlan's sect. A cold smile crept upon Xiao Yan's lips. Taking a deep breath, the thought of her ignited an unusual diligence within him. He shook off his languid demeanor, assumed a meditative posture in the basin, formed hand seals with his fingers, and slowly closed his eyes to cultivate. Since the day of the examination, Xiao Yin had sensed a palpable shift in the gazes of the clan members directed at him. The previous disdain and mockery replaced by a newfound reverence. Yet, he remained indifferent, not flaunting his sudden prestige with arrogance. The day following the examination, Xiao Yin naturally accompanied Sooner for a day of leisurely exploration, finding it hard to refuse her requests, as she was the person he was closest to in the clan besides his father, occasionally encountering Xiaomei in the clan, who sweetly referred to him as cousin Xiao Yin. He merely smiled faintly, casually brushing off her attention. He had always maintained a respectful distance from overly pragmatic women. As a month slipped by in such tranquil and leisurely days, only 7 days remained until the Xiao clan's grand adult ceremony. After 2 more days of earnest effort yielding no results, Xiao Yin, feeling regretful, loosened his tightly held cultivation schedule. Just when he thought a breakthrough was hopeless, an unexpected and delightful turn of events unfolded. On the night 2 days before the adult ceremony, while Xiao Yin was deep in slumber, he abruptly leaped up as if in a trance, clothes still on, and jumped straight into the basin. The medicinal properties of the elixir nearly dissipated. After a night of restless tossing, Xiao Yin finally opened his eyes, only to find, to his astonishment, that the barrier that had plagued him for months had been shattered in his dazed state. In the aftermath of this bizarre and comical breakthrough, Xiao Yin, filled with surprise, could only laugh and curse. Damn it. Chapter 37. Xiao Yu. For a family to endure through the ages, the most crucial factor is to maintain its vitality, which is primarily sourced from the younger generation within the family. They are the lifeblood, and only through a continuous influx of fresh blood can the great machinery of the family remain in perpetual motion. Hence, the coming-of-age ceremony is a significant day that every family highly values, and the Xiao family is no exception. As one of the 3 prominent families in Wutan City, the Xiao family's coming-of-age ceremony naturally attracts the attention of various forces within the city, with some friendly factions even accepting invitations to participate in the event. Seated in the shade of a grand tree alongside Sooner, a gentle breeze wafted through, providing a refreshing comfort. Xiaoyan squinted at the enormous platform in the distance. Constructed from colossal timber specifically for the occasion, his gaze swept over the spacious platform before shifting to the crowd gathered below, comprised of individuals from various factions. And he sighed softly, there are indeed a lot of people. Observing Xiaoyan's slightly sullen expression, Sooner, who was aware of his preference for tranquility, could not help but chuckle with a hint of mischief. Upon hearing her, Xiaoyan cast her a sidelong glance, feeling that with her, nothing could be concealed. He sighed inwardly, acknowledging with a weak nod. After rolling his eyes at her, Xiaoyan's attention was suddenly caught by a captivating woman in a red dress, who was animatedly conversing with others. The alluring figure beneath the crimson attire, with her voluptuous curves partially concealed, was irresistibly enchanting. At that moment, she had already drawn a considerable crowd around her, becoming the focal point of excitement below the platform. This woman, exuding a mature charm with every smile and gesture, was none other than Yafei, the chief auctioneer from the Tamir auction house, whom Xiaoyan had encountered before. As his gaze lingered on her serpentine waist, he could not help but inwardly muse, what a stunning beauty. Just then, a soft huff from the girl beside him broke his reverie. Xiaoyan, feeling a bit embarrassed, forced a smile and replied, even if I had such thoughts, she would have to think highly of me, being just a mere child in her eyes. After all, she is 7 or 8 years my senior. Some women do prefer younger men, don't they? Sooner teased, her rosy lips curling into a mischievous smile. Clearing his throat, Xiaoyan conceded defeat, unwilling to shift his gaze back to that lively circle. Who? Startled, Xiaoyan followed Sooner's gaze, his brows furrowing slowly. In the direction they were looking, a stunning woman clad in what appeared to be academy attire leaned casually against a large tree. She bore a long sword at her waist, and her figure was notably tall, but what drew the most attention was her long, shapely legs. Legs so alluring that even the enchanting Yafei could not compare. Sooner playfully shrugged and tilted her head, jesting, Xiaoyan, it seems you're in trouble this time. With a wry smile, Xiaoyan rubbed his aching forehead and muttered, that headstrong woman is a real nuisance. Just because I accidentally stumbled upon her bathing in a hot spring years ago and inadvertently touched her thigh, she has pursued me relentlessly for half a year. Well, a girl's body is not something one can touch carelessly, Sooner laughed. Recalling how she too had been subjected to Xiaoyan's playful antics in their childhood, a faint blush gracing her delicate face. Xiaoyan scoffed. That woman is also Xiao Ning's sister. Neither of them are virtuous. The animosity she harbors towards me is largely due to her brother. In the distance, Xiaoyu seemed to sense something, turning her gaze towards Xiaoyan beneath the tree. A moment of surprise crossed her face, followed by a frown, her beautiful eyes briefly flashing with disdain and disgust. After a brief hesitation, Xiaoyu strode toward Xiaoyan, her alluring legs gracefully carrying her forward. Observing her approach, Xiaoyan's brow also furrowed, a hint of distaste evident on his countenance. Ah, Xiaoyan, I never imagined you would have a moment to shine once more. How surprising, Xiaoyu remarked with a cold smile as she drew closer, noticing the unmistakable impatience etched across his face. Not your concern, Xiaoyan replied curtly, his usual calm demeanor completely abandoned as he responded with a coarse retort. Your tongue remains as sharp as ever. It seems these 3 years of decline have not dulled your edge. Xiaoyu looked down at Xiaoyan with a condescending tone, as if imparting a lesson from a position of superiority. Another one of those tones. Sighing in annoyance, Xiaoyan subtly examined the woman he hadn't seen in a year, allowing his gaze to drift down to her long, shapely legs. He rubbed his nose and casually remarked, your legs are still as long as ever. I wonder if any other man has had the pleasure since back then? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's expression turned a shade darker, her face clouded with fury. Chapter 38. This little fellow is quite extraordinary, pierced by Xiaoyan's words, which struck a somewhat embarrassing chord. Xiaoyu's delicate face instantly turned ashen. With a swift motion, her jade-like hand grasped the hilt of the sword at her waist. Observing Xiaoyu, whose complexion mirrored her fury, Xiaoyan leaned back slightly, lazily remarking, are you planning to make a move? What can you achieve by doing so? Xiaoyu tightened her grip on the sword's hilt, suppressing the urge to draw it in a fit of rage, and coldly retorted, even if you have returned with your talents, what difference does it make? 3 years ago, I, Xiaoyu, could chase you off the mountains, and 3 years hence, I can do so again. Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering over the ample bosom concealed by her light purple uniform, marked with 3 golden stars, an emblem of her current strength as a 3-star fighter. It seemed that this headstrong woman had indeed made considerable progress over the past year at the academy. Where are your eyes wandering? Xiao Yu's already pale face turned even colder at Xiao Yan's gaze. Isn't your outfit meant to attract men's attention? Xiao Yan casually remarked, his seemingly indifferent words inciting further fury within Xiao Yu. You little rascal! Clenching her silver teeth, Xiao Yu could no longer contain her indignation and unsheathed her sword, aiming it sharply at Xiao Yan. Do you believe I will sever your tongue? Unblinking, Xiao Yan gazed at the glimmering steel blade before him and softly replied, Go ahead and try. As he spoke, his right hand curled slightly, a formidable suction forming in his palm. Possessing 3 types of profound techniques, he felt no fear against a 3-star fighter should a conflict arise. Observing the tense standoff, Suner shook her head helplessly, casting her gaze towards the distance. Uncle Xiao is approaching, she gently reminded. At Suner's words, Xiao Yu furrowed her brows and turned her head to see Xiao Zhan striding towards them. His expression somewhat altered. Humph, consider yourself fortunate. Suner smiled faintly at Xiao Yu's remark, replying, Thank you for your reminder, cousin Xiao Yu. However, I believe brother Xiao Yan is quite commendable. Xiao Yu's expression shifted slightly at Suner's subtly loaded statement. She scanned the serene smile on Suner's face, saying with a hint of meaning, Once you step outside the family, you will understand how vast the world is. There are many men who surpass that fellow. What if you encounter someone who captures your heart? Cousin Xiao Yu, you worry too much. I will not experience what you speak of, Suner interrupted, her rosy lips pursing slightly. Xiao Yu, momentarily embarrassed by the interruption, shot a fierce glare at Xiao Yan before departing with evident displeasure. In response, Suner chuckled softly, covering her mouth. I am quite curious why she always seems to clash with brother Xiao Yan. Although you inadvertently intruded upon her while she was bathing years ago, that should not justify her ongoing animosity. How would I know? Xiao Yan shrugged innocently, then shifted his attention to the approaching Xiao Zhan and others. Yan, are you all right? That girl Xiao Yu just now? Xiao Zhan hurried over, relief washing over him as he saw Xiao Yan unharmed. With a slight shrug, Xiao Yan grinned. It's nothing. She just went a bit mad. Try to keep your distance from her. She's quite temperamental, and now that she is a 3-star fighter, if it comes to blows, you would be at a significant disadvantage. Moreover, she is the granddaughter of the Grand Elder, so if a conflict arises, even I would find it difficult to reprimand her. Xiao Zhan advised helplessly. Xiao Yan rubbed his nose, smiling noncommittally. Come, Yenner, let me introduce you. This is Miss Yifei, the chief auctioneer of the Tamir auction house. The foundational spirit liquid from last time was auctioned through her, Xiao Zhan said, stepping aside to reveal the enchanting woman in a red dress standing behind him. Xiao Yan scratched his head, a bit shyly stating, It was all thanks to my father's purchase of the foundational spirit liquid. Seeing that the two had made initial acquaintance, Xiao Zhan glanced at the sky, then patted Xiao Yan on the shoulder with a warm smile. All right. The coming-of-age ceremony is about to begin. I must prepare some things. Do not embarrass your father. Xiao Yan nodded with a smile. As Xiao Zhan turned to leave, Yifei cast a deep, lingering gaze at the youth before her. Years of experience in the auction world had sharpened her perceptiveness, and as she scrutinized him, she suddenly felt a chill. Despite his bashfulness, the depths of his dark eyes bore an unfathomable calmness, akin to a bottomless abyss. Such a young age, yet able to master his emotions effortlessly. This little fellow is indeed remarkable. Turning away, Yifei contemplated gravely. Chapter 39. Ritual reassessment. The proceedings of the coming-of-age ceremony were so intricate that they nearly induced a headache. Seated in the audience, Xiao Yan observed the youth on stage, manipulated like a puppet, and could not help but rub his forehead. He turned to Suner, offering a wry smile. This adult ceremony is truly a self-imposed ordeal. Seeing Xiao Yan's exasperated expression, Suner, with her sparkling eyes slightly curved, cheerfully replied, There's no alternative. It's a tradition passed down through generations. And even Uncle Xiao and the others cannot change it. Xiao Yan sighed, nodding in resignation. Just as he was about to doze off from boredom, he suddenly raised an eyebrow, narrowing his eyes as he shifted his gaze to the left side of the stage. Not far away, Xiao Ning glared at Xiao Yan with envy, who was engaged in light-hearted conversation with Suner. Upon noticing Xiao Yan's glance, he provocatively raised his fist. Fool. Beside him, Suner found Xiao Yan's reaction amusing yet slightly helpless. It seemed that every time he interacted with Xiao Yu, he would shed his usual indifference, revealing an unrestrained demeanor that invariably infuriated the latter. leaning against the cool wooden chair. Xiaoyan inhaled the refreshing fragrance of the girl beside him and closed his eyes in leisurely anticipation. As the adult ceremony progressed, it finally came time for Xiaoyan to take the stage. The shouts from the audience drew curious and skeptical gazes from the noble seats above. Their presence at the Xiao family's coming-of-age ceremony was largely due to their desire to ascertain whether this young man, recently the talk of the town in Wutan City, truly lived up to the hype. Hearing the calls, Xiaoyan slowly opened his eyes, the myriad of expressions surrounding him resembling an audience observing a circus act, prompting him to shake his head in helplessness. With a deep breath, he maintained an expression of calmness and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, stepped onto the elevated platform. The ceremony was presided over by the second elder, Xiaoying. Although the elder had previously shown Xiaoyan little kindness, he had noticeably tempered his demeanor since the last assessment. The blatant disdain that had once graced his weathered face had vanished. Gazing at the boy before him, who had seemingly experienced a remarkable transformation, Xiaoying sighed internally, a slight tremor passing over his features as he retrieved several ritual materials from behind the stage. He then approached Xiaoyan. Recalling the earlier complexities of the ceremony, Xiaoyan felt a headache coming on and, with a resigned smile, closed his eyes once more. Under the scrutiny of the assembled crowd, Xiaoyan stood stationary for half an hour, resembling a fool, until the tedious rituals finally concluded. Breathing a sigh of relief, he opened his eyes to find himself covered in an array of fragrances, rolling his eyes in annoyance. Having completed these cumbersome tasks, the second elder wiped his brow and turned to the black stone assessment monument, declaring loudly, "Ritual reassessment." The reassessment was far more stringent and meticulous than the initial predictions. This time, the second elder himself, a two-star great fighter, would oversee the examination, underscoring the significance attributed to the adult ceremony. Upon hearing the second elder's proclamation, the audience, previously languid, became invigorated, their gazes fixated on the high platform. Ignoring the fervent stares around him, Xiaoyan calmly approached the black stone monument and halted before it. It seemed that the shock Xiaoyan had caused had significantly impacted the second elder. Despite knowing the monument was notoriously accurate, the elder remained stubbornly skeptical, thus opting to personally supervise Xiaoyan's assessment. Unfazed by the doubt in the elder's eyes, Xiaoyan slowly placed his hand upon the stone tablet. As the veracity of the rumors was reaffirmed, Xiaoyu's lips pressed tightly together, her long legs tapping in frustration as she glared at the young man in black. Her delicate features displayed a stubborn defiance. "I find it hard to believe that this waste can make a comeback without seeing it for myself." Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyu coldly observed the scene. Last time, he must have done something underhanded. With the second elder overseeing this time, "I shall see." Before she could finish her taunting whisper, her beautiful face suddenly stiffened, the remaining words lodged in her throat. High upon the wooden platform, the immense black stone monument erupted with brilliance, golden characters elegantly dancing across its surface. Chapter 40. Shocked silence enveloped the venue, a profound stillness that held every gaze captive. Momentarily stunned before becoming fixated upon the radiant black stone monument, the crisp sound of teacups shattering on the floor echoed from the VIP section, where representatives from various factions in Wutan City stood in wide-eyed disbelief. The unfolding spectacle not only confirmed the veracity of the rumors, but vastly exceeded their expectations. Given the current pace of cultivation, it was conceivable that, in a matter of decades, the Xiao family might produce a supreme powerhouse of the Do Huang level. Exchanging glances, the dignitaries in the VIP section were collectively struck by a sense of trepidation. A Do Huang. Once any minor family within the Jiama Empire produced a Do Huang level expert, that family's status would inevitably soar, rendering them impervious to the oppressive tactics of even the three great families of the Jiama Empire. After all, there were only a handful of such formidable warriors in this vast empire, each capable of turning the tide of battle. And no rational empire would dare to provoke a Do Huang. Over 3 centuries ago, the sole Do Huang of the Jiama Empire wreaked havoc upon a neighboring nation after a war led to the slaughter of his kin, single-handedly decimating an elite cavalry regiment of 10,000. The ensuing carnage sent shockwaves throughout the nation. Since that fateful day, few dared to offend a Do Huang on the continent, underscoring the ferocity of such beings. Thus, witnessing Xiaoyan's extraordinary talent filled the onlookers with an overwhelming envy towards the Xiao family. At the center of the elevated platform, Xiao Zhan found his eyes stinging from the golden inscriptions on the black monument. After a prolonged moment, he exhaled slowly, casting a look of gratitude towards the black-clad youth in the arena, and remarked with a light chuckle, "The wisest decision of my life may well have been to ensure no rift formed between my son and me." As Xiaoyan's father, Xiao Zhan understood his son's temperament all too well. He vividly recalled the cold indifference of his infant son, whose gaze felt like that of a stranger rather than a child towards his father. Thankfully, the chill of that past gradually thawed under Xiao Zhan's sincere affection and care. A gentle smile crept upon his lips as he reminisced about the cold war of emotions they once shared. Xiao Zhan. The cultivation talent of young Master Xiao Yan is truly astonishing. It seems the Xiao family is on the verge of producing an extraordinary powerhouse, remarked Yafei, her enchanting eyes fixed intently on the youth in black, a radiant smile gracing her lips. Xiao Zhan chuckled heartily, unable to conceal his pride and excitement, and courteously gestured towards Yafei, casually lamenting, "Miss Yafei, you flatter me. This young lad's talent is often unpredictable. You are aware of the tribulations he faced in the past 3 years. Who can tell if such turmoil may revisit us?" Sai Yafei's enchanting gaze curved playfully, her laughter soft and enticing. She remained uncertain whether Xiao Yan's talent would prove enduring or fleeting, but she recognized his potential and that was sufficient for her. With a captivating glimmer in her eyes, Yafei resolved to cultivate a closer relationship with the Xiao family in the future. "I have no idea," Xiaoning muttered with a wry smile, his gaze drifting to Sun Er in the distance, who was fixated on the young man on stage, completely oblivious to his presence. "Damn that brat." Jealousy surged within Xiaoning as he glared fiercely at Xiao Yan, his youthful features contorting into a fierce expression, fueled by the indifference of the girl he admired. Chapter 41. Qi Enhancing Powder. Second Elder. Has the test concluded? "Oh, it's done." Awakened by Xiao Yan's voice, the second elder nodded in a flustered manner. From the drifting and disoriented gaze, it was evident that he was still in shock. As the golden light dissipated, the arena remained enveloped in silence, with everyone evidently still immersed in the earlier astonishment. The ritual retest had been completed, and according to the customary rules, Xiao Yan would face a challenge, one that could only be initiated by those beneath the rank of Doja. Who shall step forth? The second elder's gaze swept over the younger generation of the Xiao clan as he spoke softly. If the test of adulthood was an assessment of the strength of Do Qi, then this challenge served as a measure of the clan members' mastery and training in combat skills. After all, when life and death were at stake, martial arts played a crucial role in determining victory or defeat, a fact that each family regarded with equal importance to the cultivation of Do Qi. At this moment, they no longer had the standing to flaunt their superiority over Xiao Yan. Standing calmly at the center of the arena, Xiao Yan's gaze casually drifted over his peers, and each time his eyes landed on someone, they instinctively took a step back. Frowning, Xiaoning cast an irritated glance at her sister. "What is the matter?" A twitch of Xiaoning's lips revealed her hesitation as her gaze involuntarily darted towards Sun Er, who was watching Xiao Yan with gentle admiration, a softness she had never displayed before in front of him. Observing Xiaoning's stubborn and envious expression, Xiao Yu felt a twinge of helplessness. After a moment's hesitation, she suddenly produced a smooth, green pill, caressing it reluctantly before swiftly placing it into Xiaoning's hand. "This is a second-tier Qi enhancing powder, which will grant you the strength of a doja for a short period. However, once consumed, you must remain bedridden for the next month. It is best not to use it unless absolutely necessary." Upon hearing this, Xiaoning's eyes sparkled with excitement as she grasped the pill tightly. "With this, I can certainly teach that guy a harsh lesson." Xiao Yu furrowed her brow and admonished, "Don't go overboard. Just give him a little hardship. If you seriously injure him, even grandfather won't be able to protect you. He is no longer the useless person he once was." "Understood." Xiaoning nodded nonchalantly, a smirk on her lips as she turned her gaze back to Sun Er, thinking to herself, "I will show you that he is nothing but a decorative pillow." With a cold chuckle, Xiaoning broke free from Xiao Yu's grasp and ascended the high platform, proclaiming loudly, "I shall challenge." As someone stepped forward, all eyes in the arena converged upon Xiaoning, and the attention of the crowd only amplified her pride. Watching Xiaoning approach, the second elder furrowed his brow and glanced towards the VIP seating, where the first elder wore an unsightly expression. With a resigned sigh, he silently cursed. "What an ungrateful fool! Do you still consider Xiao Yan to be the same useless child of the past?" Unaware of the second elder's displeasure, Xiaoning strode confidently, grinning as she addressed Xiao Yan. "Let me test just how strong your combat prowess really is." Xiao Yan lazily lifted his eyes to regard Xiaoning, but could not be bothered to respond. Xiaoning challenges Xiao Yan. "Xiao Yan, Do you accept? The second elder, seeing Xiao Ning at the center of the arena, had no choice but to announce loudly. You wouldn't dare refuse, would you? Sooner is watching, and you certainly wouldn't want to disappoint her. Caressing the pill in his sleeve, Xiao Ning felt his confidence swell as he glanced at the elegantly poised girl resembling a blue lotus, smirking coldly. Fool, Xiao Yan muttered under his breath, touching his nose. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, he nodded slightly and replied coolly, I accept. Seeing Xiao Yan's nod, the second elder sighed again, waving his hand. As he retreated, he leaned in to whisper to Xiao Yan and Xiao Ning, remember, do not go too far. Xiao Ning merely scoffed, while Xiao Yan shrugged nonchalantly. As the second elder withdrew, the atmosphere on the high platform instantly became tense. Chapter 42. You lost gazing at the two youths confronting each other atop the high platform. All eyes in the audience were irresistibly drawn to the spectacle. They were eager to discover whether this boy, who had once again created a miracle after a 3-year hiatus, possessed an equally astounding progress in martial techniques. In the VIP section, Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow as he observed Xiao Ning stepping forward to challenge. His expression soured slightly. Although Xiao Yan's fighting spirit had taken him by surprise, he had never witnessed the latter seeking instruction from the family's martial arts masters in the arena. It is important to note that martial arts training differs significantly from the initial stages of fighting spirit cultivation. While one might rely on personal exploration for low-level yellow-tier techniques, intermediate and advanced techniques necessitate guidance from a family instructor. Over the years, Xiao Zhan had never heard any of the family's martial arts experts mention that Xiao Yan had sought their tutelage. Rather, it was Xiao Ning who frequented their company. Tell me, Xiao Zhan, do you believe young Master Xiao Yan can win? Asked Yafei, her gaze fixed intently on the arena, a playful smile gracing her lips. Is that so? Her alluring eyes sparkled as she blinked her long lashes, her beautiful gaze lazily fixed on the composed young man in black. Her lips curled into a smile, revealing a hint of mature charm. For some reason, I have complete faith in young Master Xiao Yan. I believe he will undoubtedly emerge victorious. Xiao Zhan was taken aback, seemingly surprised by her confidence, and shook his head with a smile. Then I shall take your words as a good omen, Miss Yufei. As he regarded the casually standing Xiao Yan, Xiao Ning let out a cold sneer, his fists gradually tightening. The faint fighting spirit within him surged rapidly, imparting a wave of formidable strength. After a brief pause, Xiao Ning abruptly stomped his foot on the ground and charged directly at the close proximity Xiao Yan. As he approached, Xiao Ning slightly curved his palms, sharp nails glinting ominously. When he was merely half a meter away from Xiao Yan, Xiao Ning suddenly halted, his right claw carving a devious arc aimed directly at Xiao Yan's throat. Yellow-tier intermediate technique, shredding claw strike. Calmly observing the swift assault, Xiao Yan raised his palm unhurriedly. With a slight curl, he forcefully thrust it open, unleashing a tremendous push that surged forth. Under this unforeseen and immense force, Xiao Ning's expression shifted dramatically, his body feeling as though it had been struck by a heavy blow. He stumbled backward, retreating over 10 steps before managing to stabilize himself, albeit somewhat disheveled. From the high platform, Xiao Zhan watched this scene, his expression marked by mild astonishment. Beside him, Yufei smiled gracefully, elegantly lifting her white jade teacup, her red lips parting slightly as she took a delicate sip. This young lad truly conceals his prowess. A charming smile graced Yufei's lips as she mused inwardly. What martial technique is this? Xiao Ning inquired, his complexion shifting subtly as he pressed a hand to his chest, feeling a sense of discomfort. Xiao Yan cast a fleeting glance at him before lowering his gaze to his own palm. Despite its unappealing name, the force produced by this fire-blasting palm was indeed satisfying to him. Noting Xiao Yan's indifference, Xiao Ning's expression tightened, his teeth gritting in frustration as he charged at Xiao Yan once more. With his palm extended, Xiao Yan squinted slightly, watching as Xiao Ning drew ever closer. The corners of his mouth curling into a frigid arc suddenly, his open right hand clenched into a fist, unleashing a ferocious pulling force that surged forth, profound tier technique, grasping palm. Realizing Xiao Yan was about to strike again, Xiao Ning instinctively grounded himself. However, before he could brace for the push, an overwhelming suction yanked him forward violently. His body arced through the air, hurtling directly toward the enigmatic smile on Xiao Yan's face. Though he was being drawn in, upon seeing Xiao Yan approach, Xiao Ning could not suppress a gleeful grin. With a sinister smile, he rapidly condensed his fighting spirit into his fist. Iron Mountain Fist. He roared, his fist tightening with fierce energy, the air resonating with a low hum as he aimed for Xiao Yan's shoulder. The force behind this strike suggested that, should it connect, Xiao Yan's arm would surely suffer grievous injury. It appeared that Xiao Ning had no intention of holding back from the very beginning. Narrowing his eyes as he felt the sharp energy, Xiao Yan exhaled slowly, altering the path of his fighting spirit within. Profound tier technique, fire blasting palm. As the command echoed in his mind, a powerful thrust erupted from Xiao Yan's palm once more. Bang! The air rippled slightly as an invisible counterforce collided violently with the incoming Xiao Ning, the two opposing forces clashing, leaving Xiao Ning's complexion pale. With a sudden burst, the push overpowered the opposing force, and after a brief moment of stalemate, Xiao Ning was sent reeling to the ground, skidding over 10 meters before finally coming to a stop, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Observing the crumpled form of Xiao Ning from a distance and glancing at the now subdued arena, Xiao Yan slowly lowered his palm. Iksha Chapter 43. The dominant Xiao Yan. As Xiao Yan gazed upon the defeated Xiao Ning lying helplessly on the ground, the audience, initially enveloped in a brief silence, erupted into chaos. The earlier shock had reignited, surging within their hearts. The younger generation of the Xiao clan stared, wide-eyed, at Xiao Ning, who, as their peer, was well known for his formidable combat prowess. Among the younger members, only Sooner could rival him. He was considered nearly unbeatable. Yet now, in just 2 encounters with Xiao Yan, he had been utterly vanquished. This unforeseen turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. In the audience, Xiao Yu's beautiful face was similarly etched with disbelief. Her slightly parted lips betrayed her astonishment at the rapid downfall of Xiao Ning. To master advanced combat techniques, one must have a mentor to impart the intricacies of such skills. It seemed that Yafei had designated Xiao Zhan as the one to provide Xiao Yan with special training. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan was taken aback, shaking his head in a wry smile. Not only had he never taught Xiao Yan any combat techniques, but even if he wished to, he could not impart the unique skills Xiao Yan had just displayed. His understanding of the family's techniques did not encompass anything like what he had just witnessed. Since he had never encountered such techniques, there could only be one explanation. The combat skills Xiao Yan employed were not part of the Xiao clan's repertoire. If they were not from the Xiao clan, where had Xiao Yan learned them? Confusion stirred within Xiao Zhan as he glanced towards the clan's higher-ups, only to find them casting peculiar looks in his direction. Taken aback by their gazes, Xiao Zhan realized they might also believe he was the one providing Xiao Yan with special instruction. With a resigned smirk, he chose not to explain, refocusing his attention on the black-clad youth in the arena, murmuring to himself, "This young lad harbors many secrets." The young man stood with his head bowed, his youthful visage displaying only tranquility, devoid of any arrogance or glee typically accompanying victory. With a deep sigh, the second elder raised his withered hand, poised to declare the end of the match, but his expression abruptly shifted. In the distance, Xiao Ning, who had previously collapsed, suddenly sprang up like a crouching leopard. The faint aura of combat energy surrounding him surged violently in that instant. He stomped forcefully on the wooden floor, launching himself forward, splintering the wood beneath him. His eyes, now fierce, locked onto the approaching Xiao Yan, and the blood staining his lips twisted his face into a grotesque snarl. "You little brat, die." "Xiao Ning, stop." The second elder was momentarily taken aback by the sudden turn of events, but before he could finish his command, the fury and jealousy clouding Xiao Ning's mind rendered him deaf to reason. Taking advantage of the boost from the energy-enhancing potion he had consumed, he gritted his teeth and charged at Xiao Yan. The abrupt change in the arena stirred pandemonium among the spectators. Xiao Zhan and others in the VIP section were visibly alarmed. They could distinctly sense that Xiao Ning now possessed the strength of a fighter. "He has taken the energy-enhancing potion," Yafei remarked gravely, her expression shifting as she assessed Xiao Ning's sudden increase in power. "How infuriating." Xiao Zhan's expression darkened further, his fist crashing onto the table in front of him, causing a web of cracks to spider across its surface. He turned to glare menacingly at the elder, whose face had also shifted with concern. "If anything happens to my son, your grandson will pay with his life." Xiao Yan's potential far surpassed that of Xiao Ning. Should Xiao Ning inflict irreversible injury upon Xiao Yan due to his breach of conduct in this match, even with the elder's backing, the clan would not easily forgive him. Under the intense gaze of Xiao Zhan, the elder's gaunt face twitched slightly, a bitter taste in his mouth. If Xiao Yan were still the same as before, an injury could be managed. However, now, even if the clan were to abandon the elder, they could never forsake this young man, who could potentially become a Do Huang in the future. In the arena, the second elder's shouts fell on deaf ears. The proximity allowed Xiaoning to swiftly lunge at Xiaoyan, his fists gathering combat energy as he roared, Iron Mountain Fist. The surge in his power imbued the Iron Mountain Fist with a formidable force, creating a palpable pressure. The wind whipped through Xiaoyan's hair, revealing his cold, black eyes. Surprisingly, instead of retreating from Xiaoning's fierce assault, Xiaoyan stood his ground, his right fist clenched, his form slightly hunched like a lion poised to pounce. In a heartbeat, he surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Witnessing Xiaoyan's reckless decision to confront Xiaoning head-on, the second elder could not help but stomp his foot in frustration. Fool! 8 extremities burst. A low, thunderous growl resonated within Xiaoyan's heart as his fist collided violently with Xiaoning's in the second elder's horrified gaze. Boom! Their fists met mid-air, momentarily silencing the crowd. Xiaoning's ferocious expression paled as blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. With an impassive countenance, Xiaoyan's arm twitched, and his sleeve erupted with a crackling sound. He thrust his fist forward. Senden Chapter 44. A trial with you. The arena fell silent once more as everyone beheld Xiaoning, who had been hurled into the crowd. His condition uncertain. Moments later, gazes filled with disbelief turned towards the black-clad youth on the platform. While many were unaware of the preceding events, Xiaoning's sudden surge in power was undeniable. Yet, contrary to expectations, this surge only led to a more decisive and brutal defeat. A single, devastating blow. In the VIP section, Yafei gracefully concealed her alluring lips with a slender, ivory hand. Her ample bosom rose and fell gently, creating a captivating spectacle. Such formidable combat skill. What level is this? Shintir? Impossible, Yafei murmured, her heart pounding with astonishment. She was acutely aware of the rarity and difficulty of mastering Shintir combat skills. However, the technique employed by Xiaoyan was clearly not the Lion Mountain Split. Her delicate lashes fluttered as she clutched her teacup, whispering to herself, could it be that this skill wasn't taught to him by Xiao Zhan? A glint of insight sparkled in her languid eyes as Yafei subtly turned her head, catching a glimpse of the barely concealed shock on Xiao Zhan's face. To be able to impart a Shintir combat skill, the strength of this mysterious individual must be at least that of a Doling master. Perhaps even greater. A hint of gravity appeared on her beautiful countenance as she elegantly set down her teacup. Her gaze, tinged with intrigue, slowly swept over the fair youth in the arena. This little one seems to grow more enigmatic by the day. It's hard not to be curious. Alas, this young yin is increasingly unfathomable. As Yufei's thoughts swirled, Xiao Zhan sighed inwardly. The combat skill Xiaoyan had unleashed earlier had even elicited a silent cheer from him, for its sheer force and precision rivaled that of the family's own Shintir technique, the Lion Mountain Split. He shook his head gently, exhaling softly, his eyes gleaming with determination. There must be someone guiding Yin in the shadows. Who could it be? Xiao Zhan mused, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards Sun Er, who stood below the platform. Her lovely face was adorned with a gentle smile as she watched the youth who was currently the center of attention. Could it be her? He pondered, recalling the affection Sun Er displayed towards Xiaoyan. The thought brought him a measure of relief. Xiaoyan twisted his neck, his expression indifferent as he watched Xiaoyu hastily carrying the unconscious Xiaoning away. He felt no pity. Had he not possessed 2 Shintir combat skills to protect himself, Xiaoning's earlier attack would have shattered his right arm. Since his opponent showed no mercy, he saw no reason to play the fool. Hold! Xiaoyu's voice rang out from below the platform. She stared at Xiaoning, who was covered in blood and seemingly lifeless, her teeth gnawing at her red lips in fury. The second elder frowned, his voice stern. Xiaoyu, what do you intend to do? Xiaoyu carefully entrusted the unconscious Xiaoning to a clan member behind her before leaping onto the platform. She glared at Xiaoyan with resentment, her voice laced with anger. Xiaoning is your cousin, yet you strike with such cruelty? Xiaoyan scoffed at Xiaoyu's accusatory tone, retorting coldly. It was merely a meaningless challenge, yet he violated the rules by consuming pills. Did you think he was showing me any mercy with his earlier attacks? If I hadn't retaliated, I would be the one lying there now. Would you have berated him with such vehemence on my behalf? Is Xiaoning human, but I? Xiaoyan am not. What can you do besides being a biased and unreasonable shrew? Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned by Xiaoyan's barrage of reproaches. Her fair face flushed crimson, for she, with her prideful nature, had never been publicly rebuked by someone younger than herself. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her rising anger and stated coldly, I care not for your excuses. All I know is that you have injured my brother. I now challenge you. If you have the ability, then accept. Xiaoyu stepped down. This is not your place to cause trouble. The rules of the competition state that it is for those below the doja level. You have no authority here. The second elder reprimanded sternly. Xiao Yu bit her lips stubbornly, glaring at Xiao Yin with resentment. Are you afraid to accept? That idiotic woman. Xiao Yin cursed inwardly. His earlier battle with Xiao Ning had already depleted much of his do qi. To fight Xiao Yu, a 3-star doja, would be a significant disadvantage. Surely you wouldn't refuse a challenge from a mere woman? Xiao Yu taunted, her heart filled with satisfaction as she watched Xiao Yan's gaze darken. Xiao Yan twitched his lips, his dark eyes suddenly flashing with a fierce glint. Just as Xiao Yan was about to fight this long-legged woman with all his might, a gentle, silvery laughter floated onto the platform. Cousin Xiao Yu, brother Xiao Yan is already exhausted. Challenging him now would be taking advantage of the situation. If cousin Xiao Yu truly wishes to spar, perhaps Sun Er can accompany you instead. Would that be acceptable? Chapter 45. Curtain fall amidst the captivated gazes of the assembly. The maiden gracefully ascended the platform, alighting beside Xiao Yan with effortless poise. Her limpid eyes swept across the scene, a radiant smile gracing her exquisite countenance. Observing Sun Er's impromptu arrival, Xiao Yan initially appeared taken aback, then rolled his eyes in exasperation. What brings you here? He queried. Hearing this, Xiao Yu's fair visage clouded over, her delicate brows furrowing as she cast a withering glare upon Xiao Yan, retorting with a frosty tone, Are you capable of nothing but seeking refuge behind a woman's skirts? Xiao Yan's brow twitched, a dangerous glint igniting in his eyes. At that moment, he felt an almost uncontrollable urge to subdue the woman. Enough! The second elder's voice, laced with displeasure, reverberated through the air, silencing the trio's bickering. Sun Er nonchalantly shrugged, delicately tilted her chin, and turned to descend the platform, casting a playful wink at Xiao Yan, eliciting a wry smile from him. Rebuked by the second elder, Xiao Yu's fair features betrayed a hint of grievance. She bit her rosy lip before stamping her foot in vexation and departing, leaving behind a chilling promise. Just you wait, you little scoundrel. Witnessing the conclusion of the farcical scene, the second elder finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned towards the seemingly innocent instigator, offering a wry smile before adopting a stern demeanor and addressing the crowd below in a commanding tone. Xiao Ning violated the rules by consuming medicinal pills during the competition. He shall be confined for 3 months, effective immediately. Ignoring the murmurs of discontent, he continued, the challenge is concluded. Xiao Yan emerges victorious, unconcerned with the perfunctory outcome. Xiao Yan remained indifferent. Upon hearing the announcement of the coming-of-age ceremony's conclusion, he promptly descended the platform. Following Xiao Yan's ceremony, a succession of clansmen took to the stage. However, overshadowed by the awe-inspiring spectacle he had created, their accomplishments seemed to pale in comparison. Sun Er's appearance, however, ignited a considerable stir. At 15 years of age, she had already attained the level of a doja, a feat surpassed only by Xiao Yan's own achievements. While Sun Er's performance was undoubtedly remarkable, many in attendance were familiar with her reputation as the Xiao clan's most radiant gem. Thus, while her accomplishment elicited admiration, it lacked the profound impact of Xiao Yan's meteoric rise. The coming-of-age ceremony, commencing at dawn and stretching into the afternoon, gradually drew to a close amidst a chorus of hushed amazement. As the crowd dispersed, numerous gazes, tinged with awe, lingered upon the composed, black-clad youth standing below. Observing the ceremony's conclusion, Xiao Yan felt a sense of relief wash over him. The weight of those countless stares had become almost unbearable. Shaking his head, he rose to his feet and departed. Xiao Yan's display today was truly astonishing, wasn't it? A fragrant breeze wafted towards him as Sun Er's melodious laughter echoed like silver bells. Xiao Yan chuckled, scratching his nose. I had initially believed that you possessed no fighting skills, yet it appears you were concealing your true abilities all along, Sun Er remarked. Her delicate hands clasped behind her back, her head tilted inquisitively, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Hee, you are the one who is truly enigmatic. Xiao Yan retorted playfully. The fighting skill you employed at the Do Technique Pavilion was hardly commonplace. Sun Er paused, her limpid eyes crinkling into crescent moons as she replied with a smile, Your perception is truly remarkable, Xiao Yan. If you harbor any interest in those techniques, I would be delighted to instruct you. Shrugging, Xiao Yan shook his head. I'd rather not. It's unwise to be too greedy, a simple principle I understand. Then, what about qi cultivation methods? Sun Er inquired, slightly taken aback by Xiao Yan's refusal. Her dark, lively eyes danced with mischief as she suddenly offered with a radiant smile. Xiao Yan momentarily halted, narrowing his eyes and replying ambiguously, Isn't there an opportunity to seek out cultivation methods in the Dochi Pavilion in 5 days? The clan's cultivation methods, at their zenith, are merely the Xian high-level furious lion-tearing gales, practiced by Uncle Xiao. Moreover, you currently lack the authority to cultivate that technique. Suner gently swept a strand of hair from her forehead, her lips pursed as if carefully choosing her words. After a moment, she softly inquired, I could procure a Xian high-level cultivation method for you. Would you accept it? This girl, she truly is a little heiress. A Xian high-level cultivation method. That would cost at least hundreds of thousands. Xiao Yan sighed inwardly, a wry smile forming on his lips. If he hadn't been fortunate enough to encounter Yao Lao, bridging the gap between himself and Suner would have been exceedingly difficult, even with his innate talent. Suner's enigmatic background was undoubtedly formidable. His fingers unconsciously caressed the ancient ring, a sense of reassurance washing over him. This was his capital to becoming a true powerhouse. Under Suner's watchful gaze, Xiao Yan chuckled softly, shaking his head, his voice imbued with a quiet determination. I appreciate the offer, but I can become a powerhouse through my own efforts. Suner paused, her luminous eyes fixed on Xiao Yan's retreating figure. After a moment, she smiled faintly. It seems there truly is a mysterious figure behind Xiao Yan. Should I investigate? Her slender fingers tapped her smooth forehead in contemplation. After a long moment, Senna shook her head in resignation. Never mind. Xiao Yan despises others probing into his secrets. Since that mysterious person has imparted so much to him, they likely harbor no ill intentions. Sighing softly, Suner lifted her gaze, the faintest glimmer of golden flame flickering within her limpid eyes. Let's hope that person has no malicious intent. Otherwise, even if you hide within Xiao Yan's body, I will unearth you. Chapter 46. The enraged Xiao Yan. Amidst these leisurely and delightful days, Xiao Yan, accustomed to his previously hectic lifestyle, found himself restless and yearning for more activity. Reluctantly, he accompanied Sun Er on her daily excursions, occasionally retreating to the mountains to practice his combat techniques. Presently, Xiao Yan had undoubtedly regained his status as the focal point of the family. Wherever he went, he was met with awe-filled gazes, and the respectful addresses from others made him reflect on the stark contrast to his past. Bang! In the lush, verdant little forest of the back mountain, a figure as agile as a spirit monkey darted swiftly, deftly maneuvering past obstacles. With a resounding thud, a fist imbued with powerful energy struck a tree trunk, which was 2 to 3 centimeters thick, causing it to splinter and break with a loud crack. Evading the falling branches with remarkable agility, Xiao Yan leapt onto a stone, sweeping his right hand over the fallen bark, drawing it into his palm with a forceful pull. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, he exhaled, slowly donning his garments. As he finished dressing amidst the rustling sounds, Xiao Yan furrowed his brows, narrowing his eyes as he gazed beyond the forest, letting out a low, cold chuckle. Brushing off the dried leaves from his attire, he sauntered lazily towards the edge of the woods. Stepping out into the warmth of the sunlight, he felt a pleasant tingling sensation throughout his body. Adjusting his eyes to the brightness, he tilted his head to glance at a figure on a large rock not far away. The sunlight cascaded over the graceful figure of a woman, accentuating her alluring curves and her long, seductive legs, which were undeniably captivating. Coldly observing Xiao Yu atop the rock, Xiao Yan leaned back, hands cradling the back of his head, and strolled slowly towards the stone's base, casting his gaze upward at the cool-faced woman. His eyes lingered momentarily on her enticing legs before he snorted and remarked nonchalantly, "Your legs are quite beautiful. There's no need to flaunt them." In response to his brief statement, Xiao Yu's expression darkened immediately. Her ample bosom rose and fell slightly as she clenched her silver teeth, coldly stating, "Do you know why I'm here? That punch of yours severely injured my brother, and he is still bedridden. Since you struck him so mercilessly as his sister, I cannot allow this to go unpunished." Her beautiful eyes glared at Xiao Yan, filled with resentment. With a smirk of derision, Xiao Yan tilted his head and retorted, "So what you're saying is that I should have stood there and let him break my arm with his punch?" Xiao Yu pursed her lips, her beautiful eyes still stubbornly glaring at him, her hatred unwavering. "After he breaks my arm, perhaps you would spare a moment to mourn for me, only to swiftly move on without a shred of guilt for my potential disability." I'll repeat what I said before. Aside from irrationally favoring your brother, what else can you do, Xiao Yu? I detest women like you. Your brother is human, but am I not? As his fury mounted, Xiao Yan's face flushed slightly, and he spat out a curse. "Damn it, big-breasted and brainless is a phrase made for idiots like you. Xiao Yan, you little brat, shut your mouth." Xiao Yu's face alternated between green and white as she finally screamed in response to his last insult. Observing the fury radiating from her pale face, Xiao Yan smirked, feeling a sense of satisfaction wash over him. Taking a deep breath to calm his rising anger, Xiao Yu leapt off the rock, her silver teeth clenched as she declared, "No matter what, I will not let you off easily today, you little rascal." With that, she stepped forward, her graceful figure creating an enticing curve as her right leg, accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound, aimed a fierce kick at Xiao Yan's midsection. Seeing her make a move, Xiao Yan cursed loudly and hastily retreated a few steps, narrowly avoiding the incoming strike. The strength of a 3-star fighter was indeed far beyond Xiao Yan's capabilities, and amidst her fierce assault, he found himself unable to counterattack, forced instead to focus on evasion. Despite the urgency of his movements, Xiao Yan's expression remained remarkably calm, his narrowed eyes scanning for any openings in her relentless barrage. After deflecting another of Xiao Yu's kicks with his arm, he felt a slight ache. It seemed Xiao Yu was not entirely foolish, as she was holding back her full strength. Although her attacks appeared ferocious, they merely inflicted superficial pain. Noticing Xiao Yan's retreat, a smirk crept on his Xiao Yu's lips. With a swift push of her toes, she surged forward to attack once more. However, her expression abruptly shifted as Xiao Yan, who had been evading, suddenly transformed from a docile sheep into a ferocious wolf. His palms curled, and a powerful pull yanked Xiao Yu forward, destabilizing her stance. Just as she leaned forward, ready to anchor her foot to the ground, the force that had been drawing her in vanished, replaced by a violent push against her. In that moment of tug and release, Xiao Yu lost her balance and stumbled backward, landing squarely on the ground, caught off guard by Xiao Yan's sudden resurgence. Xiao Yu seemed bewildered, momentarily forgetting to rise. Before she could react, a figure descended upon her like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey, pinning her down with unyielding force. Damn it, today I'm G Chapter 47. Profanation. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. Her delicate face soon flushed with a mix of shame and anger. Despite her desperate struggles, she found her wrist firmly restrained by the suddenly powerful Xiao Yan. After a futile attempt to break free, she ceased her pointless resistance, casting a furious glare at Xiao Yan as she scolded, "Little rascal, get away." Xiao Yan smirked, feeling the throbbing pain from the bruises on his face as he took a few deep breaths and replied with a cold chuckle, "Release you? Does that mean I should let myself be beaten for nothing?" He twisted her wrist slightly, but there was no response. Reluctantly, Xiao Yu shot him a sidelong glance and could not help but scoff. "You stubborn brat. Save such words until you've grown up." Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he lowered his head and teased, "Why don't you try me?" Feeling a chill run down her spine under his piercing gaze, Xiao Yu swallowed hard. Yet, with her proud demeanor, she defiantly lifted her chin, a cold smile gracing her lips. Xiao Yan, bemused by her unyielding spirit, felt a twinge of helplessness. Although he was somewhat irritated with her, he had not reached the terrifying depths of rage he once had. After all, she was his nominal cousin. Yet, he could not simply accept this beating without consequence. Narrowing his eyes, Xiao Yan pressed his lips together. Moments later, a sharp scream erupted from Xiao Yu's slightly parted lips. The sound reverberated painfully in his ears, and like a monkey, he sprang up, darting towards the foot of the mountain, fully aware that she was likely on the verge of losing her temper once more. Ignoring the screams echoing from the mountain, his figure disappeared after a slight turn. "Rascal, rascal, rascal." Watching Xiao Yan's retreating figure, Xiao Yu's face turned a shade of iron, her delicate fist pounding furiously into the dirt beside her. After venting for a while, she gradually calmed down, clenching her silver teeth. Xiao Yu felt a surge of helplessness wash over her. Not only had she failed to teach that man a lesson, but he had also gained an unfair advantage over her. This outcome left her feeling deeply dissatisfied, recalling Xiao Yan's audacious actions earlier. Although she felt a mix of shame and anger, she refrained from dragging her entire family into a vendetta against him as she had years ago. Now an adult, she was determined not to create a scandal over being touched by him. Standing in place, her expression fluctuating, she finally stomped her foot in frustration and muttered, "You little rascal, if I ever catch you again, you'll pay for this." With a slight sniff, Xiao Yu tidied her disheveled hair and attire, then, somewhat dejectedly, began her slow descent towards the foot of the mountain. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, having escaped down the back mountain, felt a twinge of anxiety as he concealed himself at the base, watching Xiao Yu's furious departure before finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Rubbing his nose in resignation, he instinctively rubbed his hands together. "Sigh, I can never seem to keep my cool around that foolish woman. It seems the grievances from our childhood run far deeper than I realized. He twisted his neck and let out a bitter smile, inhaling deeply to suppress his chaotic thoughts, gradually returning to his usual calm demeanor as he walked out. As he emerged from his hiding spot, Xiaoyan abruptly halted, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he turned to glance at the young woman in green, leaning against a tree. With an awkward smile, he asked Sun Er, "What are you doing here?" Sun Er, lazily resting against the trunk, her purple sash fluttering in the breeze, regarded Xiaoyan with a teasing smile, saying, "Brother Xiaoyan, I just saw cousin Xiaoyu storming away in a fury. Did you provoke her again?" Awkwardly scratching his nose, Xiaoyan stepped closer, chuckling nervously. Who knows what madness she is up to this time? Observing his sheepish grin, Sun Er shook her head in resignation. "Whenever you get entangled with her, you always do something outrageous that leaves everyone dumbfounded." Hearing her insinuations, Xiaoyan felt a pang of guilt and shrugged innocently. "You know, I was also forced into it." With a light, non-committal laugh, Sun Er pressed her lips together, her hands resting behind her back, her graceful figure captivating. "Tomorrow marks the day for entering the Qi Gathering Pavilion to seek techniques. Brother Xiaoyan, you should prepare yourself." As the girl walked away, her voice lingered in the air. Chapter 48. The Duki Pavilion. Standing among the crowd, Xiaoyan gazed up at the imposing structure before him, unable to suppress his astonishment as he shook his head in disbelief. The plaque adorning the Grand Pavilion bore the ancient characters for Duki Pavilion, their hues slightly faded, while the crevices of the plaque spoke of the passage of time. This edifice was the heart of the Xiao clan, the Duki Pavilion. Here lay the collection of Duki techniques amassed by the family over centuries, safeguarding the clan's current standing as the most significant place within the family. The defenses here were exceptionally strict, rendering it a forbidden zone most days, even for clan members, who were prohibited from entering without permission. Only after the coming-of-age ceremony would the doors be temporarily opened. Narrowing his eyes, Xiaoyan's keen spiritual perception revealed to him that every movement they made was being closely monitored by hidden guardians lurking in the shadows. In a secluded corner of the pavilion, Xiaoyan sensed several concealed yet potent presences, indicating the family's profound regard for the Duki Pavilion. Slightly tilting his head, he exchanged a knowing glance with Sun Er, both of them recognizing the concealed defenses surrounding them. "I have reiterated the rules for entering the Duki Pavilion numerous times. I shall not elaborate further. In essence, all must exit within 2 hours of entry. Furthermore, each individual may only select one Duki technique that aligns with their attributes. Multiple selections are prohibited. Should anyone attempt to hoard techniques, they will forfeit their eligibility to acquire them. So, heed this warning." Standing atop the high steps, Xiao Zhan surveyed the throng of eager youths below with a stern expression. Yes, the crowd of youngsters responded enthusiastically, their gazes burning with fervor as they looked toward the magnificent pavilion. Securing a superior Duki technique would grant them an advantage at the outset, a long-held aspiration among all clan members. "Since you all are aware of the rules, let us commence," Xiao Zhan declared, nodding with satisfaction. He stepped back, clearing the way for the stone pillar station before the pavilion's entrance. The pillar stood about a meter tall, crowned with a transparent crystal ball. With a wave of his hand, 2 guards behind him slowly pushed open the massive black doors with a creaking sound. "After testing your attributes, you may enter. Remember to follow the pathway corresponding to your own attributes, and do not stray." Xiao Zhan signaled to the crowd, indicating they could begin. With Xiao Zhan's nod of approval, a young leader leaped forward, eagerly touching the crystal ball, which emitted a soft azure glow. "Wind attribute. You may enter," Xiao Zhan remarked, glancing at the crystal ball and nodding with a smile. With a leader in place, the crowd surged forward, each individual hastening to ascertain their attributes and rushing into the Duki Pavilion. Observing the dwindling crowd, Xiaoyan playfully touched his nose and smiled at Sun Er. "Let us see what techniques we can uncover." Sun Er shrugged her shoulders cutely. The clan's techniques held little allure for her. Yet, she was more than willing to accompany Xiaoyan in his quest. Since neither of them felt particularly rushed, they took their time, strolling in after everyone else had entered. Much to Xiao Zhan's bemusement, Xiaoyan beamed at Xiao Zhan, placing his hand upon the crystal ball. A brilliant crimson light radiated forth, brighter than any before, fire attribute. Xiao Zhan, already aware of his son's affinity, displayed no surprise, merely nodding slightly. However, his gaze darted around the area, and he discreetly stepped forward, clearing his throat and whispering, "Fire path, room 43. Startled by his father's whisper, Xiaoyan chuckled softly, realizing his father was leveraging his position for personal gain. Nodding subtly, he stood aside, observing Sun Er's test. Sun Er hesitated briefly before placing her delicate finger on the smooth surface of the crystal ball. After a moment of silence, the ball ignited into a fiery red, blazing intensely like a fireball. Astonished by the transformation of the crystal sphere, Xiaoyan gasped, his mouth agape as he inhaled sharply. Xiao Zhan gazed at the nearly shattering crystal ball with a resigned sigh, his expression laced with an inscrutable significance as he looked at Sun Er. Hurry inside, he urged, waving his hand. What a remarkable fire constitution. Such a pity she lacks what attributes. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly be a natural alchemist. The voice of Yao Lao echoed in Xiaoyan's mind amidst his astonishment. Nodding thoughtfully, Xiaoyan glanced at Sun Er as she approached, shrugging his shoulders in resignation before turning to enter the Duki Pavilion. Watching the two enter the pavilion side by side, Xiao Zhan glanced down at the shattered crystal ball, stroking his chin as he murmured, "Alas, she is truly formidable. Sun Er is not only kind-hearted and beautiful, but her lineage is also extraordinary, far surpassing that of Nalan Yanran. How fortunate would it be if Yan Er could wed someone like her?" After uttering these thoughts, Xiao Zhan shook his head in self-deprecation, bemused by his own fanciful imaginings. Unbeknownst to him, as these words escaped his lips, Sun Er, poised to step into the Duki Pavilion, froze momentarily, her delicate ears turning a fiery red, reminiscent of the crystal ball moments before. Chapter 49. Choosing the cultivation method. Stepping through the ominous black door, the light dimmed slightly, with a gentle radiance emanating from the fire orbs adorning the walls, illuminating the spacious pavilion in an ethereal and tranquil glow. Upon entering the loft, several broad corridors came into view, each adorned with colossal characters representing various attributes at their forefront. Xiaoyan's gaze swept across the corridors before finally resting upon the fiery path on the left. He absent-mindedly touched his nose and tilted his head slightly, only to find Sun Er, her delicate face tinged with a soft blush, momentarily taken aback as she stammered, "Sun Er, what is wrong?" Startled by Xiaoyan's voice, the crimson hue on Sun Er's face deepened. After a moment, she gradually regained her composure and playfully wrinkled her nose, mumbling, "It's nothing. Hurry and find the cultivation method." Puzzled, Xiaoyan nodded and pointed towards the fiery path, smiling, "Let us go." Sun Er nonchalantly nodded, her enchanting visage adorned with a lingering blush, rendering her even more captivating. Stealing a glance at Sun Er's stunning face, Xiaoyan felt his heart flutter unexpectedly, prompting him to avert his gaze and lead the way. As they entered the fiery path, 5 smaller paths emerged before them, and faint silhouettes of clan members could be discerned within. They proceeded directly into the 3rd path. Upon entering, they were greeted by a unique realm. On either side of the corridor, robust crimson wooden doors stood every few meters, all of which were wide open, revealing a faint red veil of light within. This shimmering veil served as both a protective barrier and the final trial for the young clan members. To acquire the cultivation method within, they would need to break through the veil. Numerous clan members were already present in the corridor, vigorously striking the red veil before various wooden doors, their faces flushed with effort. Occasionally, the sound of the shattering veil accompanied by cheers would resonate through the corridor, causing envy to flicker across the faces of those still striving to break through. Xiaoyan and Sun Er strolled leisurely down the corridor, observing the fervent endeavors of their fellow clan members. Turning the corner once more, Xiaoyan glanced at the number on the adjacent door, 37. At that moment, over a dozen clan members remained in the corridor, their expressions bemused as they noticed Xiaoyan pausing at room 43. This room possessed the most formidable protective veil in the corridor, and many capable clan members had previously attempted to breach it, only to be met with failure. Ignoring the astonished gazes surrounding him, Xiaoyan slowly placed his palm against the protective veil. "Xiaoyan Gij, isn't this a bit of an abuse of power?" Sun Er remarked playfully, her eyes twinkling as she teased him. Amused by Sun Er's playful tone, Xiaoyan took a couple of steps back, slightly parted his feet, and brought his palms together. With his eyes gently closed, a faint surge of fighting spirit began to circulate within him along specific meridians. Sun Er leaned languidly against the wall, her alluring figure accentuated by her form-fitting attire, her autumn-like eyes fixated on Xiaoyan, shimmering with playful golden flames. Now, with a sudden opening of his eyes, Xiaoyan forcefully stomped his foot onto the ground, executing a swift spin and thrusting his elbow sharply against the veil, producing a piercing sound as it struck the red barrier. 8 extremes collapse. With a resolute shout in his heart, Xiaoyan's fist crashed upon the protective veil, causing ripples to emanate from the center like waves. Break. With a serious expression, the red veil shattered like glass amidst the astonished gazes of those nearby. Exhaling slowly, Xiaoyan shook his arm, the fabric of his clothing crackling with energy before gradually relaxing. Beside him, Sun clapped her hands softly, her lips curling into a smile as she remarked, "That is quite an impressive fighting technique. Its attack power is formidable." Stretching his neck and arms, Xiaoyan replied with a faint smile, "It's just barely adequate." Upon hearing his words, the dozen or so clan members in the corridor felt a sense of suffocation. To consider such an extraordinary fighting technique merely adequate was disheartening. Let us proceed and see what kind of fighting technique awaits us. Xiaoyan gestured towards the slightly glowing room and stepped inside first. As they entered the small chamber, the light brightened somewhat. The room was modest in size, and at its center stood a stone platform, upon which lay a dark red scroll. Approaching with interest, Xiaoyan picked up the scroll and examined its back, murmuring, "Advanced yellow rank technique, flame forging. Indeed, it's quite impressive. This is the pinnacle of our clan's fire attribute techniques." It seems Uncle Xiao has truly invested considerable effort on behalf of Xiaoyan Gij. Sun's voice chimed in from behind, nodding with a gentle smile. Xiaoyan felt warmth in his heart. Suddenly, a delicate white hand reached from behind, snatching the dark red scroll from his grasp. Sun tilted her head, playfully handling the scroll as she softly said, "Xiaoyan Gij, while you may eventually obtain higher tier techniques, the higher the rank of the technique at the beginning of your cultivation, the greater the benefits in the future. However, this advanced yellow rank technique is somewhat lacking." Xiaoyan smiled faintly and nodded slightly. Observing Xiaoyan's calm demeanor, Sun's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and with a sigh of resignation, she flicked her fingers, producing an ancient scroll radiating a fiery hue. "This is the advanced mysterious rank technique, flame manipulation." Sun caressed the scroll and whispered, "Xiaoyan Gij, don't feel embarrassed about accepting this. I know you're not one to cling to pride. Higher tier techniques will greatly benefit you in the future." So Xiaoyan Gij Sun pouted, her enchanting eyes glistening with tears, radiating a captivating charm. "Thank you, Sun. It's not about pride that I hesitate to accept your gift." Xiaoyan replied gently, leaning down to whisper sweetly in Sun's delicate ear, "You'll be able to acquire even better techniques. Chapter 50 help?" As Xiaoyan gazed at the technique scroll in his hand while stepping out of the small room, Sun shook her head and softly murmured, "I suppose I will trust you for now." Upon exiting the room, Xiaoyan observed the nearby clansman, still engulfed in shock. He shrugged lightly, and after Sun joined him, the two meandered leisurely down the path. With ample time remaining before the 2-hour mark, they felt no urgency to leave. The Dochi Pavilion, typically a forbidden area, presented a rare opportunity to explore, satisfying their curiosity. Just as they approached the fire path, Sun casually entered a small room and retrieved a scroll of low-level yellow-tier Dochi techniques before accompanying Xiaoyan into several other attribute paths. Today, the Dochi Pavilion was undoubtedly the most bustling it had been in years, with each attribute path teeming with excited clansmen. Their faces flushed as they vigorously attacked the light barriers. The cheers of the youth rang out, harmonizing with the shattering of the barriers. Amidst this infectious atmosphere, a gentle smile lingered on Xiaoyan's face. After exiting yet another path, he checked the time, stretched lazily, and turned to Sun with a grin. "Let us go. Time is running short." Nodding nonchalantly, Sun followed Xiaoyan as they turned a corner and headed straight towards the exit of the Dochi Pavilion. As they rounded the bend, Xiaoyan's brow arched in surprise. Not far away, Xiaomei, clad in a crimson dress, was flustered. Her cheeks flushed as she paced anxiously before a light barrier. From her demeanor, it seemed she desperately sought the technique within but lacked the strength to shatter the barrier. Today, Xiaomei donned a striking red dress, the cinched waist accentuating her delicate figure, while her alluring curves drew the eyes of many. At this moment, her youthful, innocent face was clouded with anxiety, her furrowed brows lending her an adorably distressed appearance that stirred the hearts of the onlooking youths. Xiaomei's mood was abysmal, indeed aptly described as being in a state of frantic urgency. Before entering the Dochi Pavilion, her father had discreetly informed her of a room number, emphasizing the importance of acquiring the technique enclosed within. He had worked tirelessly to obtain this information, believing that securing this advanced yellow-tier wind attribute technique would give Xiaomei a significant advantage in her cultivation endeavors. However, despite receiving a precise room number, her father had overlooked the formidable strength of the barrier. Upon arriving, Xiao Mei had labored for nearly an hour without success in breaking it. Although other clansmen, captivated by her beauty, offered to assist, the barrier could only be breached by an individual. If more than one person attempted to break it, the barrier's strength would increase, rendering their efforts futile. With the 2-hour time limit nearing its end, despair loomed as Xiao Mei realized that failure to break the barrier meant she would leave empty-handed. The thought of being without a Do Chi technique brought tears to her enchanting eyes, her sorrowful expression evoking sympathy. As her misty gaze swept over the surrounding youths, Xiao Mei forced a bittersweet smile and shook her head, yet her attention abruptly focused on a figure nearby. A young man in a black shirt, arms folded behind his head, approached with an air of nonchalance. In that moment, Xiao Mei's heart, which had been sinking into despair, began to flutter with hope. She wiped away the impending tears, biting her lip, and gazed imploringly at the approaching Xiao Yan, wishing for his assistance. The nearby youths, observing Xiao Mei's predicament, shifted their gazes, ultimately lingering on the steadily advancing Xiao Yan. Whispers gradually diminished, replaced by a sense of reverence. In an instant, the previously raucous path fell silent. All eyes fixated on Xiao Yan as he strode forward with an unperturbed expression, brushing past Xiao Mei, who yearned to say something, with her lips slightly parted. Xiao Mei watched Xiao Yan disregard her presence. After a moment of shock, a self-deprecating smile crept onto her lovely face as she shook her head. Reflecting on her past treatment of him, any resentment she felt began to dissipate. This must be karma. I truly am insufferable, reaping what I sow. Gradually squatting down, Xiao Mei's delicate shoulders trembled as soft sobs escaped her in the quiet path. Witnessing Xiao Mei, who resembled a forsaken kitten, crouched on the ground. The surrounding youths sighed in unison, shaking their heads in sympathy. Suddenly, sensing an unusual atmosphere, Xiao Mei lifted her tear-streaked face, only to be taken aback. Step aside, Xiao Yan said coolly, glancing at the charming yet distraught Xiao Mei. Amidst the curious and appreciative gazes, he approached the light barrier, extending his hand and exhaling softly. In a moment of stillness, he surged into action like a bolt of lightning, executing a swift spin and delivering a powerful kick. The sound of his pant leg slicing through the air echoed. Bang! His foot struck the light barrier with force, ripples radiating outward before it shattered spectacularly before the astonished crowd. Cousin, thank you. I'm sorry, Xiao Mei murmured timidly as Xiao Yan passed her by. Casting a glance at the humbled young woman, Xiao Yan nodded lightly before disappearing from view, leaving behind a throng of admiring youths. Chapter 51. Reassurance. Approaching the imposing entrance, a dozen indifferent guards firmly obstructed the doorway. In the corner, an expressionless elder sat upright in a chair, holding a pen and a thick ledger. Before him stood several clansmen, each producing their found martial arts scrolls for the elder to register. Only after this process could they squeeze through the narrow opening under the watchful gaze of the cold guards. This was a protocol for exiting the Duki Pavilion, a procedure that Xiao Yan and his companions had been informed of in detail prior to their arrival, so they were not taken aback. The martial arts within the pavilion were the culmination of generations of diligent collection by the family. These techniques were the very foundation of the Xiao clans standing in Wutan City, thus the family implemented stringent protective measures. The scrolls presented by Xiao Yan and the others were crafted from a special type of ink bamboo, which comprised a mother and a child component. The mother was palm-sized, while the child could extend for dozens of meters. As long as the clan leader held the mother component, any unauthorized scrolls departing from its monitoring range would be detected. The monitoring area of the clan's mother bamboo encompassed the entirety of the Xiao family, ensuring that any scrolls leaving the clan would be discovered. Of course, there were exceptions. Some powerful individuals could forcibly sever this connection, but those of such formidable strength would hardly stoop to stealing low-tier techniques. After waiting for a while at the back of the line, it was finally Xiao Yan's turn. He stepped forward, retrieved his martial arts scroll from his robe, and handed it to the elder. Nodding casually, Xiao Yan stepped aside to lean against the door, awaiting Sun Er's registration. With a gentle smile directed at Xiao Yan, Sun Er extended her fair wrist, presenting her own martial arts scroll. Upon seeing Sun Er, the usually stoic elder surprisingly revealed a hint of respectful smile. Swiftly accepting the scroll and registering it. Observing the elder's marked change in demeanor, Xiao Yan squinted slightly, his fingers instinctively curling. The elder's authority in managing the forbidden Duki Pavilion indicated that his status within the clan surely surpassed that of the three elders. Xiao Yan had heard of the elder's reputation within the clan, cold-faced Xiao Han. This elder, even in conversations with Xiao Yan's father, showed no signs of yielding. his expression as unyielding as if his muscles had stiffened over time. Yet, this cold-faced individual, who would disregard even the clan leader, displayed such deference before Sun Er, deepening Xiao Yan's curiosity about her identity. Rubbing his nose and recalling Sun Er's silence whenever her background was mentioned, Xiao Yan could only shake his head helplessly. He raised his gaze to meet Sun Er's smiling face as she approached, shrugged his shoulders, and together they exited through the grand doors. Once outside, Xiao Yan took several deep breaths of the fresh air. The atmosphere within the Duki Pavilion had been exceedingly oppressive. How did it go, Yin Er? A figure drifted over, casting a glance towards the entrance while smiling and softly inquiring. Turning to his smiling father, Xiao Yan nodded enthusiastically, revealing a dark red scroll from beneath his sleeve. All done. Seeing that dark red hue, Xiao Zhan finally relaxed, his eyes crinkling with a smile as he murmured, "That's a relief." They exchanged a satisfied glance, both bursting into laughter. Clapping Xiao Yan's shoulder with a broad hand, Xiao Zhan said, "Now that you have the scroll, once you become a fighter, you can truly begin your cultivation." Xiao Yan nodded with a smile, his hand brushing over the scroll within his sleeve, his eyes narrowing as he softly pondered. I wonder what unique qualities the technique mentioned by my teacher possesses. Could it truly be a technique that evolves? Remembering the audacious words of the old alchemist, Xiao Yan could only chuckle wryly. The most advanced technique he had seen thus far was the high-tier, Xian-level technique Sun Er had presented. To be honest, he had struggled with his decision to decline it. After all, such high-level techniques were rare and precious. Rubbing his forehead, he suddenly felt a pang of regret for having turned down Sun Er's kindness. However, having already voiced his refusal, he felt too embarrassed to ask again. He could only silently pray that the old alchemist was not leading him astray. Otherwise, he would be left humiliated. Humph, just a high-tier Xian-level technique. What is there to be reluctant about? Although that girl's background is extraordinary, she still pales in comparison to my collection of techniques. As Xiao Yan offered his silent prayer, the old alchemist's scoff unexpectedly echoed in his mind. Finally emerged. Listening to the voice within, Xiao Yan touched his nose, a proud smile slowly forming on his lips. All the musings he had shared were merely to coax a reassuring word from the old man. "Oh, you cunning little fox, scheming against me." The old alchemist finally caught on to Xiao Yan's thoughts, sighing in exasperation. "Little one, focus on your cultivation. You need not worry about the techniques. They won't be beneath your capabilities. In the future, your achievements will rival even that little girl by your side. Her family is merely—" The last sentence trailed off ambiguously, yet Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. With assurances in hand, his concerns about face were finally alleviated. Now, he could concentrate on breaking through to become a fighter. Only by achieving this status could he venture into the vast world beyond and pursue the dream of meeting Nalin Yanran, the one he longed for. Chapter 52. Breakthrough. In these tranquil days, 2 months slipped away like water through fingers, almost imperceptibly. The sun hung high in the sky, scorching the earth as if it were a furnace, with tendrils of heat rising from the ground, distorting the view slightly. At the summit of the Shao family's rear mountain, amidst a dense little forest, sunlight filtered through layers of leaves, casting tiny speckles on the carpet of dried leaves below, resembling a starry sky. Within this small forest, 2 figures suddenly crossed paths, their palms colliding to create waves of gentle winds that sent nearby dry leaves swirling. With a swift crossing of arms, a muffled thud echoed as Xiao Yan blocked the delicate touch of Sunera's fair hand. Though the attack appeared gentle, the moment they connected, the soft force transformed into an aggressive power. Xiao Yan staggered back 2 steps, a faint bruise appearing where Sunera's hand had made contact. Observing Xiao Yan's retreat, Sunera smiled softly, her fair hand moving gracefully in front of her, a faint golden glow of fighting spirit enveloping her slender fingertips. Impressive, Xiao Yan thought, shaking his head in astonishment as he gazed at Sunera, her lips curling into a subtle smile, igniting a fierce desire for battle within him. With a powerful stomp, he propelled himself forward, sending dirt flying. As Xiao Yan charged once more, Sunera's lips curled upwards, the golden light emanating from her hand intensifying. She stomped fiercely on the muddy ground, creating a small crater, and halted abruptly just a meter away from Sunera, the transition from motion to stillness seamless, evoking no sense of abruptness. Sunera's autumn-like eyes reflected admiration at Xiao Yan's mastery over his speed. 8 extremes collapse. With a sudden halt, Xiao Yan pivoted on his right foot, spinning with force, his left leg slicing through the air in a powerful arc, accompanied by a sharp whoosh as he struck at Sunera. In response to Xiao Yan's fierce attack, Sun Er delicately tilted her chin, her fair hand forming a small arc in front of her. The golden light surged from her palm as she curved her fingers into a strange half-circle and decisively struck Xiao Yan's left leg. With a resounding thud, the clash of leg and hand erupted, scattering dried leaves into the air like confetti. After a brief moment of stalemate, both combatants retreated swiftly. Gazing at Sun Er, who had also stepped back several paces, Xiao Yan smacked his lips and chuckled. "What was that fighting technique of yours?" Sun Er, with a playful smile, replied, "If I weren't a one-star Do fighter, I might not have been able to withstand your fierce energy." Xiao Yan shrugged nonchalantly, feeling a bit weary from the intense battle, and wiped the sweat streaming down his face, cursing the sweltering weather. He hastily removed his shirt, revealing his slightly tanned, robust physique. Though not overly muscular, it concealed explosive strength. Sun Er's cheeks flushed slightly as she beheld Xiao Yan's bare form. Her gentle voice cut through the humid air, cooling the atmosphere of the little forest. Dressed in a short, light blue garment due to the heat, Sun Er revealed her alluring fair skin and the budding curves of her youthful form, exuding an enchanting charm that momentarily distracted Xiao Yan. Snapped back to reality by Sun Er, Xiao Yan's face reddened, and he awkwardly smiled, leaning against the cool stone as he closed his eyes, allowing Sun Er's small hands to gently rub his body. As Sun Er applied her delicate touch, her eyes subtly darted toward him, only to be startled to discover that he had fallen asleep. Shaking her head helplessly, she recognized the toll that the day's rigorous training had taken on him. With a slight wrinkle of her nose, she lowered his shirt, her fingertips glowing with a faint golden light. Stealing a glance at the unresponsive Xiao Yan, she gently pressed her fingers against his skin, the golden light slowly seeping into his body. As the golden energy flowed in, Sun Er began to perspire lightly, biting her lip. Just as she prepared to continue her assistance, her expression shifted in surprise. Beside the stone, the slumbering Xiao Yan suddenly emitted an inexplicable force, drawing in the surrounding Do Qi at an astonishing rate. "Is he about to break through?" Sun Er gasped in astonishment, watching Xiao Yan absorb the energy unconsciously. Chapter 53, Paragraph 9. Amidst the dense little forest, strands of pale energy permeated the air, continually flowing into the slumbering form of Xiao Yan. As she gazed at Xiao Yan, who had almost become a source of energy, Sun Er felt a flicker of delight. She quietly retreated a few paces, guarding the surroundings, aware that awakening him from this meditative state could result in the loss of a precious opportunity for advancement. Xiao Yan's progression was nearly seamless, akin to a natural course of events. As the fighting energy surged within him, the subtle weariness that had lingered on his face gradually dissipated. His delicate visage exuded a gentle, radiant glow, resembling warm jade. The fluctuations of fighting energy in the small forest persisted for over an hour before slowly subsiding. With a soft chuckle, Sun Er leaped onto a stone, sitting cross-legged with her delicate hands resting on her fragrant cheeks, patiently awaiting Xiao Yan's awakening. "Xiao Yan, are you awake?" she exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him stir. Nodding with a smile, Xiao Yan rose, stretching his stiff neck and languidly yawning, a series of cracking sounds emanating from his recently invigorated body. Observing his amusingly dazed expression, Sun Er couldn't help but giggle, nodding in acknowledgement. Upon seeing her nod, a grin spread across Xiao Yan's face, a mix of joy and bemusement swelling within him. Last time he had broken through while sleepwalking, and now he had done so while sleeping soundly. This manner of advancement was undeniably amusing. With a flurry of rapid punches, he felt the fighting energy within him, now several times more potent than just a few hours prior, and he couldn't suppress a chuckle. After venting his exhilaration, Xiao Yan finally noticed the dimming sky and offered Sun Er an apologetic smile, knowing she had undoubtedly been waiting for him. Hastily donning his clothes, he teasingly remarked to Sun Er, "Aren't you going to leave? Today is a celebration. Allow me to treat you to a fine meal in Wuten City." "Hee. I want the most expensive dish," Sun Er replied with a charming laugh, lightly springing onto the stone beside him, her melodious laughter ringing through the verdant forest. To express his gratitude for Sun Er's afternoon vigil, Xiao Yan took her on a leisurely stroll through Wuten City before parting ways with her family. "Hey, you owe a great deal of your advancement to that little girl," a voice chuckled from within the room. Raising his eyelids to behold the suddenly appeared Yao Lao, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is this related to Sun Er?" "Yes, indeed it is somewhat connected, otherwise you would likely have needed at least another week to break through," Yao Lao replied, his ethereal form hovering above the chair, his tone calm. Upon hearing this, Yao Lao merely lifted his eyelids, noncommittally. Nailin Yin and is being cultivated by the Yunlan sect as a potential future leader. Her talent is undeniably formidable. Furthermore, with the powerful alchemist Gui within the sect, if I were to assist Nailin Yin Ran, her advancement pace might rival my own, Xiao Yin mused aloud. Yao Lao cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yin, noticing the boy's bright eyes fixed intently upon him, and he couldn't help but chuckle, yet remained silent. Seeing Yao Lao's lack of response, Xiao Yin could only roll his eyes in exasperation, realizing his words had been in vain. After a moment of silence, Yao Lao finally cleared his throat, rose, and disdainfully remarked that Gui is merely a sixth-tier alchemist. How dare he call himself a king of pills? In comparison to true alchemy, he is nothing. Hearing Yao Lao's words brought a broader smile to Xiao Yan's face, as he understood that his enigmatic mentor was preparing to take action once more. Tomorrow, we shall procure materials. It's simply a gathering cheap powder. I'll concoct it for you like it's nothing. I refuse to believe that Nailin Yin and deserves such treatment, Yao Lao declared with an air of proud defiance. His hands clasped behind his back. Chapter 54. Fundraising. It is, of course, somewhat exaggerated to say that the gathering chi powder can be consumed like beans. However, with the exceptional skills of the Elder Yao, as long as the materials are sufficient, concocting dozens of gathering chi powders for Xiao Yin is not an exceedingly difficult task. Yet, before Xiao Yin could revel in the Elder Yao's bold claims, he was immediately dispirited by the subsequent list of materials that tumbled from the Elder's lips. Tomorrow, you shall procure 4 stalks of 50-year-old ink leaf lotus, 2 ripe snake saliva fruits, 1 20-year-old gathering spirit grass, and a level 2 water attribute magic core. Elder Yao stated nonchalantly, turning his head only to be met with the sight of Xiao Yin's rigid expression. He was momentarily taken aback and asked, "What's wrong? 50-year-old ink leaf lotus? ISNT that priced at over 3,000 gold coins per stalk? Ripe snake saliva fruits? They are considered the finest among low-level materials, often unavailable in apothecaries, and if one is fortunate enough to encounter them, they would still cost no less than 8,000 gold coins. And the 20-year-old gathering spirit grass? My heavens, I've only seen it once at an auction, fetching a staggering 15,000 gold coins. Not to mention the level 2 water attribute magic core, which requires at least 2,000 gold coins, Xiao Yin lamented, smiting his forehead in despair. The total cost of these materials alone exceeds 50,000 gold coins. How could I possibly afford that? Upon hearing this, Elder Yao rolled his eyes and mockingly spread his hands, saying that as your concern, not mine. I am only responsible for alchemy. Damn it, the cost is exorbitant. If this were truly treated as beans, even the Xiao family would struggle to bear such an expense. With a bitter smile, Xiao Yin retrieved a green card from beneath his pillow, caressing it sorrowfully. The funds from the last sale of foundation building liquid have dwindled to merely 10,000 points, which is nowhere near enough to purchase the materials you mentioned. Elder Yao chuckled leisurely, reclining in his chair with an air of indifference. Rubbing his forehead, Xiao Yin grinned through gritted teeth. Let us first use this money to buy materials for the foundation building liquid, and then refine a bit more to sell at the auction. Otherwise, we will surely fall short. Elder Yao nodded nonchalantly, concocting the foundation building liquid, being a low-level elixir, posed no difficulty for him. Seeing Elder Yao acquiesce, Xiao Yin finally exhaled in relief and collapsed heavily onto the bed, murmuring softly with a wry smile, being broke is truly a vexation. The following morning, Xiao Yin stealthily slipped out of his family's residence. After gathering all the necessary materials for the foundation building liquid from various apothecaries in Wutan City, he sought out a secluded inn to hide away. Since he was preparing the elixir for others, Xiao Yin had no inclination to let Elder Yao meticulously concoct it. Thus, he purchased only the cheapest and lowest quality herbs, akin to the last time. Driven by an urgent need for funds, Xiao Yin procured 7 sets of materials, depleting his card entirely. Elder Yao spent almost an hour to complete the alchemical process, and upon gazing at the 7 pristine white jade vials neatly arranged on the table, Xiao Yin grinned broadly. He carefully wrapped them in cloth and tucked them into his bosom. After patting the vials gently, he donned a large black cloak, ensuring his body was thoroughly concealed before stepping out of the inn with a chuckle. At the Mitre auction house in the appraisal room, the chief auctioneer, Yifei, was astonished, her luscious lips slightly parted in surprise as her eyes fixated on the 7 vials of foundation-building liquid before her, her full bosom creating a captivating curve. Cough. The figure in the black cloak sitting a short distance from Yifei cleared his throat dryly, snapping her back to attention. Gently caressing the cool, white jade vial, Yifei lifted it to her nose for a sniff before passing it to her aide, Gunny. Upon receiving the vial, Gunny examined it carefully, his expression shifting to one of mild astonishment as he remarked, "These are indeed all foundation-building liquids." Hearing Gunny's confirmation, Yafei arched her delicate brows, her enchanting gaze sweeping across the cloaked figure as a charming smile adorned her face, filled with enticing allure. "I never expected that in just half a year, our esteemed elder would bring such a lucrative deal to our auction. When can we auction it off?" Came the aged voice from beneath the cloak. "Is the elder in urgent need of funds? If it's not too pressing, I would suggest waiting a day or two. It is rare to see 7 vials of foundation-building liquid appear on the market simultaneously. If we can promote it, the profits you'd gain would be significantly greater." Yafei smiled sweetly, tentatively inquiring. Upon hearing her words, the cloaked figure fell silent for a moment before responding with a soft Noticing his agreement, Yafei's smile widened, and she daintily lifted a teacup, personally offering it to him. She had nearly concluded that the black-cloaked figure was undoubtedly a second or even third-tier alchemist. After sipping from the teacup, the black figure suddenly spoke. "I wonder if your auction house could assist me in procuring some herbs." Yafei's eyes brightened slightly as she leaned forward, her alluring silhouette accentuated. "What herbs does the elder require?" "For stalks of 50-year-old ink leaf lotus, 2 ripe snake saliva fruits, 1 20-year-old gathering spirit grass, and a level 2 water attribute magic core." Gunny's expression changed drastically upon hearing these materials. His gaze now filled with a mix of suspicion and scrutiny directed at the cloaked figure. Yafei will keep an eye out for these herbs for the elder. We will notify you as soon as we have any news. May I ask where the elder resides? How might we reach you?" Yafei inquired, stealing a glance at Gunny, whose expression had shifted somewhat. "No need to contact me. If those materials become available, simply deduct them from the foundation-building liquid. I will come to collect them at any time," the cloaked figure replied in a detached tone. "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. I will return in 2 days." With that, the black figure rose and exited the appraisal room. Watching the figure vanish around the corner, Yafei squinted her beautiful eyes and murmured, "Was there something amiss with those herbs, Uncle Gunny?" Gunny nodded slightly, sighing as he replied, "If I am not mistaken, those are indeed the materials needed to concoct gathering chi powder." Yafei's expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, "Isn't gathering chi powder only possible to concoct with a 4th-tier alchemist?" Nodding, Gunny lamented, "It seems we truly misjudged this time. However, there are only a handful of 4th-tier alchemists in the Giamat Empire, merely 20 or so. Why have I never heard of this cloaked figure before?" Yafei shook her head lightly, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she murmured, "A 4th-tier alchemist. If given the chance, I must make an effort to recruit him." Chapter 55. By accident, it must be said that the promotional effectiveness of the middle auction house is indeed formidable. Nearly 1 day after Xiaoyan entrusted the Foundation Establishment elixir to the auction, nearly all factions, great and small, in Wutan City became aware of the news, igniting a fervent excitement among them. Unlike the previous auction, which featured a high-grade profound technique that only a few major powers could afford, the Foundation Establishment elixir appeared more attainable for many. Elders were eager to invest in this practical yet reasonably priced item, hoping to expedite their descendants' journey to becoming fighters. As the news of the Foundation Establishment elixir spread like wildfire throughout Wutan City, Xiaoyan, who had been sequestered within his family, gradually began to catch wind of the commotion. Observing the extravagant excitement surrounding the mere 7 bottles of impure elixir, he was astonished and once again felt the unique allure of medicinal pills in this realm. The following day, the Xiao family received an invitation from the middle auction house. Perhaps due to the previous purchase of the elixir by Xiao Zhan for Xiaoyan, several elders within the family expressed great interest in the re-emergence of the Foundation Establishment elixir, particularly those whose descendants had yet to reach the fighter level. In the afternoon, just as Xiaoyan intended to slip out alone, he was unexpectedly informed by a messenger sent by Xiao Zhan. Reluctantly, he followed the messenger to the family entrance. Upon arrival, not only was Xiao Zhan present, but several elders had also gathered, creating a lively atmosphere. As Xiaoyan approached, slowly making his way, Xiao Zhan smiled broadly and gestured for him to hurry. Sighing at his father's urging, Xiaoyan noticed 2 individuals beside Xiao Zhan, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Moving as slowly as a woman, Xiao Yu, having waited impatiently, coldly mocked him. "Are you in a rush for a funeral?" Xiaoyan retorted with a sidelong glance at Xiao Yu, his tone casual, yet biting enough to nearly shatter her silver teeth. A light giggle, as melodious as silver bells, echoed from the crowd. Turning his gaze, Xiaoyan spotted Sun Er amidst the throng and shrugged with a smile. Are you attending the auction as well? It's quite dull at home. I might as well go see, Sun Er replied cheerfully, joining him. What is there to see? Just some Foundation establishment elixir. It holds no significance for you now, Xiaoyan said nonchalantly. Humph, what is so trivial about it? If it weren't for you relying on that, could you really match my level so quickly? Xiao Ning, who had taken 2 months to recover from his defeat by Xiao Yin, interjected, bitterness evident in his voice. Is your bone itching again? Xiao Yin asked with a teasing smile. Hearing Xiao Ning's words, the surrounding family members looked at him with surprise, while the elder, his face slightly smug, likely believed that his grandson had brought honor to the family. Xiao Zhan frowned, casting an irritated glare at the elder, and was about to motion for everyone to depart when he suddenly caught sight of the playful smile on Xiao Yan's face, causing him to hesitate and swallow the words he was about to utter. As Xiao Yan spoke, the surrounding family members fell silent, their astonished gazes shifting to the somewhat resigned expression on his face. Did I accidentally break through? Shaking their heads in amused disbelief, the onlookers thought, this little fellow is truly intent on teasing others. Poor Xiao Ning. Even Xiao Yu, who often clashed with Xiao Yan, felt a twinge of shock at his rapid cultivation progress. Haha. Observing the astonished faces of his kin, Xiao Zhan's previously furrowed brow relaxed, and he laughed heartily, glancing at the elder with a wry smile. Let us go, let us go. The auction is about to commence. We mustn't delay, or others will seize the opportunity before us. Ruffling his hair in exasperation, Xiao Yan let out a rueful laugh, raising his hands in surrender as he stepped out the door, muttering, I didn't wish to mention it, but that fellow just had to bring it up not far from the entrance. Xiao Ning, upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, overwhelmed by a mix of frustration and dismay. Chapter 56. Canaan Academy. The middle auction house today is undoubtedly the most bustling it has been in the past 6 months. The spacious hall is teeming with people, and the cacophony of voices creates an overwhelming atmosphere that momentarily disorients Xiao Yin and his companions, akin to a swarm of flies buzzing around their ears, leaving them quite vexed. Observing the crowd, Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow and shook his head in resignation, ultimately deciding to have the staff guide them through the VIP entrance, allowing them to enter the auction in peace. Inside the auction hall, despite the considerable number of attendees, the atmosphere is notably calmer than outside. Xiao Zhan scanned the room before skillfully leading Xiao Yin and the others to a position near the front of the auction stage, where they settled down. Seated slightly further back, Xiao Yin boredly looked around, lazily leaning against the back of his chair, waiting for the auction to commence. Sister, in half a year, it seems it will be time for Canaan Academy's enrollment, right? Xiao Yin mused, casually crossing his legs and squinting his eyes. Suddenly, he heard Xiao Ning's eager inquiry, and the unique name caused his brow to raise slightly. Canaan Academy, renowned throughout the Dochi continent as a prestigious institution of martial arts, possesses immense strength that far exceeds ordinary expectations. It is said that to become a mentor at Canaan Academy, one must possess strength at least at the level of a great Dome Master. In terms of foundational strength, even the Yulan sect would pale in comparison. The distinction between academies and sects on the Dochi continent is notable. Joining a sect entails certain restrictions and actions that represent the sect's interests. In contrast, an academy does not impose any mandatory relationship post-graduation. However, humans are inherently emotional beings, and within the pure ivory tower of an academy, students easily develop an attachment. After graduating, this subtle sentiment often leads many to offer assistance to the academy within their means. While the help of a single individual may seem inconsequential, the collective influence of thousands can be quite formidable, which is precisely the aim of all academies. Entering an academy is the most efficient route to acquire techniques and combat skills. At an institution of Canaan Academy's caliber, outstanding performance or being noticed by certain mentors could lead to access to advanced techniques and skills. With these two assets, the path to becoming a powerful individual becomes significantly shorter. Techniques, combat skills, and medicinal pills are the 3 most desirable commodities on the Dochi continent. Canaan Academy encompasses 2 of these, thus ensuring that for countless individuals, stepping into Canaan Academy signifies a promising future. Every graduate from Canaan Academy is highly sought after by various factions, leading to a bright horizon ahead. Consequently, every year, countless young individuals in the Jiamat Empire compete fiercely, employing every possible means to gain admission to Canaan Academy. The stringent admission standards keep those lacking talent at bay, ensuring that all who enter Canaan Academy are exceptionally gifted youths. Upon hearing Xiao Ning's question, Xiaoyu nodded slightly, glancing at Xiaoyan with a hint of pride in her tone. Rest assured, you already meet the admission criteria. Moreover, the individual responsible for recruitment in the Wutan City area happens to be my mentor, who is a 5-star Great Dome Master. With my support, you should have no issues. Great, that's a relief, Xiao Ning exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she nodded excitedly. Listening to the conversation between the two, Xiaoyan pursed his lips. In the past, he would have aspired to enter Canaan Academy to obtain more advanced techniques and skills. However, with the enigmatic teacher Yao by his side now, Canaan Academy no longer holds the same allure for him. Brother Xiaoyan, aren't you planning to apply to Canaan Academy in half a year? Xiaoyan's companion, Sun Er, gently inquired, noticing his lack of enthusiasm. At this, Xiaoyu raised her eyebrows and directed her gaze towards him. Determined that if this little rascal wished to attend Canaan Academy, she would secretly ensure her mentor made things difficult for him. Xiaoyan scratched his nose lazily, replying, "Not interested. What can I learn with a bunch of children? If I want combat techniques, I'd rather leap off a cliff in search of treasure. That would be far more thrilling." Humph, such arrogance. Do you think the Academy will be eager for your attendance? Just because you have a bit of talent doesn't mean you should be so proud. There are many with your level of talent at Canaan Academy. It's probably for the best you don't go. If you did, with your annoying attitude, you'd likely just end up facing setbacks, Xiaoyu retorted coldly, her expression turning frosty upon hearing Xiaoyan belittle the academy she held in high regard. Xiaoyan glanced at the indignant Xiaoyu, smirking but choosing not to engage further. With less than 2 years remaining until his agreement with Nalan Yanran, his sole focus was to surpass her. Time was limited, and the gap between them remained substantial. He did not believe anyone at Canaan Academy could help him achieve superiority over Nalan Yan and in such a short span. Since he could not reach that level, he pondered, what was the point of attending that mediocre academy? Did they possess the capability to teach him the alchemical arts like Teacher Yao? Even if they could they match his abilities? Shaking his head, Xiaoyan ceased his argument regarding the academy, shifting his gaze to a nearby area where members of 2 other prominent families had also entered the auction. Amidst the crowd, he suddenly sensed a chilling gaze directed at him. Turning his head slightly, he was met with the sight of Galio, the heir of the Gailey family, whose intentions seemed far from benign. At this moment, Galio was leering at him with ill intent, occasionally letting his gaze linger on Sun Er's alluring figure. Noticing Xiaoyan's glance, he promptly smirked maliciously, his lips moving. With a detached expression, Xiaoyan managed to discern Galio's taunting words, the Xiao family's little waste. Has the coming-of-age ceremony finally concluded? Make sure you don't cross paths with me in Wutan City, or else, huh? Narrowing his eyes at Galio's smug demeanor, Xiaoyan offered a faint smile, a glimmer of ferocity flashing in his lowered gaze. Chapter 57. The auction. After more than a year of rigorous training, Xiaoyan had become exceedingly proficient in the transition between the absorbing palm and the blazing fire palm. While he could not claim to have mastered it to perfection, he was certainly capable of executing both techniques seamlessly in combat, ensuring swift transformations without any delay, thereby achieving effective strikes. Brother Xiaoyan, that fellow seems considerably stronger than before. Beside him, Sun Er glanced at the distant Galio and suddenly chuckled softly. Xiaoyan nodded slightly and replied nonchalantly, last time, his father purchased a high-level wind attribute scroll at the auction. Galio himself possesses wind attributes, and in a year's time, it has certainly allowed him to convert his previous fighting spirit into the new technique's energy, enhancing his strength significantly. Hee, no wonder he is so arrogant. Is a high-level technique so rare? Sun Er said with a radiant smile, her autumn-like eyes flickering with a hint of golden flame. Xiaoyan shook his head with a smile and teased, for you, a little heiress who can casually present a high-level technique, it is certainly not rare. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's jest, Sun Er pouted her delicate nose, shot him a playful glare, and said with a hint of grievance, no matter how rare it is. Doesn't brother Xiaoyan also look down on it? At this, Xiaoyan chuckled awkwardly and quickly gestured towards the elevated platform, saying, the auction is about to begin. Observing Xiaoyan's feigned nonchalance, Sun Er could only shake her head in resignation and turned her gaze towards the brightly illuminated auction stage. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, a graceful figure clad in a dress reminiscent of a red cheongsam, Yafei, gracefully ascended the stage. The fitted garment accentuated her alluring curves, drawing the heated attention of many within the audience. With a charming smile gracing her beautiful face, Yafei covered her mouth and playfully addressed the crowd below, her mature allure effortlessly igniting the atmosphere with fervor. As the ambience intensified, Yafei felt a twinge of pride. Years of experience had taught her the potent allure of her beauty over men. With a slight smile, she scanned the audience. But her gaze paused momentarily upon the young man seated behind Xiao Zhan. Although the youth seemed focused on the stage, his wandering, obsidian eyes revealed to Yafei that he displayed little interest in her appearance, leaving her momentarily surprised, subtly diverting her attention from Xiao Yan. Yafei's lips parted in a gentle laugh as she clapped her delicate hands and cheerfully announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, Yafei is aware of your intentions for this auction. So we shall forego the preliminary pleasantries and present the hidden treasures directly." As she spoke, Yafei raised her hand, dimming the lights on stage considerably, and bent slightly to retrieve a jade plate from the center, revealing a small white jade vial within. Upon sighting the diminutive vial, the eyes of the audience ignited with fervor, each individual eagerly preparing to claim it as their own. Hearing Yafei's words, the crowd's attention swiftly shifted to the still somewhat astonished Xiao Yan in the front row, exclamations of admiration filling the air. Although Xiao Yan's incredible cultivation speed had long been the talk of Wutan City, many had not witnessed it firsthand. Now, with the opportunity to see him in person, their astonishment only deepened their desire for the foundational spirit liquid. Meanwhile, Galio, observing the spotlight shining on Xiao Yan, curled his lips in disdain. A cold smirk plastered across his face. Feeling the weight of so many gazes upon him, Xiao Yan shifted uncomfortably, bemused by the situation. This woman was exceedingly shrewd, using him as a means to promote the auction. With him as a living example, the prices for the foundational spirit liquid would likely soar by 2 or 3 times. Sighing inwardly, Xiao Yan found himself somewhat irritated by the attention, yet he could only shake his head in resignation, casting a fierce glare at the charmingly smiling Yafei on stage. The starting bid for the first vial of foundational spirit liquid is 15,000. With a beaming smile, Yafei boldly announced a price nearly double the expected amount for the foundational spirit liquid. How ruthless! Xiao Yan's mouth twitched at the price, shaking his head internally. Indeed, women could be the most formidable of beings. Chapter 58. The high price. The price announced by Yafei, although momentarily silencing the room, was soon shattered by a young man, clearly captivated by her every smile and frown, who called out eagerly, 16,000. After shouting the price, this pale-faced youth feigned elegance with a slight bow towards Yafei, entirely oblivious to the fact that his eyes were fixated on her voluptuous figure. While Yafei internally scoffed at the young man's preoccupation with carnal desires, she maintained a flawless smile and inquired playfully to the audience, "Is there any higher bid?" 17,000. 19,000. As the bids continued to escalate, Xiao Yan could only express his astonishment with a series of gasps. The fervent enthusiasm for the foundational spirit liquid was evidently far beyond his expectations, confirming that the promotional strategy of the middle auction house was indeed sagacious. The 3 prominent families, while not bidding for the first bottle of foundational spirit liquid, were keenly aware of the opportunity, prompting the less powerful factions to desperately raise their offers, eager to secure a rare elixir that could significantly enhance cultivation speed within the entire Jiam Empire. After nearly half an hour of fierce bidding, the first bottle of foundational spirit liquid finally settled at an astonishing price of 47,000. Observing the jubilant expression on the rotund auctioneer's face, Xiao Yan felt a mix of disbelief and irony. He had not anticipated that these individuals would be more frenzied than during his father's previous bid. An elixir with a mere production cost of around 1,000 gold coins had been inflated to an outrageous price, leaving Xiao Yan to ponder the staggering profits with a click of his tongue. Rubbing his chin, Xiao Yan's mind wandered. Had he not encountered Yao Lao, would he have ever qualified for such a lavish lifestyle, indulging daily in foundational spirit liquid? Seeing the first bottle auctioned off at such a premium, Yafei sighed in relief, silently hoping that this price would indeed satisfy the mysterious benefactor. As long as it garnered him a favorable impression of the middle auction, that would suffice. With a gentle shake of her head, Yafei observed the disappointed faces of those who had missed out on the first auction. With a smile, she presented a jade platter containing 2 white jade vials, announcing, "The next 6 bottles of foundational spirit liquid will be auctioned in 3 batches, 2 bottles per batch, starting at a base price of 30,000 gold coins." As the 2 vials were unveiled, a peculiar silence enveloped the room, with eyes shifting towards the 3 leading families, who were expected to engage in the bidding. 31,000, murmured the head of the Gale family, Gale Bai, after a brief moment of contemplation. Gale Bai, have you exhausted your family's funds on that last purchase of techniques? Are you being so stingy now? Can you even afford 1,000 more? Taunted Obapa. Clearly irritated by Galebai's hesitance, Galebai shot a cold glare at Obapa but refrained from retorting, his gaze fixated darkly on the white jade vials. 35,000. Obapa declared, his tone lacking enthusiasm. 38,000. Galebai countered, his voice icy. 45,000. Obapa challenged, brimming with provocation. 50,000. At this juncture, Galebai's hand trembled slightly. Obapa's earlier comments, though harsh, were not unfounded. The Gale family had nearly depleted their savings in their previous attempt to acquire a high-tier technique, and their assets had significantly diminished recently. 55,000. 56. The atmosphere grew tense as the two men engaged in a battle of wills, eliciting sighs of regret from the onlookers. Even if they possessed sufficient funds, they lacked the strength to contend with the three prominent families, each boasting at least 3 Grand Master-level fighters. While wealth was indeed a foundation of family strength, without the protective might to guard that wealth, no amount of money could bolster their stature. Thus, the spectators wisely refrained from joining the conflict between the two families, occasionally glancing at the Xiao family, who had remained aloof. Seeing Galebai's increasingly grim expression, Obapa reveled in his victory, a beaming smile illuminating his face. Throughout the competition, Yafei maintained her enchanting smile, viewing the two men as mere lambs to be sheared. As the final price was set, she reluctantly brought down her gavel, wishing it could have lasted longer. When Yafei presented the next 2 vials, a quiet Xiaozhan finally raised his hand, his calm voice cutting through the tension. 75,000. His unyielding tone resonated throughout the hall. Yafei was momentarily taken aback by Xiaozhan's audacity. Regaining her composure to ask, "Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" Galebai, seated in his chair, glared venomously at the smiling Xiaozhan, his heart seething with resentment. Damn it, if it weren't for this guy's previous interference, my family wouldn't be in such an embarrassing position now. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, Galebai gritted his teeth and declared, 85,000. 95,000. With a dismissive glance at Galebai, Xiaozhan waved his hand, exuding a bold confidence, as if to say he would match any bid. Witnessing Xiaozhan's unwavering resolve, Galebai's expression twitched slightly. Deep within his eyes, a gleam of smugness emerged as he hesitated, then bit the bullet. 100,000. The room erupted in a frenzy of gasps at Galebai's audacious offer. Clearly, spending 100,000 gold coins for 2 bottles of foundational spirit liquid was a significant loss. Narrowing his eyes at the seemingly determined Galebai, Xiao Yin chuckled softly and shook his head, whispering to Sun Er, "I bet if my father bids just once more, that guy will immediately abandon this unprofitable deal." Sun Er blinked her long lashes, seemingly oblivious to the fierce competition, responding with surprise, "That guy looks like he really wants to win." Xiao Yin chuckled again, but chose to remain silent. In the front row, after a moment of contemplation following Galebai's bid, Xiaozhan abruptly stood, casting a peculiar glance at Galebai. Moments later, a smile crept across his face as he uttered words that left everyone astonished. "You win." Chapter 59. The auction concludes as Xiaozhan's words reverberated through the hall. A momentary silence ensued, followed by a shift of schadenfreude-laden gazes towards the ashen-faced Jailebi. How extravagant to spend 100,000 gold coins on 2 vials of foundational spirit liquid. This fellow is indeed quite generous. Observing Jailebi's contorted expression, Xiao Yan lowered his head, unable to suppress a soft chuckle. Amused by Xiao Yan's mischief, Sooner smiled and remarked, generally, "A second-tier spirit medicine is valued at no more than 30,000 gold coins. The foundational spirit liquid, which can significantly enhance the cultivation speed of fighting energy, is rather rare, thus commanding a much higher price. However, spending 100,000 gold coins to acquire it truly showcases Jailebi's lavishness." Xiao Yan nodded with a grin, licking his lips as he dreamily mused. A single vial of second-tier foundational spirit liquid can fetch several tens of thousands of gold coins. I suspect that those powerful alchemists must be swimming in wealth. Indeed, alchemists are indeed the wealthiest profession on the Duki continent, a fact that cannot be denied. Each alchemist possesses considerable riches. Sooner nodded with a bright smile, her gaze drifting over the foundational spirit liquid on the stage. However, as alchemists ascend to higher ranks, they seldom participate in auctions for the elixirs they concoct. At that stage, they prefer bartering. Monetary offers fail to sway them. Bartering? A subtle arch of his brow indicated that Xiao Yin was beginning to comprehend why Yao Lao had such a vast collection. Indeed, exchanging techniques, combat skills, or rare herbs, as well as advanced magical cores, for elixirs from the alchemists is quite a common practice. With her rosy lips curving into a smile, Sunner softly added, "Thus, alchemists are the most envied profession on the continent. Everyone aspires to become an alchemist, yet the stringent conditions deter countless individuals from pursuing that dream." Noticing Sunner's slightly regretful expression, Xiaoyan felt a surge of gratitude for his own unique soul mutation. Ceasing their conversation, Xiaoyan turned his attention back to the now pale Jialibi. Stunned by Xiao Zhan's pronouncement, Jialibi stared blankly at Xiao Zhan, who had relinquished his bid without hesitation. His eyes twitched as he finally croaked out, "You bastard, you're putting on a show for me again. Huh, aren't you doing the same? Your recent lack of clarity has made your performance rather feeble," replied Xiao Zhan with a nonchalant smile, laced with sarcasm. Fine, Xiao Zhan. I shall remember this affront." Jialibi took several deep breaths, his eyes cold and filled with malice. Disregarding the threat, Xiao Zhan merely scoffed and turned to the stage, addressing Miss Yafei with a smile. "Miss Yafei, please proceed with the final auction." Yafei nodded with a smile, maintaining a subtle demeanor while internally chuckling at the unexpectedly high auction prices. The greater the bids, the more favorable the impression she could cultivate with the mysterious alchemist. Casting a comforting smile towards the sallow Jialibi, Yafei once again bent down to retrieve the last 2 vials of foundational spirit liquid, her lips parting in a radiant smile. "Esteemed guests, this is the final batch of spirit liquid, and the starting bid remains at 30,000 gold coins." Upon witnessing the last batch, the elders seated beside Xiao Zhan immediately exchanged furtive glances. Sitting calmly, Xiao Zhan paid no heed to the elders' expressions. After surveying the room, he simply stated, 50,000. Jialibi's face twitched once more at Xiao Zhan's offer. Though his lips moved, the realization of his financial constraints forced him to silence his retort. Meanwhile, the elder Opapa, observing Xiao Zhan's serene demeanor, furrowed his brow, lightly tapping his fingers on the back of his hand. His eyes flickered momentarily before he stated, 55,000. The dynamics among the 3 prominent families of Wutan City were quite convoluted. Though each sought to monopolize the assets of the others, fear of a rival reaping the benefits of their actions led to a hesitant stalemate. Thus, without the assurance of annihilating one another, they maintained a fragile balance of power. The 3 families harbored mutual disdain, and despite Opapa's earlier mockery of Jialibi, he was now more inclined to create minor obstacles for the Xiao family when it came to Xiao Zhan's bid. Opapa's increase in bid did not perturb Xiao Zhan, who casually glanced at him and replied, 65,000. The 65,000 price tag exceeded the market value of foundational spirit liquid. Yet Xiao Zhan understood that achieving a low-priced acquisition amidst the 3 families' competition was decidedly unlikely. Clan leader Xiao is indeed extravagant. Yet I fear becoming entangled in your dealings. I have already secured my foundational spirit liquid, so this round shall be yours, Opapa said, contemplating for a moment, wary of a repeat of Jialibi's earlier misfortune. Noticing Opapa's forced smile, Xiao Zhan returned a subtle grin, leaning back in his chair and muttering softly, "Damn it. Now I have to shell out an extra 10,000. This rascal is no saint." Hearing this, Xiaoyan found it amusing. In such fierce competition, who could be deemed virtuous? Had it not been for their apprehension of repeating Jialibi's fate, they might have escalated their offers even further. The path of a fighter is finally within reach. Licking his lips, Xiaoyan exhaled deeply. He was on the verge of surmounting this initial hurdle in his cultivation journey. Chapter 60. The arrival of medicinal herbs as the auction neared its conclusion. Xiaoyan sought an excuse to discreetly exit the premises. Since discerning that Xiaoyan was a 4th-tier alchemist, Yafei had positioned her informants throughout the auction hall. Thus, upon his arrival, he was promptly escorted to the waiting lounge by a graceful maid who had been waiting for quite some time. Seated silently, Xiaoyan lifted the teacup from the table and took a delicate sip. Casting a sidelong glance at the timid young girl beside him, he nodded slightly. Though his lips remained still, his ancient voice softly inquired, "How much longer until the auction concludes?" Startled by the sudden voice, the girl cast a furtive glance at the figure cloaked in a dark robe, her small hands clasped tightly together, her complexion paling slightly as she nervously replied, "My lord, the auction has concluded. Miss Yufei is currently finalizing the handover procedures." Observing the girl's demeanor, which resembled that of a frightened rabbit, Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel perplexed. Surely, he could not be that terrifying? With a resigned shake of his head, he chose to maintain his imposing silence. Standing quietly by, the girl secretly sighed in relief, recalling Master Gunny's stern warning that she must fulfill any request of this enigmatic figure, no matter how excessive it might be. Having worked at the auction house for nearly a year, she understood all too well what such excessive requests implied. Therefore, each time she awaited Xiaoyan's words, she trembled with fear, dreading that he might utter those demands. After anxiously waiting for over 10 minutes, the sound of hurried footsteps outside the door finally allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. "Ah, good sir, you have arrived quite early. I trust Miss Shueli has attended to your needs adequately?" As Yafei entered the waiting lounge, her serpentine waist swayed alluringly, her voluptuous figure igniting fervent impulses in some of the less self-restrained men. Cursing inwardly at the enchantress, Xiaoyan instinctively shrank back, giving a slight nod. Noticing his acknowledgement, the maid exhaled in relief, respectfully curtsied, and quickly withdrew. Seeing that Xiaoyan bore no signs of dissatisfaction, Yafei felt a measure of reassurance and smiled at him, her expression exuding irresistible charm. Struck by the allure of her smile, Xiaoyan dared not take her lightly. With a gentle caress of the ancient black ring beneath his cloak, he promptly shifted the conversation to the elder alchemist. "Has the auction concluded?" "Indeed." With a smile illuminating her fair chin, Yafei gracefully produced a light blue jade card, saying, "Esteemed sir, the total auction price for the 7 bottles of foundation liquid is 285,000 gold coins. After deducting the taxes, the remaining amount is all contained within this card." Receiving the jade card, Xiaoyan felt its coolness and comfort, clearly indicative of its substantial value. He gently caressed the card and nodded in acknowledgement. Yafei, observing his youthful yet strong hands, felt a strange sensation stir within her. "This price has exceeded my expectations. I am quite satisfied," he remarked, his voice carrying an air of antiquity. Yafei's delicate features brightened at his words, swiftly dismissing her earlier odd feelings. With her captivating eyes sparkling, she playfully smiled. "Should you require further auctions for elixirs, please do not hesitate to visit the Mitre auction house. We shall endeavor to secure the best price for you. Have you procured the medicinal herbs I requested?" Xiaoyan inquired, tucking the jade card away. After a brief moment of hesitation, the elder's voice prompted the inquiry. With her slender eyes curving into a beautiful arc, Yafei responded with a melodic tone that filled Xiaoyan with delight. "Rest assured, we at the auction house will spare no effort to fulfill your requirements." Yafei clapped her hands lightly, and Master Gunny entered briskly, carrying a jade platter. He stopped beside Xiaoyan, bowed slightly, and carefully placed the platter on the table, announcing, "My lord, all the medicinal herbs you require are here." Xiaoyan gazed at the herbs on the platter with evident pleasure. The efficiency of the Mitre auction house was indeed remarkable. Had he sought to procure these herbs himself, it would have consumed considerable time and energy. Yet, they had managed to prepare everything within a single day, leaving him pleasantly surprised. "Thank you for your assistance," he replied, as the elder's tone softened slightly upon receiving all the materials needed for the chi-gathering powder. Having navigated the auction scene for several years, Yafei discerned the elder's noticeably gentler tone, prompting a surge of delight within her. This transaction had proven lucrative. "I do not wish to take advantage of you. Please deduct the cost of these herbs from the card." As Xiaoyan reached for the jade card again, Yafei interjected with urgency, "Esteemed sir, these herbs were obtained internally and are significantly cheaper than those outside. Your previous auctions have brought us considerable prestige. How could we dare charge you for such items?" "Very well, as you wish. Should I require further herbs in the future, I shall exchange them with spiritual medicine," he acquiesced, recognizing her intent to foster goodwill. With a glimmer of surprise in her eyes, Yafei watched as the elder, ever perceptive, carefully extracted the herbs from the jade platter and tucked them away. "Now, I must attend to other matters and cannot linger longer." With all matters concluded, Xiaoyan rose, gestured lightly, and made his way toward the exit. "Esteemed sir, allow Yafei to escort you." Yafei exchanged glances with Gunny, and the two hurried ahead, courteously leading the way. As Xiaoyan exited the waiting lounge, flanked by the respectful guides from the Mitre auction house, he paused momentarily upon stepping outside. Just beyond the door, 3 clusters of people emerged from the auction hall, casting cold glances at one another. Scanning the groups, Xiaoyan felt a twinge of anxiety as he instinctively tightened his grip on the dark cloak around him. To his dismay, he recognized that the central group comprised none other than his father, Xiaozhan, who had just concluded his bidding. "Please, do not let me be recognized," Xiaoyan silently prayed. Chapter 61. The encounter as the 3 clan leaders exited the auction house alongside the 2 families. They exchanged hollow laughter, their smiles devoid of genuine warmth. Once their gazes shifted away, expressions of scorn and hostility surfaced. The trio strode through the grand hall with an air of arrogance, causing others to hastily step aside. In the city of Wutan, few dared to provoke the three prominent families. After exchanging a few perfunctory words with the nearby Abapa, Xiao Zhan's attention abruptly sharpened, causing him to halt in his tracks. Observing his reaction, the crowd followed his gaze, their bodies subtly tensing, while both Galabai and Abapa exhibited slight changes in their expressions. From another grand entrance in the hall, three figures emerged, led by Yufei, the chief auctioneer of the Mitre auction house. As frequent patrons of the auction house, Xiao Zhan and his companions were well aware that despite her ever-smiling demeanor, Yufei possessed a formidable pride. Her previous polite refusal of Abapa's invitation to dinner had revealed her not to be as approachable as she appeared. Yet today, this proud woman displayed an unexpected courtesy in her demeanor, which left Xiao Zhan and others astonished. Blinking slightly, they shifted their gaze further back, their expressions continuing to evolve. Bringing up the rear was Master Gunny, the esteemed alchemist of Wutan City, who appeared to be whispering something to the mysterious figure cloaked in black, a smile gracing his face that even hinted at flattery. If Yufei's respectful demeanor had surprised them, Gunny's behavior was utterly shocking. As the highest-ranking alchemist in Wutan City, even the three clan leaders treated him with utmost reverence, fearful of any semblance of disrespect. Typically embodying the aloofness characteristic of alchemists, Gunny's casual, indifferent tone only deepened their respect for him. Thus, to witness such a figure openly displaying a servile smile in the presence of another was bewildering. Who, then, was this individual deserving of such deference? With a sense of awe, their gazes finally settled upon the figure enveloped in the voluminous black cloak. Examining the shadowy figure's bulky silhouette, Xiao Zhan's mind raced. Who could this be that warrants the attention of two key figures from the Mitre auction house? What business could such a person have in Wutan City? Licking his parched lips, Xiao Zhan glanced around and noticed Galabai and Abapa shared his curiosity and astonishment. As the trio drew nearer, Xiao Zhan forced a smile and stepped forward, exclaiming, "Miss Yufei, Master Gunny, what a rare pleasure it is to see both of you here together." Yufei and Gunny had already spotted them upon their emergence. As Xiao Zhan approached to speak, they slowed their pace, yet their eyes remained fixed on the cloaked figure. Only after noticing the figure's pause did they exhale in relief. "Ah, merely escorting a distinguished guest," Yufei replied with a smile. "Oh, indeed," Galabai chimed in, his eyes glancing toward the cloaked figure behind Yufei, casually inquiring, "Might I ask if this gentleman is from Wutan City? He appears somewhat unfamiliar." Cough. Clan leader Galabai. "This esteemed gentleman is a valued guest of the Mitre auction house," Gunny interjected with a slight frown, subtly cautioning Galabai against prying too much. Upon hearing Gunny's tone, Galabai's expression shifted, his thoughts racing. Why is even Gunny wary of this individual? What is his status? Recognizing Galabai's misstep, Xiao Zhan swallowed his own words upon observing Gunny's discomfort. It was evident that the cloaked figure was on a different echelon entirely. He smiled awkwardly, preparing to discreetly withdraw. "You are Xiao Zhan of the Xiao family, are you not?" The cloaked figure's previously silent voice suddenly inquired, calm yet authoritative. Taken aback by the aged voice, Xiao Zhan hesitated before nodding cautiously. Flattered by such polite attention, he replied, "I am merely fortunate, nothing more." Waving his hand nonchalantly, the cloaked figure smiled. "Fortune is a skill in itself. Should the opportunity arise, I would like to meet him. He may yet become an alchemist." Xiao Zhan seemed perplexed by the implication of those words, not fully grasping their meaning. "If the opportunity arises, I would like to explore collaboration with your Xiao family." The cloaked figure added with a smile, before addressing Yufei and Gunny, "No need to see me off. I have matters to attend to." With that, he strode purposefully out of the auction house, leaving Xiao Zhan momentarily bewildered. Turning to see Yufei and Gunny gazing at him with envy, he asked in astonishment, "What is this about? Clan leader Xiao, do you know that elderly gentleman?" Yufei inquired cautiously. First time meeting him, Xiao Zhan replied with a wry smile. Glancing at the peculiar expressions on Yufei and Gunny's faces, feeling a sense of unease. "What is his identity?" "Sigh, the Xiao family is fortunate indeed," Gunny remarked, shaking his head lightly and casting a glance at the foundational spiritual liquid cradled like treasure in Galabai's arms. "He is the one who refined those." At this revelation, the expressions of Xiao Zhan and his companions shifted dramatically. If a second-tier alchemist commanded such respect, what of a third or fourth tier? The thought of such esteemed individuals was daunting. Their family could hardly aspire to associate with them. Meanwhile, after the initial shock, Galabai and Abapa exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with envy akin to that of a rabbit. Chapter 62. As Xiao Yan stepped out of the auction house, he wandered aimlessly in the vicinity for quite some time before discreetly slipping into a less crowded alley. Swiftly removing the large black cloak, he murmured in a low voice, "Master, you nearly exposed me." "What I did is precisely what you were thinking," came the teasing laughter of the old alchemist from the ancient, jet-black ring. With a resigned shake of his head, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt towards his father, having indirectly extorted him twice during the auction for medicinal pills. Discarding the cloak into a nearby gutter, he muttered softly, "I should find a time to collaborate with the Xiao family, as a little compensation for my father." The withered, yellowish plant, with 5 leaves resembling black ink, was the ink leaf lotus. Each leaf represented a decade of growth, with one leaf signifying 10 years. The snake saliva fruit, a round, emerald green fruit about the size of a fist, emitted a sweet yet tangy aroma when held to the nose. This rare fruit only grows near the layers of 5th-tier serpentine magical beasts, and is predominantly cold in nature, often used in alchemy to neutralize potent medicinal materials. The gathering spirit grass appeared no different from ordinary grass, save for its delicate luminescence at the tips of its blades. The brighter the glow, the more abundant the pure energy contained within. A 2nd-tier water attribute magic core, radiating a deep azure hue, lay on the table, exuding a subtle moisture that soaked the surface, revealing the richness of its water attribute energy. Xiao Yan's eyes eagerly scanned the materials before him as he whispered, "Master, we have gathered all the materials. Can we begin the refinement?" "What is the rush? The materials won't run away. We cannot be disturbed during the alchemy process. And since it's still early, if someone inadvertently interrupts us, it would be a waste of materials. What if I get exposed?" The old alchemist replied irritably from within the ring. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan sighed in frustration, shook his head, and carefully stored the materials in a corner cabinet before lying down on his bed, awaiting the arrival of night. After Xiao Yan had lain in bed for over half an hour, the door to his room was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. Striding into the room with her long, alluring legs, Xiao Yu scanned the area before fixing her gaze on the startled Xiao Yan, snorting coldly, "Young master, do you still need someone to invite you for your meals?" Startled awake by the abrupt voice, Xiao Yan blinked in confusion at Xiao Yu, who stood in the center of the room with her arms crossed over her ample chest. After a moment, a chill ran down his spine. Damn it. If I had been refining medicine just now, that foolish woman recalling the dire consequences of being interrupted during alchemy made Xiao Yan's heart race. And his gaze gradually turned to anger as he looked at Xiao Yu. His lips twitched as he took a deep breath, the lingering fear transforming into fury. "Foolish woman. Do you not understand manners? Could you not knock before entering? You ignorant fool. Do you have no upbringing?" Xiao Yu, taken aback by Xiao Yan's unprecedented display of anger, was momentarily stunned. However, upon hearing the barrage of insults, her delicate face turned pale with rage. Gritting her silver teeth, she strode towards Xiao Yan with determination. "You little rascal, so what if I kicked your door? I'll kick it every day from now on." Faced with the furious Xiao Yu approaching to teach him a lesson, Xiao Yan's expression hardened. He raised his hand abruptly and clenched it, suction palm. A powerful force surged violently from his palm, and as Xiao Yu reached the edge of the bed, she was unexpectedly pulled onto it by the force he unleashed. Dizzy from the sudden movement, Xiao Yu's cheeks flushed a charming shade of red as she struggled fiercely, cursing, "Little rascal, get away." With both hands firmly gripping Xiao Yu's wrists, Xiao Yan found himself slightly out of breath from her struggles. After a moment of stalemate, he suddenly released his grip, flipping her over in one swift motion. "Damn it, young master, won't allow you to barge in uninvited." Chapter 63. The list of exotic flames across from him. Xiao Yu, who had been glaring fiercely at Xiao Yan, found her face alternating between shades of red and green upon witnessing his actions. With a perplexed expression directed at the gritting Xiao Yu, and then glancing at the seemingly unfazed Xiao Yan beside her, Sooner furrowed her brows in confusion before shaking her head helplessly, slowly swallowing the morsel of food in her mouth. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yan, lost in his own thoughts, the family gathering had convened precisely due to the casual remark made by the mysterious figure in the black robe he had transformed into today, suggesting a potential collaboration. By partnering with an alchemist of second rank or above, the Xiao family stood to gain profits that would incite envy in many, and perhaps even ascend to a position surpassing the two other major families. Thus, it was no surprise that even his typically composed father was immensely joyful. While the elders were grinning widely, their squinting eyes clearly dazzled by this unexpected windfall. Not long after Xiao Yan departed, Xiao Yu clenched her teeth and chased after him, only to find no trace of him. In frustration, She stamped her foot and left in a tempest of anger. Upon returning to his room, having learned from his mistakes, Xiao Yin refrained from requesting the medicine elder to concoct pills immediately. After securing the doors and windows, he lazily rolled onto his bed and drifted into a heavy slumber. You have finally learned to be cautious. Alchemy necessitates an extremely tranquil environment. If interrupted, the consequences can be dire. I am not currently susceptible to backlash. But once you master the art of alchemy, should you remain so careless, I fear it will only be a matter of time before you lose your life. The medicine elder remarked as he approached the table, lightly touching various materials with his ethereal hand, nodding slightly, his tone somewhat stern. Feeling a bit awkward, Xiao Yan scratched his head and nodded in acknowledgement. Observing Xiao Yan's obedient demeanor, the medicine elder let out a small sigh of relief. He spread his palm, and after a brief moment of silence, white flames slowly ignited. With his soul perception continuously regulating the flame's temperature, the medicine elder stole a glance at Xiao Yan, who was curiously gazing at the flames in his palm. After a moment of hesitation, he gently spoke. Alchemists can generally discern the rank of flames by their color. Common alchemists typically possess pale yellow flames. As the rank increases, the color deepens, and their power intensifies. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan blinked and pointed at the flames in the medicine elder's hand, astonished as he inquired, "Then why is your flame white, master?" Haha, what I mentioned earlier pertains to the flames commonly found among alchemists. However, within the alchemist community, there exists another category of flame. Aside from those catalyzed by profound fighting spirit, the medicine elder smiled faintly, a hint of pride evident in his expression. That is, borrowing fire. Borrowing fire? The term was not unfamiliar, yet its implications left Xiao Yan bewildered. One can borrow the flames used in alchemy? Indeed, it is borrowing fire. The medicine elder affirmed with a firm nod. In this vast world, there exist rare exotic flames. Perhaps a flame carried by a meteorite or the molten earth forged by volcanic fire over countless years. These exotic flames are significantly more potent than those catalyzed by fighting spirit. When used in alchemy, they can enhance the efficacy of pills. However, these exotic flames are notoriously violent and rarely encountered. Even if one does come across them, it is exceedingly difficult to harness their power. Many alchemists spend their entire lives seeking exotic flames, only to find their efforts in vain. After all, to control an exotic flame, one must draw it into their own body, yet these flames are inherently destructive. Even the renowned sturdy metal, magic gold, cannot withstand the onslaught of exotic flames, let alone the fragile human body. Such an endeavor is akin to inviting disaster upon oneself, which is why only a fortunate few, by sheer chance, manage to refine a small portion of exotic flame and cultivate it as their own source of fire. These individuals are invariably the elites of the alchemical realm. Feeling somewhat dazed by the information, Xiao Yan licked his lips and focused intently on the white flames in the medicine elder's hand, sensing a peculiar chill emanating from them. "Surely, your flame must also be an exotic one, right?" Xiao Yan tentatively asked. The medicine elder's expression brightened slightly at the mention of his flames. His gaze fervent as he replied, "In the realm of alchemy on the continent of fighting spirits, a list of known exotic flames has been compiled, comprising a total of 23 types. My flame is ranked 11th, known as Bone Spirit Cold Fire. This exotic flame can only be encountered in places of extreme cold and darkness, during the rare conjunction of sun and moon every 100 years. Bone Spirit Cold Fire," Xiao Yan murmured softly, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the swirling, icy white flames. Chapter 64. The Refinement of the Gathering Qi Powder Years Ago. In pursuit of the elusive Bone Spirit Cold Fire, I found myself ensnared in that dark and foreboding place for 8 long years. Even at the moment of absorption, despite my meticulous preparations, I nearly succumbed to being incinerated to ashes by that infernal force. The venerable elder Yao shook his head in lament, a rare flicker of trepidation crossing his calm visage. It was evident that the ordeal had left an indelible mark on his memory. He chuckled. "Though the dangers are exceedingly high, the acquisition of this Bone Spirit Cold Fire makes it all worthwhile." With a flourish, Elder Yao raised the white flame in his palm, exclaiming, "Once one possesses a, not only will the potency of the elixirs produced be greatly enhanced, but even adversaries of equal caliber will think twice before engaging directly." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan gazed enviously at the swirling, ethereal white flame. Noticing the wistfulness in Xiao Yan's expression, Elder Yao smirked slyly, then abruptly shifted his tone. "However, remains quite distant for you at this juncture. Your primary aspiration should be to earnestly pray for your early ascension to a fighter." With a gnarled hand, He seized a Moi lotus and gently cast it into the flames. As the lotus made contact with the bone spirit cold fire, it was instantaneously transformed into a viscous, inky liquid, which rolled within the flames, reflecting a ghostly sheen. The white flames roared with intensified fervor, yet Xiao Yin, standing by, peculiarly observed that the air outside the white flames grew increasingly frigid. Elder Yao remained utterly focused on regulating the temperature of the flame in his palm. At such a moment, even the slightest elevation in temperature could reduce the inky liquid to naught but vapor. Once the flame reached a critical threshold, a hint of yellow impurity manifested within the liquid. Observing this, Elder Yao nodded slightly, flicking his fingers to expel the small mass of yellow impurities from the main body. After purging the yellow impurities, a succession of faint yellow specks emerged, all of which were meticulously eradicated by Elder Yao. Gradually, the volume of the once sizable inky liquid shrank to the size of a thumb. The deep black liquid rolled languidly in the white flames, resembling a mysterious black pearl. After refining the first Moi lotus to thumb size, Elder Yao ceased further heating and proceeded to cast the remaining 4 into the flames, transforming them into 4 pure, pearl-like droplets. Following prolonged refinement by the bone spirit cold fire, the 5 droplets began to merge, their size expanding momentarily before contracting back to their original dimensions. After rolling within the flames for an extended period, a flicker of white flame seemed to dance within the inky liquid. Witnessing this, Elder Yu swiftly grasped a snake saliva fruit from the table and tossed it into the fire. Upon entry, the fruit transformed into a vibrant green liquid, exuding a chilling aura. As the impurities were swiftly eliminated, Elder Yao delicately laid this verdant liquid over the black, fiery substance. The collision of the 2 distinct liquids produced a series of strange sounds, and wisps of white vapor ascended from the flames. As the vapor gradually dissipated, the rough surface of the nascent elixir began to take shape. Gazing calmly at the forming elixir, Elder Yao nodded, subsequently adding gathering spirit grass and a water attribute 2nd-level magic core into the mixture. Through liquid refinement, impurity removal, and mutual fusion, the intricate steps unfolded seamlessly, with Elder Yao executing them with fluidity, devoid of any hesitation. Even Xiao Yin, a novice in the art of alchemy, could not help but admire Elder Yao's deftness. After neutralizing the volatile energy within the magic core with the gathering spirit grass, a gentle blue energy began to infuse the elixir's nascent form. Once the final drop of blue energy penetrated the elixir's interior, its previously uneven surface transformed into a smooth, rounded shape, adorned with a delicate blue sheen that rendered it exquisitely beautiful. Having completed these steps, Elder Yao did not immediately withdraw, but instead nurtured the elixir in the flames for over 10 minutes before the white flame in his palm gradually extinguished. As the flames vanished, he swiftly grasped a jade vial from the table and deposited the slightly green, subtly blue elixir within. With a long exhale of relief, Elder Yu casually tossed the jade vial to Xiao Yin, saying, "Take a look." Cautiously receiving the vial, Xiao Yin excitedly brought it to his nose, inhaling the familiar, exotic fragrance that invigorated his spirit. Observing the blue-green elixir within, Xiao Yin, utilizing his acute spiritual perception, discerned that this gathering qi powder was undoubtedly of a higher tier and potency than the one previously presented by Nailin Yinran. Recalling the disdainful demeanor and tone of that woman when she brandished her elixir, Xiao Yin chuckled softly, a hint of derision lacing his smile. Shaking his head, he tightened his grip on the cool jade vial, exhaling heavily. After 3 long years, he was finally poised to ascend to that level once more. Chapter 65. Ascending to the fighter after acquiring the qi gathering pill, Xiao Yin refrained from consuming it immediately. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the impatience that surged within him, and compelled himself to retire to his bed for some rest. Xiao Yin was acutely aware that in his current state, the likelihood of successfully breaking through to the fighter level would be over 70%. Although the qi gathering pill was not particularly difficult for Yao Lao to concoct, Xiao Yin was unwilling to take such an unnecessary risk. Seeing Xiao Yan's remarkable restraint in resisting the temptation to immediately advance, Yao Lao nodded approvingly, a hint of satisfaction gracing his aged visage. His form shimmered slightly before transforming into a beam of light and vanishing into the ring. Following the successful refinement of the qi gathering pill, Xiao Yan's training became more measured. He diligently practiced for an hour each day, channeling his do qi, then retreated to the back mountain to hone his combat techniques. Occasionally, he would accompany Sin Air for leisurely strolls in Wutan City, leading a life of utmost contentment. After 5 days of this relaxed routine, Xiao Yan finally adjusted his condition to its peak, marking the opportune moment for his breakthrough to fighter. In a secluded cave beneath a towering cliff on the Shao family's back mountain, Xiaoyan sat cross-legged within a space barely over a meter wide. This cliff was a carefully chosen sanctuary for his cultivation. Opposite the cliff, mist swirled, concealing the perilous monster beast mountain range beneath its veil. The abyss below the cliff was unfathomable, and the only path leading here had been cleverly obscured with branches and stones, instilling Xiaoyan with confidence that his breakthrough would go undisturbed. Drawing in a slow breath, Xiaoyan retrieved a jade vial from his robe. Tilting the vial slightly, a pill of alternating blue and green hues rolled out. Gazing at the glossy surface of the qi-gathering pill, Xiaoyan smiled faintly. Inhaling the refreshing aroma that lifted his spirits, he licked his lips, banishing any hesitation, and placed the pill into his mouth. As the qi-gathering pill melted on his tongue, a cool sensation spread through his mouth, soon followed by a warm, pure energy that surged into his body, causing Xiaoyan to tremble slightly. With a calm expression, he swiftly formed hand seals to absorb the dou qi, allowing his breath to stabilize. The faint dou qi within him responded eagerly, intertwining with the potent medicinal energy, initiating a frenzied refinement. Within the small cave, the still air suddenly rippled as wisps of pale white dou qi permeated the surroundings and flowed steadily into Xiaoyan's body. Clenching his teeth, the clash of energies within him sent waves of sharp pain through his meridians. Fortunately, his veins were sturdier than most, allowing him to endure the discomfort without suffering significant harm. Inside, the dou qi enveloped clusters of vibrant green energy, which, through relentless refinement, transformed into pale white dou qi. With this newfound support, the scale of Xiaoyan's dou qi expanded at a visible rate. Despite the ongoing refinement, the pure medicinal energy seemed inexhaustible. Each time a batch was assimilated, an even larger mass of green energy surged forth. Amidst the internal refinement and the continuous influx of dou qi, Xiaoyan's meridians gradually filled to capacity. As the intensity of the medicinal energy began to wane, Xiaoyan, intoxicated by the rapid growth of his power, suddenly realized that his dou qi had reached a critical point of expansion. The swelling dou qi caused Xiaoyan's meridians to twitch lightly, and intense pain split his lips. Quickly, condense the dou qi vortex, or it will explode. Yao Lao's thunderous voice resonated in Xiaoyan's mind. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyan altered his hand seals, his fingers interlocking in a peculiar formation. Having traversed this path before, he executed the movement with ease, devoid of any awkwardness. As Xiaoyan adjusted his hand seals, the surging dou qi within him rapidly contracted towards his lower abdomen, as if drawn by an overwhelming force. The pale white dou qi within his meridians retreated in unison, and as all the dou qi converged at his lower abdomen, it began to transform into a creamy white hue. Nodding slightly, Xiaoyan focused his spirit, his exceptional soul perception swiftly gaining control over the dou qi, initiating a vigorous compression. Under the influence of his soul perception, the creamy white dou qi began to resist, churning violently. Though the resistance was formidable, Xiaoyan's soul perception was remarkable enough to astonish even Yao Lao. The dou qi's protests were futile, and after a brief stalemate, it reluctantly began to shrink. When the dou qi had contracted to the size of a palm, it solidified and ceased movement. Compress further, Yao Lao commanded. Gritting his teeth, Xiaoyan closed his eyes, unleashing his soul perception to its fullest extent, and exerted a powerful compression downward. A soft thud resonated within him. As the muffled sound echoed, the overwhelming sensation of resistance dissipated. Sighing heavily with relief, Xiaoyan collapsed, his chest heaving dramatically. Lying on the cool cave floor, Xiaoyan sensed the abundant energy within him, a sensation he had longed for over the past 4 years. A smile crept onto his lips, gradually widening into a light chuckle, then escalating into laughter, culminating in a raucous, unrestrained glee. After lying on the cold stone floor for a considerable time, Xiaoyan gradually regained his breath. The joy on his face was almost impossible to conceal. He shifted his slightly sore and numb legs and once again assumed a meditative posture. With a soft exhalation, Xiaoyan gently closed his eyes, his mind slowly sinking into his body. Introspection, an auxiliary skill that only a doge-level practitioner could master, allowed those with greater strength to explore the inner workings of their bodies more thoroughly. His mind delved into the region of his lower abdomen, where a palm-sized, milky white vortex was gently rotating. Encircling the vortex was a layer of nebulous, milky white energy, though differing by a single character. The disparity between the two was as vast as the heavens and the earth, utterly incomparable. Governing the vortex with his mind, Xiaoyan's heart stirred slightly. A wisp of milky white dough cheese swiftly detached from the vortex and surged forth in the direction indicated by his will. As Xiaoyan persistently controlled the vortex's ebb and flow, becoming increasingly adept, he finally ceased his playful actions with satisfaction, his mind gradually withdrawing from his body. His tightly shut eyes abruptly opened, the milky white radiance in his dark pupils lingering for a full 10 seconds before gradually dissipating. His mouth slightly agape. Xiaoyan expelled a somewhat turbid breath. After this exhalation, his complexion appeared noticeably more radiant. He twisted his neck, the cracking sounds of his bones colliding causing Xiaoyan to grin. He raised his head, gazing at Yao Lao, who hovered like a specter at the cave's entrance, and smiled brilliantly. I succeeded. Indeed, you possess decent fortune. You managed to condense the chi vortex on your first attempt. Yao Lao nodded, speaking calmly. I believe it's more attributable to my capabilities. Wouldn't you concur? Shrugging, Xiaoyan suddenly adopted an obsequious expression, extending his hand with a hint of bashfulness. Teacher, now that I've reached the dojo level, shouldn't I receive a do-chi cultivation method? Upon hearing this, Yao Lao rolled his eyes. He floated into the cave and sat slowly before Xiaoyan. After contemplating for a moment, his expression turned slightly solemn as he opened his mouth. What kind of cultivation method do you desire? Well, it's that thing even more enigmatic than a heaven-tier cultivation method, the one that can evolve, Xiaoyan said, scratching his head and speaking sheepishly. Listening to Xiaoyan's words, a peculiar glint flashed across Yao Lao's face, and he unexpectedly fell into silence. Teacher, what's wrong? Could it be that the cultivation method you mentioned was merely a fabrication? Observing Yao Lao's expression, Xiaoyan couldn't help but ask apprehensively. This cultivation method can indeed evolve. I did not deceive you in that regard, Yao Lao said softly. Seeing Yao Lao acknowledge it once more, joy immediately filled Xiaoyan's face. He rubbed his hands together and cautiously asked, Then, can I cultivate it? This cultivation method is exceedingly peculiar. It is true that it can evolve, but the risk factor is exceedingly high. After another long silence, Yao Lao sighed. Forcing a smile, Yao Lao shook his head, lamenting, since obtaining this cultivation method, I have neither seen nor heard of anyone cultivating it. Therefore, I am unaware of the true outcome. However, based on my extensive experience, the success rate of mastering this enigmatic cultivation method to its pinnacle seems to be no more than 20%. 20%? Xiaoyan's face stiffened, and he forced a smile. It can't be that low, can it? Sighing, Yao Lao nodded ruefully. I fear it is indeed that low. Rubbing his forehead with a wry smile, Xiaoyan was still reluctant to give up. The allure of a cultivation method that could evolve into a heaven-tier one was simply too great for him. Teacher, could you elaborate on the general cultivation method? Yao Lao's withered hands rubbed against each other. After hesitating for a moment, he said softly, The conditions for this cultivation method's evolution are related to the different fire I mentioned to you a few days ago. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes, remaining silent and listening intently. Alas, I obtained this cultivation method by chance. The cultivation method was originally nameless, but I gave it a name, called burning, as he spoke. A complex expression flashed across Yao Lao's face. It seemed that the process of obtaining this cultivation method was not as simple as he had described. Burning can indeed evolve, but its premise for evolution is that it requires different fire as raw material. Each evolution must devour a type of different fire. Yao Lao's voice was slightly hoarse. You must know that different fire are inherently destructive and violent objects. Not only are they rarely seen in 100 years, but even if you see them, who can guarantee that they can successfully devour them? Back then, in order to obtain this bone spirit cold fire, I was almost burned to ashes. The most terrifying thing is that this cultivation method must devour all kinds of different fire. Heavens! Just one type of different fire can torment a Do Huang, level expert to the point of near death. I really can't imagine what it would be like if a person had 2 or even more types of different fire in their body. Looking at Yao Lao's incredulous face, Xiaoyan was also shocked to the point of stiffness. Evolved by devouring different fire? Damn it, it's not certain who devours whom. The guy who created this cultivation method is probably a lunatic. Although the risk rate of this cultivation method is surprisingly high, I don't doubt its potential. If it is really cultivated successfully, on the Do-Chi continent, apart from those few people who can be counted on one's fingers, I am afraid that there are really few people who can be opponents. Yao Lao sighed. Xiaoyan nodded sympathetically. If someone could skillfully control several kinds of different fire, then even Do Sheng level experts would not dare to lightly stroke their beards, right? Of course, under the premise that he himself is not devoured by different fire. Looking at Xiao Yan, Yao Lao hesitated for a moment and asked, "Now do you still want to learn it?" His body trembled slightly. Xiao Yan was silent. Chapter 67. Choice regarding this so-called burning decision. Xiao Yan truly felt reluctant to relinquish it. After all, the prospect of evolving his techniques to the heavenly tier was simply too alluring. In this vast continent of Do Qi, possessing a heavenly tier technique was tantamount to holding a passport to becoming a peak powerhouse. However, despite the power of such techniques, the mere 2% success rate was enough to deter anyone from attempting. With his fingers tightly interlaced, Xiao Yan's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and distress, grappling with his hesitation. Observing the silent turmoil within him, Yao Lao's aged face flashed with a complex expression. After a long pause, he sighed softly. "This is a choice you must make for yourself. I do not wish to interfere too much, but I would like to ask one additional question. Do you have any feelings for that girl named Xiao Suner?" Startled by Yao Lao's whimsical inquiry, Xiao Yan's face flushed slightly. He opened his mouth, paused for a moment, and then managed a bitter smile. "Why do you suddenly ask such a question? Suner is my sister, right? What feelings could I possibly have for her?" The last statement seemed to carry a hint of weakness. "Oh, your sister, you say? You are well aware that there is no blood relation between you two. That girl is merely 15 or 16 years old and already has the younger generation of the Xiao family enamored with her. Just imagine how it will be when she grows up," Yao Lao remarked, casting a casual glance at Xiao Yan with a faint smile. "If you can envision a day when she is embraced by another man, how would that make you feel?" Xiao Yan's face stiffened slightly, his brow furrowing as he exhaled softly. "It seems a bit hard to accept. Since you find it somewhat difficult to accept, then in your heart, you do not merely regard her as a sister." Yao Lao teased with a knowing smile. Once again blushing, Xiao Yan fumbled for words, helplessly shrugging and saying, "What exactly do you want to convey, teacher? I have said all this merely to help you recognize your feelings. Since you harbor some rather inappropriate thoughts about her, you should also assess your own strength and potential for growth." Yao Lao's expression turned serious as he continued. "That girl's background is quite formidable. I cannot fathom how her status connects with your humble family, but that does not bridge the chasm between you. The disparity in your identities is far too great. Even if she has feelings for you, those behind her will never acquiesce." With narrowed eyes, Xiao Yan's clasped hands instinctively tightened. This continent reveres strength above all. With power comes dignity. You witnessed the attitude of Na Lan Yin Ran, who was able to look down upon you and mock you precisely because her background and strength surpassed yours. Yao Lao sighed, imparting a heartfelt warning. "The influence behind Xiao Suner is even more terrifying than that of the Yunlan sect, rendering your status in their eyes akin to that of an ant. Even with your exceptional cultivation talent, they will not regard you highly. Throughout the years, they have encountered too many prodigies of remarkable talent. Only by demonstrating true power that commands their respect can you hope to achieve your desires." Xiao Yan rubbed his nose and shrugged, speaking softly. "If I cultivate this burning decision, will it grant me such power? It should be said that only if you successfully cultivate the burning decision will it be possible." Yao Lao shook his head solemnly, adding further weight to his words. With a gentle sigh, Xiao Yan supported his chin with his palm. And the elegant visage of a girl from his past, along with her melodious laughter, inexplicably floated before him. After a long exhale, Xiao Yan smiled wryly. "Teacher has said so much, yet claims not to interfere in my choice." Yao Lao scratched his withered face, chuckling awkwardly. "All right. I confess I may have been a bit encouraging. However, from my perspective, I sincerely wish for you to cultivate this burning decision. You should be aware that I am currently merely a soul, correct?" Yao Lao asked, extending his hand. Xiao Yan nodded. "In my current state, one could say I am already dead. Yet, due to my soul's strength being significantly greater than that of ordinary individuals, I have managed to survive in this peculiar manner." Yao Lao laughed self-deprecatingly, though a hint of bitterness lingered in his smile. "I do not relish this ephemeral existence. There are matters I must attend to personally, lest I need to escape this soul state." "You wish to be revived?" Xiao Yan blinked in astonishment. "It seems there is nothing in this world capable of resurrecting the dead. Under normal circumstances, that would be true." Nodding, Yao Lao's gaze suddenly ignited with fervor. "However, according to some cryptic descriptions within the burning decision, if successfully cultivated, it may be possible to forge a body capable of housing a soul using several complementary exotic flames. At that time, having a new body would indeed be a form of rebirth for me. I have endured in the darkness within that ring for so many years. hoping to one day encounter someone with sufficient soul strength. I am fortunate to have finally met you. Yao Lao's withered face concealed a trace of unnoticeable sorrow. Looking at Xiao Yan, who was intently focused on him, Yao Lao forced a smile. Consider these words the ramblings of an old man. Alas, I promised not to interfere, yet I cannot help but speak. It seems I truly am. Shaking his head in self-mockery, Yao Lao extended his frail hand. And two somewhat ethereal scrolls, one black and one red, appeared in his grasp. The red scroll contained a low-tier Earth-grade fire attribute technique, while the black scroll was the burning decision itself. With a gentle smile, Yao Lao raised the scrolls, his withered face softening slightly as he spoke softly. You may choose for yourself. Consider your own circumstances. Just remember, no matter what choice you make, you will always be my disciple. And I shall not blame you for it. Staring blankly at the two ethereal scrolls before him, Xiao Yan rested his chin on his palm. After a long while, he licked his lips and, with a lazy smile, shrugged. Although I fear death somewhat, without strength, there is no dignity. I do not wish to suffer the humiliation from Na Lan Yen Ran a second time. Besides, if it truly does not work out, I can always switch to another technique later. Shaking his head, a radiant smile blossomed on Xiao Yan's handsome face as he reached out and grasped the black scroll, which glimmered with a hint of red and moisture in Yao Lao's aged eyes. As his hand made contact with the scroll, it transformed into a stream of information that surged directly into Xiao Yan's mind. Within the confines of the narrow cavern, Yao Lao, his aged eyes reddened, watched as Xiao Yan sat in meditative repose, channeling his dou qi. A poignant warmth stirred within his ancient heart, knowing that Xiao Yan's choice of such a perilous cultivation method was partly due to him. He murmured, a silent vow escaping his lips, rest assured. I shall mold you into the most exceptional alchemist. Upon transcending to the Doja realm, all were granted the privilege of cultivating techniques. Through this cultivation, the once neutral, milky white dou qi within would transmute into dou qi imbued with the technique's specific attributes. This initial transformation transpired swiftly. Nearly 2 hours elapsed before Xiao Yan, still seated in the lotus position, gradually opened his eyes. Having cultivated a dou qi technique, Xiao Yan appeared more invigorated than before. His delicate features radiated a luster akin to warm jade, presenting a picture of vibrant energy. Blinking, Xiao Yan surveyed the cavern, which seemed to have brightened considerably. A faint smile graced his lips, recognizing this heightened perception as a consequence of his cultivation. Success? Yao Lao inquired, a smile playing on his lips. Indeed. Xiao Yan affirmed with a nod, extending a slender hand. He swiftly circulated a wisp of faint yellow dou qi from the now uniformly pale, yellow qi cyclone within his body, ultimately directing it to a pressure point in his palm. The external projection of dou qi was typically an ability reserved for dou shi and above. Xiao Yan, at his current level, clearly lacked such power. Thus, the dou qi remained contained within his body, unable to breach the meridian's obstruction. Instead, a faint yellow luminescence emanated from his fair palm, resembling the flickering embers of a dying candle, both feeble and dim. This pale, yellow hue signified a low-tier Huang-class fire attribute technique. The higher the grade of the dou qi technique, the more intense the color. Observing the faint yellow glow on his palm, Xiao Yan shook his head in resignation. Lifting his gaze, he offered a wry smile. Before the flame mantra evolves, my dou qi technique is inferior to most. Overcoming challenges from higher levels is out of the question. Even against an opponent of equal rank who cultivates a Xian-class technique, victory is far from assured. While the flame mantra is currently only Huang-class, its potency rivals that of a mid-tier Huang-class technique. Moreover, though the technique may be weaker, you possess dou skills. Do you not? 3 Xian-class dou skills are more than sufficient to compensate for the disparity caused by the technique. Yao Lao comforted with a smile. He then cautioned, your dou qi technique is inferior to others, implying that your endurance and reserves are comparatively lacking. Therefore, in future combat, you must be decisive and efficient. Strike with unwavering force and resolve, securing a swift victory. Xiao Yan nodded, his brow furrowed with lingering frustration. Witnessing Xiao Yan's demeanor, Yao Lao, intimately familiar with his disposition, shook his head helplessly. With a touch of extravagance, he conceded, once you have fully assimilated the 3 dou skills at your disposal, I shall bestow upon you another. Otherwise, you risk being overwhelmed. Surely you understand the principle of not biting off more than you can chew? What level? Xiao Yan inquired, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Amused by Xiao Yan's cautiousness, Yao Lao stroked his beard and retorted, It shall be no less potent than the 8 extremities collapse. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan's face lit up with delight. The 8 extremities collapse was a high-tier Xian class Do skill. Anything superior to it? What level would that be? D class. Though separated by a mere level from high-tier Xian class, the gulf between D class was immense. High-tier Xian class techniques with sufficient wealth and a touch of fortune could occasionally be acquired from high-end auctions. However, D class techniques were truly priceless. It was rumored that in the black market of the Jiama Empire's capital, D class techniques had been priced at nearly 10 million, equivalent to the Jiama Empire's entire annual tax revenue, yet remained elusive. This single level of difference resulted in a 100-fold increase in price, underscoring the fundamental disparity between Xian and D classes. Contemplating this almost legendary level, Xiaoyan's heart raced with excitement, yearning to implore Yao Lao to impart the knowledge immediately. However, upon considering their respective positions, he obediently dismissed the fanciful notion. "Teacher, when will you instruct me in the art of alchemy?" Temporarily setting aside the allure of D-class Do skills, Xiaoyan inquired once more, his face radiating anticipation. "The art of alchemy cannot be mastered within this small clan," Yao Lao replied, shaking his head. He smiled. "Furthermore, you have a 3-year agreement with Nalen Yanran. Nearly half of those 3 years have already passed. Remaining in this Yuten city will hinder your progress. Moreover, some of my training methods are unsuitable due to the complex circumstances here. Therefore, I intend to take you on a training journey. This journey will be somewhat protracted, perhaps lasting over a year." "Over a year?" Xiaoyan hesitated upon hearing this. However, recalling the haughty woman, he nodded resolutely. "Very well, over a year it shall be. When do we depart?" "In 2 months, Yao Lao replied with a smile. "Why must we wait so long?" Xiaoyan asked, puzzled. "Because in a month, it will be time for Canaan Academy's enrollment. You need to register," Yao Lao explained with a smile. Rolling his eyes, Xiaoyan remarked with a wry smile. "What would I do there? I lack neither techniques nor Do skills. What could they possibly teach me?" "It is not for the purpose of learning," Yao Lao retorted. Casting a glance at him, he furrowed his brow and stated gravely, "You must venture into Canaan Academy to seek out a unique flame. I once received information that Canaan Academy possesses a unique flame known as the Fallen Heart Flame. This flame ranks 14th on the unique flame list. If you can acquire this flame, the flame mantra may evolve." "Fallen Heart Flame?" Repeating the peculiar name softly, Xiaoyan's eyes gradually lit up. Chapter 69. The indignant Sooner. After meticulously arranging everything, Xiaoyan leisurely emerged from the cave, stealthily ascending the steep path to the mountain summit. Upon noticing the absence of any figures in the vicinity, he exhaled a sigh of relief and strode confidently towards his family. Who has offended them? Shaking his head in confusion, Xiaoyan turned around, only to be greeted by a young girl clad in green, who suddenly appeared from a side path and gracefully stood before him. Taken aback by Xiaoyan's unusual demeanor, Sooner momentarily shook her head in bewilderment, stepped closer, her gaze flitting over Xiaoyan, and a hint of astonishment flickered across her delicate face. With her hands clasped behind her back and her body slightly leaning forward, she was merely a breath away from his face, teasingly asking, "Brother Xiaoyan, have you advanced to the fighter rank?" The warm, fragrant breeze brushed against Xiaoyan's face, momentarily disorienting him. He vigorously shook his head to dispel his wandering thoughts, then gently patted the head of the girl, who was nearly his height, and sighed. "Could you not let me announce it myself, just to satisfy my vanity?" In response, Sooner's eyes curved like crescent moons as she extended her delicate hand, meticulously smoothing out the slightly wrinkled fabric of Xiaoyan's attire, just as she always did. While Xiaoyan had previously been indifferent to such gestures today, ever since the old pharmacist had revealed the thoughts hidden deep within him, he felt a sudden stir in his heart. Occasionally, clan members would pass by the nearby path, and upon seeing Sunu adjusting Xiaoyan's clothing like a dutiful wife, they couldn't help but express envy on their faces, gazing down at Sooner's flawless visage. A single strand of hair fell across her smooth forehead, occasionally lifted by the gentle breeze, revealing her sparkling, expressive eyes that were captivatingly enchanting. Staring at Sooner, Xiaoyan found his breath gradually quickening, and a glimmer of warmth ignited in his gaze. "Brother Xiaoyan, what are you staring at?" Having tidied his attire, Sooner finally noticed the fervent look in his eyes, her cheeks flushing as she softly chided him. Startled back to reality, Xiaoyan's face similarly turned a shade red, yet thankfully, his composure was thicker than Sooner's. After clearing his throat a couple of times, he casually remarked, "It's nothing. I just think Sooner is becoming more beautiful." Upon hearing this, Sooner let out a non-committal hum, although her rosy lips curled into a delightful smile. Oh, right. It seems I've recalled something. Suner suddenly fixed her gaze on Xiaoyan again, her voice gentle. Now that you have advanced to the fighter rank, you should begin learning the Do-Chi techniques, shouldn't you? Xiaoyan's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly nodded. With her slender fingers resting on her snow-white chin, Suner smiled brightly. Could Suner take a look at what level of techniques you possess? Cough. Techniques, you say. They are merely external matters. As long as one diligently cultivates, what level does it truly matter? Xiaoyan replied with a dry laugh. Observing Xiaoyan's demeanor, Suner's eyes narrowed into a dangerous arc. Yet her voice remained soft and captivating. Brother Xiaoyan, you should let Suner take a look. Faced with Suner's persistence, Xiaoyan could only helplessly shrug and extend his hand. Moments later, a faint yellow light began to glow. Brother Xiaoyan, is this what you refer to as a better technique? Suner gazed at the flickering yellow light, her face displaying a slight displeasure, her tightly pressed lips betraying her inner anger. Xiaoyan chuckled awkwardly, at a loss for words. You are well aware that having a high-level technique in the early stages is immensely beneficial for future cultivation, yet you still rejected me. Suner is not a mere charity case. You could simply find a higher-level technique later and return it to me. But now, you are practicing the most basic technique. Are you deliberately trying to upset me? Suner glared at Xiaoyan with wide eyes, her long lashes glistening with tears, making her look heartbreakingly adorable. It was evident that Suner's usually gentle demeanor was replaced with indignation, illustrating her confusion and resentment towards Xiaoyan's actions. Watching Suner, who bit her lip and demanded an explanation, Xiaoyan could only shake his head helplessly and murmured with a wry smile, We have lived together for over a decade. Do you still not understand me? Do you truly believe I would be foolish enough to forsake a high-level technique for a low one? But your technique is clearly of the yellow rank's lower tier. I can sense it, Suner retorted, her anger slightly subsiding, but still stubbornly asserting her position. One must not judge solely by appearances. It's not convenient for me to elaborate on the reasons now, but in time, you will understand that my current actions are far from impulsive. Xiaoyan reassured her with a smile. Really? Suner gazed at Xiaoyan, who appeared resolute. And after a moment of contemplation, she hesitantly inquired again. Indeed, truly, absolutely. Xiaoyan nodded eagerly, fearing she would linger on the topic, and swiftly changed the subject. By the way, has anything occurred within the family recently? Why do several elders appear so grim? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan nodded in realization, understanding now why the three elders bore such somber expressions. Rubbing his nose, Xiaoyan squinted his eyes, a cold smile forming in his heart as he thought. Merely a first-tier alchemist. Could it be that the Jia Lai family has truly defied the heavens? Chapter 70. Investigation. After finding an excuse to part ways with Suner within the family, Xiaoyan stealthily slipped out of the clan. After a brief moment of contemplation, he made his way to a small market belonging to the Garrett family nearby. Although he had no interest in alleviating the elders' troubles, he hoped to offer some assistance to his father within his capabilities. To extend help, he naturally needed to know where to begin, thus requiring a preliminary exploration of the Garrett family's market. This modest market of the Garrett family was somewhat secluded, usually seeing little foot traffic. However, upon entering, Xiaoyan was taken aback by the throngs of people crowding the streets, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. Standing at the entrance, he observed several mercenaries emerging from the crowd, joyfully cradling small wooden boxes and hastily exiting the market. As he stepped out with a box in hand, Xiaoyan lifted the lid to reveal 10 small vials inside. The vials, crafted from coarse materials, were evidently made from the most rudimentary jade, making it exceedingly difficult to preserve the medicinal properties within. Upon opening a vial, a faint medicinal aroma wafted into the air. Teacher, can this be considered a healing potion? Xiaoyan pondered, astonished at the thin potency of the liquid contained within. Well, it qualifies as the most basic healing potion, capable of providing some degree of healing. Such rudimentary elixirs are not particularly challenging to concoct. However, due to their commonplace nature and low selling price, only first-grade alchemists would bother to produce them. Indeed, it is quite inexpensive, 10 vials for 100 gold coins, which amounts to merely 10 coins per vial. This is rather meager for an alchemist. Xiaoyan nodded slightly, hesitating before asking, Teacher, do you possess any recipes for slightly superior healing potions? Many, but those elixirs are too rudimentary. I seldom brew them. The elder replied after a pause. Do you intend to concoct some for the Xiao family? It would be beneficial, considering you have become a combatant. It's about time you tried your hand at alchemy. Me? Brew them? Xiaoyan exclaimed in surprise, licking his lips. A spark of eagerness flickered across his face as he tossed the box into a nearby ditch and swiftly made his way towards the central part of the city, where the middle auction house was located. Just before arriving at the auction venue, he discreetly donned a bulky black cloak, then approached the auction house with deliberate slowness. His appearance had become familiar to all the staff within the middle auction house. Thus, upon spotting the slowly advancing figure in the black cloak from a distance, someone quickly rushed into the auction house to inform Yufei and Gu and I. Upon hearing the report, Yufei and Gu and I simultaneously abandoned their tasks, swiftly appearing at the entrance of the auction house, where they warmly welcomed Xiao Yin into the guest lounge. I have come to request your assistance in procuring a slightly better alchemical cauldron. Raising a teacup to take a delicate sip, the elder's voice emanated from beneath the black robe. Recognizing the identity of the visitor, Yufei was not taken aback by the request. She smiled and nodded, summoning a maid to whisper a few instructions in her ear before dismissing her. Ah, how fortuitous. This morning, we just received a cauldron crafted from fire essence, forged by the renowned master He of the Gamma Empire. Not only does this cauldron enhance the potency of combat flames, but it also contains rare metals that can improve the success rate of alchemy. Such cauldrons are currently highly favored by alchemists in the Gamma Empire, Yufei remarked, her eyes sparkling enchantingly. The elder's voice carried a hint of satisfaction. After a brief pause, he added, please also prepare a low-grade spatial ring for me, along with 500 blood, 600 bone flower, 500 poppy flowers, and 500 vitality fruits. Listening to these requirements, Guni's eyelids twitched slightly. A spatial ring, even of the lowest grade, would cost upwards of 70 to 80,000 gold coins, and while the subsequent herbs were not particularly rare, acquiring them in such quantities would require at least 100,000 coins. Furthermore, the fire essence cauldron mentioned earlier could fetch around 150,000 at auction. Altogether, these items would surely exceed 300,000 gold coins, a considerable sum to procure. Yufei was equally taken aback by the extensive list of materials. The auction house was not solely hers. Most profits had to be submitted to the headquarters. While mobilizing 300,000 coins was not impossible, it would undoubtedly attract scrutiny from above. Biting her lip thoughtfully, weighing the benefits brought by a fourth-grade alchemist, Yufei finally smiled and said, Elder, within an hour, everything can be prepared. Haha, good. For the first time, a satisfied chuckle escaped the elder's lips in front of Yufei. From within the black robe, a fair hand emerged, revealing a blue jade card placed on the table. The elder remarked, I realize this amount is insufficient to purchase the aforementioned items. However, please add a set of materials for a chi-gathering powder to the herbal list. At this, Guni's expression shifted slightly. Adding a set of materials for chi-gathering powder? That would require an additional 50,000 coins. Yufei's lips parted slightly in surprise, her heart simmering with mild irritation. Although he was a fourth-grade alchemist, such continual demands seemed rather excessive. Yet, despite her inner frustrations, her alluring face remained adorned with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, she sighed and nodded, recalling the adage that one must be willing to invest to reap rewards. Haha, it seems both of you have misunderstood. This set of materials is not for my personal use. I merely wish to assist you in concocting a chi-gathering powder, allowing you to cover only the material costs. Surely, this is not too much to ask? The elder's voice carried a light-hearted tone. Chapter 71. The situation of the Xiao family after nearly an hour of quiet contemplation. A charming maid finally entered the room, gracefully carrying a silver platter adorned with a delicate, pale pink ring. Receiving the platter and dismissing the maid, Yufei personally extended it towards Xiaoyan, her smile warm as she spoke. Esteemed sir, the medicinal cauldron and herbs you require are all contained within this spatial ring. As Xiaoyan lifted the spatial ring from the silver platter and turned it in his palm, he nodded slightly. The voice of the medicine elder resonated at the opportune moment. Once the chi-gathering powder is successfully refined, I shall bring it to you. Delight sparkled in Yufei's beautiful eyes as she nodded eagerly. Very well, there is no need for you to escort me. I shall take my leave. Watching the figure disappear behind the door, Yufei bit her red lip lightly, stepping forward to grasp the blue jade card. After a moment of contemplation, she softly inquired, Uncle Guni, it seems the success rate for refining the chi-gathering powder is rather low, is it not? Indeed, it is said that even Master Gu He, a renowned pill king, has a success rate of only around 70%. A typical fourth-grade alchemist may find their success rate to be below 50%, Guni replied solemnly. Yet, this esteemed gentleman succeeded on his first attempt. Yufei furrowed her delicate brows thoughtfully. Who can say? Perhaps he was simply fortunate, Gunny shrugged, dismissing the notion. For it is well known that luck plays a significant role in an alchemist's endeavors. With good fortune, one might even find themselves succeeding consecutively. Could it be he is not merely a fourth-grade alchemist? After a moment's hesitation, Yufei ventured. How could that be? In the Jaiamar Empire, fourth-grade alchemists are exceedingly rare. At such a level, even formidable powers like the Empire and the Yunlan sect would treat them as esteemed guests. Why would they come here to auction off pills? Gunny chuckled. Upon hearing this, Yufei nodded slightly, letting out a soft sigh as she remarked, "It seems I still lack the experience. My earlier hesitation may have diminished this mysterious alchemist's regard for us. Do not blame yourself. Such a substantial sum would daunt even me. Your ability to reach this point is commendable. As for relationships, we can nurture them gradually. As long as he does not harbor ill feelings towards us, that is sufficient." Gunny reassured her. Nodding with a wry smile, Yufei languidly settled into her chair, her graceful form accentuated as she blinked her elongated eyes in mild confusion. What could he possibly want with so many low-grade herbs? Those herbs possess properties for stopping bleeding and regenerating bones. It seems he intends to refine healing elixirs. Gunny pondered aloud, his brow furrowing in uncertainty. Yet, given his status, why would he bother with such inexpensive healing potions? Yufei narrowed her beautiful eyes, her slender finger lightly tapping on the table. After a brief moment, she suddenly paused, whispering, "It appears this esteemed gentleman is quite considerate towards the Shao family." Gunny's brow knitted tightly, astonishment etched across his face. Are you suggesting he wishes to refine healing potions for the Shao family? Indeed, it seems the Shao family has truly latched onto a formidable ally. The Jelly family is in for a challenge. Gunny grinned, a touch of envy coloring his features. To receive assistance from a fourth-grade alchemist is a privilege few families can claim. With a slight nod, Yufei smiled softly. Let us engage more with the Shao family. While embellishing a situation is delightful, providing timely aid is far more effective in solidifying mutual relations. Gunny agreed with a nod, acknowledging that the Shao family, backed by a fourth-grade alchemist, was indeed deserving of their attention. Having exited the auction house, Xiao Yan, as was his custom, cautiously wandered for some time before veering into a secluded alley to change his attire. Tossing the pale pink spatial ring in his hand, he felt a surge of joy. This spatial ring, crafted from a rare material known as spatial stone, contained a unique small space capable of storing any non-living item, making it exceedingly convenient. However, due to the scarcity of spatial stone, such rings are precious. Even the most basic one, like the one in Xiao Yan's possession, offers only 3 to 4 cubic meters of space and is valued at nearly 100,000 gold coins. In the Xiao family, he had only seen his father and the elder possess such rings. As he toyed with the spatial ring, Xiao Yan hesitated, choosing not to wear it again. Instead, he carefully tucked it into his robe, wary of how to explain its origin should his father or the elders discover it. As he traversed the path through the family estate, he overheard his father's furious shouts emanating from the council chamber. His eyelids twitching, Xiao Yan leaned closer, stealthily peering through the door's crack. Damn it, that old rascal Jelly is far too arrogant, daring to so openly steal our business. In the hall, Xiaozhan was livid, pounding the table, sending tea splashing across in a chaotic display. Currently, the Shao family's several marketplaces were experiencing a significant decline in foot traffic. The remaining merchants in the market were growing increasingly anxious, with many discreetly defecting to the Jelly family's marketplace. If this continues for another fortnight, our marketplaces may very well face closure, the second elder remarked, his face dark with concern. Shall I take some elite members of the family and quietly deal with that first-grade alchemist? The third elder suggested, his eyes gleaming with malice. Now, that alchemist is guarded by at least 2 Grand Master-level protectors. It would not be so easy. Xiaozhan waved his hand, exuding exasperation. Yet, if we let this drag on, our losses will be too great. The profits from the marketplaces in Wutan account for a substantial portion of our family income. The third elder retorted, frustration evident in his tone. Xiaozhan's lips quirked in agitation. He currently had no alternative solutions. The mysterious alchemist from the auction mentioned a potential collaboration with us. Judging by Gunny's respectful demeanor, he must possess considerable status. If we could gain his assistance, the Jelly family would surely be unable to stir up much trouble. Suddenly breaking his silence, the elder spoke softly. Alas, who knows if he was merely speaking in jest. Such esteemed figures would have little to gain from associating with us. Would he truly care about such meager profits? Xiaozhan shook his head with a wry smile, collapsing into his chair with a sigh. The three elders fell silent. Indeed, it was apparent that the Xiao family found it challenging to reach such heights. Damn it. Let us endure a few more days. If the Jieli family fails to rein in their arrogance, they shall not blame us when we retaliate fiercely. Xiao Zhan's grip tightened around the armrest, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Outside the door, having overheard this, Xiaoyan shrugged slightly, his hand brushing against the spatial ring in his robe, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he slowly retreated. Chapter 72. The novice alchemist. The esteemed Elder Yao once imparted wisdom. During the alchemical process, one must avoid disturbances at all costs. With many hands in the family, should someone intrude as Xiao Yu did previously, the consequences would be dire for Xiao Yan. Sneaking into the cavern, Xiao Yan eagerly retrieved a storage ring from his bosom, channeling a surge of dou qi into it. The faint crimson ring flickered momentarily, and then a red medicinal cauldron of nearly half a meter materialized within the cave. The cauldron, a deep crimson hue, shimmered with a subtle glow, its base adorned with two fierce snake heads, their gaping mouths creating interconnected fire openings. The openings twisted and coiled, narrowing as they delved deeper, hinting at hidden intricacies within. The lid of the cauldron was punctuated with finely crafted holes made of icy silver, designed to dissipate heat and prevent catastrophic explosions. In the center of the cauldron, a transparent mirror crafted from ice crystal was set, allowing one to observe all movements within during the alchemical process. The surface of the cauldron was embellished with exquisite engravings of magical beasts, so lifelike they seemed to be animated. Gazing at the resplendent cauldron, Xiaoyan nodded in satisfaction, brushing his fingers over the ancient black ring on his finger. As Elder Yao materialized in a flicker of light. Well, a two-opening cauldron is quite suitable for a novice like you, Elder Yao remarked, casting a glance at the cauldron's serpentine mouths. Two openings? Xiaoyan blinked in confusion at the unfamiliar term. Alchemical cauldrons are categorized by their rank. The greater the number of fire openings, the higher the quality and rarity of the cauldron. Do not be misled into thinking that creating these openings is a simple task. The intricacies elude the untrained eye. The openings embody the essence of the cauldron, requiring precise craftsmanship. Any slight error during creation could render the entire cauldron a failure. Thus, a cauldron with more openings offers superior assistance in alchemy. However, managing multiple openings necessitates formidable soul perception as it stands. Your ability to control two openings is already at your limit, Elder Yao explained with a smile. A well-crafted cauldron is as vital to an alchemist as a sword is to a warrior. Nodding in slight realization, Xiaoyan stared at the imposing cauldron, asking, "What should I do next?" First, familiarize yourself with the cauldron. Place one hand over the fire opening and channel your dou qi into it, Elder Yao instructed. Sitting cross-legged in the cave. Nodding, Xiaoyan placed his hand over the opening, his eyes fluttering shut as the faint yellow cyclone within him stirred. Streams of pale yellow dou qi surged forth, illuminating his palm with a soft glow. Upon reaching his palm, the pale yellow energy momentarily stilled before being drawn forth with a powerful pull, darting through the opening and into the cauldron. With a muffled thud, the pale yellow energy was abruptly transformed into a tangible flame upon entering the cauldron, churning and burning within. Not bad. You managed to conjure flames on your first attempt. Elder Yao nodded approvingly, then added solemnly, however, the flames you summoned are not yet the true fire of alchemy. Focus your mind and harness that trace of wood attribute energy within you, then infuse it into the cauldron. After a lengthy search for his internal wood energy, which took over 10 minutes, Xiaoyan finally exhaled and opened his eyes. Have you located it? Elder Yao inquired in surprise. Upon receiving a nod from Xiaoyan, he could not help but commend him internally. His own first search for wood energy had taken nearly half an hour, showcasing the strength of Xiaoyan's soul perception. Xiaoyan extended a finger, lightly touching the other fire opening, a faint stream of green energy gradually being infused. As the green energy entered the cauldron, the pale yellow flames within suddenly stilled as if undergoing a chemical reaction. Even without controlling the flames yet, Xiaoyan could sense that the volatile elements within had been neutralized by the wood energy. Furthermore, due to the principle of wood nurturing fire, the flames now exhibited enhanced persistence and control compared to before. Good. Elder Yao nodded in satisfaction, touching Xiaoyan's forehead, transmitting information into his mind. This is a self-formulated healing potion recipe. Try to refine it. I will guide you on controlling the flame's temperature and the composition of the medicinal materials as needed. With his eyes narrowed in concentration, Xiaoyan absorbed the information. Coagulated blood powder, 1 coagulated blood herb, 1 vitality fruit, and 2 poppy flowers. After committing the quantities of the materials to memory, Xiaoyan's soul perception gradually penetrated the cauldron, striving to regulate the gentler flames. With a flick of his fingers on the storage ring, a slightly dark red coagulated blood herb appeared in his palm. After a moment's hesitation, he cast it into the cauldron through the serpent heads at the top. As soon as the herb entered, the flames lunged upward, and in an instant, the coagulated blood herb was reduced to black ashes, expelled from the cauldron through its unique mechanisms. Observing his initial misstep, Xiaoyan offered an awkward smile. Continue. Elder Yao instructed calmly. Swallowing hard, Xiaoyan tossed another coagulated blood herb into the cauldron. This time, the herb endured the flames a moment longer, but ultimately succumbed to the same fate, turning to black ashes. The temperature is too high. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing the challenge of refining pills was indeed no simple task. After persistently incinerating over 20 coagulated blood herbs, Xiaoyan finally grasped the appropriate temperature for the herb. With renewed determination, he cast yet another coagulated blood herb into the cauldron. His expression grave as he compressed the flame's temperature with his soul perception. Peering through the icy mirror, he fixated on the herb suspended in the flames. After a moment of agitation within the flames, the coagulated blood herb began to shed its outer layers, the essence within transforming into a fine white powder. At last, the vital medicinal properties of the herb were successfully extracted by the novice Xiaoyan. Chapter 73, The First Alchemy Within the Confines of a Narrow Cave. The flames within the alchemical cauldron flickered against the stone walls, dancing wildly like claws. Xiaoyan fixated intently on the surging flames, beads of sweat dotting his slightly pallid face. The prolonged process of alchemy was an exceedingly exhausting endeavor that consumed immense amounts of dou qi. Moreover, Xiaoyan's current cultivation technique was merely at the lowest tier of the yellow rank, which offered little advantage in terms of strength and endurance. Thus, it was no small feat for him to endure nearly 2 hours of alchemical work. With narrowed eyes, the elderly alchemist observed as Xiaoyan successfully refined the blood-condensing herb into a fine white powder. Acknowledging his limits, the alchemist gently nodded and suggested, "It's time to take a break." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan's weary shoulders sagged, and he collapsed onto the cold ground, gasping for breath as his chest heaved. His entire body felt achingly numb, rendering him utterly reluctant to move even a single finger. At such a moment, cultivating yields the best results, the elderly alchemist remarked, glancing at Xiaoyan, who lay on the ground like a limp ragdoll. After a fleeting internal struggle between laziness and diligence, Xiaoyan reluctantly groaned and propped himself up, trembling hands forming the seals for meditation before he slowly closed his eyes. Seeing Xiaoyan's state, the alchemist smiled softly and shifted his gaze to the several jade boxes arranged in front of the cauldron. Each box contained the pale white powder extracted from the blood-condensing herb, representing the fruits of Xiaoyan's labor. As he examined the boxes from left to right, he noted that the whitish hue grew increasingly intense, culminating in the last box where the powder nearly reached a pure white consistency. Witnessing this evident progress, the elderly alchemist nodded in admiration, once again praising Xiaoyan's remarkable spiritual perception. After nearly an hour of recuperation, the dimmed vortex of dou qi within Xiaoyan began to radiate a vibrant glow once more, appearing even more luminous than a few hours prior. Slowly reopening his eyes, he felt the overwhelming fatigue dissipate significantly. He rolled his neck, the satisfying sounds of cracking bones eliciting a contented sigh. Feeling rejuvenated? Then let us continue, the alchemist said with a smile, observing Xiaoyan's renewed vigor. Xiaoyan, shaking his head with a wry smile, realized he had been misled by the alchemist's earlier simplicity. Previously, the alchemist would casually ignite a flame with just a flick of his hand, producing miraculous pills that left many in awe. However, after personally engaging in the arduous process, Xiaoyan now understood that this task was far more exhausting than merely transporting ores. Realizing this understanding came rather late, Xiaoyan could only sigh in frustration before resuming his position in front of the cauldron to extract the essence of 2 additional herbs. Armed with the experience of refining the blood-condensing herb, Xiaoyan approached this task with noticeably greater ease. After incinerating 8 vitality fruits and 10 poppy flowers, he successfully extracted the necessary components for crafting a healing potion. The substance derived from the vitality fruits manifested as small, slightly dark granules, known for their efficacy in promoting blood circulation and alleviating bruises. In the wild, experienced mercenaries often crushed these fruits to mitigate their wounds when healing potions were scarce. Meanwhile, the extract from the poppy flowers appeared as a light red liquid, known for its numbing properties, suitable for pain relief. Pleased with the neatly arranged trio of medicinal substances before him, the elderly alchemist nodded slightly and said, "The required materials have been extracted. Now, let us merge their medicinal properties. This is the most crucial step in alchemy." Drawing a deep breath, Xiaoyan nodded solemnly. He skillfully tossed the pure white powder into the cauldron, gently heating it for about 10 minutes until it exhibited a faint reddish hue. He then swiftly poured the poppy flower liquid into the mixture. As the liquid entered the cauldron, it enveloped the pure white powder, which rolled slightly in the flames before gradually merging into a light red, viscous concoction. Xiaoyan concentrated, diligently controlling the temperature of the flames, allowing the mixture to simmer. Under the relentless heat, the viscous liquid transformed into a dark red paste. Watching intently through the transparent surface of the cauldron, Xiaoyan hesitated before adding the dark granules from the vitality fruits. Each material possesses different resistance to heat, so you must learn to control the flame's temperature at will. The elderly alchemist advised, observing Xiaoyan's intense focus. Where low temperatures are needed, suppress the flames. Where high temperatures are required, release the suppression to elevate the flames. Licking his parched lips, Xiaoyan nodded, dispatching a portion of his spiritual perception to carefully increase the temperature beneath the dark granules. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the flames surged uncontrollably, incinerating a portion of the black granules into ashes, sending Xiaoyan into a panic as he desperately tried to regain control. Balancing the temperature on one side while increasing it on the other proved to be a daunting challenge. Nevertheless, after several close calls, Xiaoyan finally regained his composure. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a deep exhalation, he channeled the remaining dou qi within him into the flames. Within the cauldron, the black granules could no longer withstand the escalating temperature and exploded, releasing clusters of dark powder that gradually blended into the light red paste, deepening its hue. Observing Xiaoyan, who was panting heavily, the elderly alchemist smiled subtly, waving his hand to remove the cauldron's lid. With a flick of his wrist, the massive deep red paste soared into the air, hovering in the cave. Glancing at the aromatic deep red paste, the alchemist sliced through the air with his hand, dividing the flowing mass into at least 100 small portions. Taking Xiaoyan's storage ring, he flicked his finger, and an array of small jade vials filled the narrow cave. Once the vials were arranged, the alchemist waved his hand casually, causing the paste to accurately fill each vial. Grabbing one vial, the elderly alchemist smiled as he handed it to Xiaoyan, teasingly exclaiming, "Congratulations! You've successfully completed your first alchemical endeavor." Eagerly accepting the vial, Xiaoyan gazed at the somewhat impure deep red liquid within, an overwhelming sense of excitement and pride swelling in his heart. Hiki, from this day forth, I can consider myself an alchemist. Chapter 74. Uninvited guests. In the ensuing days, Xiaoyan devoted himself almost entirely to the alchemical furnace, enduring considerable hardship. However, the ample supply of healing potions within his spatial ring provided him with a sense of solace during his brief moments of respite. Notably, after nearly 5 continuous days of potion crafting, Xiaoyan realized that his internal fighting energy had unconsciously surged to a more robust level, likely reaching the rank of a 1-star fighter. Encouraged by this dual motivation, he persevered through the arduous process. While Xiaoyan toiled away in his secluded cavern, the atmosphere in Wutan City between the Shao and Jollier families grew increasingly tense. 2 days prior, the Jollier family seized the opportunity to propose a series of enticing conditions favorable to merchants, causing many who had previously hesitated to gravitate towards their marketplace. In response to this almost existential threat to their foundation, the higher-ups of the Shao family, in their fury, began to contemplate extreme measures. "Damn it, we can no longer endure this. In just 5 days, our profits have plummeted by at least 50 to 60%. If this continues, all our markets will collapse," bellowed the third elder, his face contorted with rage. Inside the assembly hall, family members of considerable standing sat in silence, their grim expressions betraying their simmering anger. Sighing heavily, the first elder offered a rueful smile. "While it is true that if Gunny were to lend his full support, we could outlast that 1-star alchemist from the Jollier family in terms of numbers, he is, after all, affiliated with the Maitel auction house, which rarely intervenes in family disputes. That he has come this far is already quite surprising." Nodding solemnly, Xiaozhan acknowledged the situation. Although the healing potions sold by the Jollier family were relatively low and great, their sheer volume and affordability made them particularly appealing to mercenaries who often walk the line between life and death. "If we could also recruit a 1-star alchemist, we might stand a chance against them," someone murmured in the hall. In response, Xiao Zhan shook his head helplessly. The number of alchemists in Wutan City was scarce, and attracting those who held themselves in high regard was no easy feat. The Godslayer family appeared to have stumbled upon extraordinary luck in securing the assistance of an alchemist. In a corner of the hall, Xiao Yu and other young members of the family sat quietly, observing the somber faces of their elders, too intimidated to interject. The atmosphere was heavy with silence and tension. "Sister, is that one-star alchemist truly so formidable? Has he really brought our family to this state?" Unable to bear the oppressive silence, Xiao Ning quietly inquired of Xiao Yu. With a low sigh, Xiao Yu replied with a wry smile. "An alchemist is indeed a profession of exceptional prestige. A one-star alchemist's strength may at most reach the level of a fighter, and any elder from our family could easily vanquish him in direct combat. Yet, the true power of an alchemist lies not in face-to-face battles. They possess the ability to concoct miraculous elixirs that drive people to madness. With these potions, they wield unparalleled influence, and many powerful individuals are willing to serve as their pawns to acquire them. In the Duki continent, many liken alchemists to a nest of venomous bees, provoke them, and they can summon countless enforcers. Just imagine the chaos of being besieged by 100 powerful warriors. Though one might not perish, the sheer exhaustion would surely overwhelm them." The thought of such a chaotic scene sent a shiver down Xiao Ning's spine, but he soon found himself envious. "Don't be foolish. The prerequisites for becoming an alchemist are incredibly stringent, and you know how slim the chances are. It's akin to being struck by falling pies from the sky," Xiao Yu retorted, dousing his aspirations with icy realism. Feeling disheartened by Xiao Yu's bluntness, Xiao Ning pouted. "It seems our entire Xiao family truly lacks the fortune to produce an alchemist." At her words, Xiao Yu was about to nod in agreement when an unexpected image of a young man clad in black flashed in her mind. Could it be Xiao Yan? Shaking her head vigorously, she chastised herself. "Why am I thinking of that little rascal? Humph. If someone like him were to become an alchemist, the value of alchemists in this world would plummet." After mentally cursing Xiao Yan, her gaze drifted towards a corner by the window where a young girl in green quietly perused a thick, ancient tome. Her delicate fingers occasionally turned the pages, and her serene demeanor attracted the furtive glances of several peers nearby. What a wonderful girl, yet why does she have to hold such affection for that little scoundrel? Xiao Yu lamented silently, shaking her head once more as she lapsed back into silence. Seated by the window, even as she immersed herself in her book, Sun Er sensed the oppressive atmosphere within the hall. Her brow furrowed slightly. Having spent over a decade in the Xiao family, she understood the dynamics at play. Regardless of her connection to Xiao Yan, she could not simply allow the Xiao family to be mercilessly trampled by the Godslayer family. Alas, I hope they do not go too far, she thought, sighing inwardly as her attention returned to the pages before her. Without Xiao Yan beside her, she found little inclination to speak. Just as the assembly was deep in strategizing, a family guard hurriedly entered, respectfully reporting, "Patriarch, there is a man in a black cloak outside who wishes to discuss a partnership with you." At this, Xiao Zhan and several elders exchanged surprised glances, their previously grim expressions suddenly alight with joy. They all rose simultaneously, exclaiming, "Quickly, invite him in." Seeing the excitement on the faces of Xiao Zhan and the three elders, everyone in the hall was taken aback, exchanging bewildered looks. No need for an invitation. How has the esteemed patriarch been? I have come uninvited," came the cheerful voice of an elderly man just as Xiao Zhan's words faded. As the sound echoed through the hall, a figure shrouded in a black cloak sauntered through the doors with a leisurely grace. The moment the cloaked individual entered, Sun Er, who had been absorbed in her readings, suddenly lifted her gaze, her autumn-like eyes locking onto the newcomer with intense focus. Chapter 75, a grand gesture as the figure in the black robe entered. Xiao Zhan and the three elders promptly stepped away from the table and approached with alacrity, respectfully smiling. "Esteemed elder, the affairs of our clan are quite hectic, and Xiao Zhan was unable to come out to greet you. I hope you can forgive us." There's no need for such formalities," replied the aged voice beneath the black robe with a faint smile. Xiao Zhan eagerly nodded and signaled to the three elders, quickly making way as he said, "Please, esteemed elder, take a seat." The black-robed man nodded with a smile, unceremoniously proceeding to sit at the prominent position beside them. Observing the reverent manner in which Xiao Zhan and the others treated this black-robed figure, the younger members of the clan began to whisper among themselves, casting curious glances at the man. When they heard an elder mention that he was an alchemist, their eyes lit up with fervor and admiration. After all, alchemists were always regarded as the most revered profession. "Sister, isn't that the mysterious alchemist we saw at the auction?" Xiao Ning exclaimed. her eyes sparkling as she fixated on the black-robed man, tugging at Xiao Yu's sleeve eagerly. Indeed, Xiao Yu replied with a slight nod. Her beautiful eyes also lingering on the black-robed figure, her delicate face reflecting mild surprise. I never anticipated this esteemed elder would truly come to our Xiao family. It seems his previous mention of collaboration was not mere idle talk. With his assistance, our family's current predicament should be successfully alleviated. Listening to the hushed conversations of her clan members, Sooner furrowed her brows, her autumn-like eyes intently observing the rotund figure in the black robe. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable sense of discord in his movements and speech. After a moment of contemplation, Sooner, unable to derive any conclusions, reluctantly abandoned her erratic thoughts. "Oh, esteemed elder, may I inquire the purpose of your visit to the Xiao family today?" Xiao Zhan asked with a smile as he personally served a cup of warm tea. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan quickly scanned the hall but found no trace of Xiao Yin, prompting a bitter smile to appear on his face. "Ah, there's no need to call for him. I have already met your young master. A fine young man, truly to my liking," said the black-robed man, waving a hand to halt Xiao Zhan's intention to summon someone. The unmasked admiration in his tone caused a certain youth hidden beneath the robe to flush with embarrassment. The guests in the hall could not help but display a glimmer of envy at the black-robed man's praise. Receiving such acknowledgement from a highly ranked alchemist was no trivial matter. "That guy has taken all the good things for himself," Xiao Ning muttered with a hint of jealousy in her voice. Xiao Yu sighed helplessly, resting her delicate hand on her chin, whispering, "Is he really that remarkable? I certainly haven't noticed it." Hearing the black-robed man's words, Xiao Zhan's smile broadened, his eyes reflecting a hint of pride. "Ah, esteemed elder, it seems the Xiao family is currently facing some difficulties?" Before Xiao Zhan's smile could fully blossom, the aged voice cast a shadow over his expression. With a heavy nod, Xiao Zhan replied, "I imagine you are already aware of our current situation?" "Indeed, to some extent." The black-robed man nodded with a smile. "Sigh, the Xiao family has been nearly drained of our resources by the Gale family, and if this continues, we may very well become a second-rate power in Wuten City," Xiao Zhan lamented, his furrowed brow reflecting a sense of aging. "Although I do not have deep ties with the Xiao family, I have found much common ground with your young master. If you do not mind my intentions, perhaps we could explore a collaboration?" the black-robed man suggested with a light chuckle. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan was initially taken aback, but soon his face lit up with joy. This was precisely the sentiment he had longed to express. Excitedly exchanging glances with the three elders, he nodded without hesitation. "Esteemed elder, the Xiao family would be most fortunate to collaborate with you. An alchemist of at least second-tier rank was a rare find for families like theirs." And Xiao Zhan did not believe his family possessed anything of value that could entice a second-tier alchemist. Judging by the elder's demeanor, it seemed he was inclined to collaborate primarily due to Xiao Yan, and as the clan leader, Xiao Zhan could not afford to let such an opportunity slip away. Seeing Xiao Zhan's enthusiastic response, the black-robed man nodded with a smile. A pale hand emerged from the robe, adorned with a light red ring. He flicked his finger against the ring, and in an instant, a brilliant light flickered. As Xiao Zhan gazed at the youthful, fair hand, he felt a fleeting sense of familiarity. Before he could ponder the source of this sensation, he was astounded by the sudden appearance of a multitude of jade bottles on the table. In the blink of an eye, the expansive conference table was covered with an array of neatly arranged jade bottles, leaving no space unfilled. The sheer quantity of these elixirs left everyone in the hall, except for the girl in the green attire by the window, astounded, drawing a sharp intake of breath. Xiao Zhan's lips twitched, and he inhaled deeply. Now this is truly a grand gesture. Chapter 76. Collaboration in the hushed hall. Fervent gazes fixated upon the thousands of small jade bottles laid out upon the table. Such a large quantity of medicinal pills was something the attendees had scarcely witnessed before. With a pink tongue instinctively licking her crimson lips, Xiao Yu found herself momentarily stunned by the sheer number of pills, her delicate face adorned with astonishment. After a brief moment, she shook her head in awe, her eyes sparkling like stars as she turned to regard the man in black robes. Seated by the window, the young girl in azure tilted her head slightly, casting a glance at the array of jade bottles. A flicker of surprise passed through her beautiful autumn-like eyes as she swept her gaze over the figure clad in black. Not finding anything suspicious, she resumed her focus on the ancient tome in her hands, observing the hall, now rendered silent in reverence to the pills. The man in black cleared his throat, rousing Xiao Zhan from his stupor. A slight flush crept across Xiao Zhan's face as he offered an awkward smile, his eyes reflecting an increasing sense of reverence towards the black-robed figure. The ability to produce over 1,000 healing potions with such ease was a feat beyond the reach of an ordinary alchemist. With a hint of trepidation, Xiao Zhan gazed at the enigmatic figure before him, fearful that his conditions might induce discontent. The Xiao family now relied heavily on this mysterious alchemist. Chuckling lightly, the man in black shook his head slowly. Upon witnessing this gesture, Xiao Zhan's countenance shifted, and he momentarily hesitated, intending to reduce his demands further. Yet, the aged voice that followed left him momentarily stunned. The clan leader is overly courteous. Although I crafted these pills, marketing them is no trivial task. How could I take advantage of you so? Let us settle for a fair division, 50-50, he said with a gentle laugh. The three anxious elders and the rest of the clan members, who had been listening intently, were taken aback, their mouths agape in astonishment. After a moment, they instinctively touched their ears, questioning the veracity of his words. 50-50. This esteemed gentleman was indeed exceedingly generous towards the Xiao family. Given the current circumstances, even if he demanded the entirety of the profits, none would dare object. It truly felt like a stroke of fortune had fallen from the heavens. Exchanging glances, a shared thought emerged amongst them. Waving his hand dismissively, the man in black remarked with a faint smile, "This modest profit holds no allure for me. Had I not feared for your peace of mind, I would have been disinclined to accept even half." Hearing such bold claims, Xiao Zhan could only manage a wry smile and nod in agreement. "You may sell these pills as you wish. I shall visit when time permits," the man in black stated, rising from his seat. "I have other matters to attend to and shall not linger here. There is no need for you to see me off. Tend to your clan's affairs," he added with a smile, proceeding towards the exit. As he reached the doorway, the man paused, turning with a smile. "Before I leave, allow me to say that Xiao Yan is indeed remarkable. My gratitude to you, old friend." Xiao Zhan, bewildered by this statement, opened his mouth to respond, but the man in black had already glided out of the hall, gradually disappearing around the corner. Watching the figure vanish, Xiao Zhan let out a long sigh, a bitter smile crossing his face. It seems that Yenner shares an unusual bond with this esteemed gentleman. Otherwise, why would he extend such assistance to us, having no prior acquaintance? The three elders exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Given the evident admiration the man had shown Xiao Yan since his arrival, it was clear he held a special regard for him. His generosity towards the Xiao family was undoubtedly linked to Xiao Yan. In the hall, hearing the departing words of the man in black, many of Xiao Yan's contemporaries wore expressions of envy and admiration. The young girl in azure, peering through the window, furrowed her delicate brows, a hint of confusion crossing her exquisite features. Upon exiting the Xiao residence, the man in black continued his leisurely pace. As the throng of people around them diminished, a low voice emerged from within the robe. "Master, why did you pull me out here? If discovered, I cannot guarantee I won't expose you. Merely expressing my sentiments. Were it not for Xiao Zhan's kindness towards you since childhood, where else could I find such an exceptional disciple? Thus, gratitude is indeed warranted." The aged voice replied with a teasing tone. "Moreover, without some connections, your cautious father would hardly believe that I have no ulterior motives concerning the Xiao family." With a resigned shake of his head, Xiao Yan surveyed his surroundings and casually inquired, "Where are we headed now?" "To the auction house. To deliver the prepared qi gathering powder. I despise leaving debts of gratitude. Besides, the materials for practice have been completely consumed. It's time to procure new ones." The old voice responded after a moment's contemplation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded, a spark of anticipation igniting within him as he asked, "Master, can I now consider myself a first-tier alchemist?" "Huh. You think a few days of alchemy makes you a true alchemist? Healing potions are the simplest of pills. There is nothing to boast about in producing them," the old voice scoffed, mercilessly dousing Xiao Yan's enthusiasm. Rolling his eyes in exasperation, Xiao Yan replied, "Then what truly qualifies one as a genuine first-tier alchemist? The alchemical community's benchmark for a first-tier alchemist is the ability to refine at least one distinct type of pill. Not some simple concoction of mixed liquids," the old voice elucidated. It appeared there was still a considerable distance to traverse. Hearing this requirement, Xiao Yan could only shake his head in resignation, setting off towards the auction house at the city's heart. Chapter 77. Severing the path of medicine. In the reception hall of the middle auction house, a pristine tabletop displayed a small jade box. Within it lay a pale blue pill, roughly the size of a longan, resting quietly. The surface of the pill was smooth and lustrous, emanating a rich, exotic fragrance that invigorated the senses. Observing the pill in the jade box, the delight on the faces of Yufei and Gunny, the overseers of the auction house, was nearly impossible to conceal. Xiao Yin, cloaked in black, cast a sidelong glance at the somewhat unrestrained duo, shaking his head inwardly with a hint of mockery. What expressions would they wear if they knew this gathering chi pill was merely a product of Yao Lao's shortcuts in alchemy? The pill Xiao Yin presented was clearly of a lower quality than the one he had previously consumed. Nevertheless, even this hastily concocted gathering chi pill brought considerable astonishment to Yafei and Gunny. The old man's alchemical skills were indeed admirable. The quality of this pill could rival that of some produced by fifth-tier alchemists. After gazing at the pale blue pill a moment longer, Gunny expressed his genuine admiration. Beneath the black cloak, a frail voice chuckled softly, saying, "Please, keep the pill safe. After all the assistance you've provided, I would feel quite remiss without expressing my gratitude." "Ah, you are too gracious, sir. You are our guest. We merely fulfill our duties," Yafei replied with a radiant smile, carefully lifting the jade box. With a noncommittal smile. Both Yao Lao and Xiao Yin internally scoffed at her words. If they were truly committed to their duties, the middle auction house would have likely collapsed long ago. Retrieving a scroll of paper from his robes, Xiao Yin handed it to Yafei, while the old voice cheerfully requested, "Could you please prepare some of the herbs listed here?" With keen interest, Yafei accepted the paper, glancing over it quickly and responding cheerfully, having learned from past experiences not to show any hesitation. Summoning a maid, she entrusted the paper to her with instructions to prepare it promptly. Sipping from his teacup, Xiao Yin suddenly felt a shift and pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "Miss Yafei, I wish to inquire about something." Hearing Yao Lao speak, Yafei smiled gently and replied, "Please, do go on, sir. The Jiaoye family has purchased a considerable amount of herbs here, correct?" Yao Lao inquired casually. Upon hearing this, Yafei's heart tightened, her charming face subtly shifting as she exchanged a furtive glance with Gunny. After a moment of silence, she hesitantly responded, "Indeed. The Jiaoye family acquired nearly 100,000 gold coins worth of herbs at the last auction, all of which possess some healing properties." Nodding slightly, the old voice fell into an unexpected silence. Observing the black-cloaked figure before her, Yafei felt a wave of unease wash over her. She was already aware that he intended to aid the Xiao family, and now that the auction house had sold such a large quantity of herbs to the Jiaoye family, she could not help but wonder if this unpredictable old gentleman might harbor some resentment towards the auction house. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense, and Yafei began to fidget under the unyielding gaze of the silent figure. Had it not been for Gunny's subtle gestures to restrain her, she might have already spoken up. "You must have some inkling as to why I purchased such a large quantity of herbs last time, correct?" After a prolonged silence, the old voice finally shattered the stillness. Biting her red lips lightly, Yafei nodded and murmured, "You intend to use these herbs to concoct healing medicine for the Xiao family, am I right?" "Indeed. I have already delivered the healing medicine I concocted to the Xiao family before coming here," Yao Lao affirmed solemnly. "In a couple of days, the Xiao family and the Jiaoye family will begin competing for popularity in the marketplace of Wutan City using the healing medicine." Uncertain how to respond to such a topic, Yafei chose to remain wisely silent. The production of healing medicine necessitates a large supply of low-tier herbs, and in Wutan City, only the middle auction house possessed the capability to provide such quantities. Noticing Yafei's silence, Yao Lao continued, "The competition between the two families over the healing medicine will hinge not only on the price and quality of the medicine, but also on the availability of sufficient alchemical materials. Therefore, I hope the middle auction house will refrain from supplying the Jiaoye family with any herbs in the future." As soon as Yao Lao's words fell, Xiao Yin's gaze pierced through the black cloak, fixating intently on the alluringly mature beauty beside him. His stay in Wutan City would not exceed 2 months. Thus, within this time frame, he must assist his father in dismantling the Jiaoye family. Only then could he embark on his journey of cultivation with peace of mind, alongside Yao Lao. Yafei's complexion shifted slightly upon hearing Yao Lao's request, and she hesitated, saying, "Sir, our middle auction house has regulations against participating in any familial conflicts. If we were to comply with your request, it would essentially mean aiding the Xiao family, which contradicts our principles. I can offer to concoct 2 additional gathering chi pills for you at no charge," Yao Lao stated calmly. "Sir, this isn't merely about the pills," Yafei replied, though the allure of 2 gathering chi pills made her hand tremble involuntarily as she fought to maintain her composure. 3. Yao Lao pressed. "Sir." Yafei managed a wry smile, while Gunny's expression contorted in disbelief. 3 gathering chi pills? That must be worth at least 500,000 gold coins. 5. The old voice struck mercilessly at Yufei's resolve. A sharp intake of breath escaped her as her narrow eyes gradually closed, and after a moment, she opened them wide, forced a bitter smile, and conceded, "You win, sir. The middle auction house will no longer provide the Jiaye family with a single herb." Miss Yufei's composure is indeed surprising. Yao Lao remarked, "In a month's time, I shall bring the items, provided the middle auction house does not disappoint me." "Rest assured, sir. I am fully aware of the importance of priorities," Yufei responded confidently. Having honed her skills within the auction house for several years, Yufei quickly regained her composure. The value of the Jiaye family paled in comparison to that of a fourth-tier or higher alchemist. Making such a choice was not particularly challenging. The real difficulty lay in maximizing the profit from that choice, and Yufei was quite satisfied with the arrangement she had secured. Chapter 78. The breakthrough of refinement. Gazing at the figure in the black robe who, satisfied, exited the hall clutching the medicinal materials, Yufei endeavored to maintain her composure. Ultimately, she slumped down, her voluptuous form nestling weakly into the chair, reminiscent of a curled-up fox, embodying a languid charm that was rather enchanting. This venerable gentleman is indeed audacious. Resting her head against the cool chair back, Yufei smiled wryly and shook her head. Beside her, Gunny mirrored her expression, rubbing his forehead and sighing. 5 pieces of energy concentration powder. Such a bold move. Even if he is a fourth-tier alchemist, it seems rather excessive. Yufei nodded, pursing her rosy lips, and self-deprecatingly remarked, "I thought I could hold out, but little did I expect." Gunny chuckled, responding, "If it were me, I would have succumbed by the time he produced the 3rd piece. Your ability to withstand until the 5th was truly unexpected." "Endurance?" Yufei rolled her eyes, unable to suppress a smile. "I was momentarily stunned by his pricing, which rendered me speechless. I never imagined he would have such audacity. Directly raising the stakes by 2 pieces. Your moment of shock has added nearly 400,000 in pure revenue to the auction house," Gunny teased. Covering her mouth with her delicate hand, Yufei laughed softly, gradually straightening her posture as she stood up. "The Galley family has certainly encountered a formidable opponent this time." Gunny nodded in agreement. "However, I find it perplexing. This old gentleman seems unfamiliar with the Shao family. Why is he so eager to assist them? Even to the extent of using 5 pieces of energy concentration powder to disrupt the Galley family's medicinal supply." A flicker of doubt flashed in Yufei's bright eyes as she spoke softly. "Who knows? This esteemed individual's origins are shrouded in mystery. In the Jiamar Empire, I have never heard of such a figure among alchemists," Gunny replied, shaking his head. Yufei slightly nodded, her gaze thoughtful. After a moment of deliberation, she smiled and said, "It seems we must strengthen our ties with the Shao family. With this esteemed gentleman's elixirs, I am confident I can double the auction profits in Wutan City. Come the next family performance evaluation, I wonder who shall surpass me?" As she spoke, Yufei's lips curled into a proud smile, her hands resting behind her back as she hummed a tune, leisurely making her way towards the back of the hall. Exiting the auction house, Xiaoyan let out a long breath and murmured, "Thank you, master. There is no need for thanks. If we do not bring down the Galley family, would you be able to focus on training with me?" Yao Lao replied with a hint of exasperation. With a grin, Xiaoyan chose not to elaborate further. He wandered nearby for a while before finally shedding his black robe in a secluded area and cautiously making his way towards the Shao family. Upon returning to the clan, Xiaoyan noticed that the gazes of his relatives now held a hint of envy. Clearly, the events in the hall had spread throughout the family. Ignoring the looks, he proceeded directly to his room. However, as he turned a corner, a girl in a red dress unexpectedly bumped into him. Fortunately, Xiaoyan managed to halt in time, averting an awkward collision. "Cousin Xiaoyan, I finally found you." The girl in red took a step back and looked up, her youthful face radiating a mix of innocence and a subtle allure that made her more captivating than her peers. This girl, now beaming with joy, was none other than Xiaomei. After a brief glance at Xiaomei's lovely visage, Xiaoyan scratched his nose and asked nonchalantly, "Is there something you need?" Hearing his somewhat unfamiliar greeting, Xiaomei's face dimmed slightly, and she replied softly, "The clan leader asked cousin Xiao Yin to visit the study." Slightly taken aback, Xiaoyan nodded and smiled. "Got it, thank you." With a casual wave, he turned to head toward the study in the front courtyard. "Cousin Xiaoyan, thank you for your help last time," Xiaomei called after him, her eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment as she bit her lip. Pausing his steps, Xiaoyan casually waved back and said lightly, "It was nothing." With her gaze fixed on Xiaoyan's retreating figure, Xiaomei suddenly summoned her courage and asked, "Cousin Xiaoyan, Will you be attending the recruitment at Canaan Academy? I should, the youth replied, leaning back and walking away slowly, leaving behind his airy words. Upon hearing this, Xiaomei's previously despondent expression brightened inexplicably. She clenched her small fists and stood still, watching as Xiaoyan disappeared from view before letting out a soft sigh of longing and turning to leave. After wondering about the clan, Xiaoyan finally reached the door of a spacious room. He lightly knocked before gently pushing the door open. Inside, Xiaozhan and 3 elders were engaged in conversation. Upon noticing Xiaoyan's entrance, they all fell silent. Father, you were looking for me? Xiaoyan smiled as he stepped forward to inquire, nodding with a smile. Xiaozhan glanced at the 3 elders, hesitating for a moment before saying quietly, you must have met that esteemed gentleman by now? Yes, Xiaoyan confirmed, understanding whom Xiaozhan referred to. Do you know his background? Xiaozhan pondered. I have only recently made his acquaintance. How could I know his background? Xiaoyan replied sincerely, as he genuinely did not know Yao Lao's exact origins. However, I do know he is an alchemist, he added, shaking his head with a smile. Well, that's obvious, Xiaozhan retorted with a playful glare. Chuckling, Xiaozhan appeared to be in good spirits as he continued to ask Xiaoyan several questions about Yao Lao, which Xiaoyan artfully dodged, ultimately revealing nothing at all. You little rascal, I truly cannot tell if you are playing dumb, Xiaozhan remarked, shaking his head in resignation. Never mind, go enjoy yourself. If you encounter that esteemed gentleman again, try not to provoke him. The future of the Xiao family still relies on him. Shrugging, Xiaoyan chose not to respond. Cough. Xiaoyan, your aura seems to have become quite strong. One elder, who had been observing Xiaoyan intently, suddenly spoke with hesitation. At this, Xiaozhan was taken aback, his gaze sharpening as he slowly scanned Xiaoyan. Moments later, his mouth fell open in astonishment. You've broken through to the fighter level? At his words, the 2nd and 3rd elders exchanged incredulous glances, staring at the young man before them in disbelief. Xiaoyan shrugged innocently, raising his hands in surrender. It seems so. I was just refining, and somehow I broke through. The corners of Xiaozhan's eyes twitched. Amidst his astonishment, he felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. What do you think you were refining? Xiaoyan nodded, a smirk playing on his lips. Can I leave now? I really did just refine my way to a breakthrough. You can get lost. Xiaozhan rolled his eyes in mock annoyance. This young man was simply teasing. Did he not realize that the 3 elders present had all failed twice during their attempts to condense their energy vortex before successfully becoming fighters? Seeing the 3 elders' somewhat stiff expressions, Xiaoyan burst into laughter and, amidst Xiaozhan's playful reprimands, darted out of the study. As the sound of his fading laughter echoed, the 3 elders exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a shared sense of bemusement. Chapter 79. The counterattack of the Xiao family after secretly receiving a substantial supply of healing potions from Xiaoyan's covert support, the Xiao family, while outwardly maintaining a facade of silence, had commenced preparations for a vigorous retaliation against the Gailey family. The events witnessed in the family hall had been strictly sealed by Xiaozhan and the 3 elders, with any discussion regarding the healing potions classified as a top-tier taboo. No member of the clan was permitted to utter a word about it to the outside world, or they would face severe consequences as dictated by clan rules. The Xiao family remained resolutely silent. Observing the Xiao family's seemingly feeble demeanor, several smaller factions that had aligned themselves with them began to feel disheartened, quietly concocting plans for self-preservation. In this somewhat eerie atmosphere, 2 days passed in silence. At the medicine sales counter, members of the Gailey family looked on with mocking expressions at the mercenaries outside, who were embroiled in fierce combat over the coveted healing potions. Their smiles bore the unmistakable arrogance of those who thrived on the power of their wares. Gailey Ku, a key figure within the Gailey family with considerable influence, presided over the bustling marketplace. From his vantage point on the 2nd floor, he surveyed the throngs of people below, his corpulent face adorned with a smug grin. As he hummed a tune, his small eyes squinted with satisfaction. He muttered, "If you don't buy, others will surely do so." Shielding his eyes from the blazing sun with his short, pudgy hand, he wiped the sweat from his brow, grumbling, "Damn, it's scorching today. I might need to cool off tonight." That little girl from last time was truly enchanting. Her slender waist could drive a man mad. Remembering the alluring pleasures of that indulgent place, Gailey Ku felt a wave of heat wash over him. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, noticing a disturbance at the far end of the street. Damn it, are they fighting again? These mercenaries are nothing but muscle-bound fools. Don't they realize they'll have to pay for the damage? He scolded, his frustration mounting as he gazed at the chaos. Just as he was about to dispatch guards to quell the uproar, a loud shout unexpectedly erupted in the street. As the echoes of the shout reached him, Gaily Ku's massive frame quivered with alarm, his expression shifting momentarily before he sneered. It seems the Xiao family is truly beyond saving. Resorting to such tactics is simply digging their own grave. The shout momentarily hushed the bustling street, and after exchanging glances, a chorus of curses erupted. Damn it. Don't think you can use such a pathetic ploy to steal our hard-earned spots. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. A small faction of mercenaries, already disillusioned by the Gaily family's exorbitant profits, hesitated briefly before skeptically making their way towards the Xiao family's marketplace. From his elevated position, Gaily Ku observed the street's enduring fervor, unable to suppress a triumphant chuckle as he muttered darkly, Xiao family? Let us see how long you can hold out. The future of Yutan City will see the Gaily family reign supreme. The days of the three major families coexisting are long gone. The earlier shout, amidst the clamor of the street, was akin to a solitary leaf adrift in the vast ocean, failing to stir a single ripple. The Gaily family's marketplace remained unscathed in terms of popularity. Yet, this was merely a temporary reprieve. Approximately half an hour after the initial shout, at the entrance of the Gaily family's marketplace, dozens of burly mercenaries clad in battle attire brazenly knocked over the guards and stormed in, their faces alight with euphoria as they raised green jade vials high. Their synchronized cries instantly drowned out the din of the marketplace. The Xiao family also has healing potions for sale. The collective shout silenced the marketplace, redirecting all attention to its source. One of the mercenary giants, noticing the gaze of the crowd, quickly climbed onto a nearby stone, unsheathed a knife with a sharp sound, and, gritting his teeth, sliced his arm to draw blood. Raising his bloodied arm, he tilted the green vial, allowing a thick, deep red liquid to flow out and cover the fresh wound. As the viscous liquid seeped into the injury, the gushing blood gradually thinned and, moments later, had congealed into a thin layer over the wound. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd's eyes ignited with fervor. The rapid hemostatic effect was nothing short of essential for any task at hand. A brief silence enveloped the street. A newly arrived mercenary, entranced by the green vial in the giant's hand, suddenly turned on his heel and sprinted away. As onlookers in the marketplace snapped back to reality, a wave of excitement surged, and the crowd erupted, surging out of the marketplace like a tidal wave. Standing atop the stone, the mercenary with the wounded arm beamed with an enigmatic smile as he watched the chaotic exodus. A gentle breeze lifted his collar, revealing the Xiao family crest beneath. In the wake of such a seismic shift, the once crowded marketplace quickly transformed into a desolate expanse, save for a few stunned merchants. The Xiao family had indeed commenced their counterattack. As they gazed at the empty street, a singular thought raced through the minds of all the merchants. They exchanged bewildered glances before raising their eyes to Gaily Ku, who, now pale and despondent, had slumped down, his earlier bravado evaporating. Simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded across all marketplaces belonging to the Gaily family. Within the resplendent, yet somber hall, an atmosphere of stifled tension prevailed. Centered upon a table lay a diminutive jade vial, emanating a subtle medicinal fragrance. Assembled within the hall were numerous individuals, their attire denoting them as the upper echelons of the Jialai clan, including Jia Libi himself. In a prominent position at the head of the table, a white-clad youth reclined languidly. His countenance was undeniably handsome, yet marred by the occasional lascivious glint in his eyes. His hand brazenly trespassed beneath the garments of a comely maidservant, who stood trembling, her face paling and eyes brimming with unshed tears, yet daring not utter a sound. This so-called blood coagulation powder, hastily concocted by the Xiao clan, has already precipitated a decline in our market share, Jia Libi lamented, his gaze fixed upon the verdant vial, seemingly oblivious to the youth's impropriety. How could the Xiao clan possess such a restorative? Could they have procured the services of an alchemist? Zhao Liao, recalling his past altercations with Xiao Yin, cast a sidelong glance at the white-clad man. Jia Libi's aged eyes narrowed, his expression grave. Recall the enigmatic alchemist we encountered at the auction? His apparent fondness for the Xiao clan suggests that he may be the creator of this blood coagulation powder. If so, we face dire straits, for he is likely a tier 3 alchemist. A collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly. The prospect of the Xiao clan possessing a tier 3 alchemist had been a chilling one. In my estimation, the white-clad youth interjected, a dismissive air about him. The Xiao clan's alchemist is likely a novice, who, through some fortunate acquisition of a rudimentary formula, managed to produce this blood coagulation powder. Indeed, Brother Luxi's ability to discern the caliber of an alchemist from a mere elixir is truly astute. Jia Liao fawned, his tone obsequious. Merely a fundamental skill for an alchemist, Luxi demurred, though a subtle hint of vanity betrayed his words. Do as you see fit, Luxi conceded with a shrug. However, the agreed-upon percentage, even with the price reduction, must remain at 3 times the original amount. Jia Libi's eyes twitched involuntarily as he suppressed his rising ire. Of course, he replied, forcing a cordial smile. Mr. Luxi's share shall be honored in full, as agreed. As Jia Libi watched Luxi acquiesce so readily, a flicker of contempt crossed his features. A wastrel consumed by lust, proficient only in alchemy, he mused. He raised a teacup to his lips, engaging Luxi in frivolous discourse on topics of mutual interest. Their conversation was interrupted by a clansman who burst into the hall and whispered urgently into Jia Libi's ear. As he listened, the smile on Jia Libi's face faltered, and the teacup in his hand shattered, the fragments mingling with spilled tea. That damn miter auction house. How dare they resort to such tactics? Jia Libi roared, his fury erupting in a gust of raw power that sent a shockwave through the hall. Jia Liao, reeling from the force of his father's outburst, cried out, "Father!" A wave of consternation washed over the assembly. How could the miter auction house, an institution renowned for its neutrality, so blatantly favor the Shao clan? Jia Libi stammered, his voice tinged with fear. In the face of sufficient incentive. Neutrality is a mere facade, Jia Libi retorted, his gaze hardening as he glanced at the discomfited Luxi. I suspect the Shao clan is not unconnected to this. Surely they lack the influence to sway the miter auction house to deny us supplies, Jia Liao murmured. Who knows what inducements they offered, Jia Libi replied, his hand trembling slightly as he reached for another teacup. An inexplicable premonition gripped him. The Jia Lai clan had unwittingly provoked a force beyond their reckoning. Chapter 81. Awareness with the indirect assistance stemming from the mercenary's substantial demand for healing potions. The Gale family managed to maintain a tenuous foothold against the ferocious onslaught of the Shao family. The subsequent developments would hinge on the respective reserves of healing potions each party possessed. Seated in the conference hall, Xiaoyan cast a helpless glance at the beaming Xiaozhan, whose smile seemed to stretch from ear to ear. Shifting his gaze, he observed the 3 elders, each sporting a cheerful countenance, their incessant laughter echoing throughout the hall. The principal reason for this jubilance was the fact that earlier that morning, Xiaoyan had disguised himself as a cloaked figure and discreetly delivered another batch of coagulation powder. The sales of coagulation powder have been nothing short of frenzied. Had the old gentleman not sent another batch, our warehouse would likely be emptied by now, remarked Xiaozhan, cradling a small green vial as if it were a treasure. Nodding in agreement, Xiaozhan turned to the somewhat bored Xiaoyan and reproached him. You little rascal, every time the old gentleman visits our family, you seem to vanish. Can't you remain still at home for once? After receiving an innocent reprimand, Xiaoyan rolled his eyes in resignation, muttering to himself, if I don't move, where will you procure the healing potions? Sighing, he acknowledged the old gentleman's generosity, but felt a sense of unease. Fortunately, he had just inquired about the necessary materials for the potions. Henceforth, the procurement of materials would be their responsibility. The Shao family had already reaped too many benefits from the old gentleman, and further greed might lead to unfavorable consequences. Xiaozhan retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and pondered aloud. The 3 elders nodded in a hurry at Xiaozhan's words. Had it not been for his attentiveness, they might have overlooked this important matter. To recognize the importance of moderation in the face of such immense profit is commendable. No wonder your father has become the leader of the clan, echoed the voice of the medicinal elder in Xiaoyan's mind. Smiling slightly, Xiaoyan felt a sense of reassurance. Although he could provide some material assistance to the Shao family, the true strength of the clan rested on the capabilities of its leader. If the leader lacked virtue, no matter how formidable Xiaoyan might be, he could not possibly elevate a heap of mud against a wall. However, it was evident that Xiaozhan possessed such capabilities. Clan leader, esteemed elders. Miss Yufei from the miter auction house is outside the family, announced a clan member who hurried into the hall, bowing respectfully. Yufei? Upon hearing this, Xiaozhan was taken aback and quickly responded, please, invite her in. Shortly after the clan member went out to relay the message, a graceful figure gradually emerged into view. A melodious and enchanting laughter wafted into the hall. Hee, clan leader Xiao, you seem to be in high spirits lately. Leaning back against the cool chair, Xiaoyan directed his gaze towards the entrance, momentarily stunned, his eyes filled with astonishment. At the doorway stood a mature woman clad in a red qi pao, her smile radiant. The fitted garment accentuated her exquisite curves, the sinuous waist swaying with an alluring grace that captivated the senses. The hem of the qipao featured a slit that extended daringly to her thigh, revealing glimpses of fair skin as she moved, a tantalizing sight that stirred the heart. Enchantress. The young and elderly members of the hall could not help but murmur in unison as they beheld the mature and captivating woman. Cough, clearing his throat. Xiaozhan rose with a smile, uttering polite pleasantries. Miss Yufei, you are truly a master of flattery. Our Xiao family's annual profits pale in comparison to the wealth of a mere branch of your mitre auction house. Giggling, clan leader Xiao, you have a way with words. Recently, the popularity of the Xiao family's marketplace has far surpassed that of the auction house. This is a truth evident to all. Yufei smiled as she performed a graceful curtsy to the three elders, her enchanting gaze shifting to Xiao Yan, who appeared a tad stronger than their last encounter. Just call me by my name, Yufei. Referring to me as Little Master gives me the creeps, Xiao Yan replied with an innocent smile, the term sending shivers down his spine. Upon hearing this, Yufei smiled knowingly. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit today, Miss Yufei? Xiaozhan asked with a friendly demeanor. Yufei nodded with a smile, elegantly taking a seat beside Xiao Yan, her red lips pursing slightly as she got straight to the point. Clan leader Xiao. The Mitre auction house has decided to cease supplying the Gale family with medicinal materials. At this revelation, Xiaozhan's tea cup spilled some liquid onto the table. His eyes flickering with concealed joy as he discreetly wiped away the spilled tea. A glance at the three elders revealed that they too had been momentarily taken aback. The hall fell into a brief silence as Xiaozhan drained the contents of his cup and hesitantly asked, Why? Have you not always maintained neutrality? Yufei smiled enigmatically. Saying nothing, clenching his teeth, Xiaozhan inquired in a low voice, What do you hope to gain from this? Nothing at all, Yufei replied with a charming smile. Excuse me? Stunned once more, Xiaozhan regarded the smiling Yufei with disbelief, unable to fathom that the Mitre auction house would offer assistance without some ulterior motive. Pondering for a moment, he cautiously asked, Is this the doing of that old gentleman? With a slight curl of her lips, Yufei nodded, adding, That old gentleman has already compensated us, so clan leader Xiao need not worry about us demanding anything from the Xiao family. From now on, we are aligned on the same side. Upon hearing this, a wave of ecstatic delight washed over Xiaozhan, prompting him to laugh heartily, the sound resonating throughout the hall. Gradually tempering his mirth, Xiaozhan became aware of his own exuberance and lowered his head, only to find the three elders shaking their heads in exasperation. Chuckling awkwardly, Xiaozhan turned to the still snickering Xiao Yan and scolded in mock anger, You little rascal, stop laughing. Hurry and serve Miss Yufei some tea, it's impolite. Rolling his eyes in resignation, Xiao Yan reached for a cup of warm tea from a nearby table and scampered over to Yufei, presenting it with both hands. With a gentle smile directed at Xiao Yan, Yufei accepted the teacup, but suddenly her expression shifted as she focused intently on Xiao Yan's pale hands, particularly the black ring adorning his right hand. Feeling Yufei's gaze upon him, Xiao Yan sensed a slight tension, prompting her to discreetly lower her head and sip from the tea, her demeanor expertly composed. Chapter 82, Confession. After engaging in light conversation with Xiaozhan and others once more, Yufei decided it was time to take her leave. Xiao Yan, who had remained silent until now, displayed warmth befitting a host, escorting Yufei out of the family residence under Xiaozhan's approving gaze. Walking alongside Xiao Yan, Yufei felt a flutter of anxiety. Her delicate hands were slick with perspiration. Possessing an exceptional memory, she recalled the mysterious black-robed alchemist from the auction, whose hands appeared youthful and vibrant, adorned with a black ring identical to Xiao Yan's. This coincidence led her to ponder the reasons behind the alchemist's apparent favoritism towards the Xiao clan, and some truths seemed on the verge of revelation. Biting her crimson lip, Yufei discreetly observed the young man beside her. Clad in a modest green robe, he possessed an athletic frame, his hands casually clasped behind his head, exuding an air of nonchalance. His youthful visage, while bearing the freshness of adolescence, displayed a hint of sophistication that belied his apparent inexperience. Despite scrutinizing Xiao Yan closely, Yufei found it hard to reconcile the fact that the polished youth who had so effortlessly subdued her and Gu and I at the auction was but a 17-year-old lad. Have you had enough of staring? Xiao Yan's calm voice interrupted her musings. With a slight pause, Yufei sighed, Should I address you as sir or young master Xiao Yan? Xiao Yan arched an eyebrow and gestured with his chin, Come inside. Following his gaze, Yufei's cheeks flushed as she realized he was indicating a well-known rendezvous spot in Wutin City. After a moment of hesitation, she considered suggesting an alternate location. But Xiao Yan had already confidently stepped inside and seated himself on a stone bench beneath the verdant willow tree. Faced with Xiao Yan's sudden shift from the obedient demeanor he had shown at home, Yafei could only shake her head in resignation. The transformation in his demeanor was rather abrupt. Gracefully moving closer, she sat across from Xiao Yan, her captivating eyes sparkling as they appraised the young man before her. "Recognize me?" Xiao Yan inquired, plucking a willow leaf and chewing it nonchalantly, with a playful flick of her hair. Yafei exuded an effortless charm that caused a nearby man to stare in awe. "I would prefer to believe I am mistaken," she replied with a wry smile. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 83. The young master. Although the healing potion industry has diminished, the profits remain substantial. However, the most exasperating issue for the Gale family is the vast quantity of medicinal herbs required for potion making. As the largest resource repository in the city, the middle auction house has refused to collaborate with them any longer. This blockade of medicinal herbs has made the Gale family seethe with resentment. Yet, despite their fury, they dare not force the middle auction house, which is backed by an immensely powerful force ranking among the top in the entire Gamma Empire. A small family from Wutan City lacks the capability to provoke such a formidable entity. With the auction house no longer a viable avenue, the Gale family has no choice but to acquire herbs at prices several times higher than market value, depleting the local apothecaries in Wutan City. However, this is merely a stopgap measure, as these apothecaries do not possess the capacity to sustain such a colossal demand for long. Moreover, the most critical point is that the entire city has discerned the brewing animosity and murderous intent between the Xiao and Gale families. Assisting the Gale family now would undoubtedly incur the wrath of the rising Xiao family. Consequently, after initially selling herbs to the Gale family, many apothecaries have refrained from large-scale sales, further exacerbating the Gale family's predicament. As a result, the Gale family's source of medicinal herbs in Wutan City has been nearly severed by 8/10, and the remaining supply is woefully inadequate for their needs in crafting healing potions. Thus, in desperation, the Gale family has resorted to procuring herbs at exorbitant prices from other cities, just managing to alleviate the shortage crisis. However, this has significantly eroded their profits, and without the support of the healing potions revenues, the Gale family would likely be on the brink of bankruptcy. Currently, in Wutan City, the Xiao family is riding the wave of the healing potion's success, their status soaring, even hinting at overshadowing the other two major families. Amidst the bustling marketplace, Xiao Yan sauntered lazily along the streets, followed by 7 or 8 robust men clad in the attire of the Xiao family's guards, each adorned with 4 or more golden stars on their chests, clearly indicating their prowess as 4-star fighters. The streets thronged with a torrent of people and many fierce mercenaries, reeking of blood, greeted the languid youth with amiable smiles. Occasionally, some familiar faces would jovially jest, "Young master, back to roam the streets again?" In response to such addresses, Xiao Yan would helplessly tug at his lips and emit a low sigh. Half a month prior, Xiao Zhan had suddenly assigned him to oversee the marketplace. Under the pretense of training, this decision had sparked considerable debate within the Xiao family. After all, it was unprecedented for someone so young to manage a marketplace. Ultimately, however, acknowledging Xiao Yan's newly elevated status, some had reluctantly acquiesced, leading to his abrupt transfer from a restful home to this bustling locale. Though Xiao Yan appeared calm and unperturbed, he had a profound affinity for engaging with mercenaries, indulging in discussions about thrilling adventures during missions, exotic magical beasts, and ancient techniques hidden within remote caverns. These tales ignited the adventurous spirit within him, leaving him yearning to plunge into the uncharted wilderness in search of those mysterious and powerful martial arts. Shaking off a fleeting sense of melancholy, Xiao Yan raised his gaze, only to spot a scrawny figure darting swiftly through the crowd. Pausing, he regarded the ordinary-looking man with a frown, remarking coolly, "Crew, why are you here instead of pursuing your lucrative endeavors?" The wiry man before him was well known in the marketplace as a skilled pickpocket, an occupation born of shadows. Xiao Yan held no delusions of eradicating such professions entirely. He understood that every coin has 2 sides. While such roles might be looked down upon, their intelligence and network of information about happenings throughout Wutan City were invaluable. "Oh, young master," Crew replied with a sycophantic grin. "I have come to inform you that I just received word from my subordinates that Miss Sun and her companions were just harassed by an unknown man at the outskirts of the marketplace. I hurried over as soon as I heard. Oh, and Gale Ao from the Gale family was among them. It seems he is acquainted with that man in mourning attire. And they had quite a few people with them." Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed, and his previously calm demeanor gradually transformed into a chilling glare. He turned slightly, whispering, "Shaoli. Summon everyone. Bring them all to me, alive." "Understood." A burly man responded respectfully before hastily making his way into the marketplace. "Lead the way," Xiaoyan commanded. Nodding towards Crew. Observing the sudden shift in Xiaoyan's demeanor, Crew quickly nodded, not daring to utter another word as he hurried ahead. "How audacious of him to come to our Xiao family's territory and harass me. If I, Xiaoyan, allow you to leave the marketplace unscathed today, I shall no longer be fit to bear the title of young master." With a fierce lick of his lips, Xiaoyan whispered menacingly, prompting Crew to shudder and quicken his pace. Chapter 84. Crippling overwhelmed with elation, Lu Shi's exhilaration stemmed from the sight of the winsome maiden standing not far before him. The maiden, adorned in simple, elegant attire, possessed a delicate countenance untouched by artifice, radiating natural beauty. Her smooth, raven tresses were casually bound by a short, verdant ribbon, cascading just past her lithe waist. A gentle zephyr stirred her silken strands, igniting a sense of longing. Encircling her slender waist was a pale lavender sash, accentuating her captivating curves. Even passers-by stole glances at her waist, secretly fantasizing about embracing such a delicate figure. Gazing at the maiden with ardor, Lu Shi's hands trembled slightly with excitement. The refined maiden before him was unlike any woman he had ever dallied with. Her ethereally pure aura captivated him, instilling an ardent desire to possess her immediately. Casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Ning, whom he had effortlessly felled, Lu Shi smirked. "Protecting a flower requires skill, which you sorely lack." Incensed by Lu Shi's mockery, Xiao Ning's face flushed crimson, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at the former, yearning to tear him asunder. His gaze swept over Xiao Yu, lingering on her alluring, statuesque legs. He exclaimed with admiration, "Another exquisite beauty. Fortune truly favors me today." "Indeed, brother Lu Shi. They are all members of the Xiao clan. This one is named Xiao Yu, but she possesses a fiery temperament. Only a man of considerable prowess can tame her." Jia Lai Ao chimed in with a lewd grin, accompanied by a retinue of burly men. "The fierier, the more enticing," Lu Shi responded, his gaze returning to the serene maiden who had yet to speak. His eyes gleamed with avarice as he inquired, "And what is the name of this young lady?" Upon hearing the words first-grade alchemist, Xiao Yu's countenance subtly shifted. However, true to her nature, she would never deign to associate with this unsavory character. She retorted icily, "I am occupied. Seek another companion." With that, she grasped Sun Er's hand, intending to depart. As they turned to leave, several hulking figures emerged from the crowd, blocking their path with lascivious grins. Xiao Yu's fair face contorted with anger, yet she refrained from uttering harsh words. Aware of the alchemist's power, she hesitated to offend him and risk causing unnecessary trouble for the Xiao clan. While Xiao Yu was concerned, Sun Er was indifferent to such worries. All she knew was that this piece of human-shaped refuse was delaying her rendezvous with Xiaoyan. Raising her eyes slightly, Sun Er regarded the smug Lu Shi. Her delicate lips parted, and her melodious voice uttered words that stunned everyone present. "Trash is trash, regardless of whether it dons the guise of an alchemist. Like you, who flaunt your meager talents, in Xiaoyan's words, you are nothing more than an imbecile." The street fell into an astonished hush. Many were taken aback by the refined maiden's unexpected vehemence. Xiao Yu, equally stunned, stared at Sun Er before sighing helplessly. "I told you that you would be corrupted by that little scoundrel." Stung by Sun Er's unreserved insult in front of the crowd, Lu Shi's smile vanished, replaced by a dark scowl. "In all my years," he hissed, "you are the first to dare address me in such a manner." What an utterly inane retort. Sun Er muttered, massaging her forehead. She was now certain that the man before her was either an idiot or possessed an inflated ego. Jia Lai Ao stammered, scratching his head in exasperation. "What on earth is this guy thinking? My father was right. Aside from alchemy, he's utterly useless. How can someone like this become an alchemist?" Sighing, Jia Lai Ao forced a smile. "Brother Lu Shi, even the Jia Lai clan cannot afford to provoke the Xiao clan." Jia Lai Ao was once again dumbfounded. He never imagined that Lu Shi would so readily reveal his hand. Overjoyed, he couldn't help but wonder if there was an inverse relationship between intelligence and the likelihood of becoming an alchemist. He waved his hand, commanding, "Seize them." At Jia Lai Ao's command, over a dozen menacing men surged towards Sun Er and her companions with fierce expressions. Enraged by their audacity, Xiao Yu's eyebrows arched in fury. She sneered, drawing a verdant whip from her waist, lashing it out at the approaching brute. With a resounding crack, a crimson welt appeared on his face. Although Xiao Yu was a 3-star doja, her opponents were also doja. After felling 2 or 3, Xiaoyu found herself on the defensive, struggling to evade their attacks. Once again, she sent a man flying with a bloody cough, but Xiaoyu retreated, her face paling slightly. She turned to Xiao Ning, shouting, "Takes an air and run. Get that little rascal out here." Xiao Ning nodded hastily, his expression suddenly changing. "Sister, watch out," he cried, enraged by the man's lewd attack. Xiaoyu's face flushed with fury. She rapidly gathered Doqi in her palm, ready to strike, when a black shadow flashed beside her. A fierce gust of wind slammed into the brute's face, sending him skidding across the ground for several meters, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Cripple anyone who laid a hand on them. The youth, brandishing an iron staff, cast a chilling glance at Lu Shi and Jialai Ao. He pursed his lips, his voice laced with menace. At the youth's command, dozens of men wielding similar iron staves swarmed forth, their faces contorted with savage glee. Chapter 85 Acceptance. Faced with dozens of four-star fighters wielding iron rods, the once arrogant dozen or so guards turned pale with fear. Before they could escape, the dark iron rods came crashing down upon them from all directions, and soon, anguished screams echoed throughout the entire street. Casting a cold glance at the visibly distressed Galio across from him, Xiaoyan slightly turned his head to look at Xiaoyu, whose pretty face flushed with embarrassment and anger. His tone softened a fraction. "Are you all right? You should have informed me beforehand that you were coming. The Galio family has been looking for trouble lately." Surprised by Xiaoyan's unexpectedly gentle demeanor, Xiaoyu momentarily froze, her cheeks reddening further as she fidgeted awkwardly and stammered, "I ran into Sooner on my way out. She wanted to come and have a look, so I accompanied her. I had no idea we would encounter this group of ruffians." With a helpless shake of his head, Xiaoyan's gaze shifted to the joyful young girl in green beside him, his smile growing warmer. "You were quite vocal just now," at Xiaoyan's teasing. Sooner innocently shrugged, her lips curving into a light laugh. "I didn't mean to. I just couldn't stand his arrogance. You know." Even the Xiaoyan from back then wouldn't dare to rob someone in broad daylight. Having been subtly rebutted by Sooner, Xiaoyan chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his nose. Although he had been somewhat brash in the past, he didn't think he had sunk to the depths of this fool. "Isn't this the young master of the Xiao family? It's been a year, and I hear you finally shed the title of waste?" Galio sneered, his eyes twitching with jealousy as he watched Xiaoyan chat intimately with the girl he admired. "Who is he?" Lu Shi's gaze darkened. The previously indifferent Sooner was now laughing with another man. This blow was hard for his proud nature to endure. A mere non-fighter, no matter how talented, is still worthless. Lu Shi scoffed. Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, Sooner's expression chilled, her autumn-like eyes flickering with golden flames. Xiaoyan seemed to understand, nodding with a smile. "No wonder such a low-grade healing medicine can only be concocted by an alchemist like you. You truly live up to your mentor's teachings." The surrounding laughter caused Lu Shi's face to darken, his cold eyes fixed on Xiaoyan. "You are inviting trouble for your Xiao family." Taken aback, Xiaoyan sighed and rubbed his forehead. He was at a loss for words regarding this self-important fool. Did he really believe himself to be a disciple of some renowned emperor? While a first-tier alchemist could indeed command respect from the Xiao family, to claim he was beyond reproach was nothing short of a joke. Sighing at the low intelligence displayed, Xiaoyan exchanged a knowing glance with Sooner. After conversing with Lu Shi for a while, he finally understood why the gentle and mild Sooner held such disdain for this character. Rubbing his face, Xiaoyan chose not to waste further words on this clearly dim-witted individual. He raised his hand toward the group of burly men behind him, smiling cheerfully. "Let us fight. Since they dare to cause trouble on our territory, we need not hold back. Otherwise, we'll only be the subject of ridicule." Seeing Xiaoyan's boldness, Galio's expression shifted slightly. He hadn't expected Xiaoyan to take it seriously. With a smirk, he taunted, "I thought you had improved. But it seems you're still just a waste relying on your subordinates." "Your provocation is rather juvenile," Xiaoyan replied softly, brandishing the iron rod in his hand. "If you want to consider this a provocation, then so be it. Someone like you has no right to be with Miss Sooner," Galio derided, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes. "You've undergone your coming-of-age ceremony, haven't you? So, I take it that I can challenge you now without you refusing? How shameless of you. Xiaoyan is merely 17, while you are 23. You dare to issue such a challenge? If you wish to play, I shall oblige." Xiaoyu interjected, her brows furrowing as she flicked her whip, leaving a shallow white mark on the ground. Galio's lips twitched in mockery. "You really have quite the fortune, having a woman to stand up for you. I knew you would hide behind a woman. Damn it, this pretty boy is too arrogant. Young master, let us help you deal with him," shouted some mercenaries who were on friendly terms with Xiaoyan. Seeing the uproar his words had caused, Galio's expression changed. His strength was merely that of a 3-star fighter. If he truly provoked their wrath, he felt a twinge of fear. Casting a glance at the still impassive Xiaoyan, Galio brushed off his sleeves, sneering, "If you're too cowardly to accept, then so be it. Come on, Lu Shi. Someone who won't even accept a challenge isn't worth our time." Lu Shi nodded with a sinister smile, his gaze lingering on Sooner for a moment before he shot Xiaoyan a fierce glare, growling, "Boy, just you wait. I'll make your Xiao family deliver her to me. The woman I desire will not escape my grasp." Sooner shot a cold glance at the lecherous Lu Shi, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. As Galio and Lu Shi turned to leave, several stoic Xiao family warriors appeared at the entrance of the market, forming a solid wall to block the exit. "I know you wish to cripple me. Very well, as you wish. I accept your challenge." The calm voice of the youth rang out from behind just as Galio was about to signal for his men. Taken aback, Galio's face twisted into a sinister smile. "You seek death? Then do not blame me." Turning slowly, Galio tilted his head, his smile taking on a more menacing quality. "Lu Shi, may I have the pleasure of dealing with him?" Lu Shi nodded with a grin, subtly raising his hand. "If the opportunity arises, do not hold back. Should that brat from the Xiao family accept your challenge one day, strike hard and show no mercy. If you can kill him on the spot, that would be best. If not, crippling him would still reduce a future threat to the Galio family." Galio's confidence stemmed from his own strength. He was now a 3-star fighter and practiced a high-tier wind-based technique, wind roll decision, along with a few combat skills that enabled him to challenge an ordinary 5-star fighter without fear. Throughout the street, not only did Galio believe Xiao Yan had no chance of winning, but even the surrounding mercenaries and Xiao Yu shared the same sentiment. Regardless of Xiao Yan's remarkable talent, the disparity in their levels could not be overlooked. Is this little rascal not usually too clever for his own good? How could he fall for such a lowly provocation? Watching Xiao Yan, who was shouldering the iron rod, Xiao Yu's pretty face darkened. Stepping forward, she scolded angrily. "When did you become so reckless? Knowing you cannot win, why accept the challenge? Are you tired of living?" After being reprimanded by Xiao Yu, Xiao Yan shrugged and smiled. "We haven't even started yet. Who knows who is truly tired of living?" You gaze upon the obstinate Xiao Yan. Xiao Yu, vexed, stamped her foot. Her shapely, elongated legs propelled her forward, directly interposing herself between Xiao Yan and his adversary. The verdant whip in her hand cracked through the air with resounding snaps. "Allow me to handle this. I am cognizant of your latent potential, but that lies in the future." Observing Xiao Yu's back, Xiao Yan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this woman, who was constantly at odds with him, would shield him so staunchly in front of others. Somewhat perplexed, he scratched his head, his gaze then meandering down Xiao Yu's fragrant shoulders, across her back, her lithe waist, her pert posterior, and finally, those exquisitely perfect, sensual legs. The respiration near her ear caused Xiao Yu's body to tense instantly. The delicate tips of her ears quickly flushed with a rosy hue. After a moment, she inhaled deeply, a subtle tremor permeating her soft voice. "You ought to be cognizant of your value to the clan. Therefore, you cannot casually accept challenges from others. As your elder cousin, I have the prerogative to deflect some dangers for you." Such peculiar rhetoric. Xiao Yan shrugged, shaking his head in resignation. "Nevertheless, I shall decline. I can resolve my own affairs. Women should remain on the sidelines." Finishing his declaration, he tightened his grip on the iron staff, sidestepped the obstructing Xiao Yu, and with a stomp of his foot against the ground, charged directly toward the impatient Galio. "Heh, you little rascal, today I shall make you rue your foolish actions." Galio sneered, staring at Xiao Yan, who was hurtling toward him with an iron rod in hand. A faint cyan dochi rapidly coalesced in his palm, remaining stationary. Galio abruptly contorted his palms into the shape of sharp claws. At the tips of his fingers, cyan dochi faintly converged into 10 sharp spikes. With a malicious grin, he brandished his claws, generating a gust of wind as he ferociously attacked Xiao Yan. Sensing the piercing sound that subtly hinted at tearing the air, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. His slightly bent left hand lashed out at the ground before him, an invisible force striking the earth. The reactive force abruptly halted Xiao Yan's charging momentum. Witnessing Xiao Yan's deft control over the momentum generated by his own velocity, the experienced mercenary onlookers emitted a collective gasp of astonishment. At the instant his figure was arrested, the iron staff in Xiao Yan's hand was released without the slightest hesitation, shooting toward Galio's head like an arrow loosed from a bowstring. Galio greeted the incoming iron staff with a disdainful sneer. His palm, suffused with cyan dochi, clenched in reverse, then vibrated. The air before him undulated slightly, and several pale cyan vortexes materialized out of thin air. After the iron staff pierced through the small vortexes, its force was effortlessly dissipated by the latter. Devoid of its propulsive force, the iron staff fell powerlessly to the ground a mere half-meter from Galio's head, emitting a crisp sound. Alas! Upon witnessing Xiao Yan's attack being so easily neutralized, the surrounding crowd emitted a collective sigh of resignation. With Galio's possession of an advanced technique, he had virtually secured an unassailable position. Chapter 87. The Kill Sister. Xiao Yan's situation appears rather dire. Observing Xiao Yan, who had lost his weapon, Xiao Ning spoke with a hint of trepidation. Xiao Yu, maintaining her composure, replied tersely, I couldn't care less if he perishes. Always flaunting himself as a hero. Yet look at him now. A hero he is not, but merely a target for ridicule. After a brief silence, she sighed. Prepare to rescue him. I suspect that scoundrel Galio is intent on delivering a severe blow. Xiao Ning nodded awkwardly, cautious not to provoke her further. In stark contrast to the anxious Xiao Yu, Suno appeared remarkably composed, her gaze sweeping over the beleaguered Xiao Yan, a faint smile gracing her lips. As Xiao Yan narrowly evaded an attack from Galio, his figure retreated, only for Galio, empowered by his wind-based techniques, to close in with terrifying speed. His hand clenched and face twisted in malice as he aimed a heavy strike toward Xiao Yan's head. Unbeknownst to him, he had backed against a wall. Though escape was futile, Xiao Yan's face remained as serene as still water. He exhaled slowly, a surge of pale yellow energy erupting from his fist, embodying an indomitable ferocity as he prepared to confront Galio head-on. The onlookers gasped in disbelief as Xiao Yan chose to meet Galio's might with his own. The disparity in their levels starkly evident. If Xiao Yan opted to evade, he might prolong the encounter, but to engage directly could only lead to his defeat. Just as the crowd lamented Xiao Yan's impending failure, his tightly clenched fist suddenly unfurled. An abrupt and formidable force materialized, striking Galio squarely in the chest. Galio was instantaneously propelled backward, his complexion paling, and panic flickered in his eyes. What kind of technique is this? How utterly perplexing. Witnessing Galio's unexpected, grotesque flight through the air, many spectators wore expressions of astonishment. With outstretched palms aimed at the airborne Galio, Xiao Yan seized the opportune moment, unleashing a powerful allure that yanked Galio toward him with brutal force. Tossed through the air like a mere plaything, Galio seethed with fury. His teeth clenched as he glared at the approaching Xiao Yan, a cruel glint appearing on his face. He tightened his right fist, azure energy coalescing rapidly, forming a small vortex, mysterious grade low-level technique, azure wind spiral fist. His fist, slicing through the air, generated a sharp whistle. The immense wind pressure uprooting debris from the ground around Xiao Yan. 8 extremes collapse. With his lips pressed firmly together, Xiao Yan's face hardened. After building near-perfect momentum with his right foot, he finally clashed with Galio's heavy fist before the watchful crowd. Don't think you are the only one at the 3-star fighter level. At the moment of impact, the yellow energy surged from Xiao Yan's right leg, a soft whisper causing Galio's expression to shift drastically. Boom. The collision echoed like thunder, reverberating from the point of contact. Crack. As the two struck, the sound of shattering bones pierced the air, and both Xiao Yan and Galio were sent sprawling backward, their bodies colliding heavily against the wall. Xiao Yan tasted blood in his throat, unable to suppress the crimson spray that scattered across the ground. Witnessing Xiao Yan's bloodshed, the surrounding mercenaries sighed in regret. Yet, just as they believed Xiao Yan had been defeated, Galio, the iron rod was cleaved in twain with ease. Xiao Yan's countenance shifted, a grimace contorting his features. Just as he was about to ferociously plunge the remaining half of the iron rod into Galio's throat, the verdant energy assailed him once more, the sheer force of the wind pressure causing Xiao Yan's breathing to become labored. His pupils contracted, and the iron rod, which he had thrust downwards with considerable force, seemed to encounter an invisible barrier of wind, rendering it impossible to strike. A twitch played at the corner of his lips as Xiao Yan tightly gripped the iron rod in his right hand. He subtly shifted his body, then abruptly twisted, launching the iron rod from his grasp. It transformed into a dark projectile, hurtling towards the figure that had leaped from midair. Humph. The figure scoffed upon witnessing Xiao Yan's audacity to attack. He curled his hands into claws, vehemently waving them before him. Dense azure dochi coalesced into several pale green energy wind blades. With a flick of his fingers, the wind blades detached, slicing the iron rod into more than a dozen fragments of metal. Such malevolence in one so young. Today, I shall discipline you on behalf of Xiaozhan. The figure sneered after shattering the iron rod. Azure Do Qi rapidly amassed within his palms, and a vortex of wind materialized beneath his feet, elevating him into the air. His form resembled a cannonball as he descended upon Xiaoyan. With a wave of his hand, another pale green Do Qi wind blade materialized out of thin air, hurtling towards Xiaoyan. The intense wind pressure generated by the wind blades swept the debris from the ground, leaving it immaculate. Discipline me? You are inconsequential. Attend to your own offspring. Xiaoyan retorted with a cold smile, recognizing the attacker as Galio's father, Galabai, based on the Do Qi's attributes. With a serene expression, he watched the incoming wind blade. As it approached within 5 meters of his head, Xiaoyan slammed his palm against the ground. An invisible force erupted, propelling Xiaoyan upwards. He executed a somersault mid-air, landing gracefully on an open space several meters away. The wind blade missed its mark, leaving a deep gash in the solid stone slab with a sharp sound. Father, kill him, Galio exclaimed with ecstatic delight. His face contorted with venom as he gazed at the descending figure. Upon landing, Galabai's face was somber as he glanced at Galio's arm. A subtle twitch ran across his face, and a frigid intent flashed in his eyes. Without uttering a word, he stomped his foot on the ground and charged towards Xiao Yan once more. Allow me to witness the extent of this Xiao clan prodigy's abilities. From Galabai's emergence to Xiao Yan's hasty retreat, only a fleeting moment had passed. When the crowd realized that Galabai, a great Do master, was ambushing a young Doja, a chorus of jeers erupted. Damn it, Galabai, you old codger, you truly have the audacity to attack. Xiaoyan's expression finally soured as he watched Galabai, disregarding the disparity in their status, charging towards him again. You shattered my son's arm. Do you think you can leave unscathed? Not so easily. Galabai's foot struck the ground, and his figure materialized above Xiaoyan with the swiftness of a breeze. A cruel expression flitted across his impassive face as he clenched his fist, upon which surging azure Do Qi rapidly coalesced into an enormous azure vortex. Damn, he's even using a Xian-level Do technique. Galabai, you're disgracing the Gale clan. Xiaoyan's countenance became exceedingly grim as he sensed the violent power contained within Galabai's fist. He surreptitiously placed a hand on the jet-black ring on his finger. In the distance, Suner's delicate face shifted as she observed Xiaoyan's perilous situation. She exhaled softly, and golden flames gradually ignited within her limpid eyes. Within her slender hand, a formidable energy began to coalesce from pale golden Do Qi. Just as Xiaoyan prepared to defend himself and Suner prepared to intervene, a thunderous roar, filled with unbridled rage, echoed through the street once more. Damn it, Galabai, when did it become your place to discipline my son, Xiaozhan? As the roar subsided, a figure engulfed in crimson light darted from beyond the marketplace. His foot stomped fiercely on a rooftop, and he materialized before Xiaoyan with lightning speed. He raised his head and bellowed, a faint echo of a lion's roar resonating within his voice. Lion's roar shatters mountains. Xiaozhan's face was grim as he clenched his iron fist, then violently unleashed it towards Galabai above him. Upon his fist, the colossal head of a crimson lion loomed indistinctly. Boom! The clash of azure and crimson, akin to muffled thunder, left most of the street's occupants with ringing ears. In midair, both combatants trembled slightly, then retreated violently. As Xiaozhan retreated, he grabbed Xiaoyan and pulled him behind him. His footsteps hastily retreated across the ground, each step leaving a visible imprint on the stone floor, demonstrating the sheer force of their collision. After dissipating the force, Xiaozhan cast a frigid glance at Galabai in the distance and sneered, Galabai, you've truly lived in vain. You have the gall to attack a junior. Galabai's face was somber, and a twitch played at the corner of his lips. He pointed at Galio on the ground and said icily, He has injured my son to such an extent, Xiaozhan. Today, you must provide me with an explanation. Explanation? What explanation? If my son hadn't been quick-witted, he would be the one lying on the ground. In that case, would I be demanding an explanation from you? Xiaozhan scoffed, unleashing a torrent of vulgarities. This challenge was issued by your son. The present crowd can attest to that. Moreover, in a challenge, broken arms and legs are commonplace. Why the fuss? Xiaozhan's fierce expression gradually subsided, and he said with a smile, You. Galabai's face twitched rapidly. He gazed at the jeering onlookers, realizing that he had lost his best opportunity to strike at Xiaoyan. He could only grit his teeth and say, Do not let me seize an opportunity, or else. I return those words to you. Xiaozhan smiled, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Very well, just wait. Galabai nodded, his anger turning into laughter. He approached and tucked the wailing Galio under his arm, then turned to leave. As he passed Lu Shi, he noticed his dumbfounded expression. The anger within him surged once more. He took a deep breath, suppressing his rage, and said in a subdued tone, "Mr. Lu Shi, let us depart." "Eh? That girl?" Lu Shi cast a reluctant gaze towards Suner in the distance. Alas, very well. Lu Shi could only nod reluctantly as he gazed at Galabai's pained expression. His gaze swept over Suner's exquisite figure once more, then reluctantly followed Galabai out of the marketplace. Xiaojun watched the discomfited Galabai and his entourage depart from the marketplace with a cold smile. His gaze swept over the surroundings, then he turned to face Xiaoyan, who had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His gaze softened, and he patted Xiaoyan's shoulder heavily, then clicked his tongue and said with regret, "You weren't ruthless enough. Galabai only has one son. If you had severed Galio's manhood, Galabai would have gone mad today." At that point, the three elders lying in ambush outside would have had an excuse to join forces and kill him. Alas, what a pity. Xiaoyan was stunned upon hearing this, rolling his eyes helplessly. Suner and Xiaoyu, on the other hand, blushed at the crude remark. The mercenaries in the vicinity felt their scalps tingle upon hearing Xiaozhan's words. No wonder the son was so ruthless. It turned out that the father was even more so. Chapter 89. A moonless night above the pitch-black sky, a silvery moon hung high, casting a delicate layer of moonlight over the earth, enveloping it in an air of mystery. After the clamor of the day, the city of Wutan sank into a profound darkness and silence in the deep of night. In the courtyard of the Xiao family, a young man lay on the bed, his ebony eyes reflecting a cold glimmer. "Master, what is your current power threshold?" After a moment of silence, Xiaoyan suddenly inquired softly, "What's that?" A casual retort came from the black ring on his finger, followed by the vague response of Yao Lao. "Although I am currently in a soul state. With the aid of I should have no trouble dealing with some minor figures like great fighters or dose spirits." At these words, Xiaoyan's face brightened, though a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. "Do you intend to kill that boy from earlier?" Seeing Xiaoyan's demeanor, Yao Lao asked, slightly astonished. "Galio is not worth my trouble," Xiaoyan chuckled softly. "With 2 months nearly up, I am losing patience in dragging this out with the Galio family. Therefore, I plan to discreetly deal with that alchemist named Lu Shi. Once he is gone, the Galio family, deprived of their source of healing potions, will wane in influence and no longer pose a threat to the Xiao family." Is it truly impatience that drives you? You don't seem like the type to be so impulsive," Yao Lao mused, his voice laced with jest. "It appears you genuinely care for that girl named Suner. You hold a grudge against someone merely for their brazen behavior. You truly are a jealous child." All right, it has nothing to do with her." At Yao Lao's light-hearted teasing, Xiaoyan rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Since you wish to act, let us proceed. I am in a soul state and will require your assistance." Yao Lao chuckled, halting his jesting. Nodding hastily, Xiaoyan leaped off the bed, retrieving a dark red ring from his pocket. He then donned a long, black cloak he had prepared earlier, transforming his slender figure into that of a mysterious, bulky figure cloaked in shadows. "Let us go? You need not do anything. I will control your body, with my soul enveloping you. There is no need to worry about your identity being discerned," Yao Lao reminded him with a smile as Xiaoyan finished preparing. "Understood." Nodding, Xiaoyan stealthily approached the window, casting cautious glances around before he leaped out. As he fell, an inexplicable surge of power emanated from the ring on his finger. This mysterious force swiftly enveloped Xiaoyan, causing his plummeting form to suddenly suspend in midair. With a gentle push of his feet against a rooftop, he glided silently like a predator concealed in darkness, evading the Xiao family grounds and vanishing into the vast night. On this moonless night, it was an opportune moment for murder. Within the Galio family estate, the once grim-faced Galio Bai looked astonished as he heard Lu Shi's triumphant voice. Can Mr. Lu truly concoct other potions? Savoring Galio Bai's joy, Lu Shi took a sip from his teacup, his expression radiating pride. Aside from healing potions, I can also create a very suitable elixir for mercenaries, known as the strengthening pill, which can temporarily enhance a person's strength by approximately 10%. However, this strengthening pill cannot be produced in bulk like the healing potions. Given my capabilities, I can only make about 20 a day at most, Lu Shi lamented. "Oh, but Galio Patriarch, I can indeed produce this strengthening pill. However, based on our agreement, I believe I am only responsible for crafting healing potions." Lu Shi's eyes sparkled mischievously as he sensed Galio Bai's interest in the strengthening pill. Galio Bai's expression shifted slightly. He recognized the cunning intent behind Lu Shi's words. Yet, At this juncture, he could only force a smile and ask, "What does Mr. Liu mean?" "Rest assured, I am aware of the Galileo family's current predicament, so I won't overreach," Lu Shi remarked, eyeing Galileo Bai with a sly grin. "I simply wish to request that you bring that girl named Xiao sooner to me." Before the smile could fully form on Galileo Bai's face, it froze abruptly, and the corners of his eyes twitched. He had not expected this audacious man to set his sights on the Xiao family. "Mr. Liu, should our Galileo family take action against someone from the Xiao family, it would provide Xiao Zhan with the pretext to declare war upon us. It would no longer be a mere financial confrontation, but a true battle," Galileo Bai sighed. His smile strained. Lu Shi flicked his fingers against the table, chuckling. "These concerns are not for me to ponder. Whether you plan to forcibly take her or use trickery, I only require results. As long as you can procure her, I am ready to begin crafting the strengthening pill at any time." With his anger rising, Galileo Bai forced a smile and said, "Could you allow me some time to think? May I give you a response tomorrow?" "Very well, take your time. However, I must add that the Galileo family and the Xiao family are already at odds. Why fear adding another grievance?" Lu Shi laughed sinisterly as he stood up, swaggering out of the hall, eager to return to his quarters. He had been stirred by the enchanting girl resembling a pure lotus, and now he sought to quench his desires with a beautiful maid. Watching Lu Shi disappear around the corner, Galileo Bai's expression darkened. After a moment, he exhaled deeply, muttering, "That lecherous fool will inevitably meet his demise at the hands of a woman." In a room at the back courtyard, Xiaoyan gazed helplessly at the charming woman unconscious on the bed, wrapped only in a thin bathrobe that revealed her alluring figure. What a fool consumed by lust. He scoffed coldly, shaking his head. "Yao Lao, prepare to act." "Wait, there's a change." Before he could finish, Yao Lao's urgent voice caused Xiaoyan's heart to lurch. A cold sweat broke out on Xiaoyan's forehead as he stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. To the left came Yao Lao's whispered command. Listening intently, Xiaoyan slowly turned his head towards the left window, his pupils narrowing in shock. The previously sealed window had mysteriously opened, allowing the soft moonlight to pour in. There, perched on the edge of the window, was a girl clad in a golden robe, her delicate legs gleaming like jade, creating a captivating arc in the air. The moonlight illuminated her exquisite face, making her appear as a goddess, radiant and enigmatic. Gazing at the girl who had inexplicably appeared, Xiaoyan felt his throat grow parched, and he murmured the name almost as a prayer. "Soon, sinner?"